Grasping Evil Chapter 90 to Chapter 129. The Gathering Cloud Formation. This formation was quite famous in the cultivation world. It was the most mysterious formation that could concentrate the attacks of all the guards on the leader of the guards. Seeing that the formation was completed, streaks of cloud light immediately flew out from the bodies of each Hu clan battle guard and entered the body of the black-clothed youth, the commander of the Hu clan battle guards. The youth's chi suddenly rose. In a blink of an eye, his cultivation base had broken through from early harmonious spirit realm to peak harmonious spirit realm. Of course, the breakthrough of chi only lasted for a short moment. The youth's body couldn't withstand such a vast amount of magical power. Therefore, he must use up all of his magical power in one strike. The lightning spear in his hand seemed to be swinging with the force of 10,000 jin. The youth shouted coldly. The lightning spear in his hand turned into a thunderbolt. It was like a bright thunderbolt, piercing through the sky like a meteor. Within the thunderbolt, there was the power of an early gold core expert. Even if you are an early gold core old monster, it's not like our Hu guards gathering cloud formation has never defeated a gold core expert before. Die. In the night sky, the Hu guards were controlling their demonic beasts. They didn't have much magical power left. Their magical power was transferred to the black-robed youth to unleash a gold core attack. Each of the 500 Hu guards looked fiery. The black-robed youth was the leader of the Hu guards. He once used this method to defeat a gold core old monster who offended the Hu family. This white skeleton giant in front of them couldn't withstand a single strike from the leader. However, their expectations were destined to be disappointed. That was because the white bone giant didn't seem to be affected at all by the monstrous power of the lightning. The only expression on his face was a contemptuous sneer. Weak, too weak. The 100-meter-tall giant stretched out a finger and pointed it at the descending lightning bolt. With a backhand grab, it easily crushed the lightning bolt from the gold core's attack. At the same time, the giant didn't seem to have the mood to play a game of cat and mouse. His eyes turned cold and he roared. A substantial sound wave spread from his body to a few li away. Bone Dao technique, bone devil sound. Under this devil roar, the bodies of the Hu guards exploded into blood mist without any warning. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died in a strange way. 500 Hu guards turned into sounds of blood exploding as they perished. The black-robed young man, who was full of confidence before, was immediately lifted up into the sky by a conveyance light. The conveyance light grabbed him by the collar and fled out of the sound wave. The black-robed young man was the direct descendant of the Hu clan, Hu Ming. The person who had saved him was the Hu clan's grand elder, a skinny old man in a monk's robe. This devil is too strong. Ming-er, quickly go to the Purple Light sect and ask their middle-stage gold core elder to save our Hu clan. When the old man in monk robes faced the sound waves that filled the sky and Hu Wei, who had been massacred in one round, his eyes were filled with horror. Now that his ancestor had been seriously injured by the giant, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility and protect the Hu clan. The pair of straw sandals on his feet gently stepped on the night sky, emitting a green light. His speed immediately reached a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several miles away. What a fast escape speed! Even an early-stage gold core old monster could not compare to this. However, the Great Elder was merely an intermediate harmonious spirit expert. This straw sandal was a profound gold spiritual equipment, and its divine ability was godly movement. It can increase the speed of the wearer by 30%. You think you can run away? The white skeleton giant casually took a step forward. The force of this step caused the ground to collapse by 3 feet. With just one step, the giant had crossed several miles and appeared behind the Great Elder and the black-robed young man. Then, it fiercely clawed at them. The Great Elder of Hu clan felt his hair stand on end. The seemingly cumbersome giant actually moved so fast. Without hesitation, he patted his storage pouch, and 13 fiery flying swords flew out. The Great Elder performed an incantation gesture, and the 13 flying swords suddenly turned into 10. A total of 130 fiery flying swords covered the sky and earth, whistling fiercely as they pierced towards the giant's palm. The 13 fiery flying swords were all mid-grade magical treasures, but the Great Elder did not expect these treasures to be able to break the giant's physical defense. What he wanted was just to buy some time for him to escape. But what shocked him was that the 13 flying swords couldn't even stop the giant for a little bit. Before they even touched the giant's palm, they exploded into fiery fragments with a loud bang. As for the giant white skeleton claw, there was no longer a trace of mercy. With a ruthless clench, the great elder was squeezed into a lump of meat paste. However, at the moment of certain death, the great elder ruthlessly threw away the black-robed young man in his hand, saving him from death. Ming heir, run. Run to Purple Light Sect, and never come back. These were the last words of the great elder. Cultivation was cold and selfish. It needed to fight and kill to carve out its own path from the limited cultivation resources. However, it wasn't that there wasn't any warmth in cultivation. It was just that the warmth usually came from the words of a dying man or kind. As for the white skeleton giant, it was obvious that it didn't waver in killing. This was a devil with a heart of iron and stone. This scene caused the remaining cultivators of Hu clan to have a drastic change of expression. As for the remaining harmonious spirit old monsters, they weren't as great as the great elder who cared about Hu clan. Some of them chose to stay away from the giant to protect themselves. Some of them were convinced that Hu clan would be annihilated today and wanted to escape. As for the ancestor of Hu clan, Hu Fengzi, a trace of ruthlessness rose in his heart after witnessing the destruction of the Hu guards and the tragic death of the great elder. He then took out a rotten pill from his storage pouch. The decaying corpse pill could increase one's strength by a small realm in a short period of time at the cost of certain death. He was already a peak harmonious spirit expert. If he exchanged his death for a short period of gold core cultivation, he might be able to fight against the giant. With a ruthless look in his eyes, he swallowed the decaying corpse pill and began to refine its medicinal energy. "Give me time, my children. Don't die," he said with tears in his eyes. But without the Hu guards and the harmonious spirit experts, the white skeleton giant was like an unstoppable force. It crushed the formation light with a stomp and crushed the cultivators one by one with a palm. The giant's eyes moved when he saw a few harmonious spirit cultivators trying to escape. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Today, all of you will be my food. No one will be able to escape." Do you know why void fragmentation experts are called void fragmentation experts? The giant waved his palm and clenched the void in front of him. The void within 200 li of Hu clan was shattered. A black shadow that looked like a ring surrounded the Hu clan's cultivators. A few harmonious spirit old experts who couldn't control their speed directly rushed into the dark void crack. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were shredded into pieces by the void wind. As for those harmonious spirit old experts who were lucky enough to escape into the light, they were already horrified. No, the entire Hu clan was in despair when they saw the void crack. Even Hu Fengzi, who had swallowed the decaying corpse pill, revealed a trace of helplessness when he looked at the white skeleton giant. Because what the white skeleton giant used was a technique that could shatter the void with its palm. Shattering the void was the divine ability of a void fragmentation old expert. This man is void fragmentation. Hee, why did my Hu clan offend such a powerful expert? Haha, why? As for the black-robed young man, Hu Ming, he was clutching his chest and coughing out blood as he fell to the ground. He was only blown by the void wind from a few hundred zhang away, but he was already severely injured. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen a void fragmentation technique, but he didn't feel lucky at all. All he felt was the despair of certain death. All below the void fragmentation realm were ants. Today, who could stop the giant's massacre? Hu clan must be annihilated. Humph. Just admit your death. The white skeleton giant sneered. With rumbling footsteps, the earth trembled as it walked across the sealed Hu clan's territory. Each and every one of the Hu clan's cultivators was shivering with fear as they looked at the giant with frightened eyes. The giant sneered. More than 10 cultivators were killed with a swipe of its claws. Even their flesh and bones were chewed and swallowed by the giant. The scene was extremely bloody. But under the giant's void fragmentation aura and killing intent, none of the Hu clan's cultivators could resist. "No, don't eat any more, don't." Hu Fengzi, the great elder of Hu clan, let out a hoarse cry. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant, trying to risk his life. There was nothing more heart-wrenching than watching helplessly as one's own descendants were eaten alive by a demon. Fight. this old man will fight you to the death. Hu Fengzi rushed towards the giant, but sadly found that he couldn't even get within 10 zhang of the giant. The closer he got to the giant, the more he was shocked by the giant's void fragmentation aura. Humph! You're not worthy. Die. The giant sneered and pointed his finger. Under the force of the finger, the old man immediately felt his flesh and blood begin to melt. Hu Fengzi's face was filled with despair. Death, I'm finally going to die. But it's better this way. Dying under a magical technique is better than being eaten, but at this moment, a flash of killing intent suddenly appeared, shattering the killing intent defense around the giant, a sword shadow that was as bright as the stars moved like lightning. It pierced through the void and pierced through one of the giant's eyes, gouging out one of the giant's eyeballs. After that, the cold voice of a young man was heard. He's not worthy, but am I? The voice was young and tender, but it carried a trace of the vicissitudes of life. In the night, it was on par with the giant's aura. That sword shadow carried the soul-burning ability. As soon as it pierced through the giant's eye socket, it burned a large part of the giant's soul that was hidden in his bones, and the finger that crushed Hu Fengzi was forcefully stopped. Hu Fengzi was stunned. Who's saving me? No, I should ask who can save me. Could it be a void fragmentation old monster? It must be a void fragmentation old monster. Hu Fengzi forced himself to walk and stopped in the clouds. He looked up and saw a young man in white robes and black cloak in the night sky. The young man removed the false thought art of invisibility and revealed himself. The moment it appeared, countless white bone phantoms appeared around it. It held a sword in its hand, and on the tip of the sword, there was a line of blood that was as bright as a sunset. It was that line of blood sword energy that had injured the giant just now. The shadows of white bones, the red mist of the bloodline filled the sky and a strong wind blew. But the young man stood in the wind, his eyes were as calm as a mirror. His murderous intent was kept in his heart after being struck by that strike. Hu Fengzi felt the magical qi emitted by the young man and revealed a look of disappointment. There was also a puzzled look in his eyes. No, not a void fragmentation young man, but a peak harmonious spirit young man. But how could a peak harmonious spirit young man injure a void fragmentation giant with a single strike? This young man looks familiar. Yes, it's him, the newly recruited outstanding disciple of Sinister Sparrow sect, Ning Fan. The giant let out a painful wail after one of his eyes was cut off by Ning Fan. His voice sounded like thunder. Breaking through the void had consumed a lot of his magical power. Now that he was seriously injured by soul burning, he had no choice but to retreat from the giant's avatar. The giant's voice exploded into black mist and a young man in grey robes walked out from the black mist. This young man was Wang Yao, but his hair was white. It seemed that his soul was greatly damaged because of soul burning. His left eye was blood red and filled with rage, while his right eye was empty with black blood flowing out. He took a step forward and fiercely clawed at Ning Fan. Immediately, an unimaginably powerful magical force rampaged in the void of the night. But when this magical force reached Ning Fan, it was like a breeze blowing on a hill. It couldn't hurt Ning Fan at all. The invisible sword sense slashed it into pieces. The giant became even more furious and let out a furious roar. Ning Fan, Ning Fan, Ning Fan. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. One eye destroyed. Ning Fan immediately distanced himself from Wang Yao after he succeeded in his attack and revealed himself. He had been following Wang Yao to this place and had been hiding, waiting for the moment when Wang Yao was careless and exhausted his magical power to strike a killing blow. Ning Fan didn't think that he had underestimated Wang Yao, but it seemed that he had still underestimated him. The ability to shatter the void, the bizarre devil sound explosion technique, the 100 zhang tall bone body. If it wasn't for this sneak attack, his chance of winning against Wang Yao would be less than 30%. Even if the sneak attack succeeded, the chance of winning was only 50%. Wang Yao was very strong. It was the true soul of Bone Emperor, which was completely different from a clone. It could use all kinds of void fragmentation abilities, however, since he was already an enemy, there was no choice but to escape. If he didn't kill him now, it would be impossible to kill him when his cultivation base recovered. Battle intent rose in Ning Fan's eyes. What harm was there in fighting? Unknowingly, the black blood in Wang Yao's right eye stopped flowing, and a heaven-shaking murderous intent caused countless ripples to appear in the sky. He stomped his foot in the sky. Suddenly, thousands of snow-white thunderbolts appeared in the sky. Bone Dao, Bone Devil Thunder. Thunderbolts were the might of the heavens. Even the commander of the Hu guards could only cast out one thunderbolt with the strength of 500 of them. But Wang Yao was the body of Bone Emperor. Just a magical technique was enough to attract thousands of thunderbolts, each of which was enough to kill a harmonious spirit expert. The remaining cultivators of Hu clan revealed a look of despair under the thunderbolts. With this magical technique, it wouldn't be difficult for Wang Yao to destroy Hu clan with just one move. Hu Fengzi sighed and looked at Ning Fan with a bitter smile. He didn't think that Ning Fan could withstand thousands of thunderbolts and such a powerful magical technique that could kill 1,000 harmonious spirit experts. Although this kid is a genius disciple of Sinister Sparrow sect and a newly promoted elder, he is still too young. No matter what, he won't be a match for a void fragmentation old monster, but as soon as Hu Fengzi had this thought, he was dumbfounded. Under the thunderbolts, the sky was as bright as day. Ning Fan's face darkened. Without hesitation, he patted his storage pouch. Gold, green, blue, red and yellow sword lights flew out. Each of them carried the sword intent that was enough to kill an early gold core expert. This is 5 peak grade Dharma treasures? No. This is a set of Dharma treasures. When used together, its might is comparable to a top grade treasure. Hu Fengzi had lived for hundreds of years after all, so he could tell how powerful the 5 elemental flying swords were with a single glance. It was just that Hu Fengzi couldn't understand why a harmonious spirit expert like Ning Fan would have a set of peak high-grade magical treasures. Even a late gold core old monster might not have one. Moreover, with Ning Fan's magical power, how could he control a high-grade magical treasure? A high-grade magical treasure required at least gold core magical power to control. Hu Fengzi naturally didn't know that Ning Fan's spirit sense had already reached the half-step nascent soul realm even though he was only a harmonious spirit cultivator. Due to Ning Fan's current cultivation realm, each of the 5 rays of sword light could only display 1% of their full power. Even so, it was not difficult for him to kill a golden core cultivator with a single strike. Even Wang Yao was slightly surprised to see Ning Fan summoning the 5 elemental flying swords. As for Ning Fan, he performed a hand seal and the 5 traces of sword light divided into 10 traces and then into 100 traces. In just an instant, there were 1,000 traces of sword shadows which were divided according to the 5 elements and each of them formed a rain of swords. Under the control of Ning Fan's tyrannical spirit sense, the rain of swords was orderly as it collided with the falling lightning. The collision between the lightning and the sword shadows was as dazzling as fireworks, exploding in the night sky. The vast magical power spread out, pushing Ning Fan and Wang Yao back a few hundred meters before they could stabilize their bodies. However, Ning Fan's body was in a sorry state. His hair was slightly burnt as he was affected by the lightning. On the other hand, Wang Yao was unscathed, but his magical power had been exhausted after casting the lightning. Hu Fengzi sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a horrifying lightning was actually blocked by a young man like Ning Fan. You are not bad, but you are still too weak. Wang Yao's gaze towards Ning Fan was less scornful. He was afraid that Ning Fan was the only harmonious spirit expert under the heavens that could attract the attention of the dignified Bone Sovereign. Oh? Is that so? Your magical power is exhausted, but your tone is still arrogant. Ning Fan's expression was emotionless. He didn't feel the slightest bit proud of being able to block Wang Yao's magical attack. On the contrary, his words didn't show any weakness, but the fear in his eyes towards Wang Yao was gradually increasing. Wang Yao's left eye suddenly flashed a red light like lightning. In the next moment, a deathly aura enveloped Ning Fan's heart. Die. Wang Yao sneered. The red light shot out from his left eye at the speed of lightning, rushing towards Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan was caught off guard. His face turned pale. A jade pendant in his bosom broke into powder with a cracking sound. There was still a red light flickering at the broken part. So dangerous, Ning Fan was slightly startled. The broken jade pendant was naturally the death substitution order. If he wasn't careful enough to prepare the death substitution order, he would have been assassinated by the red light in Wang Yao's eyes. Such a strange technique. It was the same as the sword sense, attacking one's sea of consciousness, but it was different from the sword sense. The sword sense was an attack of spirit sense. It was invisible, but this red light was tangible. It was blood red, like lightning and heavenly tribulation. This technique wasn't mentioned in the memories of ancient chaos, but 4 words suddenly emerged in Ning Fan's mind. Void spirit intent. It was highly possible that only experts above the spirit-severing realm could master this attack. Spirit intent was divided into different types of intent. Wang Yao's spirit intent only had one word: kill. Kill until the white bones piled up like a mountain. Kill until the common people were stained with blood. Kill until the earth turned upside down and the sky turned upside down, but Ning Fan didn't have time to think about it because the second red light shot out from Bone Sovereign's left eye. Like a bolt of lightning, it rumbled over. At this moment, Ning Fan no longer held back. Without hesitation, he activated his sword sense and sent out an invisible sword sense to collide with the red light. Boom! This time, Ning Fan didn't have the death substitution order to protect him. He had to use all his strength. If the red light entered his body, he would die for sure. The sword sense carried a trace of immortal execution sword chi, while the red light carried a trace of heavenly tribulation divine intent. The collision of the two resounded through the sky. If Wang Yao didn't seal the 200 li of void, perhaps all the experts within 1,000 li of the void would be alarmed. The cultivators of Hu clan were dumbfounded. The battle in the night sky wasn't something they could intervene in. Even if they stood a little closer to the battle, they would be affected and die a graveless death. Ning Fan's face became paler and his sword sense was heavily damaged. But when he looked at the red lightning in Wang Yao's unbridled eyes, a trace of ruthlessness rose in his heart. So what if you're a void fragmentation expert? So what if you're a bone sovereign? So what if you're a void spirit intent? His fist landed on his chest, worsening his injury. But when he spurted out a mouthful of blood essence, the power of his sword sense instantly leaped to another level. The sword chi swept across and crushed the red lightning. Wang Yao spurted out a mouthful of blood and the red light in his left eye faded away. Impossible. My extreme realm is the void spirit intent that I comprehended from the heavenly tribulation. I'm almost invincible in the same realm. How could you block my extreme realm? This divine intent was usually comprehended from the heavenly tribulation and had a strong murderous nature. Those who comprehended the extreme realm were usually invincible among their peers, because the divine intent imitated the heavenly tribulation. Its power was naturally terrifying. Heavenly tribulation. Even the gods and Buddhas would be afraid of it. However, Wang Yao had used the red lightning twice and failed to kill Ning Fan both times. This was beyond his expectation. The first time, Ning Fan relied on the death substitution order to block the red lightning. The death substitution order was extremely precious. It wasn't surprising that it could save his life once. However, he was still able to withstand the red lightning of the extreme realm the second time. He actually relied on his sword sense and sword sense. Wang Yao had never thought that Ning Fan could transform his sea of consciousness and condense the rare sword sense even in the ancient times when he was only at the harmonious spirit realm. However, Wang Yao did not think that even the sword consciousness's sword cognition could match his limitless red thunder. The extreme realm was different from the other void spirit intents. It couldn't pass through magical treasures to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. Its power was extremely terrifying and could kill countless experts at the same time. In the 7th region of Demon Sinister Forest, Bone Sovereign had used the red lightning to kill several void fragmentation old monsters and defeated the little Sable Mei Chen. But today, the red lightning of the extreme realm was broken by Ning Fan, even though it was released by Bone Sovereign's gold core true soul. At the last moment, Ning Fan was ruthless and merciless. He destroyed his own red lightning forcefully with a punch. For the first time, Wang Yao felt a trace of fear towards Ning Fan. Because his strongest magical technique was defeated by Ning Fan, my magical power has been exhausted and my extreme realm has been destroyed. I won't be a match for this kid in a short period of time. I'll escape today. If my true soul is destroyed by this kid, my true body in Demon Sinister Forest will most likely suffer severe injuries or even drop in Cultivation realm. Wang Yao's face was still insolent, but he had already made up his mind to escape. However, he believed that it was impossible for him to escape without using some means. He flicked his finger and a finger bone flew out. With a cold shout, that finger bone immediately turned into white bone ghost soldiers. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 4, 4 gave birth to 8. In an instant, there were nearly 1,000 ghost soldiers standing in the sky, wielding sabers and spears while letting out mournful ghost howls. Each and every one of them was a harmonious spirit expert. As soon as the ghost soldier was summoned, it immediately followed Wang Yao's will and attacked Ning Fan's. As for Wang Yao himself, he retreated. He pointed his finger at the crack in the void, and the pitch-black crack immediately began to dissipate. He took the opportunity to escape. Humph. You want to run? Do you think these harmonious spirit ghosts can stop me? Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He and Bone Sovereign were irreconcilable enemies. If he let go of a trace of Bone Sovereign's true soul today, he would certainly face greater troubles in the future. He must never let him go. Break! He stepped on an icy rainbow and chased after Bone Sovereign. At the same time, his sword sense swept across the place. Everything under the vast sky was enveloped by his sword chi. Nearly 1,000 harmonious spirit ghosts were killed by Ning Fan's sword sense and exploded one after another. They turned into ashes and vanished like smoke in the wind. As for Ning Fan, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His injuries had worsened. One style, summoning 1,000 harmonious spirit ghosts. One style, annihilating 1,000 harmonious spirit experts. All the cultivators of Hu clan felt their blood run cold. What they saw tonight was absolutely unforgettable. If Wang Yao and Ning Fan joined hands, they would be able to wipe out all the experts below the Gold Core realm in Yu country. While escaping, Wang Yao sensed that Ning Fan was chasing after him. His face was filled with shock. He summoned 1,000 harmonious spirit ghosts. Although he didn't think that they could kill Ning Fan, they could at least stop him for a while. However, to his surprise, Ning Fan was able to kill 1,000 harmonious spirit realm cultivators in just a few moves with his powerful sword sense. The power of Ning Fan's sword sense wasn't any weaker than the extreme realm of his body. Impossible. Even the sword sense and sword sense of the ancient cultivators shouldn't have such power. What kind of sword chi did this kid fuse with his sword sense? How could it be so domineering? Wang Yao's voice was very low, but Ning Fan seemed to have heard him and sneered. It's the immortal execution sword chi. What? Impossible. The immortal execution sword chi was used by the ancient heavenly court to kill immortals and Buddhas. How can you control it? Ning Fan's words made Wang Yao's mind confused for the first time. He didn't answer Wang Yao's question out of kindness. He wanted to use the name of immortal execution to scare Wang Yao. Then, he would use his last trump card. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the Dan fragmentation cauldron. Wang Yao, who was running away, naturally didn't put it in his heart when he saw that it was only an early high-grade magical treasure. But immediately, the Dan fragmentation cauldron flickered with a dim light. Wang Yao's face turned ugly as he was stopped by the dim light. Body-fixing divine ability. Damn it. Why did I have to encounter such a troublesome divine ability when I wanted to retreat? The Dan fragmentation cauldron had the body-fixing divine ability. It might not be able to smash Wang Yao to death, but it could still stop him for a moment. Wang Yao thought that it wouldn't be difficult to break the body-fixing divine ability. But just as he broke free from the body-fixing divine ability, Ning Fan's icy light flashed and was only 10 zhang away from him. At this moment, Ning Fan's hidden killing intent was released for the first time. It went straight to Wang Yao's heart like a raging wave. What level of killing intent is this? Wang Yao's expression changed drastically, but something unexpected happened. He saw Ning Fan patting the top of his head. An illusory incarnation that looked exactly the same as him shot out like a black light. The incarnation's expression was as cold as ice. When it appeared, it was slightly unstable as if it would explode at any time. But there was a trace of half-step nascent soul realm aura on this incarnation. It made Wang Yao shiver in fear. Half-step nascent soul realm incarnation. How is this possible? Ah. He let out a blood-curdling scream as Ning Fan's sense soul incarnation broke through Wang Yao's unparalleled physical defense with a claw. It crushed all the immortal veins in his body and destroyed his cultivation base, but after destroying Wang Yao's physical body, Ning Fan didn't relax at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a starlight sword shadow towards another hidden place. There was nothing in that place, but after being slashed by the separation slayer, a shrill scream was heard. A soul emerged with an invisible flame burning on top of it. This soul was a trace of Bone Sovereign's true soul that escaped from Wang Yao's body before he died, but it didn't escape Ning Fan's perception. After losing his physical body, a trace of his true soul was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered under the soul-burning divine ability of the separation slayer. For the first time in his life, Bone Sovereign's illusory and painful face begged for mercy. Let this trace of my true soul go. After I unify the young world, I will divide the world equally with you. However, Ning Fan only responded with a sneer when he begged for mercy. Do you think I will believe you? The separation slayer fiercely slashed down. And this trace of Bone Sovereign's true soul died with a sky-high resentment. After retrieving the sense soul incarnation and the separation slayer, Ning Fan immediately swallowed a pill to regulate his breathing. Without resting, he immediately returned to Hu Clan. Cold Moon Mountain. From the moment he chased after Bone Sovereign to the moment he killed the trace of Bone Sovereign's true soul, it was only a dozen breaths of time. At this moment, the spatial seal that Bone Sovereign planted in Hu Clan had yet to dissipate completely. As for Ning Fan, he had to deal with Hu Clan before the spatial crack disappeared. After all, he had used too many trump cards to kill the Bone Sovereign. If he were to ignore the Hu Clan, he would be doomed. If he left Hu Clan alone, it would certainly cause a lot of trouble. He could either kill or subdue them. As for how to deal with Hu Clan, he still needed to see what kind of person the old ancestor of Hu Clan was and whether he was worth subduing. Ning Fan immediately turned around and returned to Cold Moon Mountain. Not long after he left, a green-robed middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor emerged. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life and full of emotion. The master of Sinister Sparrow sect, Sinister Sparrow. Initially, I wanted to eliminate this Wang Yao personally, but it seems like I'm no match for him. At least, I couldn't withstand that red lightning. I didn't expect Ning Fan to have hidden his strength so deeply. I just don't know the origin of the void fragmentation expert that he killed. It seemed to be a ghost, most likely an expert of Demon Sinister Forest. AI, what did this kid do in Demon Sinister Forest to attract the pursuit of a void fragmentation expert? Judging from his words, it seemed like Sinister Sparrow had been tracking Wang Yao for a long time and was also preparing to eliminate him tonight. In Demon Sinister Forest, Ning Fan and Wang Yao's results were the strangest. As the master, it was impossible for Sinister Sparrow not to investigate it. As for Ning Fan, it wasn't strange at all. After all, Ning Fan's master was the old devil, a true immortal expert. There were only a few people in Rain Immortal World who knew about him. As a good friend of the old devil, Sinister Sparrow naturally knew about him. Sinister Sparrow didn't suspect Ning Fan, but he suspected Wang Yao. The rise of Wang Yao was too strange. He had visited the Wang family once and found that Wang Yao had always been an ordinary person in the family. He had been following Wang Yao for days and nights and witnessed how Wang Yao annihilated the cultivators of Yu country. He had concluded that Wang Yao had ulterior motives in Sinister Sparrow sect. Sinister Sparrow was prepared to kill Wang Yao tonight, but it seemed like it would be difficult for him to kill Wang Yao alone. If they fought, there was a 50% chance that he would be killed by Wang Yao's red lightning. Fortunately, Ning Fan had intervened, otherwise, Sinister Sparrow wouldn't dare to think about it anymore. Initially, I was thinking of helping him to settle the conflict between him and Revered Bai. But now it seems like there's no need to help him. That old bastard by fading is simply asking for humiliation. Sinister Sparrow smiled faintly. He felt gratified when he thought that Ning Fan was his son-in-law and a disciple of his sect. Old man Han, your eyesight has finally improved for once. This disciple of yours might be able to avenge you. In the 7th region of Demon Sinister Forest, Bone Emperor was in seclusion, recovering a trace of his true soul that had been separated from his body. The damage to the soul was the hardest to heal. Separating a trace of his true soul and sneaking out of Demon Sinister Forest was a huge loss to Bone Sovereign. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of void fragmentation, but because of the separation of his true soul, his cultivation base had almost dropped. However, the thought of separating his true soul would not only allow him to kill that human brat, he might even be able to rampage in the young world and cultivate the body of his true soul to the void fragmentation realm. After that, he returned to Demon Sinister Forest. It would be a piece of cake for him to break through to the 6th level of void fragmentation after merging with his true soul. Killing Ning Fan was his main goal, but it wasn't his biggest goal. Bone Sovereign had great ambition. He had always wanted to conquer the young world. Ning Fan's appearance was just an opportunity for him. Bone Sovereign was in seclusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened in anger and a mouthful of blood flowed out from his mouth. His divine soul was greatly damaged and his cultivation base dropped rapidly. 4th level of void fragmentation, 3rd level of void fragmentation. He was just a hair's breadth away from falling to the 2nd level of void fragmentation. Damn it! What happened to my true soul? He closed his eyes in anger. The memories of his true soul gradually replayed in his mind. This ability wasn't possessed by his clone. Every scene that fell into Bone Sovereign's eyes turned into sharp killing intent. The one who killed his true soul was the human brat that he had never put in his eyes. Ning Fan, Ning Fan, Ning Fan. One day, when I leave the demon sinister forest, I will definitely tear you into pieces. He roared with immense magical power. His voice spread to the 6th, 5th, and 4th region. In fact, he had even heard about it in the 3rd region. Mei Chen, who was trying her best to recover her strength, was lazily lying in the Purple Clan. A figure appeared in her mind from time to time. That figure had teased her countless times, but now, he had already left. Bah! Why am I thinking about him? That heartless bastard has already treated me like this. Why didn't he express his gratitude? She cursed Ning Fan 1,000 times in her mind. But at this moment, she heard Bone Sovereign's roar. Her face lit up. She could sense a trace of instability in Bone Sovereign's voice. Bone Sovereign was severely injured. His cultivation base had dropped. If she were to consume some spiritual herbs to recover her cultivation base and return to the 7th region, she might be able to defeat Bone Sovereign and become the overlord of the 7th region again. Humph. Bone Sovereign, you finally got your retribution. However, it's really hard to imagine who could injure you. Mei Chen laughed heartily, but after hearing Bone Sovereign insulting Ning Fan again and again, she vaguely understood something. Impossible. Could it be that Ning Fan injured Bone Sovereign? How did he do it? And what's his purpose? He seemed to be dealing with Bone Sovereign. Mei Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Then, she had a thought that she thought was absurd. Could it be that Ning Fan dealt with Bone Sovereign because of me? Bah. Bah. Why would he take such a huge risk for me? But what if? His face was filled with killing intent. Tonight, he had revealed too many of his trump cards when he killed Wang Yao. In order to avoid trouble in the future, eliminating these witnesses was undoubtedly the most convenient thing to do. He slightly released his spirit sense with a trace of murderous intent, engulfing the 200 li radius of the Cold Moon Mountain. Every cultivator of Hu Clan was affected by Ning Fan's spirit sense. It was as if Ning Fan only needed a thought to turn the ethereal spirit sense into a sword sense that could take away their lives. Under the pressure of this spirit sense, cultivators below Harmonious Spirit Realm couldn't even stand straight. The remaining Harmonious Spirit cultivators of Hu Clan, including the commander of the Hu Guards, Hu Ming, were looking at the young man on the mountain peak with reverence. As for old ancestor Hu Fengzi, he felt Ning Fan's pressure the most. He had temporarily broken through to the Gold Core realm after consuming the decaying corpse pill, but he still felt that his life and death were beyond his control under Ning Fan's spirit sense. This Ning Fan could easily annihilate Hu Clan, just like the void fragmentation old monster. Since Ning Fan had returned and the void fragmentation old monster was nowhere to be found, it undoubtedly meant that Ning Fan had killed the old monster. Hiss. Slashing the void fragmentation. With this thought, Hu Fengzi's fear towards Ning Fan rose to an unprecedented level. The scenes of Ning Fan's strange means appeared in his mind, making his hair stand on end. He was horrified to realize that Ning Fan wanted to silence them and annihilate Hu Clan. Hu Fengzi could understand that any one of Ning Fan's means would be coveted by countless old monsters. If it was Hu Fengzi who exposed his trump card and had the ability to silence them, he naturally wouldn't be merciful. His face was showing signs of life, but his mind was thinking of a way to solve the current crisis. Looking at the cold spring far away and the despair of the cultivators of Hu clan, Hu Fengzi seemed to have made a decision. He dragged his weak body toward the cold moon mountain in a flash of light. He had a calm expression as if he was ready to die. When he was 100 zhang away from the mountain peak, he stopped and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. This old man is the old ancestor of Hu clan, Hu Fengzi. Nice to meet you, Elder Ning. Ning Fan closed his eyes without saying a word. His spirit sense was still locked on Hu Fengzi. If Hu Fengzi made any strange movements, he would die for sure. Elder Ning, can you spare the Hu clan? Hu Fengzi smiled bitterly. I'm not interested in the life and death of the Hu family, but I have to solve the hidden danger. If the cultivators of my Hu clan pledge allegiance to Elder and allow Elder to plant a restrictive spell on them, is it possible for them to live? My Hu clan still has the spirit spring vein. I'm willing to offer it to you with both hands. There are also countless magical treasures and pills that Elder can take for himself. Hu Fengzi gritted his teeth. Given his proud character, he would never allow his Hu clan to become the subordinate of others, but he was even more unwilling to see his descendants die a violent death. Hu Fengzi could see that if Ning Fan really wanted to destroy the Hu clan, he would have killed all the cultivators on the scene the moment he appeared. The reason why he did not make a move was because he had the intention of subduing the Hu clan. Therefore, Hu Fengzi took the initiative to submit to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, looked deeply at Hu Fengzi with admiration in his eyes. You have a good mind, and your personality can be considered steady. You are qualified to be the ancestor of a clan. Don't worry. I just don't want the cultivators of Hu clan to talk too much. Go and gather the cultivators of Hu clan. I'll plant a restrictive spell on them. After that, today's matter will be over. Ning Fan smiled faintly and retracted his spirit sense. As for the cultivators in the Hu clan's territory, they all let out sighs of relief. It wasn't a big deal to Ning Fan whether the Hu clan was exterminated or not. As for the cultivators of Hu clan, they had lost their guards, a few harmonious spirit experts and their old ancestor. Ning Fan no longer put their strength in his eyes. As for the magical treasures and pills of Hu clan, Ning Fan didn't care much about them. Only the spirit spring vein, the cold moon spring, could slightly move Ning Fan. His tone was indifferent, but it gave the cultivators of Hu clan a chance to live. Hu Fengzi's face immediately lit up. Who would be willing to die if they could avoid death? At least they would have a chance to live after being planted with a restrictive spell. Without this person, all the cultivators of Hu clan would have died in the stomach of the Bone Sovereign. Pass down my order. All the cultivators of Hu clan are to gather at the foot of the Cold Moon Mountain. Let Senior Ning plant a restrictive spell on them. As the old ancestor of Hu clan, no one dared to disobey his order. As for the cultivators of Hu clan, after knowing that they were going to be planted with a restrictive spell by Ning Fan and lose their freedom, each of them revealed a worried expression. Ning Fan descended from the Cold Moon Mountain with a flash of an icy rainbow. Not long after, Hu Fengzi led a group of cultivators to the foot of the mountain. Senior, please plant a restrictive spell on us. Hu Fengzi cupped his fists at Ning Fan respectfully, but the death chi on his face was getting stronger. The death chi on his face was getting stronger. The medicinal power of the decaying corpse pill was fading away. Once the time is up, he would die. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He found this Hu Fengzi quite pleasing to the eyes. This man was indeed worthy of being the clan lord for many years. He was willing to die for his clan members. If he could stay in Hu clan, he would be a great help. Unfortunately, the decaying corpse pill was a pill that would lead one to death. In order to gain strength, one had to pay the price of blood. This was the heavenly Tao. Even Ning Fan couldn't save Hu Fengzi. After withdrawing his emotions, Ning Fan planted a restrictive spell on the sea of consciousness of the cultivators of Hu clan. Each and every one of them was planted with a restrictive spell. With a complicated sigh, they went to clean up the ruins of the clan and rebuild their homeland. The void had been completely sealed off. Ning Fan didn't want to stay any longer. Under Hu Fengzi's lead, he came to the land of Hu clan. He shook the cauldron ring and kept the entire spirit spring into the red misty space. This method was unimaginable. Hu Fengzi immediately recognized that Ning Fan's cauldron ring was a legendary heavenly dwelling magical treasure. Spatial magical treasures could store things, but only heavenly dwelling magical treasures could store rivers and mountains. Ning Fan's method was shocking. If he could take care of Hu Clan a little, he wouldn't have any worries after his death. He hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and begging Ning Fan. Elder Ning, this old man has a request. I can't remove the toxicity of the decaying corpse pill for you. This pill is used to exchange one's lifespan for cultivation. Obtaining it would mean losing it. Ning Fan's tone was a little helpless because his younger brother, Ning Gu, had also practiced the same vicious cultivation method as the life-sealing ruler. This kind of loss of vitality couldn't be replenished by pills. The heavenly Tao wouldn't tolerate it. Cultivators could push mountains with their fists and fill the sea with their fingers, but they couldn't go against the heavenly Tao. This was the helplessness of cultivators. No, this old man knows that I'm going to die. I don't want to live. This old man only has one request. After I die, can Elder Ning take care of Hu Clan? Hu Fengzi pleaded. He knew that Ning Fan planted the mental seal on Hu Clan just to seal their mouths. In fact, Ning Fan had no interest in Hu Clan. If Hu Clan was in trouble, it was hard to say whether he would help or not. However, he still hoped that Ning Fan would help because Hu Clan had lost their guards. If he died, the enemies of Hu Clan wouldn't turn a blind eye to them. Even Purple Light Sect, which had a good relationship with Hu Clan, might turn around and suppress Hu Clan. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivation. Ning Fan slightly frowned at Hu Fengzi's request. But before he could refuse, Hu Fengzi put away all his hesitation, revealed a determined look and pleaded solemnly. If Elder Ning promises to help Hu Clan 3 times, this old man is willing to give up reincarnation and condense a cultivation pill with my lifetime's cultivation base as a gift to Elder Ning. Initially, this old man wanted to leave this pill for Hu Ming, but it seems like he is still too young to take on such a great responsibility. Cultivation pill. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. His gaze towards Hu Fengzi was filled with emotions. You have done too much for the clan. This old man doesn't regret it. Elder Ning, tell me, are you going to agree or not? Forget it. If I get the cultivation pill, I, Ning Fan, promise to help Hu Clan 3 times in my lifetime. Many thanks. Hu Fengzi looked at the busy cultivators from afar and revealed a gratified smile. As for Ning Fan, he felt slightly disappointed and closed his eyes. The cultivation pill was similar to the Dao fruit. After consuming it, it could directly increase a cultivator's cultivation base without any worries. It wasn't like a pill that would make the cultivator's magical power weak after consuming it. The difference was that the Dao fruit was condensed from the magical power of the person who was killed, while the cultivation pill was condensed from the magical power of a living person at the cost of his or her soul. Everyone would die one day, and even if a cultivator died, he or she would still desire to enter reincarnation and cultivate again. However, Hu Fengzi was willing to sacrifice his own soul to concoct a cultivation pill just to ask Ning Fan to help him 3 times. As a patriarch, he was qualified. Tonight, Ning Fan thought about a question for the first time. What was he cultivating and what was the purpose of his cultivation? In the eyes of the cultivation world, Hu Fengzi's method was extremely stupid and worthless. However, Ning Fan felt that if he was Hu Fengzi, he would also choose the same path. The heart devil was getting stronger and stronger. With the cultivation pill that was comparable to the Dao fruit, Ning Fan could go into seclusion to eliminate the heart devil and break through to the gold core realm. The only thing he lacked was time. Elder Ning, follow me to the Cold Moon Mountain. This old man wants to die there. Hu Fengzi smiled bitterly. Sure, I will send you to the Dao Death. Ning Fan's tone was flat. In an instant, he vaguely felt that his current state of mind was secretly in line with the true meaning of sending the monarch death. Have you heard about it? The culprit who killed dozens of cultivators has been executed. It seems that the old ancestor of Hu Clan took the decaying corpse pill and perished together with the culprit. However, Hu Clan suffered a great loss and became a third-rate force in Yu country. Their relationship with Purple Light Sect has also been severed. In the dual cultivation palace of Sinister Sparrow Sect, a few female disciples were talking about the sensational event in Yu country. It was just a rumor and a fact. Such a rumor was naturally arranged by Ning Fan. 10 days had passed since the Battle of Kulju country, but the popularity of this event hadn't decreased. Another thing that shook Sinister Sparrow sect was Wang Yao's disappearance. Wang Yao was a deacon disciple, but he left the sect without permission and didn't return for a long time. Many elders had already regarded him as a traitor. This matter gradually subsided after the old ancestor of Wang clan personally came to apologize. Another matter had replaced it and became the latest topic in Sinister Sparrow sect. Ning Fan went into seclusion. Everyone knew that Ning Fan went into seclusion to fight revered Bai. The former was known as the #1 expert below the Gold Core realm in Yu country, while the latter was an old monster who had been famous for a long time. This battle had attracted a lot of attention even in Yu country. However, it was rare to find someone who believed that Ning Fan would win. Ning Fan had monstrous talent, but he was still too young. Plus, he cultivated dual cultivation, which made his combat strength slightly weaker than his peers. As for revered by fading, it was said that his profound ice art had already reached the 4th minor realm of the 3rd level. He had even devoured a 3rd-grade cold chi by chance. Bai Fading's combat strength was unrivaled even among intermediate Gold Core experts. He had even fought with the late Gold Core old monster of Great Void sect, Elder Song Feng, for a few days, but there was no clear winner. This showed how powerful he was. In the Dual Cultivation Palace, the topic of the female disciples gradually shifted to Ning Fan. Bai Lu, who was meditating on the futon at the side, knitted her brows from time to time, as if she would feel irritated just by hearing Ning Fan's name. When he sensed that a woman had arrived at the Dual Cultivation Palace, he immediately withdrew his frustration and calmed down. She got up and gently brushed the dust off her thin gauze gown. Then, she led the female disciples to the Dual Cultivation Palace to welcome Ning Fan. Ever since Ning Fan went into seclusion, a blue-robed lady would come to visit him every day. She would always stand outside Ning Fan's stone chamber for a long time. Young Master Lan Mei. Even Bai Lu didn't dare to slight her. Greetings, young master. Bai Lu bowed gracefully with an unnatural smile. Is he still in seclusion today? Lan Mei's tone was cold, with a trace of dignity of a superior. Yes. Bai Lu seemed reluctant to talk about Ning Fan. Bai Lu, come with me. I have something to ask you. Lan Mei's eyes flickered. Her tone left no room for refusal. As for Bai Lu, she lowered her head slightly and followed Lan Mei into Ning Fan's courtyard. However, the moment they entered the room, Lan Mei could no longer pretend to be cold and arrogant. Instead, she burst out laughing. After her body was healed, Lan Mei was in a good mood, and she smiled more. Sister Bai, there's no one here. You don't have to be so restrained. Today, teach me some more. Are you done yet? I don't want to teach you anymore. Bai Lu no longer pretended to be respectful and said with dissatisfaction. Please teach me, you and Ning Fan have done it so many times. Lan Mei showed a rare trace of pleading. I have nothing to do with him. If you say that again, I won't teach you anymore. Alright. I won't say any more, then sister, quickly teach me. Lan Mei's tone was as if she was talking to her teacher. It was because she liked to learn all kinds of techniques to please Ning Fan from Bai Lu. Now that she was a woman and would be Ning Fan's wife in the future, there were some things that she had to learn properly. She didn't have a mother to teach her, so she came to seek help from the #1 demoness of Dual Cultivation Palace, Bai Lu. Bai Lu knew a lot of Yinhuan technique and bed technique, and this woman seemed to be an outsider just like Ning Fan. No matter what, Lan Mei was the young master. Bai Lu didn't dare to offend her, so she could only teach her everything she knew. No one knew that the Heaven's Pride of Sinister Sparrow sect, Lan Mei, and the #1 demoness of Sinister Sparrow sect, Bai Lu, were talking about erotic secret techniques in Ning Fan's room. Ning Fan had no idea what was happening in the outside world. This seclusion only lasted for half a year. It was a long time for mortals, but it was too short for cultivators. It was so short that it wasn't enough for them to do too many things. Sweeping away all the distracting thoughts, Ning Fan only had one thought in his mind in the quiet and dim stone chamber. Improve my strength. After the battle with Wang Yao, Ning Fan realized his own shortcomings. He had more offense but insufficient defense. In terms of fighting experience, he was far superior to his peers, but compared to the real old monsters, his experience was not just a little bit inferior. Gradually, the flaws of his cultivation technique began to show. In the battle with Wang Yao, he was only relying on his trump cards to hold on, while Wang Yao casually cast magical techniques that were extremely powerful. Casting magical techniques didn't only require magical power, but also the corresponding cultivation technique. Although Ning Fan had cultivated the snow-treading art to the second level, he didn't comprehend it in detail. He only learned the ice rainbow escape art and didn't cultivate any other ice element magical techniques. As for the black demon art, he didn't cultivate it at all. He had devoured the black demon flame by chance, but he hadn't used it for a long time because he didn't know any magical techniques, so he couldn't unleash the true power of the black demon flame. If Ning Fan didn't have any trump cards, he would only have two sword chi, fire transformation sword and white bones mountain. Moreover, he had only comprehended the two sword chi, and it was still far from being able to unleash its true power. The silver light that shone through his body was stronger than any peak harmonious spirit body cultivator, but Ning Fan hadn't even cultivated a single body refining technique. The divine ability that law cultivators cultivated was called magical technique. Body cultivators cultivated body refining techniques. Strictly speaking, the giant avatar that Wang Yao displayed that day was a type of body refining technique. Among the divine abilities of the ancient fiend gods, there were many body refining techniques that were far more powerful than magical techniques. Whether it was magical technique or body refining technique, Ning Fan hadn't learned any of them. In the memory of ancient chaos, dual cultivation of body and law, reaching the realm of unity of body and dharma, was the cultivation path of the ancient fiend gods. Bone Sovereign had achieved it, but Ning Fan hadn't succeeded in cultivating either. As for the Separation Slayer, it had the soul-burning divine ability attached to it, but its grade was still pitifully low. No, it should be said that the Separation Slayer had advanced from low grade to high grade in just half a year was already very shocking. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's cultivation advanced even faster, to the point where a low-grade high-grade magical treasure was useless in battle. The Separation Slayer must be refined again. If the rib bone of Bone Sovereign was fused into it, it would certainly increase the power of the Separation Slayer, or even gain some other powerful divine abilities. Thus, the purpose of this seclusion was very clear. First, he must cultivate the black demon art and snow-treading art to the peak of the second level, and master several kinds of ice and fire magical techniques. Secondly, he must cultivate a defensive body refining technique to unleash the full power of the silver light through his body refining realm. Lastly, he must refine the Separation Slayer and fuse it into the rib bone of Bone Sovereign. Apart from that, there were two other magical techniques that Ning Fan had to cultivate: false thought art and defensive thought art. There were three styles in the divine thought art. The first style was concealment, the second style was defense, and the third style was clone. The first style, false thought art, required the consumption of spirit refining grass. Currently, Ning Fan had obtained a lot of spirit refining grass from Meng Chu. The second style, defensive thought art, required the consumption of the magical treasure spirit. Ning Fan also had a few spirit magical treasures. There were too many things that needed to be done. Half a year was too short. However, Ning Fan firmly believed that if he went into seclusion for half a year, he would be able to make up for all his weaknesses and become a true expert, whether it was the cultivation method or the improvement of magical powers. In fact, they were all preparations for breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Even with the inheritance of ancient chaos, the success rate of Ning Fan breaking through to the Gold Core realm was still not high. According to his estimation, he would need at least 10 years of seclusion to have a chance to break through the bottleneck of the Gold Core realm. But if he failed, 10 years of hard work would be wasted in a day. Cultivators with slightly inferior aptitude only had a 10% success rate in breaking through the bottleneck. Those genius cultivators had less than 20% success rate in forming their core. Every Gold Core cultivator had to break through the bottleneck several times before they succeeded. Those who succeeded the first time were all people with heaven-defying luck. Ning Fan was estimating his success rate in his mind. His aptitude wasn't the best, but he wasn't stupid either. He had at least a 20% success rate. If I pluck Bing Ling and Yu Ling to benefit myself at the expense of others, my success rate could reach 30%. Ning Fan's eyes were complicated. He looked at the cauldron ring on his left wrist. For the first time, he hesitated whether to pluck the two girls. But in the end, he didn't have the heart to do it. He couldn't do it to those who had helped him before. After a sigh, he patted the top of his head. The half-step nascent soul sense incarnation was separated from his body. This incarnation had a half-step nascent soul cultivation base, but it was extremely unstable. It couldn't exert much combat power, but it could still be used for sneak attacks and killing blows. Because of condensing this incarnation, half of Ning Fan's divine soul had been lost. This result would lower the success rate of core formation. However, the improvement of spirit sense would increase the success rate. Because I severed my own soul, the success rate of forming my gold core will be 5% lower than ordinary people. But the strength of my spirit sense can also help me resist the heart devil. Therefore, the success rate of forming my gold core will increase instead of decreasing. After that, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a blood-red pill. It was the size of a fingernail, but it contained vast magical power. If one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of a heartbeat coming from the pill. Ning Fan's expression showed a hint of disappointment when he saw the pill. This was the cultivation pill that the old ancestor of Hu clan condensed at the cost of his soul. He was going to give this pill to Hu Ming, but Ning Fan's appearance changed the old ancestor's mind. This cultivation pill is condensed by the early gold core magical power of the old ancestor after he consumed the decaying corpse pill. Its medicinal effect is slightly inferior to the Dao fruit of an early gold core cultivator, but it's not far from it. After consuming this cultivation pill, my success rate of core formation will reach 60%. Finally, he took out an ancient pill scroll that was given to him by Xueqing. A type of third revolution pill was recorded on the pill scroll, and it was called Golden Sunglow Pill. The effect of this pill could increase the success rate of core formation by 10%. He couldn't increase it, but who could guarantee that if he failed to reach core formation, he wouldn't lose that 10% chance of success? Moreover, even if the core formation failed, it could still accumulate magical power to lay the foundation for the next breakthrough. It could also shorten the time needed to break through the bottleneck of the gold core realm. With the addition of this pill, Ning Fan had a 70% success rate of core formation. If this success rate was spread out, every gold core old monster would be dumbfounded. After all, there had never been a cultivator who had such a high success rate. Compared to pursuing the success rate of core formation, those old monsters were more willing to exchange their limited resources for pills that could increase their cultivation base after core formation. They weren't short of time and weren't afraid of failure, but Ning Fan lacked time the most. Core formation was a waste of time. If he failed again, Ning Fan didn't dare to think about the consequences. He didn't dare to imagine the helplessness he would feel when he faced Moksha Emperor 100 years later. 70% success rate isn't low, but I want a higher success rate. If I dual cultivate body and law, the success rate will be increased by 5%. If I can cultivate the black demon art and snow treading art to the third realm, the success rate of core formation will increase by another 10%. 85% is the limit that I can reach. If I still fail to form my core, then everything will be the will of heaven. Ning Fan smiled helplessly. The will of the heaven. Who could go against the will of the heaven? The old monster was teased by the will of the heaven, turning from a true immortal to a harmonious spirit and a cripple without any cultivation base. No matter how strong a cultivator was, he wouldn't have a good ending if he angered the will of the heaven. Going against the will of the heaven was too difficult. If it was possible, Ning Fan wouldn't choose the path of going against the will of the heaven. It was too difficult, painful, and lonely. But if he still failed with an 85% success rate, he would have to form the core even if he had to go against the will of the heaven. Start the seclusion. First, I need to comprehend 2 cultivation laws. The more people there are, the better. The third art of the divine art of thought could be used here. Body art of thought, clone art. Ning Fan's fingers formed an incantation gesture. Immediately, illusory clones emerged from his body. They looked exactly the same as the original body, except that they had no cultivation base. These clones belonged to the category of fake clones, completely different from incarnations. Using them in battle would be suicide, but if they were used to comprehend, in an instant, Ning Fan had created more than 100 clones. This was the limit of his half-step nascent soul spirit sense. He immediately gave the first order to the clones. All of you can live for 3 days. Within these 3 days, I want all of you to comprehend the black demon art and snow treading art together. Yes. More than 100 clones answered in unison. 100 people comprehending cultivation laws at the same time was 100 times faster than an ordinary person. Although this would put a huge burden on his spirit sense, Ning Fan was confident that he could endure the pain. It wouldn't be difficult to comprehend the 2 cultivation laws to the peak of the 2nd level in half a year. The first transformation was when Ning Fan obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance. He transformed from a mortal into a cultivator. The second transformation was when Ning Fan completely assimilated into the identity of a cultivator and became a true expert. While Ning Fan was in seclusion, 7 Apricot City was also quietly changing. In the city lord's room, Jihe and Xianxia were sleeping in their clothes. It seemed like they had a long conversation last night. The innocent Jihe and the amnesiac Xianxia seemed to be very compatible. The morning light shone through the window. Jihe lazily turned over and continued to sleep. As for Xianxia, her body suddenly trembled as if she was electrocuted. Immediately, her beautiful eyes opened as if she had just woken up. It wasn't that she had woken up, but the memory that was sleeping in her body had burst out. Ning Fan. I remember now. Xianxia revealed a resentful expression, but immediately, she felt a pain in her head and fainted. After a long time, Xianxia once again opened her eyes, but this time, her innocent expression was restored. Strange. I had a very strange dream just now. Cici, what happened to you? Jihe rubbed her eyes and asked with a yawn. Nothing. I just had a dream. I dreamt that I became another me. So strange. Xianxia was puzzled. You are thinking too much. Oh right, I am about to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Later, I will go to Commander Nangong to get some dawn and then go into seclusion. Can you protect me? Jihe pleaded. Hearing that Jihe was about to break through to the harmonious spirit realm, Xianxia was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, making her look quite cute. You have never seriously cultivated for a day, yet you are about to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Although she lost her memories, she vaguely remembered that breaking through to the harmonious spirit realm was extremely difficult. Could it be that the silly Jihe actually had such a talent for cultivation? No wonder Master doted on her so much. With the body thought art, Ning Fan's comprehension speed was 100 times faster than ordinary people, but the fatigue he had to endure was also 100 times more. Generally speaking, in the cultivation world, each level is divided into 9 small realms. Ordinary people would need several years to increase their cultivation by 1 minor realm, but Ning Fan's 100 clones allowed his cultivation realm to rapidly increase. In just a month, he had cultivated the black demon art to the 1st layer, then broke through the 1st layer and reached the 2nd layer. At this moment, the fire element of the black demon art was balanced with the ice element of the snow treading art, secretly conforming to the principle of yin and yang. However, Ning Fan didn't feel relaxed because he still needed to comprehend the 2 cultivation laws to the peak of the 2nd level. In other words, he needed to break through to the 9th realm of the 2nd level. In the 2nd level, every increase in realm would increase the power of the magical technique by at least 10%. In total, the magical technique of a harmonious spirit cultivator at the peak would be more than twice as powerful as a cultivator of the same level. In order to cultivate the cultivation laws, Ning Fan put in a lot of effort. To comprehend the fire element cultivation laws, he took out the black demon flame and white bone flame for his clones to study. To comprehend the ice element cultivation laws, he took out the bone prison chi for his clones to study. Heavenly frost cold chi and earth vein demonic flame were hard to obtain for ordinary people, but Ning Fan already had 3 of them. Like this, the 2nd month passed. Ning Fan's cultivation laws successfully broke through to the 6th realm of the 2nd level and officially reached the peak of the 2nd level. After 3 months of seclusion, Ning Fan's magical power didn't increase, but his aura became more imposing, making people breathless. He withdrew all of his clones and pointed a finger, shooting out a black fire dragon. This black demon flame was one of the 9 dragon flames of the black demon flame. When Ning Fan first cultivated it, it was enough to injure an early harmonious spirit Yuchi. But now, with his peak harmonious spirit magical power and the peak of the second level, this fire dragon was enough to kill a peak harmonious spirit cultivator even without any magical technique. Ning Fan's eyes flickered, then he pointed his finger and cast the first fire element magical technique of the black demon art. Dragon Vortex. Inside the stone chamber, the black demonic fire suddenly spread out like a black ocean. It swept towards a huge rock that was 100 feet tall in the stone chamber. That rock was of sword-testing rock. It was usually placed in a stone chamber for cultivators to use their magical techniques to attack. There was no other use for this stone. It was extremely hard, but its weakness was that it lacked flexibility and ductility, so it could not be used to forge magic treasures. This stone was precious and hard to come by. Lan Mei had begged for this piece from her father. However, after the flames engulfed the boulder, it didn't seem to be damaged at all. It was evident how hard it was. In terms of defense, this stone seemed to be even stronger than peak harmonious spirit experts. However, Ning Fan changed his incantation gesture. Immediately, the black devil flames turned into a fiery whirlpool, revolving around the gigantic boulder violently. As it spun, the faint roar of a dragon came from the center of the vortex. Immediately, the power of the flames doubled. Dragon Vortex, first rotation. After the first revolution, even a false core cultivator would be incinerated. As for the giant rock, it emitted sizzling sounds. Although it wasn't damaged, its surface was melting at an undetectable speed. Second rotation. At this critical moment, Ning Fan reluctantly performed the incantation gesture, forcibly causing the fiery whirlpool to spin once more. After the second revolution, the whirlpool became even more violent and the power of the heart flame doubled again. It could even severely injure an early gold core cultivator. Under the power of the flame, tiny rock chips began to peel off from the sword-testing rock. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to prove that the magical technique had successfully injured the giant rock. After withdrawing the dragon vortex, Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were burning with passion. Dragon Vortex. This technique had a total of 9 revolutions. Every time one of the revolutions was completed, the power of the magical technique would double. The second revolution could injure an early gold core cultivator. The third revolution could injure by fading. If he could successfully condense a fire dragon in the third revolution, he could even injure a late gold core cultivator. If I can cultivate this technique to the third revolution and condense a fire dragon, I won't need to use every move as my trump card when fighting gold core cultivators in the future. I only need to use ordinary magical techniques, and I don't need to hurt myself first before hurting others in every battle. Ning Fan smiled faintly, but immediately, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression turned cold. He raised his finger, channeled the cold magical power, and pointed at the giant rock. This cold magical power didn't have the support of the heavenly frost cold chi, so its power wasn't that great. However, when the cold chi enveloped the sword-testing rock, the scorching hot rock suddenly encountered extreme coldness and began to crumble immediately. The core of the rock didn't crumble, but an inch of the rock chips began to peel off crazily. When the fire reaches the extreme, use ice. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was a principle that every tool refinement master would understand. When refining magical treasures, the most taboo was the rapid exchange of heat and cold, as it would easily cause the incomplete magical treasure to break. Ning Fan realized that this principle could also be used in a battle. Imagine, if he encountered an enemy with a defense like a tortoise and a body as hard as a rock, he would first attack with a dragon vortex fire and then use a tyrannical ice magical technique. No matter how strong the tortoise shell was, it would still be shattered. There were only 3 types of ice magical techniques recorded in the snow treading art. The first type was the ice light escape art, which Ning Fan was already used to. The second type was the ice armor body, which could increase the magical defense. This magical technique was rare, so Ning Fan would naturally learn it. The third type was the Tenli blizzard, which could turn a Tenli area into a snowy world. This technique was extremely mysterious because it could change the weather. Perhaps the reason why ancient chaos remembered the snow treading art was because of this technique. Once the Tenli area was turned into a snowy battlefield, his ice magical power would be inexhaustible within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and he could obtain as much as he wanted from the snowy world. This technique was heaven-defying. And it was difficult to practice it. But the most important thing was, none of the three styles of the snow treading art were ice magical techniques. They seemed to be auxiliary magical techniques. Without a high-grade ice magical technique, Ning Fan could only settle for a low-grade ice technique, the ice rain technique. The ice rain technique was a spirit-level magical technique. Its effect was to turn magical power into ice rain that was as sharp as thorns, suitable for dealing with groups of enemies. 100 drops of ice rain could be considered as minor achievement, 1,000 ice rain could be considered as major achievement, 9,000 ice rain could be considered as perfect, and beyond 9,000 ice rain could be considered as limitless. This technique was considered as an extremely common magical technique in the cultivation world. But on second thought, Ning Fan felt that it would be better to use an ordinary ice magical technique to freeze the enemy who was burned by the fire magical technique. After being burned by the tyrannical dragon vortex, what would be the enemy's first thought when they saw Ning Fan using an ordinary ice attack? It would be that Ning Fan's magical power was depleted and he couldn't cast a stronger ice technique. It would be that this technique wasn't a concern, it would be carelessness and lack of preparation. To make the enemy careless was far more important than the level of the magical technique itself. There was an old saying in the cultivation world, those who are good at swimming will drown, and those who hold an umbrella will get wet. Sometimes, using a high-grade magical technique to attack and attract the enemy's attention was far inferior to using a low-grade magical technique to trick the enemy and injure them. Many experts who were cautious all their lives often died not in the hands of experts, but due to carelessness. After the dragon vortex, it would be the ice rain. This ice rain would probably kill a lot of people. In this case, I will diligently cultivate my magical techniques in the following days. I must cultivate the dragon vortex technique and the ice rain technique to a higher realm. A month later, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. His left eye was cold while his right eye was blazing hot. He pointed his right finger and the black fire burned the sword-testing stone like a vortex. First revolution. The stone body slightly trembled. Second revolution. Stone chips began to peel off from the stone body. Third revolution. The stone body shook violently and faintly began to crack. A black fire dragon leaped out from the vortex and fiercely bit the sword-testing stone. The power of the fire increased. Instantly, the sword-testing stone cracked like clouds. However, this wasn't the end. Ning Fan's hand seal suddenly changed and the dragon fire disappeared. What followed was 1,000 ice rain in the stone chamber. 1,000 ice rain turned into 1,000 ice thorns and fell down. Its power was enough to injure an intermediate harmonious spirit cultivator, but it didn't seem to be worth mentioning to a gold core expert. But when the ice rain hit the sword-testing stone instantly let out a thunderous boom and shattered into pieces. The sword-testing stone that was strong enough to withstand a peak gold core attack was shattered just like that. The tremor spread from the stone chamber of Dual Cultivation Palace, turning into a strong earthquake that swept across the entire Dark Sparrow Valley. The experts of the sect were shocked and left their houses. When they knew that it wasn't an invasion, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction of Dual Cultivation Palace. They were shocked to find that the tremor was caused by Ning Fan, who was in seclusion in Dual Cultivation Palace. What kind of magical technique is Elder Ning studying in the stone chamber? How could it be so powerful? In the White Palace, Bai Fading, who was condensing cold chi, suddenly stood up and stared at the Dual Cultivation Palace in disbelief. The others didn't know what the rumbling sound was, but he knew. Impossible. Ning Fan has only been in seclusion for 4 months and he has already shattered the sword-testing stone. Bai Fading's face was filled with unwillingness. He had also shattered the sword-testing stone before, but that was the result of him continuously attacking the stone with magical power during his seclusion for dozens of years. However, Ning Fan had only been in seclusion for 4 months and he had already shattered the sword-testing stone. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate this young man in this gamble. Humph. No matter what, I won't lose to you as long as I devour this 4th-grade cold chi. Bai Fading stared at the purple cold chi in the cold cauldron in front of him. I will never lose to Han Yuanji's disciple. Your superior grade magic treasure, this old man is taking it for sure. In the 4th month, magical techniques soared in the stone chamber, and in the end, the sword-testing stone was broken. In the 5th month, the sword chi scattered in all directions, accompanied by blazing fire chi and white bone sword shadows. In the 6th month, the stone chamber was quiet. Occasionally, there would be the sound of footsteps and the cry of a spirit. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The stone chamber gradually quieted down, only the occasional sound of burning earth fire could be heard. Vaguely, there were signs of the emergence of a divine weapon. Ning Fan had learned a few magical techniques. His two-sword chi became more proficient and his comprehension became deeper. As for his body refining technique, he had mastered the Zhang 6-meter body. What made Ning Fan happy was the minor completion of the false thought art and defensive thought art. Inside the stone chamber, Ning Fan put one hand behind his back and flicked his other finger. Immediately, a sword light shot out from his finger and turned into fire. He stomped on the ground, causing the stone chamber to tremble. Countless white-boned shadows appeared on the ground, and a faintly discernible bloodline was condensed by his murderous aura and drifted among the shadows. After retrieving the two-sword chi, Ning Fan smiled. He had finally comprehended the minor completion of the two-sword chi. Now, he didn't need to use his sword, he could activate the sword chi with just a stomp of his finger. He collected his thoughts, closed his eyes, and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Immediately, silver light appeared around his body, and within the silver light, he grew to a height of 6 feet. His muscles were sturdy, and his strength was astonishing. His physique changed greatly, and he was no longer thin and weak. This technique was a body-refining technique that he cultivated. Compared to Moksha Emperor and Bone Emperor who could transform into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, the 6-meter height seemed insignificant. However, this was Ning Fan's first time cultivating a body-refining technique, which was already very rare. Moreover, after transforming into a 6-meter-tall body, Ning Fan's physical defense doubled and his strength increased by 30%. With the strength of his physical body, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a harmonious spirit with a single punch. This body-refining technique meant that even if Ning Fan's magical power was depleted in the future, he would still be able to fight. After all, the body-refining technique consumed the power of blood and qi, not the magical power. After retrieving the 6-meter image, Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, his eyes suddenly focused and his appearance began to change rapidly. Meng Chu, Xueqing, Zhou Ming, Nanyang Zi, Yuqi, Sinister Sparrow, all the people whom Ning Fan had met before and whose cultivation base was lower than his spirit sense realm appeared one after another. It wasn't that the appearance was fake, even the aura was exactly the same, false thought formula. This technique allowed him to change his body shape and conceal himself. Unless his spirit sense was higher than Ning Fan's, no one would be able to see through his disguise. Ning Fan's spirit sense had reached the half-step nascent soul realm. This meant that no one in Yu country would be able to see through his concealment. He changed back to his original appearance, dispelled the pseudo-thought mantra, and closed his eyes. A faintly discernible aura gradually rose within his body. All of a sudden, he patted his storage pouch and took out a mid-grade flying sword. He flicked his finger and the flying sword suddenly changed direction after flying for 3 zhang. It turned around and stabbed towards Ning Fan's chest. A middle-grade flying sword. Unless Ning Fan activated the Zhang 16 physique, he would definitely die if the sword pierced through his chest. However, the strange thing was that when the mid-grade flying sword and dagger were 3 feet away from Ning Fan, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier and couldn't get any closer. The void in front of Ning Fan was reverberating with ripples like waves, revealing the aura of spirit sense. If any cultivator saw this, they would definitely be shocked because this method of defending against the flying sword was actually completed with spirit sense. Defensive thought formula. Ning Fan kept the flying sword and revealed a carefree smile. The biggest gain from this seclusion was definitely the cultivation of the spirit sense formula. Before cultivating, Ning Fan had never thought that the spirit sense formula would be so mysterious that it was far beyond his expectation. In terms of profundity, it might not be weaker than the yin-yang transformation. After swallowing the spirit-refining grass, only nascent soul realm cultivators would be able to see through his concealment and disguise. After shattering 5 magical treasure spirits, the spirit sense formula would be able to withstand the killing blow of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Of course, Ning Fan's cultivation of these 2 techniques wasn't perfect. If the spirit sense formula was cultivated to grand completion, it could even conceal itself from spirit sense which was far beyond one's own detection. As for the spirit sense formula, Ningfan's limit was to use it once a day. Using it a second time would cause great damage to spirit sense, and using it a third time would definitely shatter his sea of consciousness. If he wanted to cultivate the spirit sense formula to a higher realm, he would need more spirit refining grass and magical treasure spirits. Spirit sense formula was still manageable as there were traces of it in the Rain Immortal world, but spirit refining grass. Ningfan couldn't imagine whether there would be a weirdo like Meng Chu who could grow spirit refining grass by accident in the Rain Immortal world. Half a year of seclusion seemed to be very successful. Ningfan's magical power didn't increase, but his abilities had gained a few more tricks. There seemed to be only one thing left, which was to refine the separation slayer. Ningfan walked to the front of the smelting cauldron and drew out the earth fire. He opened his mouth and spat out the starlight sword's shadow, which turned into a sparkling and translucent flying sword. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, as if he had made a decision. After a long time, he shook the cauldron ring and took out a section of jade-like rib. Changing the sword bone wouldn't change the essence of the flying sword, but in order to avoid triggering the phenomenon of stars in daytime, Ningfan still spent some immortal jades to set up a pill-grade grand formation in front of the smelting cauldron to conceal the chi of treasure refining. The current him was no longer a nestling cultivator. Thinking back to what he did in 7 Apricot City in the past, he knew that it was extremely dangerous. Even though he had obtained the memory of the immortal emperors, he was still a teenager. His life experience was merely copied from the ancient Chaos era, and he didn't have his own feelings. Today, the battles that he had gone through made him realize the truth of the cultivation world. It wasn't as ugly as he had imagined, and it wasn't like the mythical paradise, but a complicated place. There were emotions, love, conspiracy, and hatred in the cultivation world. It was no different from the world of mortals. If he was careless and died from a sneak attack, it would be too unjust, so he had to be cautious. There was an old saying in the cultivation world, you never know what kind of enemy is lurking in the dark, spying on you. Ningfan's sword sense could kill any expert below early gold core realm, but Bone Sovereign's extreme realm divine intent seemed to be stronger than Ningfan's. Ningfan had the inheritance of the ancient Chaos era, but the little demoness of the godly Void Pavilion had the nobler inheritance of the godly Void Pavilion. Above the 4 heavens, there were countless inheritances of immortal emperors and fiend gods. There would always be someone better than you in the universe. Ningfan knew this very clearly from his own experience. So, he had to be cautious. Only by being cautious could he survive in this chaotic world. His mind was spinning, and his state of mind was vaguely improved. He sighed slightly and put away his expression, then he put the separation slayer into the smelting cauldron. The treasure refining technique in the ancient Chaos era's memory is called the 1000 refining technique. It's called the 100 refining technique, the 1000 refining technique, the 1000 refining technique, and the 10,000 refining technique. In order to refine a magical treasure, one has to refine at least 1,000 times. In order to give birth to a treasure spirit, one has to refine at least 10,000 times. But in fact, it doesn't mean that a magical treasure must have a treasure spirit. There's nothing absolute in this world. It's better if a flying sword has a spirit, but it's best if it's a heavy sword without a spirit. Ningfan murmured to himself. Most of the swords worn by cultivators were flying swords. They were used to perform hand seals to fly and slash the enemy. But in ancient times, the fiend gods used their strength to break the heavens. They had to transform themselves into 10,000 zhonglong and engage in a hand-to-hand combat. The sword used to slash the enemy was called the heavy sword. The flying sword emphasized on being light and ethereal, while the heavy sword emphasized on being able to wipe out 1,000 enemies. If the flying sword had a spirit, it would be more accurate and easier for the cultivator to control it with his spirit sense. But if the heavy sword had a spirit, it would be hard to unite with the sword. When facing the enemy, it would be hard to ensure that the sword chi wouldn't be rusty. The separation slayer didn't need a sword spirit because Ningfan had decided to refine it into a heavy sword. However, this didn't mean that he had to destroy the flying sword form of the separation slayer. The treasure refining technique of the ancient Chaos era, the 1000 refining technique, was nothing special, but it had a shocking profundity. If the flying sword reached 100,000 refinements, it would be able to forge a magical treasure with 2 forms. In other words, Ning Fan could switch the separation slayer between a flying sword and a heavy sword with a single thought. This might be shocking in your country, but it wasn't surprising in the Rain Immortal world. True magical treasures did not focus solely on power. Instead, they focused more on change. It was said that the lost Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations and Earthly Fiend 72 transformations were extremely profound transformation techniques. Putting away all the distracting thoughts, Ning Fan began to control the earth fire to separate the bone of the separation slayer. At the same time, he used his spirit sense to control the fire to calcinate the rib of Bone Sovereign. The rib of Bone Sovereign was the bone of a void fragmentation old monster. It had a trace of spirituality and pride, unwilling to become a material for a magical treasure. Therefore, it didn't melt in the earth fire. It was this trace of spirituality that allowed Bone Sovereign to use the bone-searching technique to locate the location of the rib and confirm Ning Fan's identity. The spirituality couldn't be extracted, but it could be erased. Ning Fan's eyes glinted with cold light. His sword sense swept across and went into the rib bone. With a fierce scrape, the spirituality of the rib bone was completely scraped away. A trace of white chi was evaporated in the flame and dissipated. In this way, no matter how heaven-defying Bone Sovereign was, he wouldn't be able to locate the rib. The rib was calcinated in the fire for 3 days and finally melted into a jade-like bone liquid. Ning Fan didn't wait any longer and immediately used his spirit sense to control the fire to force out the separation slayer. After the sword bone was extracted, the grade of separation slayer almost dropped. Almost immediately, Ning Fan guided the bone liquid and fused it into the body of the sword. The separation slayer that was as light as water and dazzling with starlight suddenly began to transform. The 3 feet of starlight became 7 feet long and the blade was 1 foot wide. The body of the sword was like a white bone, white and lusterless. It emitted a heavy and oppressive killing intent, sharp and domineering. This was a heavy sword, a giant white bone sword. Its grade had reached the peak of intermediate grade. It had advanced by more than 1 realm. Separation Slayer, the form of a heavy sword, refined. But it wasn't over yet. When the body of the sword was condensed, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and swept away the water in the sword pond. He then patted his storage pouch and took out the thunder water that he had exchanged in the Merit Palace. This water was the cold condensing spring water used to refine immemorial divine weapons. Its effect was to add a trace of thunder power to the immemorial divine weapons. The only pity was that this thunder water was too rare. When the ancient gods and devils refined divine weapons, there would usually be a pool of thunder water. But now, Ning Fan only had a bottle of cold condensing magical treasure. It wasn't enough, so he had to dilute it and make do with it. He shook the cauldron ring and added the cold moon spring water from Hu Clan into the sword pond and mixed it with the thunder water. The cold moon spring water was actually a famous cold condensing spring water, but it was too ordinary compared to the thunder water. The cold condensing spring water was already present. The last step was to condense the sword body. He patted the furnace and extinguished the fire. Ning Fan used his spirit sense and the separation slayer was immediately drawn into the sword pond. Inside the pond, there was a sizzling sound of steam. As the thunder water evaporated, traces of thunder light separated from the water and went into the giant sword. On the body of the sword, obscure thunder lines were drawn. The sword was formed. Ning Fan waved his hand and the giant sword fell into his hand. Suddenly, his wrist sank and the sword tip fell to the ground, sinking 3 feet into the ground. So heavy. This weight was at least 5,000 jin. Not to mention the power of the thunder, the power of a gold core cultivator would be extremely horrifying. A careless mistake could even kill a gold core cultivator. *Ka. With a cold shout, silver light shone from his body. Ning Fan's strength rose sharply. He pulled out the giant sword from the ground and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. After a loud bang, the ground was shaved off by 1 zhang. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. One should know that the rock on the ground was enough to defend against an early gold core cultivator's all-out attack. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, great craftsmanship is useless. When the heavy sword produces a sharp edge, there is no competition between heaven and earth. In this way, my seclusion has come to an end. Time really flies. This is the life of a cultivator. Ning Fan moved his mind. The giant sword turned back into the starlight flying sword and was kept into his body. He then sat cross-legged and adjusted the magical power in his body. No one knew what Ning Fan had done in the stone chamber. As the date of the battle between Ning Fan and Bai Fading approached, many older experts began to rush to Sinister Sparrow Sect, waiting for this rare battle. A square purple jade platform was suspended in the sky above the outer valley of Sinister Sparrow Sect. It was specially built by Sinister Sparrow for this battle. This purple jade platform was very similar to the jade platform of Heavenly Beast Sect in the past. This also marked that Sinister Sparrow Sect had officially become the #1 evil sect in Yu country after the destruction of Heavenly Beast Sect. There were old experts like Revered Bai and new young experts like Ning Fan in the sect. Sinister Sparrow Sect's prestige was like the sun in the sky. Streaks of flowing light streaked across the sky. The harmonious spirit old monsters traveled on their own in the sky. The wealthy ones came on the immortal cloud, and the famous gold core old monsters came on the ships and traveled in a grand manner. The 500 Eagle Guards of Sinister Sparrow Sect were responsible for maintaining the security of Sinister Sparrow Sect and receiving the guests. Each of the Eagle Guards was at least at the 6th level of the vein-opening realm. They all had an indifferent expression on their faces as they rode on their flying eagle demonic beasts to receive the vein-opening realm guests to the floating jade platform. The commander of the Eagle Guards, Eagle Yang, was in charge of receiving those with high status. Eagle Yang was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was wearing black armor and was riding on a 3-zhang-long silver eagle. Whenever he saw an expert flying towards him, he would immediately greet them. However, his expression and attitude were different according to the opponent's cultivation base. As a late harmonious spirit elder of Sinister Sparrow Sect and the commander of the Eagle Guards, Eagle Yang had his own pride. To the harmonious spirit experts, he would only greet them with a smile. Only to the gold core experts would he greet them. Eagle Yang was even more respectful towards the top 10 experts of Yu country and even the more respected old ancestor level experts of Yu country. Commander Eagle Yang, nice to meet you. I'm an elder of Purple Light Sect, Song Hang. So it's Elder Song Hang, nice to meet you. Eagle Yang put on a fake smile because Song Hang was only an intermediate harmonious spirit elder. This old man is Xianxia, a rogue cultivator. Nice to meet you, Commander Eagle Yang. Oh? So it's fellow Xianxia. Fellow Daoist, please follow me to the purple jade platform. Eagle Yang's tone eased slightly. This Xianxia was an early golden core cultivator. Although he was a rogue cultivator, he was not to be underestimated. I am Lady Yunhua, here to attend Sinister Sparrow Sect's grand meeting. Hiss. I didn't expect Madam to come to my sect to watch the battle. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Eagle Yang's gaze was respectful. Occasionally, he would look at Madame Yunhua's delicate body and swallow his saliva. Lady Yunhua was known as the #1 beauty in Yu country. Although her cultivation was only at the late harmonious spirit realm, there were very few male cultivators who could remain unmoved in front of her. Moreover, her husband was the famous old ancestor of Fire Cloud Sect in Yu country. It was a tradition in the cultivation world for beauties to marry old monsters. Moreover, his identity was something that Eagle Yang did not dare to slight. The only thing that puzzled Eagle Yang was why the dignified Lady Yunhua would come to a place like Sinister Sparrow Sect. One should know that Fire Cloud Old Ancestor was a very narrow-minded person. He would never allow his wife to be spied on by any man. He had always forbidden Lady Yunhua from leaving Fire Cloud Sect. Since Lady Yunhua was here, it must be an order from Fire Cloud Old Ancestor. Fire Cloud Old Ancestor had something important for her to do. This matter must not be known by anyone, including the sect master and the higher-ups of Fire Cloud Sect. Bah! Why should I meddle in other people's business? If I get involved in unnecessary trouble, the consequences can be imagined. Eagle Yang shuddered when he thought of the scariness of Fire Cloud Old Ancestor. He immediately shifted his gaze away from Lady Yunhua's delicate body. The time was half a month later than the time of the battle, but the main character hadn't appeared yet. The guests were happy to wait. Anyway, cultivators didn't lack a few days. A few days wasn't even enough for them to go into seclusion. With so many old monsters gathered here, naturally, they would exchange their cultivation experiences. Perhaps, this was the reason why many old monsters attended the grand meeting. But there are so many old monsters this time. Eagle Yang shook his scarred face and sighed. Immediately, a faintly discernible silhouette appeared behind him and said indifferently. Of course. These experts are naturally here to support this old man. The voice appeared without any warning. Eagle Yang felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person who spoke was someone he knew. In the cultivation world, it was extremely dangerous for one to be invaded from behind. Even if it was in the territory of his own sect. Eagle Yang greets revered Bai. Eagle Yang's eyes swept across Bai Fading's body, revealing a trace of fiery passion. Revered Bai's cultivation base had improved again. He was afraid that Revered Bai's cultivation base had already touched the bottleneck of late gold core realm. Dispense with the formalities. Is Ning Fan here? Bai Fading squinted his old eyes and said in an old-fashioned tone. And no. Elder Ning seems to be still in seclusion. Humph. What an impolite fellow. How dare he make Senior wait for him? Bai Fading knitted his brows in dissatisfaction. He purposely came out of seclusion half a month later so that Ning Fan would have to wait for him for half a month to grind down Ning Fan's spirit. He had never thought that Ning Fan would be so arrogant as to come out of seclusion even later than him. Yes. That Elder Ning is really rude. How dare he make Revered Bai wait for him? Eagle Yang smiled apologetically. Of course, he would do whatever Bai Fading said. But as soon as his words came out, a sense of crisis that was even sharper than when Bai Fading appeared came from behind him. For a moment, not only Eagle Yang, but also Bai Fading's eyes revealed a slight shock because even he didn't know how and when the person appeared. Oh? Commander Eagle Yang seems to have a lot of complaints about me. A teenager in white robe and black cloak appeared behind Eagle Yang without any warning. His face carried a vague smile, but when he met his eyes, Eagle Yang's heart shuddered. He had an illusion that he would die as long as Ning Fan willed it. Elder Ning, Eagle Yang misspoke. Please forgive me, Elder Ning. Scared. Very scared. This was the first time Eagle Yang was so close to Ning Fan. Only now did he realize how terrifying Ning Fan was. It turned out that Ning Fan's reputation wasn't baseless. It was earned with his true strength. Hee. What's wrong? Commander Eagle Yang doesn't need to be flustered. Senior Bai, judging from your condition, it seems like you have just come out from seclusion. Your magical power hasn't recovered to its peak yet. It seems like you still need a few days to adjust your chi. Junior Ning Fan will be waiting for you on the Amethyst Sky platform. I like your title of Revered Devil very much. Ning Fan cupped his fists and flew away with a sway of his body. Bai Fading's facial expression turned extremely ugly. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Ning Fan's words? Ning Fan was mocking him for being disrespectful and speaking ill of a junior behind his back. Humph. You can only be arrogant for now. During the battle, I will let you know the consequences of offending a senior. Bai Fading said with hatred. The moment Ning Fan appeared, Lady Yun Hua, who was chatting with the others lazily on the jade platform, suddenly raised her eyebrows in surprise. Could this kid really be like what my husband said? If so, I will complete my husband's task. The bet is starting. Place your bets. On the Amethyst Sky platform, a young man who looked like a beggar was wildly setting up a bet. On the Sky platform, many cultivators had nothing to do while waiting to watch the battle. So they set up their stalls and exchanged their useless magical treasures and pills with others. However, this was the first time they heard of a beggar setting up a bet. The young beggar had messy hair and ragged clothes. Although his clothes were dirty, his facial features were quite handsome. His beard was unkempt, which made him look somewhat masculine. As soon as they heard that this beggar was going to start a bet, many bored cultivators gathered around him to see what he was going to bet on. The bet is starting. Fellow Taoists, quickly take out your immortal jades. It's a small bet for a big bet. The beggar raised his voice as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Immediately, a few old monsters on the Amethyst Sky platform showed their displeasure. What's this kid's cultivation base? How dare he try to please the crowd? A late harmonious spirit old monster said sternly. Early harmonious spirit, should we kill him? Another intermediate harmonious spirit devil cultivator said plainly. Forget it. This is the territory of Sinister Sparrow. Don't cause any trouble. The beggar didn't seem to know that his loud voice had caused a lot of trouble. His expression was still as indifferent as before. Many experts were interested in betting. This was something that could only be seen in the mortal world. It could be considered as an experience. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist, since you are starting a bet, what are you betting on? How are you going to bet? Many old monsters asked with a smile. Oh, haha, I forgot. Today, I, Shu Buyun, am starting a bet. Naturally, it's about something improvised. Let's bet on the battle between Bai N, revered Bai and Ning Fan. What do you think? Kiss each of the old monsters' expression changed. This unknown early harmonious spirit beggar had the guts to bet on the battle between Ning Fan and revered Bai. Regardless of the odds, betting on the outcome of the battle might offend some people. Forget it, let's listen to the odds first. Each of the old monsters craned their neck, waiting for the beggar's next words. However, the beggar only hummed a tune and didn't say anything else. Cough cough cough. Fellow Taoist, you forgot to tell us the odds. How are we going to bet? An old monster reminded him. Oh. I forgot again. I'm sorry, my memory isn't that good. Oh right, what are we betting on? I forgot. Aren't you betting on the battle between revered Bai and Elder Ning? An old monster said unhappily. So that's how it is. How about this, I will write the odds on the board so that I won't forget about it. The beggar patted his storage pouch and took out an old wooden board. There were all kinds of bets written on it. It seemed like the beggar always gambled here. He used his finger as a blade and used his magical power to cut off the surface of the words. He then took out a brush and dipped it in saliva. There was no ink, but he could still write on the wooden board. Hiss. This wooden board is a 10,000 years heavenly Nanmu. This is the divine brush. It can create words without ink. Legend has it that only the people of Rain Palace can possess it. Who is this beggar? Could he be a divine guard of Rain Palace? The beggar twisted the divine brush and wrote a few crooked words on the wooden board. Ning Fan's win, 1. Ning Fan's draw, 100. Ning Fan's loss, 1,000. After writing a few lines of words, the beggar seemed to be very satisfied with his handwriting. He nodded his head and put all the old monsters aside. He forgot again, he forgot that he was setting up a bet again. The other old monsters sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the odds. Kiss. Was this stall owner a madman? How could he set such odds? If they bet on Ning Fan's win, they would bet 1 immortal jade. If they won, they would only get 1 immortal jade in return. If they bet on Ning Fan's draw, they would get 1 immortal jade in return. If they bet on Ning Fan's loss, they would get 1 immortal jade in return. How was this a bet? This was clearly giving away money. After all, everyone was convinced that Ning Fan would be defeated. There was even no possibility of a draw. No matter what, Bai Fading was a famous old monster in Yu country. If he lost to a young man, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. If they bet on Ning Fan's loss, they would definitely make a profit. If they bet on Ning Fan's draw, they would only lose 1 immortal jade even if they lost. However, if Ning Fan really went against the natural order, or if revered Bai didn't want to win unfairly and allowed Ning Fan to end the match in a draw, they couldn't ignore this possibility. If that was the case, they would still have a chance of making a huge profit if they bet on Ning Fan's draw. As for betting on Ning Fan's victory, none of the old experts believed that Ning Fan would win. Plus, if they bet on Ning Fan's victory, they would only get 1 piece of immortal jade in return. If they lost, they would get nothing and the probability of losing was almost certain. Only a fool would throw money at Ning Fan. I bet 1,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's loss. But I have a question, if I win, I will get 1 million immortal jades in return. Do you have any? The old monster's tone was indifferent, but the question he asked had caught the attention of many old monsters. It was the stall owner's business whether or not they offended anyone in this bet. Since there was a chance to make money, these old monsters naturally wouldn't let it go. No old monster wouldn't be tempted by this almost guaranteed win and 1,000 times profit. Even those who were previously extremely dissatisfied with the beggar's gambling had changed their views one after another. They were tempted and wanted to gamble. However, the odds of 1,000 times, how could this beggar have so many immortal jades to set up a stall? After hearing the question, the beggar who was admiring his own handwriting suddenly turned his head and revealed a surprised look. "Aya, I'm sorry. I forgot to set up a bet again. You asked me if I have money? Are you kidding me? Look at my attire, do I look like I don't have money?" His voice was raised by an octave, making it a little sharp. Each of the old monsters showed a look of disdain. "You're dressed like a beggar. From your appearance, you obviously don't have any money. If it wasn't because of the beggar's 10,000-year heavenly Phoebe wood and the stroke of God, none of the old monsters would talk to him." Feeling everyone's disdain, the beggar seemed extremely dissatisfied. He frowned and patted his storage pouch, taking out a shabby earthen basin. There were 10 immortal jades in it. "These are my belongings. Tell me, is it enough for the bet? I will use these immortal jades to bet." 10 immortal jades? Are you messing with us? Each of the old monsters showed a look of displeasure. 10 immortal jades was impossible to bet. Was he trying to get something for nothing? Are you all blind? These are 10 immortal jades. The beggar showed a look of disbelief. This is 10 immortal jades. There is no 11th immortal jades. Bah. Nonsense. No matter how poor I am, I won't be so poor that I only have 10 immortal jades. Treasure cornucopia, pour it out. The beggar showed a look of anger. He pointed at the earthen basin and turned it upside down, pouring out 10 immortal jades. But when the 10 immortal jades left the basin, there were still 10 immortal jades left. 10 immortal jades were poured out, and there were 10 more. In an instant, the ground was filled with immortal jades, there were thousands of them. Who said I don't have money? I will smash you to death with money. The beggar shouted. All the old monsters present were shocked. According to the legends, the cornucopia was in the hands of the rain world's divine emperor. It was said that all the wealth in the world was contained within it. I'm afraid that the earthen pot in front of me is the cornucopia. No, it must be the cornucopia. 10 immortal jades that can never be used up. If a cultivator had the leisure to spend 8 to 10 years on it, it wouldn't be a dream to have millions of immortal jades. How is this a beggar? He's obviously a local tycoon. This person must have a respectable status in Rain Palace, although his cultivation base was low and his memory was terrible. Alright, fellow Daoist Shu Buyun has the cornucopia. I bet 1,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's defeat. Another 100 immortal jades on Ning Fan's draw. I bet 3,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's defeat and 1,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's draw. I bet 5,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's defeat and 1,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's draw. One by one, the old monsters started to bet on both sides, both on Ning Fan's defeat and a draw. All of this was to be cautious. Even if no old monster thought that Ning Fan had the strength to fight Revered Bai to a draw, it was still better to be cautious. What if? What if Revered Bai found his conscience and ended the match in a draw? In that case, even if he lost one, he could still make a profit. In short, it was a sure win. This beggar, Shu Buyun, must have too much money to burn his hands. That's why he used the cornucopia to give away his wealth. AI, he's really a good person. But it makes sense. He has the cornucopia with him and his money can't be used up. Perhaps he's giving away his wealth to comprehend and break through to the intermediate harmonious spirit realm. This person must have a profound background. Although his cultivation base is low, he mustn't be provoked. There's a void fragmentation expert in Rain Palace. He could flatten you country with just a thought. No one bet on Ning Fan's victory. Even those young disciples who supported Ning Fan's victory also bet on Ning Fan's defeat under the temptation of benefits. The news of the beggar's gambling spread like wildfire in Sinister Sparrow sect. No one would refuse an unexpected fortune. When they heard that the beggar was a divine guard of Rain Palace, all of them gave up the thought of killing him and robbing him, even though he was only a harmonious spirit expert. The only thing that bothered the gamblers was that the beggars had a bad memory. Therefore, once they placed their bets, they had to write down a voucher to prevent the beggars from reneging on their debts. Immediately, dozens of old monsters took turns to monitor the beggar, fearing that he would run away with the money. The people of Rain Palace couldn't be offended, but at the very least, after winning the bet, he couldn't not pay the money. This was the bottom line. When this matter reached Bai Fading's ears, a complacent expression appeared on his face. Countless old monsters had bet that he would win and no one had bet that he would lose. This was a good thing. I bet 10,000 immortal jades that I will win. He would be a fool if he didn't take the benefits. He took out his entire fortune and placed a heavy bet, not even betting on a draw. This was confidence. He believed that he would definitely win. If he won the bet, he would have to return 10 million immortal jades. Even a void fragmentation realm expert would be tempted by such a huge amount of immortal jade. This was a windfall, but Bai Fading didn't expect the beggar to pour 10 million immortal jades from a small pot. How long would that take? If he only poured 10 immortal jades at a time, he would only ask for 100,000 immortal jades from the beggar after that. That would be considered as giving face to the Rain Palace. If he took more immortal jades, it would be a crime for him to have too many immortal jades. If he was targeted by the nascent soul cultivators of other countries, it would be a disaster and the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides, taking less immortal jades would also be considered as a kind gesture to the Rain Palace. As a matter of fact, most of the old monsters had the same thought as Bai Fading. This was the prudent way of life of the old monsters. One shouldn't go to the extreme. Gradually, almost all the cultivators on the Jade platform had bet on Ning Fan's defeat or a draw. The beggar revealed a bored look and looked at those who placed their bets with disdain. This time, I'm going to make a fortune, thanks to that Ning Fan. His heart was filled with complacency. He was happy that he had thought of such a way to earn money. Everyone in the world was blinded by ignorance, but he, Yun Bushu, could see that Ning Fan was hiding his strength with just a glance. He liked this kind of battle where there was a great disparity in strength. It was the best chance for him to earn money. Moreover, it was also a chance to observe Ning Fan. Is this person the one Big Brother is looking for? His eyes flashed with a rare radiance. But at this moment, a lady in blue walked over gracefully and placed a bet. Immediately, the beggar retracted his radiance and revealed a roguish look. What do you want to bet? Ning Fan wins. 10,000 immortal jades. The lady in blue said firmly. The beggar's eyes lit up as he sized up the lady in blue. This lady was only an intermediate harmonious spirit cultivator. She shouldn't be able to see through Ning Fan's strength. Perhaps, there was another reason why she bet on Ning Fan's victory. She wanted to save Ning Fan's reputation even if she was going to lose. After all, everyone bet on Ning Fan's defeat. It was too unpleasant to hear. You have 10,000 immortal jades? The beggar sneered. I do. Dad, lend me your storage pouch for a while. The lady in blue pulled Sinister Sparrow's sleeve and came to the stall. Under Sinister Sparrow's bitter smile, she took away the 10,000 immortal jades that were equivalent to his life. Mayer, although Dad is the sect master of Sinister Sparrow sect, money can't be wasted like this. Dad. Are you just going to watch Ning Fan lose? Do you have the heart to do that? Lan Mei looked at the beggar with a bitter and hateful expression. This beggar was too hateful. How dare he humiliate my husband like this? If this person wasn't related to Rain Palace, I would have taught him a good lesson. Fine, I'll bet then. Sinister Sparrow's eyes recalled the day when Ning Fan killed Wang Yao. He seemed to have made up his mind. Although Bai Fading had devoured the 4th grade cold chi, Ning Fan still had a chance of winning. Dad, you're the best. When Lan Mei was about to place the bet, a weak voice with a hint of anger came from the side. Me, I also bet that Brother Fan will win. I bet 100,000 immortal jades. Cece, give me the money. Little Jihe looked at the beggar indignantly as if he was her enemy. As for Lan Mei, she immediately turned her head with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. She naturally knew the lady in front of her. But when she saw that he was an early harmonious spirit expert, even Lan Mei was slightly moved. She knew that he had only cultivated for less than a year. She didn't even cultivate seriously. She had secretly inquired about the background of 7 Apricot City. Although she didn't mean any harm, she was just jealous. As for Lan Mei, she saw a pure and holy white-clothed lady standing beside Ji He. Her cultivation base was unfathomable. Her appearance wasn't inferior to her at all. Cici, this person seemed to be Ning Fan's cauldron. Ji He has reached the harmonious spirit realm. Cici is actually a gold core cultivator. Ning Fan's foresight is really good, but they actually bet 100,000 immortal jades. Damn it, I lost. No. I want to raise the bet. Dad, I also want to bet 100,000 immortal jades. Lan Mei said decisively. Cough cough cough, Dad has no more money, give it all, give it all. Under Sinister Sparrow's helpless gaze, Lan Mei took away all his storage pouches. This time it was the beggar's turn to be in a difficult position. This time I won't lose money, right? Ning Fan will definitely win. These women want to win 200,000 immortal jades from my hands. After deducting the money those old monsters gave me, I will only earn 100,000 immortal jades. I, Yun Bushu, am known as never losing. Am I going to lose money in Sinister Sparrow sect? No, I shouldn't be that unlucky. I, Yun Bushu, have never lost. His eyes revealed a trace of pride and arrogance. Even when facing Moksha Emperor, he had never admitted defeat. While he was deep in thought, another cold voice came faintly, turning Yun Bushu's pride and arrogance that had just risen into the air into a state of vomiting blood. Sinister Sparrow sect's disciple, Bai Lu, bet 10,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan's victory. Bai Lu's thoughts were complicated, but she still came. Sister Bai Lu, you are here too? You really have feelings for Ning Fan. Lan Mei smiled meaningfully. Bah. I have nothing to do with him. It's just that he will win anyway. Why can't I use his money to spend? Besides, this money is pooled together by the Sisters of Dual Cultivation Palace. Who doesn't want to win money? Bai Lu's expression was cold, but a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. It seemed like she wasn't so sure that Ning Fan would win. On the contrary, she was somewhat worried, but no one knew whether she was worried about the money or Ning Fan. Lan Mei still wanted to tease Bai Lu, but the next moment, a soft voice sounded, making the beggar want to cry but have no tears. I'm Yin Hua, I bet on fellow Taoist Ning Fan's victory. The bet is 100,000 immortal jades. As soon as the words came out, the purple jade sky platform was in an uproar. Ji He, Lan Mei, Si Wuxia and Bai Lu's eyes were filled with hostility as they stared at the voluptuous woman. What was the relationship between this woman and Ning Fan? Could it be? As for the other old monsters, they had a different thought. Compared to revered Bai, Fire Cloud sect was more willing to befriend Ning Fan. Could it be because of the relationship between Ning Fan and Black Devil Ning of Ning City? Were they trying to curry favor with Black Devil Ning, or perhaps, it was because Fire Cloud sect was fortunate enough to be the first to obtain Black Devil Ning's nascent formation pill? Lady Yun Hua was wearing a palace dress, looking graceful and graceful. Facing the hostile gazes of Lan Mei and the other women, she smiled tenderly. She saw through their thoughts and didn't explain anything. She bowed politely and took her leave. As for Sinister Sparrow, he immediately claimed that he was going to entertain Lady Yun Hua and found an excuse to escape from Lan Mei's sight. What Yun Hua left to the 4 women was only the back view of his peerless beauty. From afar, Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense and understood everything that had happened here. Whether it was Ji He, Lan Mei, or Bai Lu's hypocrisy, all of them warmed his heart. He didn't care about the reputation of the bet, because he knew that after this battle, everyone who bet on his loss would regret it. There were only 2 people that he cared about, Lady Yun Hua and the beggar stall owner. Ning Fan's eyes gazed deeply at Lady Yun Hua's back with a strange expression. He had never met Lady Yun Hua before and she was the wife of the dignified Fire Cloud ancestor. Naturally, she wouldn't have a romantic relationship with him. She must have been instructed by Fire Cloud ancestor to be nice to him, but why would a dignified Fire Cloud ancestor treat a puny harmonious spirit expert so well, to befriend the great-grandson of Black Devil Ning? If it was just for a nascent formation pill, the price she paid was a little too high. 100,000 immortal jades were enough to buy 2 nascent formation pills in other countries. Since Fire Cloud sect did this, they must be showing goodwill, but why would they show goodwill to me? This matter bothered him, and when his eyes swept across the beggar stall owner, his heart shuddered. He had seen this person before, in 7 Apricot City. He was one of the 3 void fragmentation experts who chased away Moksha Emperor. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Why did this person come to Sinister Sparrow sect? Was it related to him? Or, was he here to cheat money? Ning Fan secretly scanned the beggar with his spirit sense and felt that this person's cultivation base was unfathomable. As for the beggar, there seemed to be a trace of indistinct aura flowing around his body, void spirit intent. When the void spirit intent lightly touched Ning Fan's spirit sense, Ning Fan felt as if his body was frozen. His sea of consciousness almost collapsed. In his mind, the scenes of the past suddenly began to reverse and be forgotten. This person is indeed the void fragmentation realm old monster I met the other day. Moreover, his void spirit intent is probably related to forgetting. Inside Ning Fan's body, a dim silver light emerged. He struggled violently to break free from the divine intent and withdrew his spirit sense. After pondering for a moment, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the women. A dignified void fragmentation old monster actually came to the evil sect where a gold core realm expert was present to set up a bet. This person was indeed an unusual one. When this person left 7 Apricot City that day, he used his magical power to heal the injuries of the 7 Apricot Devil cultivators. This made Ning Fan have a good impression of him. However, even though he had a good impression of him, he couldn't pretend that nothing had happened when this man used his reputation to cheat the old monsters of their money. Why don't I take a gamble too? I bet 50,000 immortal jades on Ning Fan. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and a pile of immortal jades appeared in front of the beggar. For an instant, the beggar wanted to cry but had no tears. In addition to Ning Fan's bet, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to earn any more money. He was afraid that he would have to compensate Ning Fan and the girls. As for the 4 women, when they heard Ning Fan's voice, they turned around in disbelief with different expressions. Brother Fan. I miss you so much. Ning Fan, you have come out from seclusion, master, humph. The last humph was naturally from Bai Lu. She felt slightly relieved when she saw Ning Fan, but her pretty face darkened and she turned to leave. Her complicated expression fell into Ning Fan's eyes and turned into a trace of inexplicable meaning. Immediately, his arms were filled with a familiar fragrance. Jihi, this little girl had started to grow after half a year. Moreover, this silly little girl had actually broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. She was born with the physique of bewitching bones. She was indeed monstrous. Brother Fan, this stinky beggar bet that you would lose. I'm so angry. Jihi pointed at the beggar and complained. Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't be angry, he will give us money anyway. This isn't the place to talk. Cece, let's go to our seats. Ning Fan pretended to be relaxed, as if he didn't know that the beggar was a void fragmentation expert. He pulled Lan Mei, Jihi and Si Wuxia to leave. However, before they could take 2 steps, the beggar's eyes changed and revealed a trace of doubt. Then, he shook his head regretfully. Very similar, but there's no response from the clan Jade. This kid doesn't have the rain jade on him. He isn't the person that Big Brother is looking for. The clue of Ning family in Hai Ning has also been cut off. He waved his palm and took out a blue jade in the shape of a raindrop. He revealed a look of deep regret, but immediately, his eyes turned blank as if he had forgotten everything. Eh? What happened to me just now, huh? Why are there so many immortal jades? Haha. Those idiots must be giving me money again. I wonder if they are betting on Ning Fan's defeat or a draw. Let me see. Sinister Sparrow Lan Mei, 100,000 immortal jades, Ning Fan wins. Ning City Jihi, Cece, 100,000 immortal jades, Ning Fan wins. Sinister Sparrow Bai Lu, 10,000 immortal jades, Ning Fan wins. Fire Cloud Sect Yunhua, 100,000 immortal jades, Ning Fan wins, and Ning Fan, 50,000 immortal jades, Ning Fan wins. Ah. How could this be? Why are there so many people betting on Ning Fan's victory? I can't earn any money anymore. I've suffered a huge loss. His eyes followed the direction where Ning Fan and the others left and murmured to himself. Similar. His back looks very similar to Big Brother Yun Tianjue, is it him? Did I meet him just now? Damn it. I've forgotten the result of the detection. Did the rain jade emit any light? It probably didn't. It's hard. 800 cultivation countries are looking for one person. When will they find him? Ning Fan didn't know about the beggar's words. He had heard about the Rain Divine Palace using the strength of 800 cultivation countries to search for one person, but he didn't know that this matter was related to him. After bringing Ji He and the other girls to their seats, Ning Fan's relaxed expression suddenly turned serious. The pressure that the beggar gave him was too great. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to feel that pressure. Not even the void spirit intent of the beggar could sense it. However, Ning Fan's sword consciousness wasn't any weaker than the void fragmentation realm. How could he not see it? The beggar's void fragmentation cultivation base could only be described as terrifying. Unless he reached the void refinement realm, he wouldn't even be qualified to face a void fragmentation old monster. Brother Fan, why didn't you teach that beggar a lesson? Ji He raised her head indignantly. Silly girl, alright. Stay here with Cici and wait for me. There were some things that Ning Fan couldn't explain to Ji He. The more he knew, the worse it would be. His eyes shifted to the center of the purple jade platform. It was a battle arena that occupied an area of 1,000 zhang. There was no one there. Only Ning Fan and Revered Bai were waiting for them. Ning Fan, what are your chances of winning? If you aren't willing to fight, I can ask my father for your hand in marriage. Lan Mei bit her lips. These words were very unpleasant to those proud men. She was afraid that Ning Fan would blame her after hearing it, but she was also worried that Ning Fan would be bullied by Revered Bai. There's no need to worry too much. I will definitely win this battle. His gaze focused and an icy light flashed. He was exceptionally eye-catching in the crowd as he appeared in the center of the battle arena on the purple jade platform. Immediately, the entire battle arena was filled with people. Ning Fan has appeared. Next, we just need to wait for Revered Bai to arrive and the battle will begin. This is a peak harmonious spirit cultivation base. ****. When I saw him during the last test in Demon Sinister Forest, he was only a late harmonious spirit, half a year. This kid has actually broken through a small realm. Not only that, compared to the last time we met, this kid's magical force is obviously condensed and vigorous. He must have cultivated his cultivation method to an extremely high realm. This kid has undergone an extraordinary transformation in half a year. But unfortunately, his opponent is Revered Bai. AI, it's good that it's not enough. Young man, failure is always a good thing. The words of the crowd were either surprised, doubtful, praising or belittling, falling into Ning Fan's ears. However, these comments couldn't shake Ning Fan's state of mind. Wearing down my spirit, if my spirit is worn down, how am I going to stab Moksha Emperor's finger 100 years later? Perhaps it's better to hide my blade, but if I can't even defeat by fading, I won't be able to do anything 100 years later. He closed his eyes and placed his hands behind his back, feeling the different emotions in the eyes of countless experts. All kinds of situations in the world were playing out on this small purple jade platform. For 3 days, the sun rose and the moon set, but Ning Fan didn't move at all. He stood at the center of the jade platform, silently recalling the 4 words death to the monarch. His chi gradually became lower and lower, but it was getting more and more soul-stirring. He was as steady as a mountain, as deep as the water, as deep as a thread, as sharp as a sword, and as breathtaking as a rainbow. Bai Fading still hadn't arrived after 3 days, but many of the younger generation had issued a challenge to Ning Fan. Han Qian, who was ranked 7th in the Green Devil ranking, Wu Ye, who was ranked 15th in the Green Devil ranking, Bai Bai, who was ranked 47th in the Green Devil ranking. Moreover, there was also a peak harmonious spirit expert, Zhong Mia, who was ranked 2nd in the Green Devil ranking. The Green Devil ranking was a list of outstanding youths among the devil cultivators in Yu country. These youths were young and full of vigor. Under the instigation of Bai Bai, they came to challenge Ning Fan. Bai Bai inherited Revered Bai's breadth of mind. He couldn't bear to see Ning Fan being in the limelight. Under his instigation, a few outstanding youths issued a challenge to Ning Fan at the same time. Ning Fan, do you dare to fight me? You claim to be the #1 cultivator below the gold core realm in Yu country. I don't believe it. Under Bai Bai's instigation, Xianxia revealed a devilish smile and took out his magical treasure, ready to attack at any time. Get lost. Facing Bai Bai and the others, Ning Fan didn't even open his eyes. He just stomped his feet on the ground. Immediately, countless white bone sword shadows shot out from the ground. There was a streak of blood-red sword light that danced in the shadows. The sword chi contained all the young experts including Xianxia. Ning Fan slashed out of the arena. As for Bai Bai, he was in an even worse state. His robe had been sliced clean by Ning Fan. The White Bone Mountain Sword Chi. Ning Fan could activate this sword with a point and a stomp. This sword chi wasn't something that anyone below the gold core realm could withstand. Ning Fan had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have died under his sword. A single sword strike had defeated all the youths of Yu country. The so-called Green Devil ranking couldn't measure Ning Fan's strength at all. He didn't show a trace of pride when he defeated Azure Devil. He only felt that it was a matter of course. He still hadn't opened his eyes, but the trace of killing intent was enough to shake the hearts of the experts on the scene. The only ones who could make Ning Fan unleash his true strength were the old monsters. By fading, how long are you going to hide? Hide. This old man needs to hide. A ray of icy light descended from the sky. It was Revered Bai. He glared at Bai Bai, who had lost all his face. This Bai Bai could be said to have completely lost his face. If it wasn't for Bai Bai's humiliation, Bai Fading would have waited for a few more days to grind down Ning Fan's spirit before going on stage. He firmly believed that he wouldn't lose to Han Yuanji's disciple. However, it would be better if he could win easily. Facing Ning Fan, who had his eyes closed, he slowly stopped and said coldly from 100 steps away. Elder Ning, if you admit defeat now and hand over your supreme-grade magical treasure, you can avoid making a fool of yourself here. Bai Fading's tone was as if he had already defeated Ning Fan. As he spoke, purple chi flashed in his eyes. Those old monsters who met Bai Fading's gaze felt a chill down their spine. Such a cold gaze. Was this the power of the 4th grade cold chi? Only nascent soul-old monsters were qualified to devour the 4th grade cold chi. Bai Fading was able to devour the 4th grade cold chi when he was only an intermediate gold core expert, which meant that he could even fight a late gold core expert. Humph, this old Bai is still so meddlesome. He actually dared to fight a junior. On the seats of Great Void Sect, a late gold core elder, Elder Song Feng, looked at Bai Fading with deep fear. He had once fought Bai Fading to a draw, but now, he was afraid that Bai Fading could win him by relying on the 4th grade cold chi. As for those who knew Revered Bai's name, they were looking forward to witnessing Revered Bai's means. Old Bai, have mercy, Revered Black Yan Bai, the master of Yan Zhuiyun, a black-robed old swordsman said in a clear voice. As a late gold core elder of Sinister Sparrow Sect, Yan Zhuiyun didn't want to see Ning Fan and Bai Fading fight to the death. Although he didn't have a good impression of Ning Fan's old master, don't worry, he won't die. This old man will let him have 3 moves first. Bai Fading's tone was extremely arrogant. With his current strength, he could even fight a late gold core old monster. If he was still afraid of a harmonious spirit expert like Ning Fan, then he would have lived his life like a dog. But as soon as his arrogant words fell, Ning Fan, who had been closed for 3 days, opened his eyes for the first time. A sharp and threatening killing intent flashed across his eyes. The tyrannical killing intent made all the old monsters on the scene suck in a cold breath and lose control of their minds. Bai Fading, who was the closest to Ning Fan, was forced to take a dozen steps back by Ning Fan's gaze. Bai Fading was surprised to find that after waiting for 3 days, not only did Ning Fan's spirit not decrease, it had reached its peak. Ning Fan's right palm suddenly waved. A huge white bone sword that was 7 feet long and 1 foot wide appeared in his palm. With a loud bang, the ground of the amethyst sky platform that was as hard as iron was smashed by Ning Fan's sword, leaving half a foot of cracks on the ground. I have been waiting for you for 3 days. Today, you will lose. His chi had reached its peak. This chi even made the illusory clouds in the sky show fear. At this moment, not only Bai Fading was shocked, even the beggar stood up and slapped his thigh. This is the might of an immortal emperor? No, it's not, My senses are wrong. The beggar revealed a regretful expression. It was even more regretful than when he found out that Ning Fan wasn't the person he was looking for. A deep sigh could be heard. A battle between a harmonious spirit expert and a gold core expert shouldn't have surprised him, but at this moment, he was shocked by Ning Fan several times. Each of Ning Fan's means seemed to have an extraordinary background. If I knew this earlier, I would have bet on how many moves Ning Fan would use to win. I bet 3 moves. The beggar's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he became serious. But this was the first time in his life that the beggar was surprised because Ning Fan didn't use any magical technique. What he used was a body refining technique. Ning Fan's body, which was 6 meters tall and equipped with a 7 meters gigantic sword, shone with a silvery light. Countless old monsters sucked in a breath of cold air when they sensed the heavy and murderous qi around him. In the Yu Kingdom, the 6-meter-tall body was considered an extremely ordinary body refining technique. However, when Ning Fan's body shone brightly with silver light, his ordinary 6-zhong-tall body gave countless old monsters a sense of threat. This is the Silver Bone Realm. Some of the old eccentrics almost immediately cried out. They couldn't help but be shocked. If Ning Fan was really at the Silver Bone Realm, he would be able to fight against a nascent soul cultivator with just his physique. He would be the strongest in Yu country. However, some meticulous old monsters immediately discovered that even though the silver light around Ning Fan's body was strong, it was still far from what the rumors had described. The silver light that shrouded Ning Fan's body seemed to be converged into his bones. So it isn't the true Silver Bone Realm. That scared the hell out of me. The patriarch of the giant demon sect, Zhu Qing, was a late-stage golden core body tempering cultivator from Wu country. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was passing by the country of Yu and heard of this event, so he came to take a look. He didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. After all, the members of the Great Devil sect cultivated the ancient body refinement technique, the Great Devil technique. It was a devil technique that originated from the endless sea of the rain world. Even with his 500 years of bitter cultivation, he had only reached the stage where his body shone with silver light, which was enough to kill a golden core cultivator. Even so, it seemed to be slightly weaker than Ning Fan's silver light. Knowing that Ning Fan wasn't the real Silver Bone, the magnate heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes showed a trace of admiration for Ning Fan for the first time. If one was not a body refinement cultivator, even if they knew that Ning Fan's silver light was extraordinary, they would not be able to estimate the true combat power of his physical body. It could be said that only the magnates knew that Ning Fan had the strength to destroy a gold core expert with a single punch. The strongest person below the gold core realm. Cough cough cough. The people of Yu country have underestimated this kid. In my opinion, this kid is invincible below the gold core realm. Even among the early gold core realm, there are only a few who can defeat him. The giant's evaluation was only based on the body refinement technique. If the magnates knew that Ning Fan still had many trump cards, they certainly would not come to a conclusion so easily. As for by fading, he obviously didn't know how powerful Ning Fan was. He could see through the cultivation technique of Ning Fan's 6 meters tall body and the extraordinary silver light, but he knew that he was strong enough to withstand Ning Fan's attack. Even if he couldn't block it, his speed would certainly be faster than Ning Fan's. Body refining technique required the assistance of escaping technique. Otherwise, no matter how strong his strength was, he wouldn't be able to hit his opponent. No matter how strong Ning Fan's physical body was, just the fact that he could not catch up to him had already determined his defeat. This kid is still too immature after all. By fading sneered. In front of him, Ning Fan's avatar wielded a giant sword and dashed forward like a mad devil. His speed was fast enough to catch up to an early gold core realm cultivator, but it was not enough to deal with by fading. Moreover, to be safe, by fading still had a backup plan. He stomped on the ground, and the icy light on the ground stretched for 100 meters, condensing into an icy immortal cloud. The celestial cloud returned to his body, and with a stomp, it turned into an icy light. There were a total of 4 cloud tattoos inscribed on the celestial cloud. Hiss. 4-lined immortal cloud. This by fading actually has such an escape technique. Doesn't that mean that if an early nascent soul realm old monster doesn't use the teleportation technique, they won't be able to catch up to him? Not only that. This celestial cloud is the natal celestial cloud. Elder Song Feng of Great Void Sect said solemnly. Natal celestial cloud. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused an uproar among countless cultivators. Rumor has it that only the celestial cloud of extremely high quality could be refined into a natal celestial cloud, which could be kept in one's body and be used to augment one's spirit. If there was a chance to upgrade the cloud tattoos, it could even upgrade the grade of the natal celestial cloud. This was an immortal cloud that could upgrade the grade of the natal celestial cloud. Elder Song Feng stared at Bai Fading with fear in his eyes. Dozens of years ago, he had a battle with Bai Fading that lasted for several days and nights without a clear winner. However, Bai Fading didn't use this natal celestial cloud until the end of the battle. It seemed like even Song Feng, an old rival of Bai Fading, had underestimated this person. As soon as the natal celestial cloud was summoned, Bai Fading's speed was as fast as lightning. Almost immediately, he retreated 100 meters away from Ning Fan, not giving Ning Fan a chance to get close to him. At the same time, he patted his storage pouch and took out a flying sword that emitted an icy light. When the cultivators who knew the name of this sword saw it, all of them sat upright and still, their eyes filled with passion. This sword was extraordinary. His body was like an icy rainbow, as sharp as lightning. While he was flying, faint dragon roars could be heard. Hornless Ice Sword. This is one of Revered Bai's trump cards. I can't believe he used it in the first exchange. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at Revered Bai's flying sword technique. This is the Wind Sword Pavilion of Chu, a mid-ranked cultivation country. It's called the Seven Sword Art. Rumor has it that only a few people in the Wind Sword Pavilion have learned this sword technique. Revered Bai is indeed worthy to be able to learn such a difficult sword technique. The sound of the crowd clicking their tongues could be heard, and Bai Fading enjoyed the compliments from the crowd. The reason why he used the natal celestial cloud and the hornless ice sword in the first exchange was that Ning Fan's aura was too overwhelming and the silver light was too strange. Although Bai Fading was arrogant, he was still cautious. However, when he saw that Ning Fan's speed couldn't catch up to him, he gradually revealed a trace of arrogance and the fear in his heart turned into a sneer of ridicule. A dignified cultivator actually learned from a boorish man, brandishing a sword and boasting about your strength. Plus, that frighteningly huge sword of yours looks really clumsy and funny. How can it hit a cultivator who is as light as a swallow? Fine, this old man will teach you what a sword is and what a flying sword is. Quick! This time, Bai Fading no longer retreated. He kept the immortal cloud and his eyes were cold. Suddenly, he changed his incantation gesture. The hornless ice sword immediately let out a clear cry and a cold chi rolled towards Ning Fan. Being covered by the cold chi, Ning Fan could vaguely feel that his magical power had stagnated. His magical power had been suppressed by 70%. This is the spirit augmentation divine ability, Ice Lock. Ning Fan's eyes moved. He immediately saw through the technique of Ice Lock. Hornless Ice Sword. It was a high-grade early-rank magical treasure, one of Revered Bai's ultimate magical treasures. It came with the Ice Lock divine ability, which could suppress the magical power of the enemy. At least 30% of a harmonious spirit cultivator's magical power would be frozen. This spirit augmentation divine ability seemed to be a nascent realm spirit augmentation divine ability. Ning Fan didn't expect that Bai Fading would have the chance to obtain it. This divine ability had locked Ning Fan's magical power. Immediately, the hornless ice sword flashed and pierced towards Ning Fan's heart. Bai Fading's imperial sword technique was indeed unique, locking the enemy's cultivation base and delivering a killing blow. It was as if he was afraid of killing Ning Fan on the spot. However, if the flying sword pierced through his chest, he would be severely injured even if his vital points were avoided. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. Although the cold chi of this ice lock was extraordinary, he had nothing to fear. A trace of black fire flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Immediately, the ice chi that had frozen his magical power was burned into nothingness. Ning Fan, who had recovered his magical power, looked at the oncoming hornless ice sword. His eyes lit up. He waved his giant sword, stirring up a gust of wind and slashed at the tip of the hornless ice sword. Ning Fan's action immediately earned a sneer from Revered Bai, who was controlling the flying sword from afar. Ignorant! Your sword doesn't have any power and its grade is obviously lower than my flying sword. Your sword will definitely break if you clash with it recklessly. He sneered, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. It broke. It really broke, but it wasn't Ning Fan's giant sword that broke, but his high-grade hornless ice sword. When Ning Fan's giant sword released its full power, Bai Fading discovered that the seemingly clumsy and ridiculous giant sword was actually a peak mid-grade magical treasure. When the giant sword collided with the hornless ice sword, a faint sound of thunder could be heard. It wasn't the giant sword itself that broke the hornless ice sword, but the lightning intent in the sword. It wasn't the spirit augmentation divine ability. What was this lightning? This is the heavenly tribulation lightning line of the lightning water. Although it's very faint, it can't be wrong. This brat is really lucky to be able to forge a divine weapon with this lightning water. The beggar's eyes flickered as he stared at Ning Fan without blinking. A sword with the force of 10,000 jin. The giant sword clashed with the hornless ice sword, producing a thunderous sound. Cracks immediately appeared on the hornless ice sword, its light dimmed and rolled backwards. Bai Fading revealed a painful expression as he held the hornless ice sword. The sword was severely damaged and it would be difficult to repair it. Ning Fan, this old man has already shown mercy to you. Why did you destroy my magical treasure? Revered Bai shouted angrily. Mercy? Injuring me seriously is showing mercy? Fine. Today, I won't kill you, but I will injure you seriously. Show mercy. The power of spirit sense flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. At the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, not to mention Bai Fading. Even the peak gold core experts on the scene, including Sinister Sparrow, felt a chill in their hearts. No one could detect where Ning Fan was hiding and where he attacked from. What level of invisibility technique is this? Bai Fading's face turned ugly. Since he couldn't detect Ning Fan's attack route, he couldn't rely on the immortal cloud to escape to the right direction and widen the distance between them. While he was hesitating, Ning Fan's figure suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, Bai Fading's hair stood on end. He turned around and retreated with the immortal cloud. You can't escape. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. The giant sword slammed down fiercely. Lightning flashed and locked on to Bai Fading, freezing his retreating immortal cloud. It wasn't freezing, but the heavenly tribulation. This is impossible. After a cultivator broke through to the gold core realm, he would have to face the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation varied from lightning to fire to wind, from small to big. But there was one thing in common: there was no way to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Because the heavenly tribulation was the heaven's might, it had the effect of locking on to the heaven's secret. No matter how smart a person was, could he hide from the heaven? There was no way to escape. Whether it was the immortal cloud flying escape, nascent soul instantaneous movement, or even the spirit-severing great teleportation technique, none of them could escape from the heaven's fate. Once the heavenly tribulation had locked on to the heavenly tribulation, one's body would be immobilized, and one could only walk with one's physical body. What shocked Bai Fading wasn't only the heavenly tribulation, but also the heavenly might that Ning Fan's sword carried. Bai Fading wasn't the only one who was bewildered. Most of the old monsters were interested in Ning Fan's sword. However, Bai Fading didn't have the time to be surprised because Ning Fan's sword had already slashed down on his head. He didn't cultivate any body refining technique, so he couldn't escape from Ning Fan's sword light with his physical body. As such, he could only face it head-on. The distance was too close, so close that he couldn't use his flying sword to hurt the enemy. However, Revered Bai was a famous figure for many years. Since he had no way to escape, he could only fight to the death. He was able to live until today because of his ruthlessness. With a ruthless look in his eyes, Bai Fading raised his hornless ice sword horizontally to meet Ning Fan's giant sword. In his point of view, no matter how strong Ning Fan's physical strength was, Ning Fan's magical power was still a few realms lower than his. It wouldn't be difficult for him to overcome Ning Fan's physical strength by suppressing his magical power. However, he had underestimated Ning Fan's physical strength. In this slash, the ancient beast wrist guard on Ning Fan's right wrist emitted a faint light. An ancient demonic chi emerged in Ning Fan's body, causing his physical strength to increase by 30%. It increased by 30%. One slash had the strength of 13,000 jin. As soon as the two swords collided, Bai Fading immediately felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The huge force passed through the sword to his arm and chest, causing his blood and chi to boil. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The hornless ice sword almost fell out of his hand, but in the end, he managed to block Ning Fan's sword. However, Ning Fan's attack was far from stopping. The second slash was followed by another slash. The second slash drew the power of lightning and the momentum of the sword was even stronger. Bai Fading was faintly afraid of this giant sword, but he had no choice but to face the second slash head-on. For this slash, Bai Fading used the gold core sword Qi, the heavenly devil sword, which he was not familiar with. He ignited his blood essence and barely managed to block the second slash. Even so, under the impact of the huge force, Bai Fading's blood and Qi churned. He coughed out another mouthful of blood and his face began to turn pale. Apparently, his internal organs were severely injured. Fear rose in his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue and was ready to cast the blood escape art to break free from the lock of the heavenly tribulation. However, Ning Fan's sword was faster. It was obviously heavy and bulky, but in Ning Fan's hand, it was as light as a feather, as if it was his arm. For the third slash, Ning Fan also activated the sword intent, White Bone Mountain. Within 100 zhang radius, countless white bone sword shadows appeared. On the sword light of the giant sword, all the murderous intent converged into a blood-red line. The line was extremely illusory, but in Bai Fading's eyes, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Line. Line of law. What kind of sword Qi is this? The third slash, the hornless ice sword, shattered. Bai Fading was swept away by the sword Qi, spurting out blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cast the blood escape art, this slash would have seriously injured him. Even if he managed to retreat in time, the injury he suffered was definitely not light. His heart was filled with horror. He distanced himself from Ning Fan and immediately took out a purplish-red bead and crushed it. Immediately, his left eye turned purple and his right eye turned red. Both of his eyes emitted a power that could see through invisibility, causing Ning Fan's expression to change slightly. Breaking illusion bead. It can see through the invisibility of nascent soul cultivators and break all illusions of nascent realm formations. It's priceless. I never thought that you would use this item in a mere gamble. Ning Fan had yet to display his most powerful trump card, but Bai Fading seemed to have been forced into a dead end. He had indeed become stronger. However, it seemed like it wouldn't be easy to win with just his physical strength. Bai Fading couldn't be underestimated. This man had a lot of experience in killing. Although he was defeated by Ning Fan several times, he still managed to escape using various means. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he would still win. Ning Fan had the competence and strength to do so. On the Purple Jade Sky platform, all the cultivators were shocked when they saw Bai Fading being forced to use the breaking illusion bead. Initially, everyone thought that revered Bai could defeat Ning Fan with ease. But the fact was that Ning Fan was able to suppress revered Bai with his tyrannical strength. Ning Fan's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath, but revered Bai was already heavily injured. This is impossible. Bai couldn't believe it. He could explain his defeat to Ning Fan because his realm was lower than Ning Fan's, but how could his father, a famous figure with a cultivation base far surpassing Ning Fan, lose to a junior like Ning Fan? The pride in his heart was shattered for the first time, turning into a painful expression. Impossible. Bai clenched his teeth and persisted, but the truth couldn't be refuted. Outside the platform, Jihe's mouth was slightly agape. She had never thought that her brother Fan would be this powerful. Although her brother Fan had always been omnipotent in her heart, this was her first time witnessing Ning Fan's ruthlessness. Lan Mei, on the other hand, revealed a proud expression, as if she wanted to proclaim to the others that the valiant man on the platform was her husband. Only Si Wuxia's eyes darkened from time to time, as if she had thought of something, but it wasn't. She shook her head in annoyance, suppressing all the thoughts in her mind. Surprisingly, she didn't follow Jihe's lead like usual. The beggar, on the other hand, looked at Ning Fan's heroic spirit that could conquer the world with a solemn expression. Giant sword. Ancient fiend god. Is this kid thinking of dual cultivation? This kid has the immemorial devil vein. I wonder which one is better between him and my Rain Emperor divine vein. Forget it, he's still a junior after all. If I argue with him, I'll be at a disadvantage. Compared to Bai Fading, the beggar was obviously more heroic and unrestrained. But when he thought that Ning Fan's family was about to win all the immortal jades that he had earned, he felt a heartache. His treasure bowl was fake, he came here to cheat the immortal jades. It wasn't easy for him to set up this bet. Could it be that all of it was going to benefit Ning Fan's family? As for the beggar, he couldn't help but cheer for Ning Fan in his heart, hoping that Ning Fan would win. If Ning Fan won, his capital and profit would offset each other. If Ning Fan lost, or drew, he would have to face 100 or even 1,000 times compensation. That wouldn't be a loss, but a complete loss. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with fire. Within ancient chaos's memories, fiend gods that transformed into 30 kilometers tall and annihilated an abode star with a single punch could be found everywhere. After withdrawing his avatar, Ning Fan exhaled lightly and kept the giant sword. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the Separation Slayer flying sword in the form of starlight. He looked at Revered By indifferently. Revered By's face turned gloomy. He instinctively felt fear and took half a step back. He was afraid. The clash of swords and the battle of breaking the technique with brute force had terrified By fading. He recited the incantation to sweep away the fear in his heart and restored his usual cold and arrogant expression. I still have the myriad soul banner and the purple loath ice frost. I have already used the breaking illusion bead. He can no longer use his body refining technique to get close to me. I will not lose. Revered By's face reappeared with pride and confidence. Although it was much weaker than before, this was the first time Ning Fan paid more attention to Revered By. Regardless of his cultivation base, Revered By was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. His state of mind was extremely calm. As for Ning Fan, the only thing he couldn't compare to By fading was his state of mind. Heart Devil. Ning Fan had yet to eliminate his Heart Devil and form his gold core. His state of mind was still lacking compared to Revered By. However, fighting wasn't about one's weakness, but one's strength. He had to use his strongest technique to fight for a result. Mortals were ignorant. They learned poetry, book, etiquette and book of changes. As a result, they could only master a few of them and use them in the future. Gradually, Ning Fan's state of mind improved a little. His worries about his strength had been swept away. I can kill my enemies. That means I'm strong. Even if my state of mind, cultivation technique and age aren't as good as him, the harmonious spirit cultivators didn't understand the change in Ning Fan's vision and the improvement of his state of mind. However, the gold core cultivators knew that it was the sign of a breakthrough in his state of mind. This kid actually broke through his state of mind during a fight. His aptitude could be said to be monstrous, only By fading's eyelids twitched as if he had regained his previous arrogance. He couldn't bear to see Ning Fan stealing the limelight. Deliberately mystifying. This time, I won't give you the chance to display your body refining technique. I'll let you know the terror of the myriad soul banner. His face sank. He slapped his storage pouch and took out a blood-red soul banner. It flickered with light and surged with killing intent. Ghostly cries came from it. It was unknown how many people Revered White had killed in his life and absorbed them into the soul banner. As soon as the soul streamer appeared, countless old monsters' eyes turned cold. Revered By had actually used his strongest magical treasure, the myriad soul streamer. Facing a harmonious spirit junior, he actually used all of his means. After a slight hesitation, By fading took out a black heavy armor and put it on. This is a gold mystic peak grade spirit equipment, the profound heavy armor. Its effect is to defend against the full attack of an intermediate gold core cultivator. The pupils of all the old monsters shrank, especially Venerable White's old enemy, Elder Song Feng, who clenched his fists and had a deep look in his eyes. Old Bai, I didn't expect you to have the spiritual equipment. If you had this during the battle that year, I would have been defeated by you. You really have hidden your strength well. After taking out the myriad soul streamer and the profound heavy armor, Bai Fading's heart finally calmed down. These were his trump cards. If he still couldn't defeat Ning Fan, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. He sneered at Ning Fan, but he didn't see any fear in Ning Fan's eyes as he expected. Ning Fan's eyes glanced at the two magical treasures of Revered Bai and revealed a disdainful look. The myriad soul streamer. This streamer is made from the blood sacrifice of 10,000 souls. Once the 10,000 souls are unleashed, even a late gold core cultivator wouldn't be able to resist it, but it's easy to break it. The profound heavy armor, what a good tortoise shell. A peak gold mystic spirit equipment, only a step away from jade mystic. Unfortunately, it's not difficult to break it. In Ning Fan's eyes, there wasn't any feeling of blood boiling or nervousness, only calmness. Wang Yao could give him a sense of crisis and nervousness, but revered by wasn't enough. It's still not too late for you to step down now. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent, but it was undoubtedly a huge joke to revered by. Step down? This old man has already used my trump card, and you still want to step down? Ridiculous. Without the body refining technique, you are nothing. By fading shook the myriad soul streamer. Innumerable souls with hollow eye sockets and bloody mouths floated towards Ning Fan like dark clouds, wailing eerily. Each of these souls only had the strength of 7th level vein opening. It was easy for harmonious spirit and gold core cultivators to kill a single one of them, but the unique feature of this soul streamer was that it was inexhaustible. 10,000 ants could bite an elephant to death. 10,000 ghosts could devour mortals and Buddhas. If Ning Fan didn't break the main soul, he would be in danger. The refinement of a soul streamer required a main soul to control all the soul fragments. Only then would it become a high-grade soul streamer. Although Lu Ziqiao's soul refining streamer had many souls, it lacked a strong main soul. Therefore, its actual power was far inferior to by fading streamer. As long as the main soul didn't die, the soul fragments wouldn't die. This was the real troublesome part of the soul streamer. When 10,000 souls appeared at the same time, you wouldn't be able to find out which soul was the hidden main soul in a short period of time. There was even a possibility that the main soul was hiding inside the streamer. Each of the old monsters outside the battlefield felt their scalp tingling when they saw the wailing of 10,000 souls. Soul refinement cultivators were the hardest to deal with. Body-seizing cultivators were the hardest to kill, and the longer the soul refinement cultivators lived, the more powerful they would become. 100,000 soul streamers, 1 million soul streamers, 10 million soul streamers, and 1 billion soul streamers. The more souls there were, the more changes the streamer would have and the more powerful it would be. However, the number of slaughter streamers would be too many. There's no need to watch this kid anymore. Elder Song Feng closed his eyes and frowned. He had suffered a great loss under revered Bai's soul streamer. Naturally, he didn't think highly of Ning Fan. As expected of revered Bai, this soul streamer is invincible among intermediate gold core experts. Lu Ziqiao, who was already a deacon disciple, had a fiery look on his face. Although he was proud and arrogant, he still admired revered Bai very much. But immediately, wails of ghosts were heard, causing Song Feng to open his eyes in disbelief, staring at the battlefield with his old eyes. Ning Fan didn't even try to avoid the Yin souls. He didn't even try to find the main soul. With just a flick of his finger, the separation slayer turned into endless starlight and disappeared in a flash. Immediately, the ghosts began to burn for no reason. In an instant, more than half of the 10,000 remnant souls had been burned. The ordinary Yin souls were still at a loss and instinctively felt fear. Among them, an inconspicuous red-clothed child's soul revealed a horrified look and fled towards the myriad soul streamer. This child was the main soul. Because he was the only soul that still retained its spirituality. Extinguish. Ning Fan's eyes and hands were quick. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword flashed. The child was hit by the sword's shadow and his soul vanished. Along with the destruction of the main soul, the myriad soul streamer in revered Bai's hand let out a sorrowful wail. Suddenly, it was filled with countless cracks. One by one, the Yin souls began to explode, turning into soul power and returning to the streamer. Similarly, the power of the myriad soul streamer was greatly damaged. No, no. My myriad soul streamer. Ning Fan, you've gone too far. Fall of the Ice Sun. Bai Fading kept the myriad soul streamer fiercely. His eyes glowed with purple light, both of his hands were changing hand seals. Above the sky, cold chi condensed into 100 zhang large sun. However, this sun was formed by the ice chi, and it was purple cold chi. Fall of the Ice Sun, a mid-grade core magical technique. Isn't this the technique that old monster Yang Qing was proud of? Rumor has it that old monster Yang Qing was killed by his enemy 100 years ago, and the whereabouts of this technique was unknown. So the one who killed this monster was revered by. This purple chi is the 4th grade cold chi, purple loath ice frost. Facing this technique, Ning Fan felt a trace of pressure for the first time, even if it was just a trace. His eyes turned cold. He knew that he could only use the black demon flame to destroy this ice sundae. It won't be difficult to destroy this ice sun with the second revolution of the dragon vortex fire. Ning Fan's eyes moved. When he was about to cast the technique, he heard the voice of the mysterious woman who had been sleeping in the yin-yang locket in his dantian. This is purple loath ice frost. Ning Fan, take this away. It's very useful to my sister. Take it away? I have a high chance of breaking this ice frost, but take it away. Do you really think that I am a nascent soul expert? Do you really think that I can take something away from by fading? Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. I beg you, this item is very important to my sister. This was the first time that the mysterious woman pleaded with Ning Fan. Forget it. I will help you, but how do I take it away? Ning Fan's heart softened. This woman had saved him several times when he was in danger. Since she was begging him, how could he refuse? If the mysterious woman didn't have a way, then he would have to rely on himself to snatch it away. It wouldn't matter even if he had to expose his trump card. Once he used his trump card, it would be a piece of cake for him to snatch away the ice frost. There's no need to go through so much trouble. My sister has a way to absorb this ice frost and break this magical technique. You only need to rush into the ice sun. Rush into the ice sun. Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. This was a mid-grade core magical technique that was cast with the 4th grade cold chi. The 4th grade cold chi was only a step away from the heavenly frost cold chi. Should he trust this woman and risk his life? I beg you, just this once. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a resolute look. If he rushed into the ice sun, he would cast the sense defense art if the situation turned bad. He would certainly be severely injured, but he wouldn't die. He would trust this woman this time and help her to repay her kindness. As soon as the ice sun appeared, the entire purple jade sky platform was shrouded in cold and snowflakes fell. It was extremely difficult for Revered By to cast this technique, but its power was spectacular. However, its power was extremely magnificent. A trace of heavenly might made everyone gasp for breath. The sun, moon and stars were the supreme objects of the heaven and earth. Any magical technique that was related to the sun, moon and stars would have boundless power. Although this ice sun was only a mid-core realm magical technique, it carried a trace of heaven's might of sunset. Moreover, it was cast by Revered By. Only a few late gold core cultivators could withstand it. If you can withstand this technique, this old man will admit defeat, but you can't. By Fading's eyes glinted with cold light. At this moment, there was no desire or thought in his heart. There was no victory or defeat, only calmness. But when he saw Ning Fan leaping into the ice sun, his state of mind was thrown into chaos, not only by Fading, but all the experts and even the beggar didn't expect that Ning Fan would dare to resist the might of the sunset with his flesh and blood. No, impossible, this is the heaven's might technique, how could he resist the sun with his body? By Fading couldn't help but be shocked. After agreeing to the mysterious lady's request, Ning Fan's eyes glinted with determination. With a flash of cold light, he went into the attack of the ice sun. Just by coming into contact with the chilly sunlight, Ning Fan's body began to freeze rapidly like an ice sculpture. He didn't even have the chance to cast the sense defense art. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the ice sun. The ice sun wasn't the scariest thing, but the sun, the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon represented the heaven's might, a domain that cultivators couldn't touch. According to the ancient legends, the sun was the saint, the moon was the emperor and the stars were the fiend gods. Even if the sense defense art couldn't defend against the ice sun, he still had one last method, to summon the sense soul incarnation and use his half-step nascent soul cultivation base to shatter the ice sun. However, before summoning the sense soul incarnation, perhaps the mysterious lady would absorb the purple loath frost and break 90% of the power of the ice sun. If you don't absorb the cold chi, then I will shatter this sun. Ning Fan said indifferently. I'll pass you an incantation. This incantation can slightly resist the true yang energy. Take this incantation as a reward for helping my sister. However, you mustn't tell anyone else about this incantation, otherwise. The mysterious woman seemed to be hesitant. I won't tell anyone about it. Ning Fan's tone was still flat, but there was a hint of urgency in it. If he drags on any longer, the magic power of the Ice Sun would corrode him even more. By then, even if he uses his sense soul incarnation, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Listen up. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish called Kuan. In the Northern Ocean, there is a saint called Hun Kuan. There was a day in the Northern Sea named In Rome. There is thunder in the Northern Sea, its name is Thunder Grief. When the woman finished reciting the incantation, she suddenly stopped. She didn't know how to do the rest. This mantra was something he had obtained by chance. After listening to this mantra, Ning Fan's expression changed and he chanted it in his heart. There were only 4 sentences of the mantra, but as soon as he chanted it, the irresistible corrosive force of the Ice Sun turned into a gentle breeze. It couldn't hurt Ning Fan anymore and gradually, it was devoured by Ning Fan. That trace of corrosive force was called the true yang energy. It was a taboo force that Ning Fan couldn't touch with his current realm or even the realm of a divine emperor of the rain world. A trace of it was insignificant. After Ning Fan devoured it, it immediately disappeared without a trace due to Ning Fan's insufficient realm. Even so, it still left a trace of mark in Ning Fan's mind. He had a vague understanding of the sunset, but he couldn't see through it. What surprised Ning Fan the most was that the silent Eastern Ocean bell in his storage pouch suddenly let out a clear Dao sound. The bell rang, reverberating in Ning Fan's mind. Eastern Ocean, Northern Ocean, perhaps this bell has something to do with the Northern Ocean mantra that the mysterious woman mentioned. Ning Fan had a vague guess in his mind, but he knew that the connection wasn't something that a harmonious spirit like him could figure out. Although he didn't understand the abstruse of the mantra nor the mystery of the Eastern Ocean bell, Ning Fan was sure that the Eastern Ocean bell was extraordinary. For the first time, he didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the profound Yin world within the Yin Yang locket. There was a huge sun that was half black and half white. The power of the Ice Sun couldn't hurt Ning Fan anymore. The woman in the Yin Yang locket took the opportunity to cast a magical technique to devour the 4th grade cold chi in the Ice Sun, the purple loath ice frost. This technique consumed a lot of her energy, but it seemed like the purple loath ice frost was more important to her. Ning Fan didn't stay idle inside the Ice Sun. He closed his eyes and seemed to have comprehended something. What he comprehended was his own heart's devil. What was in front of him was the heaven's might. Under the heaven's might, the heart's devil was exceptionally clear. Through his inner heart, Ning Fan could vaguely see an extremely cold and gloomy corner of his heart. In that corner, there were the sufferings of his childhood, the helplessness, despair, hatred when he was imprisoned in the all-pleasure sect, and the madness that destroyed the heaven separation sect. That corner had gathered all of Ning Fan's negative emotions. If they were condensed into one, it would become the heart's devil. But Ning Fan knew that his heart's devil was far more than that. Compared to these negative emotions, the scariest thing was love. Gold core cultivators needed to sever their emotions. That was why many old monsters who resorted to trickery wouldn't look for a Dao companion before reaching the gold core realm. Their hearts would lack a trace of emotion, so when they severed their heart's devil, they didn't need to face the barrier of love, they only needed to sever their negative emotions. Their hearts didn't have any struggle, so severing their heart's devil wouldn't have much effect on them. Without emotion in their hearts, it would be extremely difficult for them to advance their gold core realm. If Ning Fan had a choice, he would rather not get to know Ji He and the other women before reaching the gold core realm. In this way, even if he lacked the emotion, it would still be better than severing the emotions in their hearts. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. In order to break through the gold core realm, he must sever all ties with the women in the past. Can I do it? At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His hollow eyes stared at the gradually fading ice sun in front of him, struggling. If he didn't break through the gold core realm, he would certainly die when Moksha Sovereign attacked him 100 years later. Severing the heart's devil meant forgetting Ji He and the other women. In this way, even if he claimed to love them, he would still treat them as his cauldrons in the end. Then, what was the trace of warmth that Ning Fan protected when he fought against Moksha Sovereign? His heart was struggling. The more difficult the struggle, the more it showed that the heart's devil that he was about to face was incomparably powerful. As his heart struggled, a trace of boundless chi rose from his body. Tribulation clouds condensed in the sky. This was the sign of drawing the heavenly tribulation and breaking through to the gold core realm. In an instant, Ningfan's dazed expression was swept away, and he regained his clarity. He was secretly shocked that he almost initiated the heavenly tribulation to break through to the gold core realm, not to mention the success rate. If he went into seclusion here, he would need at least 10 years of comprehension. In order to break through to the gold core realm, he originally planned to go to the Lost World Palace to cultivate. Relying on the slow flow of time, he shortened the 10 years of comprehension to a few years. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He dispersed the comprehension of the heart's devil and the tribulation clouds in the sky disappeared. However, Ningfan didn't know that the scene of his heart's devil being triggered and the heavenly tribulation had silenced the entire place. He was still alive after rushing into the ice sun. Moreover, no one knew what method he used in the ice sun, but he wasn't hurt at all and was about to break through to the gold core heavenly tribulation. It was a wise move for him to disperse the heavenly tribulation in time. After all, the spiritual chi on the amethyst sky platform was thin. It would be very difficult to enter seclusion here. The reason why the old monsters were shocked wasn't because Ningfan had initiated the heavenly tribulation, but because his cultivation speed was too fast. Before he joined the sect, he was an intermediate harmonious spirit expert. After entering the demon sinister forest for a month, he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm. Half a year later, he was already at the peak of harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, he had completely found his heart's devil during the battle, allowing him to break through to form his core in seclusion. Fast, too fast. Your country was going to have a gold core cultivator who was only a few decades old. This was simply a monstrous aptitude. Those with profound cultivation base such as Sinister Sparrow, Elder Song Feng and the beggar youth could vaguely see the struggle in Ningfan's heart when the heavenly tribulation was shaking. Among them, Sinister Sparrow, who had the deepest understanding of Ningfan, let out a sigh. He understood why Ningfan was struggling. Because this kid had too many beauties to tie him down. Would he choose to forget them? Ningfan had struggled before. After breaking through to the gold core realm, he would certainly become a top expert. His cultivation speed would advance by leaps and bounds. But what would he choose? Would he choose to form his core? Sinister Sparrow's face revealed a trace of shame. Even he didn't have any emotional debt before he formed his core. It was only after he formed his core that he formed a relationship with Lan Mei's mother. He didn't dare to sever his emotions. Bai Fading's face turned gloomy once more, but there was fear in it. His ice sun falling technique couldn't hurt Ningfan at all. On the contrary, it had helped Ningfan to completely comprehend his heart's devil. Not long after that, Bai Fading's eyes quivered. He found that the ice sun began to turn illusory and even shattered. This is the heaven's might. Bai Fading took 2 steps back and stabilized his body. Once again, he struck out several magical forces into the ice sun in an attempt to stabilize it. But immediately, the corner of his eyes shrunk, revealing a horrified expression. A dot of black fire rose faintly from the ice sun and immediately engulfed the 4 dimensions, incinerating all the icy chi. Break! The voice of a youth came out from the ice sun immediately. The huge sun that shook everyone's heart shattered with a loud bang. A youth was controlling the black dragon fire. His eyes were cold and his body was covered in ice shards. With a finger, he shattered the illusory ice sundae. It's over. The youth said indifferently. His eyes flashed with black light. With a point of his finger, the surging black fire in his hand turned into a sea of fire. Then, like a black whirlpool, it engulfed revered Bai. Black demon flame. Earth vein demonic flame. 5th grade spiritual fire. Countless old monsters rose to their feet and stared at the black flame in disbelief. According to the knowledge of many old monsters, this flame was the flame of Old Monster Han, the apothecary. With this flame, Old Monster Han could become one of the top 10 experts in Yu country. Even though he was only a harmonious spirit expert, everyone knew that Ningfan was the disciple of the Old Monster, but no one knew that the Old Monster would pass this flame to Ningfan. The Earth Vein Demonic Flame. Once this flame is unleashed, even the 4th grade cold chi won't be a match for it. There's no suspense in this battle. Elder Songfeng's eyes were filled with shock. He could only watch as his old opponent was about to lose to a youth. However, he didn't feel that it was unbelievable. Instead, he felt that it was a matter of course. The strength displayed by this youth was too strong. It would be ridiculous if he still couldn't defeat revered Bai. No, I won't be defeated. This old man still has the profound heavy armor. Bai Fading's eyes were filled with madness. He gathered all of his magical force into the profound heavy armor, trying to defend against Ning Fan's black flame. The profound heavy armor let out a sizzling sound, as if it couldn't withstand the might of the black flame. Eventually, it managed to withstand the attack. But at this moment, Ning Fan changed his hand seal and a voice was heard. Dragon Vortex Fire, First Revolution. In an instant, the flame rose to a height of 10 meters. The whirlpool suddenly rotated. The profound heavy armor let out a sizzling sound and cracks began to appear. Don't break it. Bai Fading took out a dozen Dan-grade talismans and stuck them on the profound heavy armor. Rays of light rose from the sea of fire and turned into layers of defense. In this way, the profound heavy armor was finally able to defend against the might of the First Revolution Dragon Flame. But the Second Revolution was coming. Dragon Vortex Fire, Second Revolution. After the Second Revolution, the color of the sea of fire became darker. Bai Fading's beard and hair began to burn as he was sucked into the whirlpool. The cracks on the profound heavy armor began to spread again. It wasn't far from breaking. This old man said, "Don't break it." Revered Bai seemed to have gone mad. He patted his storage pouch and took out a bottle of secret pills that could increase magical force. His meridians felt swollen and painful. His magical force rose again and fused into the profound heavy armor to strengthen its defense, resisting the second revolution of Ning Fan's Dragon Flame. The second revolution of Dragon Flame could even severely injure an early gold core cultivator. With the help of the Black Demon Flame, the power of this technique was even greater. In the arena, the coldness was swept away and the temperature was as hot as summer. Each of the old experts was drenched in sweat as they looked at the Dragon Flame technique with a shocked expression. Most of them couldn't withstand this flame. Now that Bai Fading was severely injured, he was still able to withstand the flame, which made the situation even more complicated and confusing. The second revolution isn't enough. If this kid uses the third revolution, no, the third revolution Dragon Flame, even the overbearing old monster Han might not be able to use it. A gold core old expert who had been bullied by the old monster, the sect master of Flying Swallow sect, Su Fei, sighed and said. It was impossible for him to use the third revolution. Su Fei's words made many old experts agree with him. Ning Fan's magical force was also consumed. If he couldn't break Revered Bai's defense, the two of them would have a draw. A draw, in this case, the winnings will be much lesser. Forget it, fortunately, Revered Bai won't be defeated. At least the money I bet won't be in vain. The hearts of some old monsters were still thinking about that heart-stirring bet. No one expected Revered Bai to win anymore. They only hoped that Revered Bai wouldn't be defeated and end the battle in a draw. But they were destined to be disappointed, because Ning Fan changed his technique again. Dragon Vortex Fire, Third Revolution. Black Dragon, bite him. Ning Fan's eyes glinted with cold light. The whirlpool of the sea of fire expanded. In the depths of the whirlpool, the flames condensed into a huge dragon head. It wanted to bite Revered Bai's shoulder, tearing off a large piece of heavy armor along with a piece of flesh. Arg! Revered Bai let out a wail, but the pain in his shoulder aroused his ruthlessness. He took out more than 10 magical treasures, all of which were mid-grade magical treasures. Each of them was an extremely precious treasure. But at this moment, he had forgotten about winning or losing, the bet and everything else. There was only one thought in his mind, to block Ning Fan's attack and protect his reputation. Break! 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 One after another, the magical treasures were detonated by Revered Bai. The aftershock of the explosion dispersed layers of the sea of fire, creating an opening. Revered Bai covered his injured shoulder and seized the opportunity to rush out of the sea of Dragon Vortex Fire. His beard and hair were all burnt, leaving him bald and dirty. His profound heavy armor was full of cracks, making him look extremely miserable. But in the end, he managed to block Ning Fan's third revolution Dragon Fire. Finally, it's a draw. In this way, I won't lose all my face. There was no longer a trace of desire to win in his heart. He realized that he was no match for Ning Fan. Ning Fan also had a clear understanding of how difficult it was to deal with revered Bai. This was a gold-core old monster that was tempered in the blood sea. He was definitely not as weak as Bing Ling and Yu Ling. In this world, there were countless old monsters like him. He must not underestimate his enemy. Ice Rain Technique. Ning Fan didn't seem to have much magical power left. He flicked his finger and casted a low-grade Ice Rain Technique. This technique was insignificant in the eyes of countless old monsters, and revered Bai didn't put it in his eyes at all. He was panting heavily, looking at the icicles in the sky and sneered. It's a draw, this ice rain can't hurt me. The icicles pierced the profound heavy armor and were easily blocked. However, the cold chi in the icicles penetrated through the profound heavy armor and shattered into pieces without a sign. The remaining icicles pierced revered Bai's defenseless body one after another, turning him into a bloody mess. Of course, Ning Fan avoided the vital parts. He had said that he wouldn't kill revered Bai, he would only injure him severely. What? Revered Bai could even withstand the third revolution dragon fire. How could he be defeated by a mere ice rain technique? This. Each of the old monsters was dumbfounded. They were surprised that Ning Fan could cast two magical techniques of different attributes with just one immortal vein. Dragon Vortex Fire. Ning Fan must have a fire vein to cast it. Although the grade of the ice rain technique was low, Ning Fan also needed an ice vein to cast it. A dual spirit cultivator. All the cultivators who guessed this looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. They also had an answer as to why Ning Fan's cultivation speed was so fast. A dual spirit cultivator, a monstrous aptitude. You. Revered Bai's breath was weak. He wished he could die immediately. To him, not dying and being looked down upon by everyone was worse than death. He was a man with integrity, regardless of his character. The reason why you lost is because you underestimated me. The name of revered Bai has made you used to being superior, forgetting that there is always someone better than you out there. The cultivation world is vast. You and I aren't the strongest. Even those void fragmentation experts that are high above us are far from the strongest. After saying these words, Ning Fan's eyes lightly swept past the beggar and then moved away as if nothing had happened, leaving no trace behind. Don't provoke me again, or else. Ning Fan didn't say anything else and turned to leave. He walked to the center of the venue and swept his eyes across the guests. Under his intense gaze, even the gold-core old monsters didn't dare to make a sound. This kid wasn't the strongest under the gold-core realm. Even if it was above the gold-core realm, there were only a few who could defeat him. From today onwards, there will be no revered Bai in Sinister Sparrow sect. There will only be me, revered Ning. Half a month had passed, but the old experts who stayed in Sinister Sparrow sect still looked miserable, as if their fathers had died. All the immortal jades were gone. Those who bet on Ning Fan's defeat or a draw lost all their immortal jades. Like all the other old experts, the beggar couldn't feel happy. Little Ji-He and Cece took away 200,000 immortal jades from the beggar. At this moment, Ji-He smiled sweetly, feeling that she was too smart. She had won so much money just by making up her mind. When Lan Mei placed the huge amount of wealth in front of Sinister Sparrow, even the scheming Sinister Sparrow couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. 100,000 immortal jades. As the master of a sect, how could he not be tempted? Bai Lu also returned to Dual Cultivation Palace with 10,000 immortal jades to distribute the rewards. As for the wife of Fire Cloud Old Ancestor, Yun Hua, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She held the 100,000 immortal jades in her hands and didn't know what to do. She had originally followed the old ancestor's order to throw the 100,000 immortal jades into the water to buy Ning Fan's good impression and plant the seed for what she would ask for in the future, but from the bottom of her heart, Yun Hua was extremely reluctant to spend such a cheap amount of money. She didn't expect that this action of throwing money could be exchanged for such a huge amount of profit. Husband, your eyes are very sharp. Yun Hua praised in her heart. Immediately, a complacent voice resounded in her heart. Of course, your husband is the dignified Fire Cloud Old Ancestor. Strangely, no one knew that a trace of spirit sense of Fire Cloud Old Ancestor was hidden in Yun Hua's body through some unknown means. No wonder he was at ease when his wife went out. It turned out that he was monitoring her all the time. The beggar didn't suffer any loss or profit. He came to Sinister Sparrow sect to look for Ning Fan, but he didn't even find a hair of Ning Fan. It seemed like this trip was a waste of effort. He wasn't in a good mood, so he ignored all the old experts who came to claim a relationship with him. He couldn't wait to leave Sinister Sparrow sect to avoid the annoyance of these bees and flies, but Ning Fan didn't appear for a long time and didn't exchange for the 50,000 immortal jades that he was supposed to get. After the battle on the sky platform, Ning Fan had become revered Ning and immediately went into seclusion. His state of mind was in chaos because of the Heart Devil. He had to suppress his Heart Devil again because it wasn't the right time to form his core, the Lost World Palace. Before I find this place, I can't form my core. Otherwise, time will be wasted. If Ning Fan didn't show up, the beggar wouldn't be able to leave. He was a dignified second heavenly layer void fragmentation old monster and the dignified son of a divine emperor. How could he take advantage of a junior with 50,000 immortal jades? Was he that short of money? Although he was a beggar, the stone chamber of the dual cultivation palace was destroyed by him when he was in seclusion the last time. This time, he was in seclusion in the stone chamber of the dam palace. As for his cheap disciple, Xueqing, he was waiting respectfully outside the stone chamber. This scene shocked many old monsters. The arrogant Third Revolution Pill Master Xueqing actually greeted Ning Fan like a disciple. Xueqing would naturally not explain all of this to anyone. This was Ning Fan's instruction to not reveal his identity as a Fourth Revolution Pill Refinement Master. At this moment, Xueqing's eyes were burning as he stared at the stone gate. Previously, he respected Ning Fan because of his pill concoction skills, but after the battle with Revered Bai, Ning Fan's combat strength had impressed him. Although Revered Bai wasn't as strong as an old ancestor and wasn't one of the top 10 experts in Yu country, he was still one of the top 20 experts in Yu country. However, an expert of this level was defeated by a young man like Ning Fan. Before the battle, no one expected Ning Fan to win. At the end of the battle, no one regretted the fact that they had placed the wrong bet. At the age of 17, Ning Fan stepped on the path of evil cultivation. At the age of 18, he had become one of the top experts in Yu country, revered Ning of Sinister Sparrow sect. The only thing that bothered Xueqing was that Ning Fan seemed to have found too many wives for him. With a smile on his face, he looked at the anxious women outside the stone chamber. Jiha was born with a bewitching bone. Bai Lu was the #1 devil girl of Sinister Sparrow sect. Lan Mei was the young master of Sinister Sparrow sect. Cici, this woman gave Xueqing a terrifying feeling. Facing her seemed to be more dangerous than facing Sinister Sparrow. These are all wives of Master. I can't neglect them. With a smile on his face, he greeted the 4 women one by one. As for the innocent Jiha, her impression of this respectful old man immediately improved. As for Si Wuxia, she only nodded her head lightly as a response. Only in front of Ning Fan would she put away her coldness and turn back into an innocent girl. However, this innocence was diminishing as time went by. Lan Mei and Bai Lu were the ones who couldn't adapt to Xueqing's smile the most. Lan Mei was still fine. As the young master, Xueqing would usually smile and talk to her, but he had never been so respectful to her. Xueqing had an air of arrogance that belonged to a pill refinement grandmaster. This air of arrogance allowed him to not show his inferiority in front of experts like Sinister Sparrow. But today, Xueqing was very respectful. The way he looked at her was like a junior. This made Lan Mei slightly uncomfortable, but she could vaguely guess that the reason why Xueqing was so respectful to her was related to Ning Fan. The one who couldn't adapt to it the most was Bai Lu. In the past, as the substitute elder of Dual Cultivation Palace, Xueqing had never once looked at her when she came to Dan Palace to collect the pills required by the female disciples. In fact, Xueqing had always despised Bai Lu. But today, Xueqing was extremely respectful to Bai Lu. All of this was because he heard that Bai Lu had been subdued by Ning Fan. This is also Master's wife. I can't neglect her. Xueqing's face was full of smiles, but his heart was smiling bitterly. This expression was too difficult for a cold and arrogant person like him. However, he discovered that when he put down his pride and resumed the mentality of a junior, his stagnant cultivation base began to loosen a little. Ning Fan didn't know what was happening outside the stone chamber. After obtaining the purple loath ice frost, the mysterious woman fell into a deep slumber again. But Ning Fan could vaguely feel that the mysterious woman was undergoing some kind of change, whether it was good or bad, he didn't know. After suppressing the chaotic state of mind, he didn't come out of seclusion immediately. Instead, he stayed in the stone chamber to sort out the insights he gained from the battle. Breaking illusion bead, for Mark's natal immortal cloud, 4th grade cold chi, myriad soul banner, hornless ice sword, 7 sword art. By fadings means weren't weak. Moreover, his rich experience in fighting also gave Ning Fan a hint of inspiration. There was a world of difference in combat strength between a cultivator who trained in blood and fire and a cultivator who cultivated peacefully. After breaking through to the Gold Core realm, he must go to the Lost World Palace to borrow the power of the Lost World to shorten the time needed to form his core. The mysterious woman did not mention the location of the Lost World Palace. However, it was currently in a deep slumber. Just like the Godly Void Pavilion, the Lost World Palace could be found all over the Rain World. Unfortunately, there was no Lost World Palace in Yu Country. The nearby Wu Country and Chu Country did not seem to have any Lost World Palace either. Even the nearest one had to cross more than a dozen cultivation countries. After arriving at Ying, he would board the Heaven of Asian boat and sail to the Boundless Sea. The Endless Sea was located in the easternmost region of the Rain Immortal World. It was a long way from the Endless Sea. Apart from cultivators, there were also foreign races. Demon race, ghost race, giant devil race. With Ning Fan's traveling speed, it would take him several years just to get to the Lost World Palace in the Endless Sea. It seemed like the losses outweighed the gains. To go or not to go, that was the question. Currently, he still had a lot of enemies in Yu Country. The 3 immortal armies had yet to form their true combat power. It was unknown whether he could protect Ming City and 7 Apricot City. Was it really a good idea for him to leave Yu Country at this time? There is an old saying in the cultivation world. Cultivating the Tao is not cultivating longevity, but to be free and unfettered. If one's heart is shackled, one will never be able to cultivate the Tao again. At this moment, Ning Fan finally experienced the troubles of having too many shackles. At the same time, he also experienced the happiness of having too many shackles. It seems like I haven't had a good time to bask in the sun for a long time. He recalled the old monster's reminder, sighed slightly and stood up. He thought of Ninggu who was far away from home and closed his eyes slightly. He thought of Extremine Gate, Bone Sovereign, Moksha Sovereign and the scenes of slaughter. In just a year of devil cultivation, his hands had been stained with too much blood and sins. Ning Fan needed to bask in the sun. This was the method to suppress the heart devil that the old monster taught him. Exit seclusion. He gently pushed the stone door open and saw the 4 girls and Xue Qing. Their eagerness turned into a trace of determination in his eyes. I won't sever my emotions. Bai Lu frowned as soon as she saw Ning Fan. She let out a soft humph and turned away without saying a word to Ning Fan. However, her shoulders were obviously shaking, as if she wasn't as calm as she looked. Lan Mei was a little reserved, Cici was a little happy, and Jiha clung to Ning Fan's bosom. Brother Fan, we are rich. Her first sentence wasn't about missing him for a long time, but about being rich. How heartless was this little girl. Ning Fan let go of Jiha and patted her hair. His eyes were looking outside the stone chamber. The 2 of you have been waiting for a long time. The 2 people he was referring to were Lady Yun Hua and the impatient beggar. 2 silhouettes immediately walked out from both sides of the valley. One of them walked like a lotus while the other one had an unpleasant expression. If you don't come out, I will smash your stone chamber. Here, this is the 50,000 immortal jades that you won. The beggar impatiently threw a storage pouch that contained 100,000 immortal jades to Ning Fan. I will definitely support the next time there is a bet. Ning Fan clasped his fists at the beggar. Only a fool would refuse to earn money. I don't want to see you ever again, right? Have you seen a piece of blue jade? The beggar suddenly asked mysteriously. Perhaps this was his original intention of waiting for Ning Fan. Blue jade? Ning Fan showed a strange expression. Is that so? Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. The beggar didn't say anything else. Ning Fan's expression showed that he really didn't know anything. His words were inexplicable, but there seemed to be a profound meaning behind it. Ning Fan's eyes moved. This beggar wasn't looking for jades, but someone. This beggar was a void fragmentation expert of Rain Palace. Everyone in the 800 cultivation countries knew that Rain Palace was looking for someone. However, no one knew who they were looking for. The person that Rain Palace is looking for is related to the Blue Jade. All the signs made Ning Fan come to this conclusion, but he immediately put it aside. What does Rain Palace looking for someone have to do with me? Forget it, goodbye. The beggar showed an impatient expression. He clasped his fists at Ning Fan and left an array of light. After the beggar left, Ning Fan's eyes fell on Lady Yunhua's delicate body, revealing an inexplicable smile. Is there something that Lady Yunhua is looking for me? Oh? How did revered Ning know? Why would you look for me for no reason? Do you need a place to talk alone? Sorry for troubling revered Ning to lead the way. The conversation between Ning Fan and Yunhua seemed to have a profound meaning. Lan Mei also vaguely guessed that the reason why Yunhua looked for Ning Fan wasn't as simple as having an affair. However, Jihe was a silly little girl. She naturally wouldn't think that much. When she saw Ning Fan flirting with another woman, she immediately stomped her feet in resentment. Silly girl, wait for me here. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the ladies and ordered Xue Qing to open a high-grade concoction room for a discussion. The concoction room was shielded by a nascent realm grand formation that could block spirit sense. It was undoubtedly the best place for a secret discussion. However, even Sinister Sparrow didn't have enough face to open a concoction room for discussion. Xue Qing wouldn't allow it. The concoction room was originally used for concoction. How could it be used for other purposes? However, Ning Fan was Xue Qing's master, a fourth revolution pill master and revered Ning. His face was more important than the sect master in Xue Qing's heart. Xue Qing didn't dare to disobey Ning Fan's order. Only Ning Fan and Yunhua were left in the high-grade concoction room. At this moment, Ning Fan kept his smile and said with an indifferent tone. Old ancestor Hui Yun, what a leisurely mood to hide in Madame's body. Do you really think that I can't sense it? Hee hee. You're worthy of being called Black Devil Ning. Your spirit sense is even stronger than mine. You're worthy of being a fourth revolution pill master. A fiery light burst out from Madame Yunhua's body and turned into an illusory fiery figure. This person was old ancestor Hui Yun, a half-step nascent soul expert, Jing Zhue. His hair was as red as a halberd, his eyes were fiery red, and he was wearing a big red robe. Even his smile was filled with heat. As soon as he saw this person and heard his words, Ning Fan's eyes shrunk and said coldly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Although he didn't say it out loud, his heart was filled with helplessness. It seemed like Black Devil Ning's identity was going to be exposed in the end. There were many people in the world who were good at divination. There were also many people who were good at it. It wasn't strange for them to find out his identity, but it was also possible that Jing Zhue was just testing him, and Ning Fan wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. Don't worry, little friend. This old man doesn't have any evil intentions, but there are people who want to kill you. Do you know that old devil Purple Een of Extreme Gate has joined hands with the experts of Heavenly Dao sect in Wu country to kill you? Ning Fan didn't say a word. He couldn't tell if old ancestor Jing Zhue was still testing him. Hee hee, little friend has such a strong vigilance. Good, this shows that little friend is someone who is planning something big. Little friend, you don't have to hide it from me. I have a friend in Wu country who received a piece of news by chance. That's how I found out your true identity. Little friend, do you know that old devil Purple Een has gone to Wu country and spent 10,000 immortal jades to find out your true identity from the divine divination old man? I swear on my heart's devil that this is absolutely true. Little friend, you don't have to pretend in front of me anymore, old ancestor Jing Zhue said with a sincere expression. After listening to Jing Zhue's words, Ning Fan believed 70% of it and 30% of it. What he believed was that Jing Zhue really knew his identity. What he didn't believe was the method to find out his identity. A friend told him? Ridiculous, this Jing Zhue must be like old devil Purple Een, spending a fortune to find out his identity from the divine divination old man. However, Jing Zhue was obviously different from Purple Een. After knowing Ning Fan's identity, he didn't dare to make a move against Ning Fan directly after thinking about it. After all, Fire Cloud sect was the first sect to obtain a nascent formation pill. There was no need for him to go to war with Ning Fan. As long as he maintained the current situation, it would be easy for Fire Cloud Sect to obtain the first nascent formation pill. Xianxia was highly likely to be the first nascent soul cultivator in Yu country, because he would be the first to obtain the nascent formation pill. But Purpleine was different. His Extremine Gate was scheduled to obtain the pill 10 years later, and there were many conflicts between Purpleine and Ning Fan. Purpleine couldn't wait. He only wanted to rob Ning Fan. Old Ancestor Xianxia, good plan, not bad. I am Ning Fan and also Black Devil Ning. Are you satisfied with this? Tell me your purpose of coming here, otherwise, I might treat you as an enemy. Killing intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Under the killing intent of an immortal emperor, even Xianxia couldn't remain calm. As for his wife, Yunhua, her face turned pale. He really was Black Devil Ning, sure enough. He had an extremely terrifying trump card, plus, this kid was very cunning. He could tell that Ning Fan had found the divine divination old man to calculate the heavenly secret, but what Ning Fan didn't know was that Xianxia was different from Purpleine. The first one was about Black Devil Ning's identity. The second divination was about the probability of Xianxia capturing Black Devil Ning by himself. And the answer that the divine divination old man gave was, death. It was this second divination that completely dispelled Xianxia's hostility towards Ning Fan. He was afraid that he was the only one in the entire Yu country who knew about Ning Fan's terror. Purpleine had missed one divination, and this one divination had determined the destruction of Extremine Gate. I'm sorry, people in the cultivation world have no choice but to do what they want. However, I'm indeed a friend of revered Ning now. I'm still waiting for revered Ning's nascent formation pill to break through to the nascent soul realm. How would I dare to become revered Ning's enemy? Xianxia laughed dryly. Seeing the killing intent on Ning Fan's face didn't diminish, he kept his smile and said solemnly. Alright. I'll tell you my purpose of coming here. I want to form an alliance with revered Ning to destroy Extremine Gate together. Alliance? Why? Ning Fan's eyes relaxed and his killing intent was slightly surprised. This arrogant old ancestor Huiyun wanted to form an alliance with him? Why did he want to attack Extremine Gate? I might have a grudge against Extremine Gate, but what about him? As if he could see Ning Fan's doubt, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness and hatred. He pointed at Yunhua and said with a bitter smile. To be honest with revered Ning, I have a grudge against Purpleine for killing my wife. Look at Yunhua, she's a living person. I see. No wonder I felt something wrong with Lady Yunhua's qi. Ning Fan looked at Yunhua who was standing prettily and revealed a look of understanding. Lady Yunhua was already dead, but she was still alive in a strange form. Her body was dead and her heart had stopped beating, but the magical power in her meridians was still circulating and flowing according to the corpse refinement technique, keeping her body from rotting. As for her soul, it was supposed to enter samsara after death, but it was sealed in the heavenly spirit. Sealing the heavenly spirit was a corpse refinement technique that could retain the spiritual wisdom of the corpse, but it was only passed down in ancient times. Ancient Chaos's memory didn't mention this secret technique, otherwise, Ning Fan could dig out Ning Honghong's corpse and make a corpse for her to resurrect. This woman could be Yunhua, but she could also be not. Rumor had it that old ancestor Xianxia was a narrow-minded man who didn't want his wife to show her face in front of others. In fact, he wasn't being narrow-minded, but he was afraid that Yunhua's identity as a corpse refinement would be exposed. Even when his Dao companion became a corpse refinement, Xianxia still stayed by her side. This red-haired old man was an infatuated man. Of course, the premise was that Xianxia didn't lie about this matter. Ning Fan didn't comment on whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not. Little friend, you don't believe that I'm in love with a corpse? Forget it. It's not wrong for you to doubt this matter. Little friend, your name is Black Devil and you have the noble title of revered Ning. Although your cultivation base is high and your skill in concocting pills is strong, your experience is still shallow. On the Purple Jade Sky platform, when you attracted the core formation Heavenly Tribulation, this old man could see the struggle in your heart. In the past, this old man had also struggled, but that was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Oh? Fellow Taoist Xianxia also struggled with the tribulation of severing love? Ning Fan was slightly startled and slightly interested in Xianxia's words. That's right. I knew Yunhua before I formed my core. At that time, Yunhua's cultivation talent was above mine, but she didn't break through to the gold core realm because she couldn't bear to forget me. I didn't break through to the gold core realm either. I couldn't bear to sever my love and forget everything, until that incident happened. At that time, Purpleine, who was only an elder of Extremine sect, fancied my wife and attacked her when she went out to complete the sex mission. Speaking of this, Xianxia closed his eyes painfully without any pretense. Yunhua is so silly. If she had followed Purpleine, she wouldn't have died. Why didn't she follow? Why would she rather die? After Yunhua's death, my heart was like dead ashes and I broke the barrier of love. I retrieved Yunhua's corpse and refined it into a refined corpse. This matter has already happened for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that no one in Yu country remembers the harmonious spirit realm Yunhua. I'm afraid that even Purpleine doesn't remember this. He doesn't know that every day, I can't wait to eat his flesh. But I'm no match for Purpleine. Therefore, I need the nascent soul pill. I need to become stronger. Xianxia's gaze suddenly turned crazy. I want to form my nascent soul. I don't want to live forever, I don't want to be unstoppable. I just want to cut Purpleine into pieces so that the pain in Yunhua's heart will be slightly reduced. If her identity as a refined corpse cannot be allowed to exist in the world, I would rather overturn the entire sky and correct her reflection. Do you understand this feeling? I'm a little excited and said too much. Fellow Taoist Ning, this old man only has one thing to say. If you help me with this matter, this old man is willing to gift the Fire Cloud sect to you as thanks. Ning Fan's expression changed. It wasn't because of Xianxia's generosity in gifting the Fire Cloud sect to him. What moved Ning Fan was Xianxia's craziness and obsession. He didn't want to live forever and he didn't want to be unstoppable. He just wanted to correct his reflection. This was a kind of obsession. It was an obsession that made Ning Fan waver. Initially, Ning Fan thought that his persistence in not severing his emotions was already considered as persistence. However, compared to Xianxia, his persistence seemed insignificant. Ning Fan closed his eyes and fell into silence. Xianxia didn't seem like he was lying. No, it should be said that such a person would never lie about the matters of his true love because it was a kind of blasphemy. Words could deceive others but one's Tao heart could never be deceived. Xianxia's Tao heart would never regret even if he were to die 100 times. Ning Fan could clearly feel his craziness and deep obsession towards Yunhua. If the Extremine sect really wants to attack Ningqing, it would be very difficult for him to face the joint attack of the Extremine sect and the Heavenly Tao sect alone. Allying with the Fire Cloud sect was a wise move. With the Fire Cloud sect restraining the Extremine sect, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Moreover, after annihilating the Extremine sect, he could openly take over the entire Fire Cloud sect as a reward. Since he had no use for the Fire Cloud sect, he might as well change his reward and propose other conditions to Xianxia. For example, Ning Fan was extremely interested in Xianxia's special corpse refining technique. For example, the Fire Cloud sect had a large number of spiritual herbs and cultivation methods which Ning Fan might need. Of course, it would be extremely foolish for Ning Fan to not fully trust Xianxia. He still maintained a trace of vigilance. This was the basic principle for cultivators to interact with each other. If the Extremine sect really wants to kill Ningqing, I will be very happy to ally with fellow Taoist Xianxia. However, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xianxia has a specific plan to deal with the Extremine sect. I do. Firstly, I need a nascent formation pill to break through to the nascent soul realm. However, I don't know if revered Ning has the confidence to concoct a nascent formation pill within a month. Nascent formation pill? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. That's right. The sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect seems to be in seclusion. He will only come out after 3 months. Therefore, the plan of the Purpleine sect and Heavenly Tao sect to massacre Ningqing will most likely be carried out 3 months later. There are still 3 months left. If that's the case, I really need to make some preparations. Ning Fan didn't ask about the source of Xianxia's information. It wasn't hard to guess that there was a spy planted by Xianxia in the Extremine sect. Since he had the intention to kill Purpleine sect, it wasn't strange for him to plant a spy for hundreds of years. I will concoct a nascent formation pill at most half a month. However, I don't think you can refine the pill and break through to the nascent soul realm within 2.5 months. That's right. I will need at least 100 years of seclusion to completely break through to the nascent soul realm. But what if I only need to raise my magical power to the nascent soul realm? So what if I temporarily suppress my cultivation realm and don't break through? I think it will be enough to increase my strength. If I can successfully annihilate the extremine sect, I will go to the endless sea and break through to the nascent soul realm there. I see. Alright, leave the matter of the nascent formation pill to me. Oh, if fellow Taoist Xianxia goes to the endless sea, you must bring me along. I also plan to go there, but unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the way there. You want to go too? Xianxia was slightly surprised. The Lost World Palace. Our goal seems to be the same. Ning Fan said with a smile. Hiss. Fellow Taoist Ning is quite well informed. That's right, there's indeed a Lost World Palace in the Endless Sea. It's the ideal place for me to form my nascent soul. If fellow Taoist is willing to travel with me, I won't have any objection. Xianxia laughed and did not refuse. At this moment, he had something to ask of Ning Fan. Thus, he naturally would not displease Ning Fan at this moment. Ning Fan looked at Xianxia with a hint of approval. This Xianxia is really good at adapting to circumstances. Consuming a nascent formation pill would only allow one's magical power to reach the nascent soul realm while suppressing one's cultivation realm. This method was something that ordinary people would never be able to come up with. In fact, it was even more difficult to implement. But Xianxia dared to think this way, so he must be completely confident. If Xianxia's magic power reached the nascent soul realm, he would have a great chance of winning against old devil Purple Een even if he hadn't broken through to the next realm. If that's the case, I have to congratulate fellow Taoist for forming your nascent soul in advance. Ning Fan said with a smile. Haha, if this old man is fortunate enough to form my nascent soul, I will not forget fellow Taoist Ning's kindness. In order to eliminate Purple Een, this old man still has some plans that I hope fellow Taoist Ning can adopt. I'd like to hear the details, but before that, I would like to ask for something from fellow Taoist Xianxia. If fellow Taoist needs it, feel free to take it. Immortal Jade, the more the better. Also, I'm also interested in your wife's soul-sealing corpse refining technique. One more thing, if fellow Taoist can gather all the medicinal ingredients listed in this jade slip, I'll be more than happy to concoct 2 more pills for fellow Taoist. Ning Fan waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He imprinted 2 pill recipes on it with his spirit sense and passed it to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction after hearing that Ning Fan wanted the immortal jade and a corpse refining technique. The immortal jade was originally a gift to Ning Fan and the corpse refining technique was something that he obtained by chance in the Endless Sea. Although it was precious, it wasn't something that couldn't be taught to outsiders. It was fine if Ning Fan asked for the items, but Xianxia would doubt Ning Fan's sincerity if Ning Fan didn't ask for anything in return. As for the matter that Ning Fan said that he was willing to concoct 2 more pills for him, after receiving the jade slip, Xianxia scanned through it with his spirit sense. All the medicinal ingredients required were precious and they were at least 2,000 years old. Xianxia's face twitched. It wasn't easy to gather all these pills. He didn't know what kind of pill Ning Fan was going to concoct for him. If it was a pill that wasn't really useful to him, it would be a waste to spend so many rare medicinal ingredients, but when he read the pill recipes to the end, his face was suddenly filled with shock and then ecstasy. He looked at Ning Fan with inexplicable gratitude. These 2 pill recipes weren't useless at all. One of them was called Nascent Solidifying Pill. The effect of this pill was to increase the success rate of forming a nascent soul. Although its effect wasn't as good as the Nascent Formation Pill, its success rate could be stacked with the Nascent Formation Pill, increasing Xianxia's chances of forming his nascent soul. But what really made Xianxia ecstatic was not the Nascent Solidifying Pill, but the second pill, Corpse Life Pill. This pill was a 4th revolution pill. Its effect was very unorthodox. It could increase the lifespan of a refined corpse. In fact, it wasn't accurate to say that it increased the lifespan of a refined corpse. A refined corpse wasn't a living thing. Instead of increasing its lifespan, it would be more accurate to say that it increased the rate of wear and durability of the refined corpse, allowing the refined corpse to live for a longer time. Refined corpses were the same as magic treasures. They would eventually break down and the life force of a physical body would be exhausted one day. This corpse life pill was a pill that could increase the lifespan of a refined corpse. The nascent solidifying pill was concocted for Xianxia while the corpse life pill was concocted for Yunhua. Yunhua had lived as a refined corpse for hundreds of years. His soul power was depleted and the life force of his physical body was exhausted. What Xianxia suffered the most was that he couldn't resurrect Yunhua. Secondly, he couldn't extend the lifespan of Yunhua's refined corpse. To Xianxia, this pill was even more precious than the nascent solidifying pill. It was even more precious than his cultivation base and his life. The reason why he formed an alliance with Ning Fan was to take revenge on Purple Yin. However, if he knew that Ning Fan had the ability to extend Yunhua's lifespan earlier, he would be willing to give up everything and become Ning Fan's dog just for the sake of Yunhua's survival. If fellow Taoist Ning can save Yunhua, I, Xianxia, am willing to give up everything and become fellow Taoist slave. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to do this. If you can prepare all the medicinal ingredients, concocting this pill will just be a piece of cake for me, rest assured, fellow Taoist. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will definitely find these medicinal ingredients. There were obviously a few types of spiritual herbs in the jade slip. Their effects were neither to solidify one's nascent soul nor to extend one's lifespan. Even though Xianxia didn't know the Tao of pill concoction, he could still tell that Ning Fan was most likely asking Xianxia for the reward in the name of searching for the medicinal ingredients. Xianxia wouldn't point it out and he wouldn't care about it. There was nothing more important than Yunhua. The other things were insignificant. If that's the case, let's talk about the matter of annihilating the Extremine sect. Ning Fan said with a smile. One day later, Ning Fan and Xianxia each made a great oath of Heart Devil. Facing Jihe's questioning eyes and Lan Mei's doubtful eyes, Ning Fan didn't explain much. He only said, Lady Yunhua and I are innocent, only ghosts will believe you. Jihe's words echoed everyone's thoughts. Even Xueqing didn't believe it. As Ning Fan's evil reputation grew, so did his evil reputation. Revered Ning was a dual spirit cultivator. Above all of these was the dual cultivation technique, the flower-plucking devil. That's right. The title of the number one cultivator below the gold core realm was outdated. The title of the number one cultivator below the nascent soul realm didn't belong to Ning Fan yet. Therefore, he had temporarily obtained the title of flower-plucking devil. His cultivation base had improved so fast that all the old experts' first thought was that it had something to do with Ning Fan becoming the elder of Dual Cultivation Palace. Plucking and dual cultivation. What a beast, more than 200 delicate female disciples were defiled by him alone. Of course, the old experts were just cursing in their hearts. No one would dare to offend Ning Fan in front of him. Everyone in Sinister Sparrow sect seemed to have tacitly agreed that the female disciples of Dual Cultivation Palace were revered Ning's flesh. Therefore, Bai Lu's wish was finally achieved in the way she didn't want to. Under the cover of Ning Fan's evil reputation, no evil cultivator dared to have any thoughts about the female disciples of Dual Cultivation Palace. There was no explanation. Ning Fan wouldn't explain to these rumors. Compared to being famous, he was more interested in profit. He was a commoner who couldn't survive in the bloody sea of cultivation because he was angling for fame. Xueqing, I want to leave Sinister Sparrow sect for 3 months to go back to Ning City. But before that, I want to go to the grave of Dark Sparrow. Can you bring me there? Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. Master. Revered Ning wants to go back to Ning City. With your identity as one of the 4 venerables, you can leave the sect at any time without any restrictions. That's easy, but if you want to go to the grave of Dark Sparrow, you need the sect master's approval. That place is more dangerous than the demon Sinister Forest. Xueqing's eyes glanced at the girls and heaved a sigh of relief. He almost called Ning Fan Master just now. Ning Fan didn't allow him to call Ning Fan Master in public. I see. Given Sinister Sparrow sect's strength, it's strange that they have so many forbidden places. Ning Fan pondered for a while. Whether it was the demon Sinister Forest or the unknown Dark Sparrow grave, the danger inside seemed to be beyond the void fragmentation realm. All of these seemed to be the work of the old ancestor of the Sinister Sparrow upper world, Xianxia. Xianxia must be an extraordinary figure in the four heavens immortal world. That was why he could set up such a forbidden place in Sinister Sparrow sect. Perhaps, the Dark Sparrow tomb really had some secret. It wouldn't be difficult for him to seek Sinister Sparrow's approval given their relationship. Perhaps he could get a map of Dark Sparrow grave from Sinister Sparrow. A map was a good thing. If he didn't have the map, he would have died several times in the demon Sinister Forest. Alright, let's go seek an audience with the sect master. You want to see father? Lan Mei blushed as if she had thought of something else. Wasn't it time for Ning Fan to propose? Even that place. If he doesn't marry me, I will bite him to death. Ning Fan didn't understand the thoughts of a girl. The Dark Sparrow grave was located 100,000 zhang below the ground of the Dark Sparrow Valley. There were 9 levels in total. The Yin energy inside was nourishing. It could at least double the speed of devil cultivation. The deeper one went, the faster the cultivation speed would be. However, because the Yin energy was too strong, even Sinister Sparrow could only enter the 3rd level and couldn't stay for more than 3 days. Under Lan Mei's request, not only did Ning Fan obtain the qualification to enter the Dark Sparrow grave, even the outsiders of Sinister Sparrow sect, Lan Mei and Cici, were allowed to enter the 1st level. Moreover, Ning Fan also obtained an ancient map that had been treasured by Sinister Sparrow for many years. This was naturally Lan Mei's contribution. However, after leaving Long Inclination Palace, Lan Mei was sulking all the way. Ning Fan didn't know what she was angry about. Under Sinister Sparrow's personal guidance, Ning Fan, Ji He, Cici, Lan Mei and Xueqing arrived at the Earth Origin Palace of Sinister Sparrow sect. The Earth Origin Palace had always been closed to disciples below the level of Elder. The guardian of the Earth Origin Palace was one of the 4 revered devils, revered Black Yan Bai. This palace didn't accept disciples and had no other purpose other than to set up an Earth Escape teleportation formation using the Earth Origin Force to teleport experts to the Dark Sparrow grave that was 100,000 zhang underground. This formation was also set up by old ancestor Xianxia. The teleportation formation was a void-grade grand formation that involved the power of void. Only void fragmentation formation masters could set it up, 100,000 zhang underground. Even if a gold core cultivator was lucky enough to learn the Earth Escape technique of the 5 elements, they wouldn't be able to dive 10,000 zhang underground. The heavy pressure of 10,000 zhang underground could cause a gold core cultivator's body to explode and die in an instant. Yan Bai greets sect master. In the Earth Origin Palace, an old man in black clothes and a black sword cupped his fists at Sinister Sparrow. His late gold core cultivation base was concealed with his sword intent. Revered Yen is too polite. These people want to enter the Dark Sparrow grave. You can open the teleportation formation and let them in. Sinister Sparrow smiled and pointed at the people behind him. Sect Master, how can we let outsiders and juniors enter? Yan Bai's eyes swept across Lan Mei, Ji He and Si Wuxia with slight dissatisfaction. Xueqing was an elder of the sect. Although Lan Mei was Sinister Sparrow's daughter, her status wasn't high enough to enter the Dark Sparrow grave. As for Ji He and Si Wuxia, these 2 girls weren't members of Sinister Sparrow sect. How could they enter? But when Yan Bai's eyes fell on the last person, Ning Fan, his expression suddenly froze. Revered Ning, you are the one who decided to bring these women into the Dark Sparrow grave. His tone was rather impolite. Ning Fan had defeated Revered Bai. The strength that Ning Fan had shown had moved Yan Bai. However, Yan Bai knew that he was stronger than Revered Bai. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat Revered Bai. In a fight with Ning Fan, he would have a 50-50 chance of winning. Therefore, he didn't fear Ning Fan even though he attached importance to Ning Fan. Because of all the grudges between him and the old devil, Yan Bai didn't have a good impression of Ning Fan. Yes. Ning Fan's tone was flat. There was nothing to deny. Alright, for the sake of Revered Ning, I can let them enter the Dark Sparrow grave. However, I will only activate the protection of the teleportation formation for you and Xueqing. As for the pressure that these 3 girls will have to endure, you will have to find a way to resist it yourself. Having said that, Yan Bai closed his eyes and didn't say another word. Ning Fan's face darkened all of a sudden. The teleportation formation was a Void Realm Grand formation. It borrowed the force of the void to teleport a cultivator to another location. During the process of teleportation, if the cultivator's body wasn't strong enough, he or she would be torn to pieces by the force of the void. Of course, during the teleportation, the cultivator would be protected by the formation to prevent the force of the void from devouring their body. Ning Fan knew that even with his silver light translucent body realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the force of the void. The silver bone body refining realm could rival nascent soul realm. Before the silver bone body refining realm, however, the body refining realm was divided into 9 realms of silver light. The first realm of silver light could allow one to move unhindered through 10 levels of vein opening. The second to fifth realm of silver light corresponded to early, intermediate, late and peak harmonious spirit. The sixth to the ninth realm corresponded to early, intermediate, late and peak gold core. Currently, Ning Fan's body refining realm was at the 6th realm of silver light and was about to break through to the 7th realm. However, his physical strength was only at the intermediate gold core realm. It was far from enough to resist the force of the void. Yan Bai was purposely making things difficult for him. He didn't even put Lan Mei and Sinister Sparrow in the Dark Sparrow grave, so why would he give face to Ning Fan? If Yan Bai didn't intend to activate the protection formation, only Ning Fan and Xue Qing would be able to enter the Dark Sparrow grave. At this moment, Xue Qing's face turned ugly. Sinister Sparrow immediately revealed a wry smile and said to Ning Fan, "Revered Ning, please don't blame Revered He. He's the one in charge of the Earth Origin Palace. Naturally, he has the final say. In my opinion, Mei Er and the other girls shouldn't enter." Ning Fan looked at the teleportation formation in front of him and pondered. This was a void-grade grand formation. It was the same as the mountain and river reverse motion. It even borrowed the force of the void. Ning Fan couldn't set up this formation by himself. He didn't need immortal jades to control this formation. Instead, he used the dark force of the void and spirit sense to outline a mysterious formation diagram flickering with black light within a radius of 300 meters. He didn't even need immortal jades. Xianxia's Tao of formation was far above Ning Fan's. He couldn't set up this formation. Otherwise, he could set it up himself and bring the girls to the underground. Inside the grand formation, there was a faint trace of void force. Every trace of it gave Ning Fan a sense of extreme danger. Without the protection of the formation, he would certainly die if he was torn apart by the void force. If that's the case, I can only put the girls into the cauldron ring and bring them in. Ning Fan frowned. He had some complaints about Yan Bai, but it wasn't to the extent of killing him over such a trivial matter. However, his frown loosened after witnessing a strange scene. The traces of void force in the teleportation formation resonated with the Eastern Ocean bell in his storage pouch. The bell rang softly in Ning Fan's heart. The traces of void force seemed to be fearful and retreated a little. No one knew about this except for Ning Fan. He pondered for a moment and took another step forward. Immediately, the void force retreated 3 feet away from the edge of the formation. This void force is afraid of the Eastern Ocean bell. His heart stirred, and he leaped into the teleportation formation. Without the protection of the formation, he directly resisted the power of the void. His action immediately shocked Gui Xiaozi and the others. Even Yan Bai opened his eyes abruptly. "Fan Air, retreat quickly. Don't let the void force tear your body apart." However, as soon as Gui Xiaozi's voice faded, he stopped talking and didn't say another word. He was surprised to find that the void force that was wreaking havoc within the range of the formation didn't dare to come close to Ning Fan at all. After confirming something, Ning Fan smiled faintly and looked at Yan Bai. "It seems like even the void force is disgusted by my notoriety and isn't willing to travel with me. It seems like there's no need for the protection of the formation. Alright, all of you can come in now. With me here, the void force won't be able to tear anyone apart." Although there wasn't a trace of sarcasm in Ning Fan's words, Yan Bai found it hard to remain calm. "Impossible, this is the void force. Even an ordinary void refinement realm old monster wouldn't be able to resist it with their body. Could it be that the heavens will want Ning Fan to bring people into the Dark Sparrow's grave?" Other than the heavens will, Yan Bai couldn't think of any other reason that could allow a harmonious spirit expert like Ning Fan to ignore the terrifying void force. This kid can't be provoked. It's not a matter of winning or losing. Yan Bai's eyes revealed a struggling expression. After a long time, he squeezed out an ugly smile. This was the first time in his life that he smiled at someone. Cough cough cough. Revered Ning, I've offended you before. I'll activate the defensive formation for everyone. As for the pills in this storage pouch, all of them are needed by the Dark Sparrow's grave. Just take them as my apology. I hope Revered Ning won't take offense. Yan Bai's temper was like a stone in the latrine pit. He actually apologized to someone. Sinister Sparrow revealed a strange look. In Yu country, there had never been anyone who could make Yan Bai bow his head. Sinister Sparrow didn't know that Yan Bai wasn't bowing his head to Ning Fan, but the heavens will. No matter how stubborn and cold he was, he deeply believed that man couldn't go against the heavens' will. Revered Hey, Yan Bai, in this case, we'll let bygones be bygones, but I hope there won't be a next time. Ning Fan's spirit sense swept through the storage pouch and found that it was filled with second revolution pills and above. There were even a few bottles of third revolution pills, which were body-protecting pills that could resist the devouring of the eviline force. These pills were worth tens of thousands of immortal jades. His sincerity as an apology was sufficient. As for Ning Fan, he could see that Sinister Sparrow didn't want him to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Revered Hay. Since Revered Hay was sensible, he would let bygones be bygones. Let's go to the Dark Sparrow's grave. Dark Sparrow's grave, the underground world, darkness entered his eyes. His surroundings were filled with boundless wilderness. The sky was gloomy and the air was oppressive. Every 1,000 feet, there was an ancient black pagoda engraved with mysterious Dao runes, emitting a faint fiery glow that illuminated the underground world. Ning Fan immediately felt a wave of cold air rushing towards his face as soon as he walked out of the teleportation formation. It wasn't his body that was cold, but his heart. Strangely, the flow of magical power in his yin-yang evil veins doubled under the influence of the cold air. This meant that the efficiency of cultivating evil arts here was at least doubled compared to the outside world. This cold air is somewhat mysterious. Ning Fan shivered slightly, but when he scanned it with his spirit sense, the coldness in his heart vanished. However, the others weren't as relaxed as him. Xueqing was an early gold core expert, but he was still shivering under the cold air. As for little Jihe and Lan Mei, they were only at the harmonious spirit realm, so their hair was covered with frost. Brother Fan, I'm so cold. Jihe whispered. She might be able to endure the cold, but she liked to act coquettishly in front of Ning Fan. Silly girl. According to the sect master, the cold air in the second level will be twice as cold as the first level, and the third level will be twice as cold. You guys don't need to go down anymore. Stay here and cultivate. Dan fragmentation cauldron and this fire will keep you guys warm. Take these pills. Xueqing and I will go to the third level to have a look. Ning Fan patted Jihe's head with pity and patted his storage pouch to take out the Dan fragmentation cauldron. He pondered for a moment and took out a few decent fire seeds from his storage pouch and threw them into the cauldron. After that, he left all the pills given by Yan Bai to Jihe and the other girls. Each of these fire seeds was above the second grade. There was even a third grade spiritual fire that was given by old ancestor Jingxue. To Ning Fan, these spiritual fires weren't essential, but they were good for keeping the girls warm. He didn't take out the black demon flame. Firstly, it was too violent. If Ning Fan wasn't here, the earth vein demonic flame would lose its suppression, which might lead to unforeseen events. Secondly, Ning Fan decided to devour the black demon flame here. It wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the half-step gold core realm after devouring the black demon flame and integrating it with the black demon art. And the power of fire elemental spells would be even more terrifying. This place was extremely cold and gloomy, which was one of the 3 conditions for devouring the black demon flame. He had also fulfilled the requirements for his cultivation technique, and he had also prepared sufficient heart protection pills. There were 2 reasons for Ning Fan to descend to the third level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Firstly, he wanted to see the pill devil that Xueqing mentioned. Secondly, he wanted to devour the black demon flame. Ning Fan and Xueqing's silhouettes stepped on the mud and walked further and further away in the drizzle. The spirit fire in the Dan fragmentation cauldron was reflected in Ji He and Lan Mei's eyes, turning into a trace of warmth. Si Wuxia, on the other hand, stared at the Dan fragmentation cauldron and felt that it was somewhat familiar. I've seen this cauldron before. Where? There were no ghosts in the first level of Dark Sparrow's grave, and the coldness couldn't cause any harm to Ning Fan. As Ning Fan walked in the curtain of rain, he gradually realized that there was a trace of meaning in the surrounding scenery. It was very, very faint. Void God intent. Sensing this trace of Void God intent, Ning Fan couldn't help but withdraw his magical force, letting the rain wet his robe. Master, there will be rain falling from the 1st to the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. It's extremely cold and penetrating, it's best to protect yourself with magical force. Xueqing said respectfully. It doesn't matter, although the rain is cold, it has great benefits. Ning Fan closed his eyes and walked in the rain. His original eagerness to reach the 3rd level was gradually diluted by the rain. The rain seemed to be able to evoke the memories from the bottom of one's heart and arouse one's melancholy. This was the divine ability of a cultivator above the spirit-severing realm. Scenes of the past emerged in front of Ning Fan's eyes. His state of mind was improving at an undetectable speed in the rain. This rain could nourish one's heart. His face remained unchanged, but a trace of shock gradually rose in his heart. The old ancestor of Sinister Sparrow sect from the upper world had such a high cultivation base. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but the divine intent of rain still hadn't dissipated. It could even nourish one's heart. At the moment when Ning Fan's heart was as tranquil as still water, the dense sound of the rain seemed to condense into an old voice, ringing in Ning Fan's ears. The rain is born in the sky and dies on the earth. The process of flowing in between is the life of the rain. This sentence contained a sigh that was hidden in the void spirit intent of the rain. When Ning Fan's heart was as tranquil as still water, he heard this sigh. Well said. He halted his steps, raised his head and looked at the rain. Looking at the trajectory of the raindrops, he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he revealed an inexplicable smile and strode through the curtain of rain. Xueqing, let's go to the 2nd level to watch the rain. Yes. The 1st level of Dark Sparrow's grave had no end, but somewhere in the middle of it, there was a 3,000 zhang deep pit. It was the entrance to the 2nd level. Both of them jumped into the pit one after another. A sense of weightlessness suddenly emerged in their hearts. The pit seemed to be affected by some mysterious force that forbade them from flying. Both of them fell down like meteors. Below them was a 3,000 zhang wide rain pond. This rain pond was quite mysterious. The force of their fall was incomparably strong, but when it was blocked by the rain chi of the pond, it vanished without a trace. Ning Fan and Xueqing took a few steps in the void, flew out of the rain pond, and stood on the shore. It was still raining all around. In the darkness, one could vaguely see blood-red beastly eyes. There are some harmonious spirit demons in the 2nd level of Dark Sparrow's grave. This place is no longer suitable for cultivation. Master, let's go to the 3rd level at once. Don't get entangled with these demons. Xueqing looked at the distant eyes in the dark with deep fear. There were hundreds of them, and each of them was a harmonious spirit expert. Even Xueqing couldn't protect himself when hundreds of harmonious spirit demons attacked at the same time. The only thing he could do was to flee. But when he looked carefully, he could see a trace of fear and dread in those beastly eyes. Don't be afraid. They won't dare to come close. This rain pond is interesting. Does the rain of Dark Sparrow's grave originate from this pond? This place has a very strong void spirit intent. Ning Fan's eyes were fixed on the rain pond. Not only was the rain chi rising from the 3,000 zhang wide rain pond, but there were also clouds rising from it. Immortal clouds with high spiritual chi once again condensed into illusory forms. His eyes swept across the immortal clouds. These immortal clouds were naturally formed. Each of them was engraved with 2 cloud marks. Each of them had the quality to refine the natal immortal cloud. Unfortunately, each of them was illusory and dissipated after condensing for a moment. All of a sudden, his eyes turned solemn. Among all the illusory immortal clouds, there was only one that didn't disperse. This cloud seemed to have been nurtured by the rain chi of the rain pond for countless years. Ning Fan didn't know why it didn't disperse. The reason why the other immortal clouds dispersed as soon as they were formed was because this cloud had seized the cloud chi to nurture the cloud marks. For Mark's immortal cloud, and the quality of this cloud is even higher than by Fading's cloud. If I can get this cloud, Ning Fan's heart was slightly moved. The cultivation of escaping technique wasn't something that could be improved in a day or two, but as for the immortal cloud, if he could get the 4 marks immortal cloud and refine it as his natal immortal cloud, it would be rare for anyone below the nascent soul realm to catch up with his speed. He took a step forward and reascended the rain pond to retrieve the cloud in the distance. But as soon as he took a step forward, he suddenly recalled something and retracted his step. No, the cloud wouldn't seize the cloud chi by itself. There must be something helping this cloud to seize the cloud chi of the other immortal clouds. There must be something hiding above the rain pond. Ning Fan's spirit sense quietly dived into the rain pond. Immediately, a trace of cold force froze his spirit sense. With a glimpse, Ning Fan seemed to have seen the shadow of a giant beast in the rain pond. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. His spirit sense had already condensed into sword sense, but it was still frozen. What kind of ferocious beast was hiding under the rain pond? How could it have such cold force, and that demonic beast, could it be a nascent soul demonic beast? This cloud couldn't be seized, although the treasure was precious, one must be alive to enjoy it. He retracted his fiery gaze and said to Xueqing, "Let's go to the 3rd level, we can't go anymore." Xueqing replied with a bitter smile. The eyes of the demonic beasts that were hiding in the dark glowed with red light as they walked out. There were hundreds of them, all of them were harmonious spirit realm. Each of them had a strange appearance and dense demonic chi. They had white skin, fur legs, blood-red eyes, a single horn and a long tail that looked like an icy whip with an inverted hook. Rain beast? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. This kind of demonic beast only appeared in ancient times. He didn't expect to see some of them in this place. However, no matter how many rain beasts there were, Ning Fan wasn't afraid of them. His sword sense and sword sense were best at dealing with enemies in groups. As long as there weren't any intermediate gold core demonic beasts among the rain beasts, it would be futile no matter how many of them there were. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes glinted with cold light. When he was about to cast out his sword sense, there was a sudden change. Within the rain pond, an indistinct divine will was faintly discernible. When all of the rain beasts sensed this divine will, the redness in their eyes disappeared. They let out a few obedient howls, as if they were trying to please someone, and then dispersed. The spirit sense had reached the intermediate nascent soul realm. Xueqing couldn't sense it, but Ning Fan could. His eyes turned solemn as he looked at the rain pond. He was even more convinced that there was something powerful hidden in the pond. He was curious, but Ning Fan wasn't stupid enough to check it out. Curiosity was the worst thing in the cultivation world. They left? Master, what did you do? Xueqing was puzzled. Just now, the rain beasts were about to attack, but when Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, they all fled. Naturally, Xueqing gave Ning Fan the credit of scaring away the rain beasts, which made him even more respectful to Ning Fan. Nothing, let's go to the 3rd level. This place isn't safe to stay for long. Ning Fan's eyes were undetectable. With a hint of fear, he glanced at the rain pond. Under the gloomy rain, the two of them hurried to the 3rd level of Dark Sparrow's grave. After Ning Fan left, the discontented voice of a little girl was heard from the rain pond. Didn't that old man run away the last time? Why did he come again this time? And that human, what kind of magical technique did he want to cast just now? Why do I feel that he wanted to kill all the rain beasts in an instant? Humph. Just now, he was looking at my sister Yun with a lustful and malicious gaze. They have gone to the 3rd level, should I go and scare them, hee hee. It was raining in the 2nd level of Dark Sparrow's grave. For some unknown reason, the rain beasts in the dark didn't attack Ning Fan and Xueqing anymore. Xueqing couldn't understand all of this, but he attributed all the credit to Ning Fan. Master isn't only a 4th revolution pill master, but he can also defeat revered Bai and the rain beast. Although he's still young, he's more than qualified to be my master. Xueqing's mentality was vaguely changing. Previously, the reason why he acknowledged Ning Fan as his master was to cheat some concoction techniques from him. But now, he was sincerely willing to learn from Ning Fan and cultivate diligently from the beginning. Not only would he cultivate his concoction techniques, but he would also cultivate his magical power realm and his mental state. Ning Fan's eyes were moved when he looked at the rain pond. Xueqing guessed that there must be a treasure in the pond that attracted Ning Fan's attention. To Ning Fan, who had a supreme-grade magical treasure, even the myriad soul banner didn't catch his eye. Therefore, anything that caught his eye must be something good. However, he still left the rain pond. This undoubtedly indicated that there was something that Ning Fan dreaded in the pond. Being able to leave with a straight face in front of a precious treasure was something that Xueqing couldn't achieve. Under the protection of a dozen black towers, there was a staircase of floating clouds that extended downwards, leading to the dark underground. Ning Fan stopped in front of the huge pit and closed his eyes, feeling the rain in front of him. This time, Xueqing imitated Ning Fan. He closed his eyes and felt the rain. He suddenly realized that the rain had a special intent that could nourish one's heart and enhance one's mental state. It was a pity that Xueqing couldn't see what that intent was no matter how hard he tried. But compared to the other elders of Sinister Sparrow sect who entered the grave, Xueqing was the luckiest. Apart from Ning Fan, he was afraid that he was the first one to realize that the rain could enhance one's mental state. Nothing in the surroundings entered Ning Fan's mind. His mind was immersed in the drizzle, trying to hear the insights left by Xianxia in the second level of the grave. Gradually, the sound of the rain became quiet. There was no longer any sound of rain in the world. At this time, a scene seemed to emerge in Ning Fan's mind through the sparse rain. A black-robed old man whose face couldn't be seen was holding a paper umbrella and walking in the rain. The sky is divided into 4 oceans, and the earth is divided into 9 realms. In the middle is the rain realm, where it rains incessantly. The rain was born in the sky and died in the earth. The reason why the rain died was not because of the death of the body, but the death of the heart. His body would turn into clouds and return to the sky. However, when his heart fell into the mortal world, it shattered. When the shattered raindrops gathered again, would it still be him? A rain consisted of billions of raindrops. Although they looked the same, each of them had its own unique charm. Although their bodies were the same, their Tao was ultimately different. From now on, this place will be the Sinister Sparrow sect. The scene ended abruptly. Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion and blankness in his eyes. Even though the words of the old man on the first floor were profound, it was still difficult to move Ning Fan's heart. In the second layer, the old man comprehended once more. He seemed to sigh as he merged the sorrow of his life into the rain. Why did Xianxia appear in the rain immortal world? Was it the same as when he sighed at the rain? The rain was knocked down from the sky and he was knocked down to the mortal world, therefore, Xianxia developed a unique insight in the rain. He was afraid that Xianxia's footprints could be found in every level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Xianxia had once comprehended the divine intent of rain in this place. It was highly possible that it was this insight that revived Xianxia's ambition and allowed him to return to the 4 heavens immortal world. Given Ning Fan's intelligence, he could easily deduce so many secrets. It was almost the same as the truth. His eyes revealed a pensive look as he looked at the rain in the sky. He began to understand why the billions of raindrops in the world were different from each other. There was only one type of divine intent of rain, but it could be divided into countless types, because the birth of a divine intent not only required the Tao of heaven and earth, but also one's own Tao to merge into the divine intent. Although the rain was the same, cultivators had different experiences and insights. Therefore, the divine intent of rain that they condensed was also different. The first level of insight didn't move Ning Fan because it didn't incorporate Xianxia's experience. The second level of insight touched Ning Fan slightly because the resentment in Xianxia's heart was stirred. How could Ning Fan's heart not be moved by this? The most precious thing in Dark Sparrow's grave wasn't the pill devil, the profounding chi, or the coldness that could increase one's cultivation speed. It might not even be the immortal bone of Dark Sparrow in the 9th level. To Ning Fan, the most precious thing was the remnant image of Tao enlightenment in the rain. The 3rd level, what has Xianxia actually comprehended? Ning Fan's eyes glinted. With a step, he stepped into the huge pit and the immortal cloud that led to the 3rd level. He could vaguely feel that he would gain an unimaginable harvest in this trip. If I walk the path of Senior Xianxia, would I be able to comprehend the divine intent of rain? If I succeed. His eyes were blazing. In the 3rd level, Ning Fan leaped down from the cloud ladders while Xueqing hurriedly followed him with eyes full of caution and fear. The rain stopped in the 3rd level? The surroundings were just like what Xueqing had described in the ghost story. It was dark and gloomy. White bones that had been scattered for countless years could be seen everywhere. These white bones weren't human bones, but beast bones. Moreover, the quality of the bones was extraordinary. These beast bones must have belonged to gold-core demonic beasts when they were alive. This place was twice as cold as the second level. The cold air made Ning Fan feel slightly uncomfortable, but the speed of his magical power circulating was faster. There were no more blood-red beast eyes in the surroundings, but there were traces of extremely powerful demonic chi hidden in the dark. Xueqing couldn't sense it, but Ning Fan's spirit sense was strong enough to sense it. 1, 2, 7. There are a total of 7 gold-core demonic beasts peeping at us within 30,000 meters. However, all of them are early gold-core demonic beasts. There's only one intermediate gold-core demonic beast, so there's nothing to worry about. Ning Fan retracted his spirit sense and said in an indifferent tone. But when these words fell into Xueqing's ears, it turned into a trace of fear. There are 7 gold-core demonic beasts within 30,000 meters. This place is so dangerous. Master, let's go to the second level. Fear arose in his heart, but it wasn't wrong to be afraid. Given Xueqing's current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight 7 demonic beasts. He would die for sure. If he didn't retreat, he would be a reckless man. Otherwise, he would be a fool. However, it was impossible for Ning Fan to be afraid. Given his current strength, what could 7 ordinary gold-core demonic beasts do to him? If he was afraid, then his cultivation would be wasted on the body of a dog. No need. They won't dare to come. Eastern Ocean Bell, quick. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient pure golden small bell for the first time. The small bell in his palm began to spin with magic power, turning into a gigantic bell that was 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, in size, standing tall in front of him. Under the influence of Ning Fan's magic power, an extremely terrifying bell chime was heard. Supreme rank magical treasure. Xueqing's eyes sparkled. Although he wasn't interested in treasure refinement, he couldn't remain calm in the face of a supreme rank magical treasure. Although he knew that Ning Fan had a supreme rank magical treasure, he didn't use it even in the battle against revered Bai. Everyone thought that Ning Fan's magical power wasn't enough to activate a supreme rank magical treasure. In Xueqing's point of view, although Ning Fan had only exerted 1% of the Eastern Ocean Bell's power, Ning Fan had indeed activated this magical treasure with his peak harmonious spirit magical power. The bell chime was like a devil's voice that shook people's hearts. Under Ning Fan's control, it rang in the hearts of the 7 gold-core demonic beasts. The 6 early gold-core demonic beasts fainted from the bell chime. As for the intermediate gold-core demonic beast, it was dizzy and frightened. How would it dare to peep at Ning Fan? There might be a demon lord in this place. Don't kill indiscriminately, but don't let it bully you. Ning Fan's tone was solemn as he patted the 300 meters giant bell. The bell turned back into a small golden bell and returned to his palm. Ning Fan was satisfied with the power of the Eastern Ocean Bell. With 1% of its power, Ning Fan was able to defeat early gold-core demonic beasts and intimidate intermediate gold-core demonic beasts. This was the result of Ning Fan controlling the power of the magical treasure. If he wanted to, he could kill the 6 early gold-core demonic beasts and severely injure the intermediate gold-core demonic beast. This was the power of a supreme rank magical treasure. If the power of this treasure was fully activated, Ning Fan would be able to exert the power of a nascent soul expert. Hiss. Master and revered Bai seem to be having a hard battle, but it turns out that Master still has such a powerful trump card. If Master uses all his trump cards, could he easily kill revered Bai? Xueqing was slightly shocked. The wails of the 6 demonic beasts fell into his ears. Each of them had a magical power that was a notch stronger than his. A single attack was able to stun 6 gold-core demonic beasts. Was this Ning Fan's hidden terrifying strength? According to Ning Fan, there seemed to be a demon lord in this place. Xueqing shivered and thought to himself, could that demon lord be the Pill Devil? Ning Fan didn't kill the demonic beasts because he had some concerns. The rain pond demonic beast that he encountered in the 2nd level of Dark Sparrow's grave gave him a strong sense of crisis. Moreover, those rain beasts seemed to obey the command of that demon. It was highly possible that they were its subordinates. As for that demon, its cultivation base was obviously higher than Ning Fan's, but it didn't kill them. Instead, it dispersed the demonic beasts and cleared the path for Ning Fan. Although it couldn't be considered as kindness, it could be considered as good intention. Therefore, Ning Fan didn't recklessly kill the demonic beasts in this place. It was a form of fear, but it was also a form of reciprocation. He kept the Eastern Ocean bell and ignored Xueqing's astonishment. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the gloomy and wet sky. Why isn't there any rain in this place? Why? His eyes revealed an extremely perplexed look. According to his deduction, Xianxia should have advanced further in the third level that year. Without rain, how could there be enlightenment, or perhaps, it was precisely because there was no rain that there would be enlightenment. Traces of wetness made Ning Fan's heart turn cold. Instantly, Ning Fan revealed a half-guessing look and closed his eyes. Xueqing, don't disturb me. He left an order and shut his six senses. The only thing he didn't shut was his spirit sense. This was the instinct of a cultivator to protect himself. In the darkness, Ning Fan began to comprehend the Tao while Xueqing's scalp was getting numb. The surrounding cold air and the desolate white bones all touched his nerves, reminding him of the blood-covered face of the woman. Pill devil. Pill devil won't appear, right? He smiled bitterly. He was an early gold core cultivator. How could he show such a fearful look? He must have lived his life in a dog's stomach. Hee, what's there to be afraid of, pill devil? Don't be afraid. I'll also close my eyes and comprehend like master, but how can I comprehend without rain? He closed his eyes with a hollow laugh, as if this dry laugh could boost his courage. But at the next moment, Xueqing clearly felt a soft but cold little hand on his shoulder. I hate it so much. The miserable voice of a woman resounded behind him. In an instant, Xueqing's hair stood on end. Not good, it's a pill devil. What kind of cultivation base does she have to be able to get so close to me without any qi? Xueqing gritted his teeth and looked back. Behind him, he saw a woman with a pale face full of blood. She revealed a strange smile and white teeth, looking at him and licking her long tongue, as if she was looking at a delicacy. Master. Xueqing wanted to warn Ning Fan. Don't make a fuss, just play with her. Don't disturb me. Ning Fan sensed the female ghost with his spirit sense, then retracted his spirit sense. What? Let me play with her. She will eat me. Xueqing showed a helpless look. This female ghost wasn't a ferocious creature. Her true form was that of a little girl. It was just a magical technique that concealed her appearance. Last time, she didn't hurt Xueqing, and this time, she had no intention of hurting him. As for Ning Fan, he didn't care about Xueqing and the female ghost. Xueqing's state of mind needed to be tempered. At least, he needed to be able to remain calm in the face of danger. He would let this female ghost temper his state of mind. Although he was indifferent to the female ghost, he was thinking about the divine intent of rain around him. There was no rain, but there was a trace of dampness in the air, which was obviously formed by the divine intent of rain. There was no rain, but there was a hint of rain in the air. What did Xianxia comprehend in the past? My mood isn't the same as Xianxia's, so I can't integrate my heart into this rainless realm. His heart gradually calmed down, but it wasn't enough. He began to feel the vicissitudes and sorrow of Xianxia, and replaced himself with Xianxia, entering his story. After suffering setbacks, being knocked down from the four heavens immortal world and falling into the mortal world, he wandered aimlessly between the heaven and earth. Coincidentally, he saw the remains of Dark Sparrow in a secluded valley. He used the earth tunneling technique to dig 100,000 zhan underground and found the grave of Dark Sparrow. However, what really made him feel sentimental wasn't the immortal bone of Dark Sparrow, but the rain. When he reached the first level, Xianxia's heart was lonely. Ning Fan came alone, which coincidentally matched Xianxia's mood. That was why he could hear Xianxia's sigh in the rain. In the second level, Xianxia evoked the sorrow in his heart, and Ning Fan also heard the enlightenment. In the third level, there was no rain, but the divine intent didn't diminish, because the mountain rain was coming and the wind filled the building. Ning Fan's spiritual sense was activated. He could clearly hear a trace of violent whistling in the wind. His six senses were open to the limit. In this moment, he finally felt a terrifying aura that came before a rainless world. It rushed towards him, the aura of a thunderstorm. No rain, it's not really no rain. This is the prospect of a rainstorm. Within this, there is the enlightenment of the rain momentum. An unsheathed sword has no momentum, while a sheathed sword is hidden, so it has momentum. A formation needs to borrow the power of heaven and earth in order to become a formation. But where does the power of heaven and earth come from? Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stared at the dark and silent mountain ranges in the distance. If the rain doesn't come, there will be momentum. If the mountain doesn't move, there will be momentum. If the dragon is hidden in the abyss, there will be momentum. If the green insect spins a cocoon, there will be momentum. If the human king doesn't kill, there will be momentum. If the heaven and earth don't fight, there will be momentum. At this moment, Ning Fan was not looking at the rain. Instead, he was looking at the fact that there was no rain. His eyes moved, he opened his mouth and spat out the Starlight Sword Shadow, Separation Slayer in his hand, and held it horizontally in front of his chest. He closed his eyes, brewing the momentum of his sword. The sword didn't slash, but the more it didn't slash, the stronger the momentum of the sword became. A vast aura rose from his body and a boundless sword intent made it so that no one and nothing could come within 3 feet of him. The wind dispersed on its own and the rain avoided it. Both of them were repelled by Ning Fan's unmoving sword chi. This was a sword move created by Ning Fan. He didn't slash the enemy or draw the sword, but by relying on the momentum of the sword in front of his chest, the sword intent was enough to block all attacks below the gold core realm. If Ning Fan had a deeper understanding of momentum, this sword intent would certainly be stronger. So much so that one day, he could walk across the devil abyss and blood sea with the sword in his hand. By relying on the condensed sword chi, he would be able to repel all attacks from the dark. This is my first self-created sword chi. It's not a technique to slash the enemy, but a technique to protect myself. I'll name it Rainless Sword. Rainless, rainless. The mystery lies in the 4 words, the mountain rain is coming. Ning Fan kept the Separation Slayer. Xue Qing and the female ghost were still staring at each other, as if they didn't notice the change in Ning Fan. After dispersing the sword intent in his heart, Ning Fan closed his eyes again and smiled. There's no rain in the 3rd level of Dark Sparrow's grave, but there's the momentum of the rain. I think that Xianxia must have a profound understanding of this place. After understanding the momentum of the rain, his heart began to match the rain intent of this place. Gradually, a scene emerged in his mind. The black-robed old man kept his paper umbrella and stood on a mountain peak with his hands clasped behind his back. His body and mind were in harmony with the mountain and the momentum of the rain. There's no rain here, but the momentum of the rain is getting heavier. There's no me in the 4 heavens, but if I return, there will be a sea of blood above the 4 heavens. Wrong. I want the rain to be born on the earth and fight against the heaven to achieve immortality. Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of understanding. Sure enough, the 3rd level of Dark Sparrow's grave had the momentum of no rain. Here, Xianxia's state of mind had a breakthrough and began to comprehend the divine intent of rain. From the 4th level onwards, there should be steps of Xianxia's Tao comprehension. However, the 4th level wasn't a place that he could go now. He patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient map that was given by Sinister Sparrow. The 4th level was densely covered with countless blood-red dots. Each dot was the lair of a nascent soul demon. If I go to the 4th level, I'll die for sure. If I don't go, I'll waste a great opportunity to comprehend the divine intent. Ning Fan sighed slightly. Sure enough, his fate wasn't good enough. He had discovered Xianxia's Tao comprehension journey, but he couldn't see the end. He stopped sighing and calmed his mind. This was the way of cultivation. Fate could only be encountered by chance. If one insisted on it, they would be doomed eternally. His eyes fell on Xue Qing and the female ghost, revealing a strange look. At this moment, Xue Qing had taken out his pill cauldron, as if he was concocting some pills for the female ghost. As for the female ghost, her stomach growled from time to time as if she was hungry. Grand Aunt, we have a deal. I'll concoct pills for you, but you won't eat me. Xue Qing begged with a bitter smile. All right. I'll do what I say. Quick, bake a few pill biscuits for me to eat. The female ghost wiped the bloodstain on her lips with her little hand. It wasn't blood, but saliva. With Xueqing's third revolution pill concoction technique, it only took the time for half an incense stick to burn to concoct a first revolution pill. He patted the lid of the cauldron, putting 100 first revolution pills into a pill bottle and handed it to the female ghost with an apologetic smile. These are all first revolution pills, origin-enhancing pills. They have the effect of increasing the vitality of a vein-opening cultivator. They are peak first revolution pills. Before he could finish his words, the female ghost had already snatched all the pill bottles. With a flash of light, she turned into a little girl in a black dress. The long dress covered her feet. It was an extremely ancient dress. Her waist was slender and her breasts were not bulging. She had red lips and white teeth. 2 buns were tied on both sides of her temples. The rest of her beautiful hair was draped over her back. The fringe on her forehead was neat and tidy. How was this a female ghost? She was obviously an extremely cute little girl. The little girl seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old, but her face was bright and charming. She would definitely be a peerless beauty when she grew up. When the girl turned into her true form, a vast aura could no longer be concealed. A faint fragrance spread out from her body and entered Ning Fan's nose. His expression changed. It was the fragrance of a 5th revolution pill and above. A trace of fragrance was enough to improve Ning Fan's cultivation a little. The chi of this little girl made him frown. The chi of this little girl was exactly the same as that of the ferocious beast in the 2nd level of the rain pond. This little girl was a female ghost, a demonic beast, or perhaps, a pill devil. Fortunately, this girl did not have a trace of killing intent from the beginning to the end. Moreover, her cultivation base was strange. Her magical force seemed to be at the early gold core realm, but her divine sense had reached the mid-nascent soul realm. Her pink and tender little hand crushed the pill bottle that contained the pills. Then, she opened her little mouth, revealing her cute little canine teeth. She chewed and swallowed all 100 essence-enhancing pills, one mouthful at a time, and swallowed all of them. Although the pills were only first revolution, the pill bottle was made from purple-green jade. Apart from preserving the medicinal effect, its biggest advantage was that it was extremely sturdy. It wouldn't break even if it withstood a gold core attack. However, this little girl crushed the pill bottle effortlessly. She didn't even use any magical power. How terrifying was this little girl's physical body? It doesn't taste good. This pill biscuit doesn't taste good. Make me something delicious. The little girl looked at Xueqing with dissatisfaction. Immediately, cold sweat broke out on Xueqing's head. Then, I will concoct 2nd revolution pills for you. But I don't have that many spiritual herbs with me. Oh right, let my master concoct pills for you. The pills concocted by my master are very delicious. While Xueqing was in a dilemma, he suddenly noticed that Ning Fan was looking at him with a faint smile. Immediately, he pushed his master into the pit of fire. He knows how to make pill biscuit? The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief, following Xueqing's finger. A trace of greedy black light flashed in her eyes. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He hurriedly took 2 steps back with a slightly surprised look. What kind of divine ability was that black light? How could it make my sword sense hurt? Hey, you! Make me pill biscuit now. Otherwise, I will eat you. The little girl showed her little tiger teeth and bit them, as if she wanted to scare Ning Fan. Eat me? My flesh doesn't taste good. But I can indeed concoct more delicious pills for you. But what benefits do I get? Ning Fan smiled faintly. His eyes fell on the brocade pouch on the little girl's waist. The quality of this brocade pouch was extremely high. It wasn't just a little bit higher than ordinary storage pouch. Due to the carelessness of the little girl, this brocade pouch wasn't fastened tightly. Traces of medicinal fragrance wafted out of it, causing Ning Fan's mind to waver. 1,000 years old spiritual herbs, 2,000 years old spiritual herbs, 5,000 years old spiritual herbs, and even 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. This little girl wasn't just an ordinary wealthy person. Benefits? What benefits do you want? If the pill biscuit you make is delicious, I won't hit you. What do you say? The little girl sounded as if she was negotiating. Hit me? You can't beat me. Then if I win, you have to make me pill biscuit. A black light flashed in the little girl's eyes. She immediately turned into a black ray and rushed towards Ning Fan. She waved her fist lightly, but it was accompanied by a sonic boom. Obviously, the strength of her fist was extremely strong. This girl has such strong strength. Ning Fan's eyes were slightly surprised. Both of his hands glowed with silver light. He slapped his palm on the little girl's fist and immediately used the rebounding force to retreat. At the same time, he slapped his palm on the same spot on the little girl's fist. Every slap caused Ning Fan's blood and chi to churn. It wouldn't be difficult for this girl to kill a late gold core cultivator with just the strength of her fist. After 13 slaps, Ning Fan had already neutralized 90% of the girl's fist strength. Everything happened in an instant. At this moment, Ning Fan no longer retreated. His entire body was covered with silver light and concentrated on his right fist. He activated the ancient beast wrist guard. Demonic chi floated around his body and his fist collided with the little girl's fist. Boom! After a loud bang, the ground of the two fists collided. With the two of them as the epicenter, a few hundred meters of the ground was shattered into pieces. Ning Fan finally withstood the little girl's fist. He had a clearer understanding of the little girl's strength. If he didn't use his trump card, he might not be able to defeat this girl. Eh? I really can't beat you. The little girl withdrew her fist and revealed a strange look. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, shouldn't he be able to send one flying with a single punch? But immediately, she revealed an evil smile. I can't beat you, but I have a lot of rain babies to help me. As long as I whistle, all of them will attack you. Tell me, are you going to make me pill cakes or not? The little girl whistled softly. Immediately, innumerable flickering eyes lit up in the dark in the third level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Each of them had a gold core cultivation base. With so many gold core demonic beasts, even Ning Fan felt his scalp going numb. He had never thought that the little girl in front of him was like a dominator to these terrifying demonic beasts. Alright, I'll concoct pills for you. But I don't have the ingredients. I'll use yours. Ning Fan hid his astonished look and pointed at the little girl's storage pouch. The little girl immediately exclaimed, pressed her hands on the pouch and opened her mouth. No, I can't. I don't have any spiritual herbs. I'll use yours. Then there's no other way. If you don't give me the spiritual herbs, you won't get any pill cakes. Ning Fan revealed a teasing look. This little girl seemed to be a pill devil and had the ability to control the demonic beasts in Dark Sparrow's grave. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years she had lived in Dark Sparrow's grave, but her mind seemed to be that of a little girl. Although she was strong, she was pure and untainted. It's not pill cakes. It's pill cakes. The little girl waved her fist discontentedly and corrected him. All right. Pill cakes. You give me the spiritual herbs and I'll make you cakes. In the outside world, I'm a famous fourth revolution biscuit master. Wow. You're a biscuit master? You're amazing. The little girl's eyes sparkled with stars. Saliva began to drip from the corner of her mouth. At the side, Xueqing cursed inwardly at this seemingly stupid conversation. This little girl was the pill devil that he was so afraid of? AI, such a stupid pill devil had scared him to death. Wouldn't that mean that he was even more stupid than the pill devil? Moreover, what was a fourth revolution biscuit master? Xueqing cursed inwardly, but didn't dare to interrupt. The little girl wasn't smart, but her strength couldn't be underestimated. That punch just now wasn't Ning Fan's. If it was him, he would have been smashed into pieces. Ning Fan looked at the little girl with a faint smile. Time passed bit by bit. After a long time, the little girl's eyes showed a slight struggle. She lifted her little head, looked at Ning Fan and asked pitifully. Are you really a fourth revolution biscuit master? It's absolutely true. The cakes you make must be delicious, right? If it's not to your taste, I can remake it. Then I'll give you all my medicine babies. You can see how to make delicious cakes. The little girl pitifully took the brocade pouch from her waist and handed it to Ning Fan. Her pitiful eyes made Ning Fan vaguely feel that it was shameless of him to deceive a child. However, when his eyes swept across the brocade pouch of the little girl, there was only shock in his eyes. So many millennium spiritual herbs. The storage space of this brocade pouch was even bigger than the entire Sinister Sparrow sect. What was piled inside was an inexhaustible supply of thousand-year-old elixirs. There were even countless millennium spiritual herbs, but they seemed to have been planted with a void realm restriction formation. Moreover, it was driven by void fragmentation magical power. It wasn't something that Ning Fan could break. His eyes sparkled. This formation couldn't be laid down by the little girl. It meant that a void fragmentation expert had laid down this formation for the little girl. The millennium spiritual herbs couldn't be taken away. There might be a void fragmentation expert spying on this place and protecting the little girl in the dark. If it's just a pill devil, why would a void fragmentation expert spy on this place? What's the identity of this girl? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. When he was about to withdraw his spirit sense, he saw a pile of fruit cores in the most remote corner of the brocade pouch. These fruit cores looked like lychee cores, but they were densely covered with strange Dao marks. There was even a trace of dreamy power flowing out from them. For the first time, Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He shook the brocade pouch, took out a fruit core, put it on his hand and stared at it. This is a fruit core. You can't eat it. Grandpa said that the core of the leftover fruit must be brought back. The little girl explained, as if she was afraid that Ning Fan would use the core to make a cake for him. Grandpa? Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Grandpa was the mysterious void fragmentation expert? However, even a void fragmentation expert shouldn't be able to obtain such a divine fruit. The Min Luo fruit was also known as the dream fruit. Eating one would allow one to enter a dream and experience 50 years of reincarnation. This fruit couldn't improve one's cultivation base, but it could improve one's mental state. In terms of value, this fruit was even more precious than the Dao fruit of a nascent soul cultivator. Xueqing had already prepared the pill cauldron and the earth fire. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in front of the cauldron, channeling the sword qi between his fingers. He slashed horizontally and vertically, making the fire pit twice as big as before. After strengthening the earth fire, he threw the spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Naturally, these elixirs belonged to the girls. The little girl showed a vexed expression when she saw her treasured herbs being thrown into the cauldron by Ning Fan's. Humph. If the pancakes you make aren't delicious, I'll eat you. We'll know later whether it's delicious or not. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged as he recalled the memories of ancient chaos. In ancient chaos memories, it was mentioned that a pill devil swallowed a pill to advance. To pill devils, there was only one standard for whether a pill tasted good or not, and that was whether the quality of the pill was high. The pill he was concocting was called accumulating cauldron pill. It had no other effect but to fuse the energy of the spiritual herbs into one and feed it to the demonic beasts and devil beasts to increase their strength. This pill was a third revolution pill, but to human cultivators, it could only be stored in the furnace and not eaten. The physique of humans was much weaker than that of demonic beasts. They were unable to endure the violent medicinal energy. However, the medicinal strength of this pill was wild and fierce. To the little girl, perhaps it was a delicacy. Sure enough, before the pill was formed, a medicinal aroma wafted out. The little girl's eyes immediately filled with desire, and her little hands began to claw at the pill cauldron. She wanted to take the medicinal pill out and eat it. It smells so good. This biscuit must be delicious. Bright Sparrow wants to eat it. Wait a minute, this cake isn't ready yet. If you open the lid of the cauldron, this cake will immediately turn into ashes. Ning Fan's expression didn't change as he gave a warning. So this little girl is called Bright Sparrow, Dark Sparrow. What was the profound meaning behind them? When the little girl named Bright Sparrow heard that she would not be able to eat the biscuits after opening the cauldron lid, she immediately withdrew her hand reluctantly, not daring to flip the cauldron lid. This scene caused Xueqing to be dumbstruck by the scene. The lid of the pill refining cauldron was extremely hot. If an ordinary cultivator touched it, it wouldn't be strange if their skin was burned to ashes. This little pill devil was scalded by the cauldron, but nothing happened. It was simply a monster. However, Xueqing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Bright Sparrow didn't lift the cauldron. It was his first time witnessing Ning Fan concoct a pill with his own eyes. Even though it was a third revolution pill and not a fourth revolution pill, he had only seen a few of the pill concoction techniques in his life. He had been obsessed with concocting pills all his life. At this moment, he was subdued by Ning Fan's mysterious technique. His mind was only left with the thought of observing the concoction process. His fear of the little girl had long disappeared. The scene of Ning Fan slapping the lid of the cauldron and withdrawing the fire-accumulating pill had been replayed in Xue Qing's mind for more than 10 times, but he still could not figure out the profound principles behind it. He heaved a deep sigh. Ning Fan was worthy of being a fourth revolution Dan master. His concoction technique left him in the dust. This time, Ning Fan did not even need to use a pill bottle to store the pills. A cauldron of over a dozen third revolution pills. Since the process was simple, it was not difficult to concoct a dozen third revolution pills at the same time. Once the pill was formed, Bright Sparrow could not wait any longer. She used her small hands to pick up the piping hot pill and placed it into her mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. A blissful smile appeared on her small face. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Ning Fan. Delicious. The pill biscuits were delicious. I love it. Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes fell on the accumulating cauldron pills and shook his head with a smile. This kind of pill contained a huge amount of energy. Only Bright Sparrow with her demon-like physique could devour it. Even if his body refinement realm had reached the 6th realm of silver light, consuming this pill would only bring more harm than good. What concerned him the most was that he found out that the quality of the accumulating cauldron pills he concocted was a little higher than before. Today, he did not concoct the pills seriously and was extremely hasty. However, the quality of the pills he concocted was higher than before. Why was that? He released his spirit sense and scanned the pills in Bright Sparrow's small hands. He suddenly found out that there were some damaged lines on each of the pills. These traces of lines carried an extremely faint trace of divine intent, just like the divine intent of rain in the rain. However, it was not the complete divine intent of rain. It was just damaged. Even so, the quality of the pills he concocted had improved by a lot. I have actually comprehended a trace of the divine intent of rain after experiencing the 3 layers of rain. This. Ning Fan's face was full of uncertainty. There was both joy and disappointment in his heart. He was happy that he had comprehended a trace of the incomplete divine intent in the 3 layers. If he could walk through the 9 levels of Dark Sparrow's grave and experience what Xianxia had experienced in the past, he would most likely comprehend the complete divine intent of rain. If that was the case, he would be able to concoct a 5th revolution pill with the help of the divine intent of rain and become a 5th revolution pill master. Compared to the 4th revolution, the 5th revolution only had the void spirit intent, but the effect of the pill was worlds apart. 4th revolution pill was sought after by nascent soul realm old monsters. If the quality of a 5th revolution pill was higher, even spirit severing realm old monsters would be tempted. The word spirit in spirit severing realm was the divine intent. Without the divine intent, it was impossible to concoct a 5th revolution pill. With the divine intent, a 5th revolution pill was enough to tempt a spirit severing realm old monster. He remembered that the mysterious woman had told him that the Lost World Palace gave preferential treatment to alchemists. If his concoction technique could advance from the 4th revolution to the 5th revolution, he would be able to enter the higher levels of the Lost World Tower and enjoy the slower flow of time. Advancing to the next level would save him half of the time needed to form the core. It was precisely because he was overjoyed that he felt disappointed and helpless. It was easier said than done to comprehend the complete divine intent of rain in all 9 levels of Dark Sparrow's grave. Given his current cultivation base, he would certainly be besieged to death by nascent soul demonic beasts if he entered the 4th level. If he entered the 5th level, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back against spirit-severing demonic beasts. If he went deeper, after the 7th level, even the void fragmentation old monsters of Rain Palace wouldn't be able to enter. How could he do that? He was being too greedy and insatiable. It was already extremely rare for a peak harmonious spirit expert to comprehend a trace of the divine intent of rain. If he wanted to comprehend the complete divine intent, not to mention the lack of opportunity, his magical power was far from enough. I've been too greedy. Ning Fan withdrew his expression. Once again, his heart was being interrogated by his desire. After suppressing his desire, his state of mind had improved. The 5th level of Dark Sparrow's grave had the profounding chi. The 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave had the immortal bone of Dark Sparrow and Xianxia. The Minluo fruit was hidden in the Dark Sparrow's grave. However, it seemed that his opportunity had come to an end. Forget it. I'll stay here for the time being and devour the black demon flame. The earth vein demonic flames were all 5th grade spiritual flames. He had 2 of them, the black demon flame and the white bone flame. The heavenly frost cold chi was cold chi. He had a type of bone prison chi. Among the 12 earth vein demonic flames, the black demon flame was ranked 6th while the white bone flame was ranked 11th. Among the 12 heavenly frost cold chi, the bone prison chi was ranked 12th. With the advancement of his cultivation base and the enlightenment of his cultivation law, Ning Fan had a clearer understanding of his own cultivation law. His main cultivation law was the yin-yang transformation. Under this cultivation law, his dual spirit evil veins were divided into black demon art and snow treading art. Dual cultivation of ice and fire, the integration of yin and yang, the combination of yin and yang, the white robe and black cloak, and even his character of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside, all of these were secretly in line with the great Tao of yin and yang. After obtaining the pill, the little girl put it back into the brocade pouch and left happily with the pill biscuit in her mouth. No one knew where she went. After laying down the defensive formation in the 3rd level of Dark Sparrow's grave, Ning Fan spent the entire 10 days in seclusion, devouring the 2 types of demonic flames. Perhaps this was the last time his magical power would improve before he formed his core. It only took him 10 days to devour the black demon flame. It wasn't only because he had refined one of the 9 dragons, but also because this flame had been tamed by the old monster for many years. When he passed it to Ning Fan, the old monster had erased the spiritual sense of the black demon flame to reduce the difficulty of devouring it. After refining the black demon flame, black flames could be vaguely seen flickering in Ning Fan's eyes. With a casual point of his finger, 9 black fire dragons were ready to come out. With this flame, no one in the harmonious spirit realm could withstand the 9 dragons' black flame without using magical techniques. Along with the refinement of the black demon flame, Ning Fan's cultivation base broke through again, taking the last step towards the gold core realm. An illusory black fire core was condensed in his dantian. Around his body, a vast aura spread out like a gale. His cultivation base had broken through the half-step gold core realm and reached the false core realm. An illusory core had already condensed in his body. Breaking through to the gold core realm from the false core realm had increased his success rate by another 5%. Going into seclusion after breaking through to the gold core realm would save him a few years of bitter cultivation. With his magical power doubled, it would be easier for Ning Fan to win against by fading. The blazing magical chi made Xueqin gasp for breath. Ning Fan's chi seemed to be even stronger than the 10 strongest old monsters in Yu country. The pupil had surpassed the master. False core. I only need to sever my emotions to reach the gold core realm. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. There was no joy of breaking through, only worry. For the first time, he realized that his state of mind couldn't keep up with the advancement of his cultivation base. After refining the black demon flame, there was still the white bone flame in the yin-yang locket to be refined, but Ning Fan didn't refine it yet. If he devoured it again, it would be hard for him to suppress his cultivation base. He had to go into seclusion immediately to form his core, otherwise, his body would explode and he would die. Moreover, he could vaguely feel that he should devour the cold chi and demonic flame according to the rhythm of one fire and one ice. This way, he would be able to obtain great benefits from the great Tao of yin and yang. He didn't know what the benefits would be, but this was his intuition. This was a cultivator's intuition after his cultivation base had reached a certain level. It was also his understanding of cultivation methods. With my current strength, going to the 4th level is equivalent to courting death. Ning Fan looked at a huge pit in the 3rd level of the grave and let out a sigh. He couldn't go beyond the 4th level, so he could only let go of the profounding chi. It was said that if one could obtain all the 12 heavenly frost cold chi or the 12 earth vein demonic flames, he would be able to fight against a void fragmentation expert. However, Ning Fan was a dual spirit cultivator. If he could obtain 6 of the cold chi and demonic flame, he would have 12 of them. Therefore, he didn't need the profounding chi. He gazed at the huge pit and shook his head slightly. It would be great if he could enter the 4th level. He turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a black-clothed girl leaped from the huge pit to the 3rd level, ignoring the forbidden force of flying. Ayaya! Cookie Master brother, you haven't left yet? That's great. I still want to eat some pill cookies. Can you make them for me? All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. He might as well let this little girl of unknown origin bring him to all the 9 levels of Dark Sparrow's grave. Although he didn't know the success rate of this move, it was worth a try. I can concoct pills for you, but you have to promise me one thing. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. The little girl's body shuddered and instinctively took a step back. Promise what? If you want my medicine baby, I can't give it to you. Cloud baby, I can't give it to you. Rain baby, they are all my babies, I don't want your babies. I just want to go to the lower levels of Dark Sparrow's grave to have a look. That's it? That's easy. I'll bring you there and no one will dare to eat you. Quick, make me some pill cookies. When they are delicious, I'll bring you to whichever level you want to go to. Bright Sparrow patted her chest and bowed solemnly, as if she was afraid that Ning Fan would go back on his words. Wasn't it just going to Dark Sparrow's grave? It's not a big deal, it's too simple. The more she looked at Ning Fan, the more she found him pleasing to her eyes. He was simply the most good-looking human she had ever seen. Moreover, she especially liked this human, who was also a biscuit master. What a fascinating occupation. One day, I'll become a biscuit refiner too. The lid of the cauldron was slapped open. A wisp of pill fragrance rushed out, intoxicating Bright Sparrow. She stretched her neck and kept smelling it. Holding a pile of fragrant pill cookies in her hands, she was going to bring Ning Fan to the 4th level of Dark Sparrow's grave as promised. With her leading the way, none of the nascent soul demonic beasts along the way would dare to attack Ning Fan. Master, you go. I won't be going. 10 days have passed in the 1st level of Dark Sparrow's grave. I wonder how Master's wives are doing. Disciple is worried. I'm willing to protect Master's wives on behalf of Master. Xueqing's words were pleasant to hear, but in his heart, he was afraid of the 4th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Nascent soul demonic beasts. Xueqing didn't want to confront them. With Si Wuxia and the spiritual fire of the Dan fragmentation cauldron, the girls didn't need Xueqing's protection. But since Xueqing insisted on leaving, Ning Fan naturally wouldn't stop him. You can go back now. Ning Fan could see the fear in Xueqing's eyes, but he didn't expose it. After Xueqing left, Ning Fan held the separation slayer in his hand as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Then, he leaped into the huge pit of the 4th level with the little girl. Hold me. Don't get lost, or else, those wolf babies will eat you. Bright Sparrow made a funny face and grabbed Ning Fan's hand with her little hand. The tremendous force wasn't something that Ning Fan could break free from. Ning Fan felt touched, but at the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What if the nascent soul demonic beasts weren't deterred by the little girl when they reached the 4th level and continued to attack him? How was he going to escape if he was held by the little girl? While he was pondering, the 4th level of Dark Sparrow's grave came into view. The little girl's hand contained boundless strength. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's extraordinary physical body, perhaps just the strength of her grip would be enough to severely injure him. After entering the 4th floor, the little girl stomped her foot on the ground and a 4-marked immortal cloud immediately rose from the ground. Ning Fan felt that this cloud was familiar. It was the same cloud he saw in the rain pond. Tell me, where do you want to see the rain? I'll take you there. The little girl held a pill in her mouth. Her long eyelashes curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she smiled sweetly. There was nothing better than eating delicious pill biscuits. Ning Fan was a good person. She wanted to show him around the world. The 4-stripe immortal cloud was instantly comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. The little girl shot a beam of black light at the cloud. The cloud was enveloped by a sinister wind, and its speed doubled again. It was comparable to the speed of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Above the immortal cloud, Ning Fan closed his eyes, letting the raindrops wet his face. In the surroundings, there were shadows of nascent soul realm demonic beasts leaping out from time to time. It seemed like they were attracted by the smell of Ning Fan's blood and flesh. Each of them was ready to eat Ning Fan. But every time this happened, the little girl would snort and wave her fists, causing the beasts to show signs of struggle and scatter. It was unknown what the identity of the little girl was, but the demonic beasts here all seemed to obey her commands. Big Brother Biscuit, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. The little girl stuck out her chest and smiled proudly. Biscuit brother, except for Grandpa, I'm not afraid of anyone in this dark sparrow's grave. Don't worry, no one can bully you. The little girl was chattering non-stop, trying to please Ning Fan. As for her purpose, it was obvious. She wanted to gain some benefits after pleasing Ning Fan. Ning Fan felt helpless towards the way the little girl addressed him. If the cultivators in the outside world knew that he, the dignified revered Ning, was called Brother Biscuit by a little girl, his reputation would be ruined. Gradually, he could no longer hear the clamor of the little girl. He could only hear the rain falling on his heart. There was no rain in the third layer, but the fourth layer was like the first and second layers, with rain falling continuously. However, if one had to point out some differences, there were still some. Along with a trace of understanding towards the divine intent of rain, Ning Fan discovered that the rain in the first level was gloomy and cold. It was the coldness of spring. As for the second layer of rain, it was even colder, but it had the feeling of a torrential summer rain. As for the rain on the fourth level, it was lonely and desolate with a hint of solemnity. This was the autumn rain. The rain in the 9 levels of Dark Sparrow's grave wasn't different from each other, but after Xianxia's comprehension, the rain in each level was endowed with different degrees of divine intent of rain, from shallow to deep, from simple to complicated. What was rare in this world wasn't the void god intent, but the process of comprehending the void god intent step by step. This process was contained in the rain. After experiencing the lack of rain in the third level, Xianxia would definitely be lonely and desolate in the fourth level. He must have stayed in the fourth floor for a very long time, probably tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a feeling of loneliness. Ning Fan couldn't help but be invaded by the autumn rain. Gradually, his heart became one with the rain and he could hear the deep sighs in the rain. The cultivation of Tao, at the end, is lonely. Relatives may still be grieving, others have already sung, what is the Tao of death, the body of the same mountain. This loneliness, like the rain, never dispersing, like the autumn, messing up the heart. But without this process of loneliness, the Tao cannot be cultivated. The rain is not lonely, but my heart is lonely, so the rain is also lonely. This is the divine intent of rain. The girl descended the immortal cloud to avoid disturbing Ning Fan's enlightenment. As for Ning Fan, he stood in the rain and remained silent for a long time. Loneliness. This meaning seemed to be insufficient to explain the Tao of Xianxia's entire life. It wasn't enough to fuse with the divine intent of rain. Let's go to the 5th level, alright. But I don't have enough pill biscuits. The girl evaded his eyes and smiled wickedly. After the 5th level, I will concoct pills for you again. Don't go back on your words. The girl immediately became spirited. Without the company of pill biscuits, this rain would be extremely boring. She leapt onto the immortal cloud and flew as fast as lightning. Along the way, every nascent soul demonic beast that smelled a trace of pill fragrance from her seemed to have recalled something extremely terrifying and crouched on the ground, not daring to move. The cloud entered the huge pit of the 4th city and descended to the 5th level. All of a sudden, the continuous autumn rain turned into a cold winter rain. Although it was extremely cold, the rain didn't turn into ice. This kind of divine ability was beyond common sense. Rain was rain, even the icy rain was different from ice. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Faintly, he felt that the icy rain in the 5th level was starting to become extraordinary. This extraordinary feeling was bestowed by the divine intent of rain. He recalled the magical technique that he had learned, icy rain technique. This technique was insignificant as it was only a spirit realm magical technique, but it matched the current situation. No matter how proficient Ning Fan's icy rain technique was, the rain would eventually turn into icicles, because without the divine intent of rain, the rain would no longer be rain. He closed his eyes to comprehend the divine intent of rain. There were a few spirit-severing demonic beasts hiding in the surroundings. These demonic beasts had also comprehended the divine intent of rain after being immersed in the icy rain day and night. When Ning Fan entered the 5th level, each of the demonic beasts immediately revealed their bloodthirsty eyes, but when they were glared at by the girl, they obediently withdrew their killing intent. They didn't dare to have any ideas on Ning Fan anymore, but in their hearts, they despised Ning Fan. Demonic beasts above the gold core realm could transform into human form. These demonic beasts didn't transform into human form, but they possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans. This kid is only at the harmonious spirit realm, but he wants to comprehend the void spirit intent. Ridiculous. A giant elephant beast said coldly in the demonic language. However, he is being protected by that person, it's best that we don't interfere in his matters. Another rhinoceros demonic beast said with fear. These demonic beasts were definitely peerless ferocious beasts in the Rain Immortal world, but all of them were afraid of the girl. Just like what these demonic beasts said, Ning Fan didn't have an easy time comprehending the divine intent of rain in the 5th level. For the first time, he couldn't hear Xianxia's comprehension in the rain. The 5th level seemed to be a watershed. The divine intent of rain began to change qualitatively in this level. Compared to the comprehension in the 5th level, the comprehension in the first 4 levels was insignificant. What am I missing? Ning Fan knitted his brows. However, the little girl spoke in an urging tone. Cookie brother, are you done yet? You said that you will make pill cookies for me to eat. I'm hungry. Alright, I got it. Ning Fan opened his eyes helplessly. He was already unable to comprehend the divine intent of rain, but his mind became even more restless after being disturbed by the girl. He took out Xue Qing's pill cauldron and waved his sword to draw out the earth fire, but he helplessly found that the divine intent of rain in the 5th level was too strong to draw out the earth fire. It wasn't that there was no earth fire, but all the earth fire had been assimilated by the divine intent of rain into rainwater and seeped into the ground. Haha, this junior is quite interesting, the divine intent of rain is too strong. Without earth fire, how can he concoct pills? A white ape sneered in the demonic language. How could this be? There's no fire here, how can I bake the cookies? The girl looked anxious and worried, but at this moment, she heard the sneer of the white ape. She glared at the snickering white ape, raised her finger and ordered. You, come here and conjure out the earth fire for me, or else I will ask Grandpa to catch you and roast you. The white ape was initially gloating, but when he heard the girl's order, his monkey face turned as bitter as a melon, as if he had lost his parents. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and rushed to the front of the girl, trying to please her. With a magical art that carried the divine intent of rain, he slapped on the pit of earth fire and dispersed the divine intent of rain. As for the earth fire that had been assimilated into rainwater, it burned again as soon as the divine intent of rain dispersed. Hee, I have the earth fire, alright, baby ape, you can go and play now, yes. The dignified spirit-severing devil ape didn't show any dissatisfaction when the girl called him baby ape. Instead, he revealed a look of joy. In the dark sparrow's grave, as long as he became the baby of the girl, he wouldn't have to worry about being eaten by her in the future. Each of the demonic beasts looked at the white ape with envy. After all, it wasn't every day that they had the chance to please the girl. However, Ning Fan didn't put any of them in his eyes. The demonic chi of any demonic beast beside him was enough to suffocate him, but at this moment, he couldn't see any of them. In his eyes, there was only the pit of fire and the faintly lit earth fire. The white ape's palm strike just now gradually brightened his eyes. It turned out that the void spirit intent was assimilation. Merely comprehending it wasn't enough. He had to activate the divine intent to assimilate magical arts, earth fire, and all the enemies that entered the domain of the divine intent. A trace of enlightenment gradually rose in his mind. He didn't immediately help the girl concoct the pill, but performed a hand seal and cast the ice rain technique over and over again. After 10 times, the rain still turned into ice. After 100 times, there were only 1 or 2 drops of ice that hadn't solidified. After 1,000 times, half of the ice was still in the form of rain. After 1,000 times, Ning Fan closed his eyes. Finally, he could hear Xianxia's sigh. That sigh was assimilated by the divine intent of rain and turned into raindrops. Previously, he couldn't distinguish the raindrops, but now, he could tell which drops of raindrops were the enlightenment with a single glance. What is rain? I can create clouds with a flip of my hand and rain with a flip of my hand. Xianxia's words were just a sentence, but it was enough to enlighten him and awaken the last shred of doubt in his heart. At this moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze wasn't as easygoing as usual. It became arrogant and domineering. He cast the ice rain technique. Suddenly, thousands of icicles appeared in the sky. Half of them were ice and the other half were rain. A trace of divine intent was activated in Ming Fan's mind. In the air, the few drops of divine intent of rain left by Xianxia were grasped in his palm and crushed. He shouted coldly, "I turn my hand and rain comes." He turned his palm fiercely and all the icicles turned into raindrops at the same time. This ice rain technique could only turn the icicles into raindrops. It couldn't be considered as a divine intent magical art. Even so, its power had increased by at least 30%. In Ming Fan's mind, a trace of the divine intent of rain was like a rolling snowball, growing stronger and stronger. This scene made all the spirit-severing demonic beasts dumbfounded. Which demonic beast didn't spend a long time to comprehend a trace of divine intent? Besides the white ape and a few other demonic beasts, most of them hadn't understood the usage of the void god intent. However, Ming Fan was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, yet he managed to comprehend the divine intent before most of the spirit-severing demonic beasts. Once he did, none of the demonic beasts present would be a match for him. "Biscuit brother, do you want to go to the 6th level first?" the little girl asked while biting her lips. She really wanted to fill her stomach immediately, but she could see that Ming Fan seemed to have made a lot of progress in his comprehension. She was afraid that her gluttony would interrupt Ming Fan's state of mind. "No need. I'll concoct pills for you. It doesn't matter whether I go to the next few levels or not." The expression in Ming Fan's eyes faded away. He smiled faintly and began to concoct pills. After comprehending the 5th level, he had a preliminary understanding of the usage of the divine intent of rain. However, this divine intent was far from what he could control with his current magical power. With his current magical power, it was impossible for him to completely turn the ice rain technique into icy rain. Those divine intents were the magical techniques left behind by Xianxia. By relying on this technique, he finally comprehended the profoundness of the divine intent of rain. In his point of view, the 6th, 7th, 8th and even the 9th level was probably the process of Xianxia condensing the divine intent and fusing it with his own Tao comprehension. Ming Fan hadn't formed his own Tao, nor did he have enough magical power to completely fuse the divine intent that belonged to him. Even so, with the little bit of divine intent that he had comprehended, he should be able to concoct a 5th rank pill. He didn't concoct a 5th rank pill immediately. With his current concoction technique, even if he succeeded in one try, it would take him at least half a year to concoct a 5th rank pill. However, he still had a way to test if his concoction technique had improved. In his mind, he recalled the concoction technique of the 9 revolutions of River Wheel in the ancient chaotic land. His fingers were covered in black flames, drawing circles along a mysterious trajectory in the void in front of him. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions, 4 revolutions, he drew 4 circles in a row. After that, his fingers couldn't move anymore. A trace of barrier force made it hard for Ming Fan's fingers to move. 4 circles represent the 4th revolution pill concoction technique. If I can draw the 5th circle, I will be able to concoct a 5th revolution pill. His eyes revealed an indifferent expression. A faint trace of the divine intent of rain emerged in his eyes. This divine intent passed through his heart to his fingers and fused with the black flames, causing a layer of rain intent to surface on the blazing black flames. At this moment, his finger, which was originally frozen, was filled with spiritual power. Immediately, he drew out a 5th illusionary circle in the air. The 5th circle wasn't drawn perfectly. As soon as it was drawn, it immediately exploded. This indicated that his concoction technique had reached the 5th revolution and that it would be extremely difficult for him to concoct a 5th revolution pill. 9 out of 10 pills would be destroyed. He had to thank the heavens for his one and only success. However, no matter what, from the moment he drew the 5th illusory circle, Ming Fan was already a 5th revolution pill concoction master. His harvest in this trip to the Dark Sparrow's grave couldn't be considered small, with the improvement in his concoction technique, he could concoct third revolution pills with greater ease. Before the pill was completed, the little girl couldn't hold back her excitement. Her mouth was watering because of the fragrance of the pill. It smells so good. It's even more fragrant than before. Why is it like this? Because I'm now a fifth revolution cookie concoction master. Ning Fan patted the lid of the cauldron. The pill was done. Ah. Cookie brother, you're so awesome. If Grandpa knows that you're so awesome, he will surely like you. The little girl took the pill and put it into her mouth, disregarding the scorching heat of the pill. As soon as Ning Fan heard the name Grandpa, his heart shuddered. That Grandpa was naturally a void fragmentation expert. He wondered if he was being monitored by that void fragmentation expert when he comprehended the divine intent. After refining the black demon flame and improving his concoction technique, he had gained a lot from this trip. It would be best if he could obtain the profounding chi along the way. The profounding chi was ranked 9th among the heavenly frost cold chi. Many experts of Rain Immortal World had come to the Dark Sparrow's grave, but none of them could find this cold chi. The cold chi didn't have a spirit. It wouldn't hide on its own. If Ning Fan didn't understand why no one could find the cold chi before, he could guess the reason now. Perhaps the little girl in front of him treated it as a cold chi treasure and hid it. Little girl, I wonder where the profounding chi is. I know. No, I don't know. What do you want to do to my profound treasure? The little girl put down the pill and took 2 steps back. She looked at Ning Fan with a worried expression. Looking at the pill in her hand, her eyes flashed with a trace of awkwardness. You're good to me, better than mysterious baby. It ignored me and didn't make pill cakes for me to eat. If you can make more delicious cakes for me, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than this cake, I'll tell you where mysterious baby is hiding. If that's the case, in the future, when I concoct a 5th revolution pill, I will exchange the profounding chi with you. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. He was afraid that only a 5th revolution pill could meet the requirement of 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than a 3rd revolution pill. It wouldn't be appropriate to rob the little girl by force. There was a void fragmentation expert spying on them in the dark. At this moment, Ning Fan wasn't in a hurry to use the profounding chi. It wouldn't be lost in sinister Sparrow sect. In the future, he would concoct a 5th revolution pill and give it to the little girl. Compared to the profounding chi, Ning Fan was more interested in another thing. Which level does the Ming Luo fruit grow on? What Ming Luo fruit? The little girl tilted her head in confusion. It's the leftover seeds of the fruit that Guigua grows on the 9th level. It's in Grandpa's hand. Cookie brother, even if you want to eat it, you can't. Grandpa said that even I can only eat 1 fruit in 10 years. Is that so? Forget it. Ning Fan shook his head. If the Ming Luo fruit was in the hands of a void fragmentation old expert, Ning Fan knew that he wouldn't be able to cheat a Ming Luo fruit from them no matter what. A Ming Luo fruit could increase one's mental state by 50 years in a single dream. It seemed like such a good thing was going to be missed, but just as he was shaking his head, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. A 5th revolution pill master, in this case, you are qualified to talk to me. You want the Ming Luo fruit? Fine, but you have to promise me a condition. The voice appeared without any sign. Although it sounded calm, there was a hidden murderous intent in it. It didn't give Ning Fan any room to refuse the condition. Ning Fan could only agree to the condition, otherwise, he would die. As soon as the words came out, the usually lawless little girl immediately revealed a fearful expression. She put her hands behind her back and hid all the pills. He was no more than 5 feet tall, skinny as a stick, with a face as cold as a zombie's. He wore a black feathered robe and his body was shrouded in black mist. His hair was messy like a hedgehog's and his eyes were blood red, but his skin was eerily white. It must have been caused by living in a place without light for many years. The appearance of this person gave Ning Fan a strong sense of crisis. Void fragmentation realm. He used the Min Luo fruit as the price and threatened Ning Fan's life. This old man didn't give Ning Fan any room to refuse and immediately stated his request. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He didn't like the feeling of being threatened, even if the other party was a void fragmentation old monster. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. The old man in front of him didn't speak much, which meant that he was a loner. His eyes shone with a ferocious glint. He was probably the type of person who would capture someone the moment they met. Based on his personality, this kind of person should not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. Whatever he wanted him to do, he could just use his cultivation to suppress him. However, this person didn't capture Ning Fan and only threatened him. Was it because of the little girl, or was there another reason? Ning Fan could faintly feel that the old man's eyes were filled with fear towards the earth vein demonic flame, the black demon flame. That fear was hidden very deeply, but with Ning Fan's eyesight, he could still find some clues. Strange. Why would a void fragmentation old monster be afraid of a single type of earth vein demonic fire? The black-robed old man was shrouded in a black mist that seemed to have the effect of shielding one's divine sense, preventing others from probing his cultivation. To avoid fragmentation old monster, this method was superfluous. Moreover, the chi of the black mist gave Ning Fan a sense of familiarity. Immediately, he recalled where he had seen this black mist before. The core of the Min Luo fruit had the same aura. The 10,000-year spirit herb formation in the little girl's brocade pouch also had this aura. With a slash of his sword sense, he immediately broke the black mist on the old man's body. Finally, he could see his cultivation base clearly. Sword cognition? The old man was slightly startled and kept his words to himself. After recovering from his surprise, his expression turned gloomy when he saw Ning Fan's understanding expression. You saw it? Yes, I saw it. Tell me, what do you need my help with? If you can pay me enough, maybe I will agree. Ning Fan revealed an inexplicable smile, but he was no longer as fearful of the old man as before. This old man was indeed a void fragmentation old monster, but he didn't come with his true body. Moreover, this old man had an innate fear of his black demon flame. Among the traces, Ning Fan discovered the chi that the old man leaked out. When his sword sense cut open the black mist, he discovered the old man's true identity. The old man was not a human, but a tree. An old tree that had become a spirit, a Min Luo tree. The one who came to this place was just a clone of the old man's roots. It had penetrated all the way from the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave to this place. It had the aura of a void fragmentation expert, but its magical force and ability were only at the spirit-severing realm. All of this seemed to be the special suppression of Dark Sparrow's grave. Demons of higher realm couldn't penetrate the soil layer of lower realm. The Ming Luo tree was an extremely strange tree. It couldn't be exposed to a trace of fire, otherwise, it would wither immediately. The old man's Ming Luo tree had turned into a spirit. If it was his true body, he might be able to withstand the earth vein demonic flame with his magical strength. However, he was merely a spirit-severing clone. Facing Ning Fan's 5th grade spirit fire, the black demon flame, he was afraid that it would wither before he could even touch it. In just a short period of time, Ning Fan had discovered the old man's weakness through various signs and dispelled his fear of the old man. If the old man was really a void fragmentation expert and made a request, perhaps Ning Fan wouldn't have a choice. However, since the old man had so many weaknesses, he would be a laughing stock if he was threatened by him. The old man's face was gloomy. His spirit sense had been locked on the little girl, worried that something might happen to her. Fortunately, Ning Fan didn't do anything to her and the old man was too lazy to show himself. However, after witnessing Ning Fan's concoction technique breaking through to the 5th revolution, an idea arose in his mind. He wanted to capture Ning Fan and make him the exclusive concoction master of the little girl in Dark Sparrow's grave. With the help of a 5th revolution concoction master, perhaps the void poison in the little girl's body could be cured. Given his void fragmentation cultivation base, he couldn't come to the 5th level due to the suppression of the Dark Sparrow's grave. Therefore, he could only send his tree root clone to capture Ning Fan. However, when the clone arrived, he found out that Ning Fan was holding a terrifying earth vein demonic flame. If it was his true body, he wouldn't be afraid of the 5th grade demonic flame. Unfortunately, it was just a mere tree root clone. Due to the special physique of the Ming Luo tree, the clone would wither and perish as soon as the fire shone on it. Therefore, the old man dismissed the idea of capturing Ning Fan directly. Instead, he used the Ming Luo fruit as a lure and secretly released his aura to threaten Ning Fan's life. First, he wanted to force Ning Fan to agree to his request. After bringing Ning Fan to the 9th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave, everything would be under his control. At that time, it would be hard to say whether he would give Ning Fan the reward he deserved. As for Ning Fan, it would be impossible for him to leave the Dark Sparrow's grave. The old man's threat was actually filled with endless danger. If it was an ordinary person, he or she might have fallen into the old man's trap due to the fear of the void fragmentation aura. However, the void fragmentation experts that Ning Fan had seen included Bone Sovereign, Moksha Sovereign, Little Sable and Yun Bushu. It wasn't that he hadn't seen void fragmentation experts before. He even had the inheritance of an immortal emperor. How could he be intimidated by the name of a void fragmentation expert? Ning Fan didn't panic. He could see the flaws in the old man's words and chi. At this moment, Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. He was looking at the old man. He wanted to hear what request the old man had for him. If the request wasn't difficult, he would be very willing to get a few Ming Luo fruits. However, if the old man wanted him to enter the 9th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave, it was impossible. It was impossible for the old man to threaten him with his life. "Grandpa, don't be angry. Brother Biscuit is a good person," the little girl said timidly. Only when he looked at the little girl did the old man reveal a trace of kindness in his eyes. "Bright Sparrow, you are still young. When you grow up, you will know that the human heart is sinister. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come into contact with the human race no matter what." The old man's eyes met Ning Fan's smiling eyes. Not only was Ning Fan not angry after being threatened by him, he even smiled. Humans were really shrewd, despicable, and shameless. They didn't even show their emotions on their faces. The old man didn't understand why Ning Fan would smile. Smiling was a kind of expression, a calm and composed principle of life. It had nothing to do with one's mood, sadness, or happiness. This old man is Ming Luo. As you can see, this old man is just a root clone and can't do anything to you. I do have something to ask of you. As for the details, please come to the 9th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave and discuss it with this old man. I won't enter the 9th level, not even the 6th level. Ning Fan's smile vanished. He took 3 steps back and stamped his foot. A black demon flame was stamped into the ground by Ning Fan. Immediately, a root on the ground was burned to ashes with a sizzling sound. The old man named Ming Luo groaned as if he was slightly injured. Sneak attack? The old man actually used his roots to sneak attack Ning Fan while they were talking. You lured me into the 9th level and ambushed me with your roots. Who is the despicable and shameless one? I don't want the Ming Luo fruit anymore. Let's forget about the matter of helping you. Seeing that you are Elder Bright Sparrow, I won't kill your doppelganger. If you continue to obstruct me, I have a way to injure your original body by killing your doppelganger. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He kept the cauldron and extinguished the earth fire. If it wasn't because this place was under the control of the old man and there were countless spirit-severing demonic beasts lurking around, he wouldn't be so polite to the old man and wouldn't spare his clone. Humph. Trying to leave? It's true that I can't do anything to you, but all the demonic beasts in this grave obey my orders. I may not be able to kill you, but if I don't let you leave, do you think you can? The old man's eyes turned cold. His spirit sense seemed to have transmitted some kind of order to the surroundings. Immediately, spirit-severing demonic beasts walked towards Ning Fan with ferocious eyes. This was a threat. And this threat was obviously more difficult to deal with than the old man's clone. The atmosphere was in a deadlock. The little girl stamped her feet impatiently. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to see this biscuit brother who she had just met to have a conflict with Elder. Enough. Elder, if you hurt Biscuit brother, I won't take the medicine anymore. A trace of black light flickered in the little girl's eyes. Immediately, a wave of pressure that was like that of the Lord of the Demon race made all the spirit-severing demonic beasts crouch on the ground and shiver. The demonic beasts were afraid of the void fragmentation old demon, Ming Luo, but they were more afraid of the little girl. However, after the black light flashed, the little girl's face immediately showed a painful expression, as if it was extremely difficult for her to make the black light flicker violently. Mysterious black lines began to appear on the little girl's face as her expression became more and more painful. Then, a pair of black wings grew out from her back, piercing through her clothes. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Almost at the moment when the wings grew out, the little girl let out a painful cry and fainted. The old man, on the other hand, revealed a look of horror after witnessing the change of the little girl. Not good. She used that demonic force recklessly, causing the void poison to act up again. I must give her medicine immediately. Void poison was an extremely powerful poison in ancient times. It was produced from the black feathers of the immemorial dark sparrow's tail, which had fused with the void force and extreme poison of the immemorial dark sparrow. The void poison of an adult immemorial dark sparrow could easily poison a true immortal to death. A long time ago, the old man had discovered that there was void poison in Bright Sparrow's body. He tried his best to suppress the poison, but in the end, he was shocked to find that the poison was far more powerful than he had expected. It was impossible for him to remove it with his void fragmentation cultivation base. The old man used several kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs to concoct some kind of medicinal liquid to barely suppress the void poison. As long as Bright Sparrow didn't use her demonic force recklessly, the poison wouldn't be triggered. As long as she didn't use her demonic force recklessly, the poison wouldn't be triggered. The old man didn't know alchemy, so the medicinal liquid he concocted couldn't cure the void poison. Gradually, the poison seemed to have developed a resistance to the medicinal liquid and was getting harder to suppress. Once the void poison broke out completely, Bright Sparrow might die. Therefore, after knowing that Ning Fan had broken through to the 5th grade pill concoction realm, he had an idea. However, he had never expected that little Bright Sparrow would use the forbidden demonic force in order to protect Ning Fan, causing the void poison to break out prematurely. The old man's heart was burning with anxiety. At this moment, he no longer had the mood to scheme against Ning Fan. This time, he didn't know whether Bright Sparrow could survive this ordeal. His eyes were burning with anger, as if he wanted to eat Ning Fan alive. If Bright Sparrow dies, this old man will burn my demonic soul and be consigned to eternal damnation. I'll rush out of Dark Sparrow's grave and shred you into 1,000 pieces, stinking brat, get lost. Get out of Dark Sparrow's grave. The old man picked up the unconscious little girl and immediately flew back to the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. However, Ning Fan didn't leave. He frowned and stopped the old man. He didn't have a good impression of this old man, but when it came to the little girl, he couldn't help but care about her. Wait. What else do you want? The old man turned his head angrily. When he saw the same trace of worry in Ning Fan's eyes, his anger subsided slightly. She isn't poisoned by the void poison. If I'm not mistaken, the force she used should be the dark demon force of the immemorial Imperial Dark Sparrow. I don't know what exactly your medicine is, but it's most likely to suppress the void poison. Suppressing it isn't helping her, but harming her. Ning Fan's eyes were solemn. The dark demon force. The Imperial Dark Sparrow. Impossible. She's just a little pill devil. I've seen her grow up with my own eyes. The old man's heart shuddered. As a member of the demon race, it was impossible for him to not know the name of the immemorial Dark Sparrow and the terror of the Imperial Dark Sparrow. He had seen a pill devil take shape, grow up and turn into a little girl with his own eyes. How could a pill devil be the immemorial Dark Sparrow and the overlord of the demon race? This was utter nonsense. However, after listening to Ning Fan's words, the old man also felt that the mysterious force in the little girl's body was indeed the legendary Imperial Dark Sparrow, the Dark Demon Force. The immemorial Dark Sparrow was the overlord of the demon race, while the Imperial Dark Sparrow was a 1 in a million existence. Only the Imperial Dark Sparrow could produce the Dark Demon Force. With this force, the Imperial Dark Sparrow could easily deter other demon races. This little girl, Bright Sparrow, had an inexplicable restraint on the demon race since she was born. Perhaps it was this restraint that made the old man develop a good impression on her. If this force was really the Dark Demon Force, everything would make sense. The old man's eyes revealed a struggling expression, but after pondering deeply, he believed 30% of Ning Fan's seemingly absurd judgment. The old man didn't understand how a pill devil could become the Imperial Dark Sparrow, but it seemed to be the truth. If this demonic force was the demonic force of the Dark Demon, then this void poison should have been a great benefit to Bright Sparrow. Perhaps after a few decades, she would have reached the spirit-severing realm even if she wasn't a void refinement expert. However, this void poison had always been suppressed by Ning Fan's medicinal liquid. Moreover, the medicinal force had unknowingly nourished the void poison, making it stronger and stronger. If Bright Sparrow could completely refine this void poison, perhaps it would be enough for her to break through to the void refinement realm, but such a terrifying poison wasn't something a gold-core little girl could devour. If Bright Sparrow died, she would certainly die from the void poison going out of control. And the reason why the void poison went out of control was because he had been suppressing it all along. How sure are you that she has the dark demon force? The old man closed his eyes bitterly. 70%. Ning Fan replied plainly. Hee, after hearing what you said, I'm 80% sure. No wonder this void poison could absorb the medicinal liquid to grow. I understand now. Can Bright Sparrow still be saved? Once the void poison is dispersed, she will die for sure. The 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave will be barren. Little friend, you have underestimated the power of this void poison. If the void poison is dispersed, not only the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave will die for sure, but even the area 100,000 zhang below the ground and 100,000 li in radius will also be turned into ashes. Little friend, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Do you have any means to save her? I have, 30% confidence, 30%. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. Life and death were determined by fate. He only had 30% confidence to save the little girl. The little girl's physique was too strange and the level of the void poison was unknown. There were too many uncertainties. Is that so? 30%. I don't even have 10% confidence. If you are willing to save Bright Sparrow, what are your conditions? Tell me. The old man's eyes flickered and said sternly. I have 3 conditions. The first condition is that you have to hand over a trace of your true soul to me. In this way, if you harm me, I can severely injure you at any time. This is fine. The old man hesitated slightly. It wasn't because he was hesitant about handing over the true soul, but because Ning Fan's first condition wasn't to ask for benefits, but to protect himself. The second condition is that I want to use your 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. With it, my success rate will increase to 70%, 70%. Of course, this is fine. At first, the old man was disdainful when he heard that Ning Fan wanted a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, but when he heard that the herb could increase the success rate of saving Bright Sparrow by 70%, the old man immediately agreed and was overjoyed. I haven't thought about the third condition. If I can save this little girl, I will ask for a reward based on this condition. If the treatment fails, the void poison will definitely disperse. I don't think this poison can spread to more than 100,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, above the ground, but I believe that I will definitely die in the Dark Sparrow's grave. Ning Fan gave the old man a meaningful glance. The old man's previous statement that the void poison would destroy the land within 100,000 li was absolutely a lie. His purpose was to make Ning Fan think that he had no way to escape and take the risk to cure Bright Sparrow. Without this threat, the old man couldn't guarantee that Ning Fan wouldn't leave the Dark Sparrow's grave. However, he didn't know that Ning Fan had many shortcomings, but he would always repay kindness. The little girl's kindness to Ning Fan was insignificant, but if it wasn't to help Ning Fan, she wouldn't have used the dark demon force and triggered the void poison, putting herself in danger. However, this might be her fortune. If it wasn't for this, Ning Fan might have left this place without knowing that the girl's void poison would explode one day and she would die. There was a 70% chance of success in saving Ming Quebec. If he succeeds, Ning Fan would be fine. If he failed, the void poison would erupt, destroying the Dark Sparrow's grave, and he would die in the grave. A 30% chance of death was enough to frighten ordinary cultivators, but to Ning Fan, a 70% chance was enough for him to take the risk. If he didn't save Bright Sparrow, he would have to ask himself what kind of Tao he had cultivated. If he didn't save Bright Sparrow, his last bit of persistence towards kindness would become a joke. He would save Bright Sparrow not because of the old man's threat, nor was it because of the reward, but because of the persistence of his Tao heart. He slowly took out a sound transmission stone and sent a message to Xueqing through a spell. Xueqing, take Jihe, Xiaolan and Cici, leave the Dark Sparrow's grave as soon as possible. He had decided to take the risk himself and would never involve Jihe and the other girls. He didn't give any explanation to Xueqing and the others. This is my Tao. Old man Ming Luo separated a trace of his true soul and passed it to Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he followed Old Man Ming Luo into the 6th level. If Ming Luo made a move, Ning Fan would crush his true soul and Ming Luo would be gravely injured. If Ning Fan went back on his words, Ming Luo, who had regained the cultivation base of his void refinement clone, could easily kill Ning Fan even if Ning Fan had the black demon flame. Ning Fan had decided to cure Bright Sparrow's poison for the sake of his Dao heart. However, after entering the 6th floor, Ning Fan's expression immediately turned strange. This was because Old Man Ming Luo had stuffed the unconscious little Bright Sparrow into Ning Fan's arms. "You carry her. I'll deal with those blind little things, but watch your hands. If you dare to touch her body, I'll kill you." After Old Man Ming Luo threatened him, he no longer paid attention to Ning Fan. He released all of his aura and swept across the 4 directions. One by one, the void refinement demonic beasts attacked him with sharp chi, but he couldn't see their whereabouts. The speed of the void refinement demonic beasts was too fast, so fast that Ning Fan couldn't identify them. All of the void refinement realm demonic beasts in this place were already unwilling to submit to Ming Luo. If Ming Ke was awake, it would be easier. With a flash of black light from her big eyes, all the demonic beasts would immediately submit to her. However, the deterrent force of Ming Luo was obviously not as strong as Ming Ke's to these void refinement realm demonic beasts. Fortunately, Old Man Ming Luo's true body was a void fragmentation old monster. Some of his techniques were naturally not something that void refinement realm demonic beasts could match. After a few attacks, these demonic beasts realized that they couldn't eat Ning Fan easily and left resentfully. All the scenes fell into Ning Fan's eyes and turned into a thought. He carried Bright Sparrow's petite body horizontally like a princess carry. The reason why Ming Luo carried Bright Sparrow was because he wanted to free his hands to deal with the enemy. In order to cure Bright Sparrow's poison, he needed a safe environment and a large amount of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs in the brocade pouch were not enough. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the 9th level of the grave. Before that, Ning Fan had no choice but to temporarily seal the Bright Sparrow void poison using the profound medical technique inherited from ancient chaos and rushed to the 9th level. Holding the little girl in his arms, Ning Fan's heart wouldn't have any stray thoughts. Even if Ning Fan's didn't cultivate the yin-yang transformation, he wouldn't have any lust for a 7 or 8-year-old girl even if he didn't have any mental laws. Old Man Ming Luo had thought too much. He had thought too much of the human race. The battle between Ming Luo and the void refinement realm demon beast was silent and untraceable. However, the surrounding forests were burnt and frozen. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the wasteland was cracked for hundreds of li. The rumbling sounds were endless. Ning Fan didn't care about such a level of battle. His mind was fully immersed in the rain in the 6th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. The raindrops of the 6th level weren't cold, but extremely sharp like sword light. Every single drop of rain seemed to be formed by sword chi. This technique wasn't simply transforming swords into rain. The profoundness of it all lay within the divine intent of rain. Ning Fan listened to Xianxia's words. In the past, Xianxia's killing intent was aroused in his heart when he was in the 6th level. As a result, the rain in this level was infected by his killing intent and the divine intent of rain that Xianxia comprehended began to fuse with his killing intent. Move the heart to kill, turn the killing into the sword, turn the sword into the rain, and use the rain to kill. This is the comprehension of Xianxia in the 6th level. Ning Fan spoke indifferently. He didn't fuse the divine intent of rain according to Xianxia's comprehension. He had comprehended a trace of the divine intent of rain, but in order to truly master the divine intent, he still needed to fuse it with his own Dao. The rain of killing intent was Xianxia's Dao, but not Ning Fan's Dao, but just by watching it, it would be a good reference. The 6th level of Dark Sparrow's grave was extremely vast. Ming Luo rode the immortal cloud and flew for at least hundreds of thousands of miles before a huge pit appeared. Finally, Ming Luo heaved a sigh of relief. His immortal cloud descended and rushed straight to the 7th level. As soon as he entered the huge pit, an old man who looked exactly the same as Ming Luo came treading on the sky. After a ray of traveling light, the old man and the old man merged into one. All of a sudden, Ming Luo's chi sword, intermediate void refinement, late void refinement, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, all the way to the 4th level before stopping. At this point, Ming Luo heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "All right, in the 7th level, this old man has merged with my true body, restoring my strength to the 4th level of void fragmentation. In this way, those 1st and 2nd level void fragmentation demons in the 7th level will no longer be a threat to me. As long as I can safely cross the 8th level and enter the 9th level, everything will be under my control." Ning Fan was still holding Bright Sparrow's body. At this moment, Ming Luo was convinced that Ning Fan wouldn't have any evil thoughts towards Bright Sparrow. Feeling relieved, he began to concentrate all his attention, circulating his magical power and condensing it on his palm, as if he was preparing a magical art. Ming Luo didn't explain much, but Ning Fan could guess that the reason why he was so serious was to launch a deadly attack on some old monsters in the 8th level. In order to save Bright Sparrow, this old man was working very hard. No, he was risking his life. Under such circumstances, even if Ning Fan had the intention to help the old man and fight against the enemy together, he couldn't help the old man at all. A battle of void fragmentation wasn't something that a harmonious spirit expert like Ning Fan could intervene in. His task was to save Bright Sparrow with all his might after entering the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Before that, he would have sufficient time to comprehend the rain intent of the 7th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. The 5th level, Ice Rain. The 6th level, Sword Rain. The 7th level, Thunder Rain. The rumbling thunder exploded in Ning Fan's ears. Amidst the gale, torrential rain poured down from the sky and the earth. Such a violent momentum stirred Ning Fan's mind. He was infected by the impassioned and unyielding battle intent in the sound of the rain. That year, Xianxia must have made a great progress in his divine intent and used it to advance his cultivation base, causing his battle intent to surge. His surging battle intent blended with the divine intent of rain, turning the rain in this place into a thunderstorm. Thunder from the flat ground, rain from the sky, I want to kill. What echoed in Ning Fan's ears was the declaration of battle intent left by Xianxia in the divine intent of rain. Ning Fan opened his eyes, looking pensive. Xianxia thoroughly comprehended the divine intent of rain in the 5th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. In the 6th level, he blended his killing intent with the rain. In the 7th level, he blended his battle intent with the rain. What kind of Tao sense would he blend into the rain in the 8th level? This answer didn't bother Ning Fan for a long time. In the 7th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, Ming Luo was driving the immortal cloud at lightning speed. In just half an hour, he had crossed millions of miles and entered the huge pit that led to the 8th level. 1st and 2nd level void fragmentation demonic beasts wouldn't dare to stop him. In the void fragmentation realm, every level was a world of difference. With Ming Luo's cultivation base at the 4th level of void fragmentation, he only needed 1 palm strike to kill a 1st level demonic beast. He only needed 3 palm strikes to kill a 2nd level demonic beast. After passing through the world of thunderstorm, the rain in the 8th level made Ning Fan's eyes flicker for the first time. The rain here wasn't any different from the rain in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th levels. It just flowed calmly like the calm ocean. However, this ocean must contain boundless unyielding intent. Otherwise, why would the rain fall from the ground to the sky? The 8th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, the heaven-defying rain. Ning Fan didn't need to listen to Xianxia's enlightenment. Just by looking at this scene, Ning Fan's heart shuddered. He recalled the oath that Xianxia made. This oath had become true in the 8th level. I want this rain to grow on the earth and fight against the heavens to achieve immortality. Ning Fan gently exhaled a breath of air. The divine intent of rain in the 8th level was not a small thing to him. The cultivators he faced had succumbed to fate. Even a powerful figure like the old devil was teased by fate. As for Ning Fan himself, he had never had the intention to change his fate. However, Xianxia was different. He dared to think and act. He had made an oath in the Dark Sparrow's grave to fight against the 4 heavens immortal world. Perhaps, his wish had already been fulfilled in the 4 heavens immortal world. This man had the courage to go against the heavens. Ning Fan slowly closed his eyes while holding Bright Sparrow in his arms. The trace of persistence in his heart was magnified infinitely. That persistence was to never cut off his emotions to form his core. Everyone would have this trace of obsession, but it was rare to find someone who could cultivate this obsession into his own Tao. Ning Fan was questioning his own heart and comprehending his own Tao during Xianxia's Tao enlightenment journey. I won't cut off my emotions. The moment these words resounded in his heart, a trace of mysterious enlightenment immediately fused with the divine rain intent. The seemingly impossible step of fusing the divine rain intent began to appear. The divine rain intent had fused? Ning Fan opened his eyes, which were filled with slight astonishment. However, he didn't have time to think about the changes in his body. From afar, several whistling sounds were already approaching. 3 void fragmentation experts, 2 at the 3rd layer and 1 at the 4th layer, were glaring at Ming Luo like a tiger with deep hatred. Hee, Ming Luo, your granddaughter seems to be in trouble. Do you need us to help her? An old man with snake scales on his face sneered in a peculiar manner. His snake eyes were staring at Bright Sparrow in Ning Fan's arms and licked his lips. Helping was fake, but killing was real. The snake-scaled old man's eyes darkened. Immediately, a strange demonic chi mixed with soul power penetrated into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Demonic soul. Only the demon race could cultivate the form of a soul. This child is not bad. Why don't I seize her body? This old monster was a snake-shaped demonic beast that had transformed into a human. His demonic soul was tyrannical and strange. It bypassed Ming Luo's body and invaded Ning Fan's body, attempting to invade Ning Fan's sea of consciousness and seize his body to refine it into an incarnation. Ming Luo's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that the snake-eyed old man's demonic soul was stronger than his. It bypassed him and sneaked an attack on Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Ming Luo's heart was filled with complex emotions. He couldn't wait for Ning Fan to die, but at least he didn't want anything to happen to Ning Fan before he could save Bright Sparrow. If Ning Fan was successfully seized by the snake-scaled old man, he would die for sure. In that case, who else could save Bright Sparrow? He revealed an anxious look and thought to himself. Ning Fan had a sword sense technique. Most likely, his sea of consciousness had condensed a sword sense. He didn't know whether this kid's sword sense was strong or not. It would be great if he could resist the snake-scaled old man's possession for a while. Then, he would crush the demonic soul in this kid's sea of consciousness. He withdrew the magical power that had been brewing in his palm for a long time and pointed at Ning Fan's glabella. He was racing against time to resolve the snake-scaled old man's possession. However, the 2 void fragmentation 3rd layer demons didn't stay idle. When the snake-scaled old man seized Ning Fan's body, the 2 of them attacked Ming Luo from the left and right, forcing him to withdraw his palm. Snake G. Don't go too far. I can't let you kill this kid no matter what. Ming Luo revealed an anxious expression. Hee, so what if I bully you? So what if I kill him? Xianxia, Tiger Ju, the 2 of you stop Ming Luo. Wait until I possess this kid and refine him into an incarnation. Then, I'll come and help the 2 of you. The snake-scaled old man sneered, as if he didn't take Ning Fan's possession seriously. A harmonious spirit human actually dared to enter the 8th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Even the void fragmentation experts of the Rain Palace didn't dare to enter this place. This kid must be tired of living. Originally, the snake-scaled old man wouldn't put a harmonious spirit junior in his eyes. However, he could see that Ming Luo was extremely protective of Ning Fan along the way and that Ning Fan was very useful to him. Ning Fan was only a harmonious spirit expert and was extremely easy to kill. After killing this kid, Ming Luo's heart would be disturbed. Then, it would be easy to kill Ming Luo. However, just as his thought reached this point, he felt a heart-wrenching tearing sensation from his spirit sense. Arg! The snake-scaled old man screamed miserably. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at Ning Fan. He thought that 1/3 of his soul force was more than enough to possess Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. However, the result was that the soul force that entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was crushed into pieces by a sword sense that was so sharp that it was suffocating. This is sword sense. No, even if it's sword sense or sword consciousness, it shouldn't have such power. What kind of sword chi is this sword chi that you condensed? You don't need to know. Old man Ming Luo, what are you waiting for? Do it now. A cold light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He had destroyed 1/3 of the snake-scaled old man's soul with his sword consciousness, but he had also suffered some injuries. Ning Fan would remember this enmity. From the moment the snake-scaled old man seized Ning Fan's body to the miserable shriek, the two third-level void fragmentation demons hadn't reacted to what had happened. Only Ming Luo vaguely guessed that Ning Fan had used some strange means to ambush the snake-scaled old man. There was no need for Ning Fan to urge him to take action. As soon as Ming Luo saw the reversal of the situation, he immediately seized the chance to win. He gathered the magical power that had been brewing in his body for a long time in his palm and struck out. A 10,000 zhang huge withered tree palm pressed down on the snake-scaled old man and the other two demons with a terrifying pressure that could engulf the heaven and earth. The three of them were caught off guard and immediately used all their strength to defend against the palm force. At this critical moment, Ming Luo immediately drove the immortal cloud with all his strength, rushing straight to the huge pit in the 9th level. The 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave had the immortal bone of Dark Sparrow and the 100,000 incarnations of Ming Luo tree. That was the place where Ming Luo dominated. Not to mention the snake-scaled old man and the other two demons, even a true immortal would lose a layer of skin if he entered that place. After traveling for 100,000 li, Ming Luo's spirit sense swept back and found that he had shaken off the snake-scaled old man and the other two demons. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Fan. For the first time, he had a trace of respect for this young man. This young man had actually ambushed a 4th-level void fragmentation old monster. Whether it was due to the snake's extreme carelessness or not, Ning Fan was proud of himself. "Kid, this old man, Ming Luo, owes you a favor." "Is that so?" Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took a few healing pills. Only then did his complexion look slightly better. He ambushed the snake-scaled old man purely to protect himself, but since Ming Luo had determined that he owed Ning Fan a favor, Ning Fan wouldn't be stupid enough to deny it. The 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave wasn't far away. The giant palm force was the palm force that Ming Luo had been preparing for a long time. It was extremely powerful. The three void fragmentation old monsters joined forces to receive it. They had to use all kinds of methods to disperse the palm force and shatter the giant palm. The two third-level void fragmentation demons sighed. This palm was enough to show the tyrannical strength of Ming Luo. It seemed to be a mistake for the two of them to provoke Ming Luo with their third-level void fragmentation strength. As for the snake-scaled old man, his face was extremely gloomy. He originally planned to bring people to ambush Ming Luo, but he didn't expect to be ambushed by a harmonious spirit junior, injuring his soul. Ming Luo's palm even affected the injury of his soul. Hateful. Chase, chase, chase. We can't let them escape, especially that harmonious spirit human. The snake-scaled old man hated Ning Fan to the extreme. His hatred was even stronger than his hatred for Ming Luo. However, Ming Luo had already escaped far away and the snake-scaled old man was injured. How could they catch up? Hateful. This is the first humiliation of my life. The 9th level of the world of Dark Sparrow's grave. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of 300 meters tall giant trees. Above the sea of trees, there was a light drizzle. Ming Luo's tightened face finally loosened up a little when he arrived at this place. You'll be safe after escaping to this place. Each towering tree here is a spirit-severing clone of this old man. There are more than 100,000 of them. Ming Luo's words were both a comfort and a warning. Thus, Ning Fan did not have to worry about the snake-scaled elderly man's pursuit. At the same time, he also understood that it was best for him to treat Ming K's poison obediently after entering this place. Otherwise, any divine transformation realm giant tree here could pose a great threat to his life. Hurry up and start the treatment. The time for my technique to suppress the poison is almost up. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't put Ming Luo's threat in his heart. His eyes swept across the drizzle in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave and immediately closed his eyes. The drizzle here had no special characteristics. It was no different from the ordinary rain curtain in the mortal world. However, Ning Fan had gained a great understanding of the divine intent of rain. He could see that there shouldn't be any rain in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. This rain was transformed by the divine intent. It had nothing to do with magical power or magical technique. It was merely the divine intent that summoned the rain from heaven and earth. When the void god intent was cultivated to the extreme, it could change the law of heaven and earth. In the immemorial era, it was said that there was a demon ancestor torch dragon who had a unique understanding of the law. By opening and closing his eyes, he could change day and night. By inhaling and exhaling, he could change the seasons. Immortals could turn stone into gold, turn the rotten into the divine, and turn the autumn into spring. All of these were closely related to the void God intent. Of course, an ordinary spirit-severing cultivator might not be able to change the law of heaven and earth even if he comprehended the void God intent and integrated it with his own Tao. Changing the laws required great magical force and divine ability. When Xianxia comprehended the divine intent of rain, his cultivation base was extremely profound and he was already a true immortal expert. That was why he was able to leave behind traces of Tao enlightenment in the rain curtain. There was no rain in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. However, in the past, a black-robed old man activated the divine intent of rain with just a sentence and made it rain in the 9th level. If I tell you to rain, you have to. This is an order. This sentence had turned all the heroic spirit into a plain tone, but it was still overbearing, because this sentence was said by Xianxia to the heavens. From the 1st to the 9th level, Ning Fan had completely relived Xianxia's Tao enlightenment journey in the past. His heart was deeply touched. This kind of feeling would further promote Ning Fan to fuse and form his own divine intent of rain. In this world, there were no raindrops that were exactly the same, and there were no divine wills that were exactly the same. Merging the Tao heart into the spirit intent. If this step was completed, Ning Fan's could completely condense the spirit intent when he reached the harmonious spirit realm. Although he couldn't use it for the time being, countless early spirit-severing old monsters would be envious of him just by condensing the divine intent. Not every old monster could condense the void spirit intent. Many early spirit-severing old monsters couldn't condense the void spirit intent in their entire lives. That was why their cultivation base remained stagnant at the early stage. His state of mind slowly rose as he comprehended Tao. Ning Fan seemed to be welcoming his third transformation in the Dark Sparrow's grave. The first metamorphosis was his identity. His identity turned from mortal to cultivation. The second metamorphosis was his means. His means emerged endlessly and began to grow stronger. The transformation this time was most likely a transformation of the state of mind. Ning Fan's strength was far stronger than the likes of Bai Fading and Yan Bai. He was afraid that he wasn't any weaker than Gui Xiaozi. However, no matter how his heart was polished by the memory of the ancient chaos, it was still the heart of a teenager. It was inevitable that there would be some immaturity in it. This immaturity was reflected in his life experience. He could imitate the ancient chaos great emperor's style of doing things, but there were many things that he would never understand if he didn't experience it himself. Just like many years ago, Ning Fan raised his head and yearned for the immortals that could fly in the sky. He thought that the immortals were carefree. Now, it seemed that the life of the immortals was no different from that of mortals. It was still a cycle of alternating joy and sorrow. They still needed to work hard step by step to carve out a future. He closed his eyes slightly and carefully comprehended this trace of emotion. However, in his arms, the unconscious little girl Bright Sparrow suddenly let out a cry. A trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and a trace of pain appeared on her pale eyebrows. Her poison is acting up. I need to quickly go to a place with a sea of fire, and prepare these 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs as soon as possible. I want to cure her poison there. Ning Fan's face turned solemn. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. He imprinted the names of some spiritual herbs with his spirit sense and gave it to Ming Luo. You must cure her. Ming Luo said solemnly. In the 9th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave, there was an abyss and a dormant volcano. The reason why it became a dormant volcano was because there was a 900,000 zhang tall demonic beast skeleton lying beside the volcano. It was the bone of the immemorial Dark Sparrow. This bone emitted the unique colding energy of the Dark Sparrow, extinguishing the volcano. The colding energy spread across the 9th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave, causing it to rain endlessly. It spread out from the Dark Sparrow Valley, making Sinister Sparrow sect chilly and suitable for cultivation. This skeleton was extraordinary, but at this moment, Ning Fan obviously didn't have the mood to examine it. He carried more than 10 kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and carried the unconscious little Lolita in his arms. A ray of light stopped at the crater of the volcano. Looking at the blazing magma in the depths of the volcano, his scalp went numb. After a moment of hesitation, the black demon flame dispersed, turning into a flaming shield that wrapped around his body. Then, he leaped into the crater. The power of the flame here had probably reached the level of 4th grade spiritual fire, which was only 1 grade lower than the earth vein demonic fire. If Ningfan hadn't devoured the black demon flame, he wouldn't dare to enter this place. The reason why he came here was to suppress the void poison in Bright Sparrow's body. The void poison originated from the tail feathers of the immemorial Dark Sparrow. This poison was deadly to ordinary people, but to Bright Sparrow, it was a good thing to improve her cultivation base. Unfortunately, with Ming Luo Trent's help, the void poison was suppressed by the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs time and time again. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy of the herbs was being absorbed, making the poison even more powerful. Given Bright Sparrow's gold core magical force, it was absolutely impossible for her to refine the void poison. However, with Ningfan's help, the outcome would be unpredictable. In order to suppress the extremely cold void poison, Bright Sparrow had to come to this place of magma and use the heat to nourish the immortal veins in her body. Within 10,000 meters of the volcano, the dark green magma was bubbling and emitting heat. The heat was somewhat unbearable for Ningfan, but when it blew on Bright Sparrow's body, it turned into a trace of comfort and warmth. "It's warm, warm." Bright Sparrow opened her big eyes in a daze, revealing a sweet smile to Ningfan. She realized that Ningfan was going to treat her poison. She had a good impression of this big brother who concocted flatbread for her. "Is it just warm?" Ningfan's eyes revealed a pensive look. The heat here was so hot that even he couldn't stand it, but to Bright Sparrow, it was just warmth. Previously, Bright Sparrow's little hands even dared to reach into the boiling cauldron and take the pills with her hands. All of these shouldn't be the ability given to her by the colding force of the void poison. Pill devil physique, Ningfan's eyes revealed a look of understanding. He vaguely understood Bright Sparrow's physique. There was no doubt that Bright Sparrow was a pill devil. Moreover, she was a 5th revolution pill that had transformed into a human pill devil. However, this pill devil was born in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, right next to the remains of immemorial Dark Sparrow. It seemed that when the pill devil obtained spirituality, it was nourished by the remains of Dark Sparrow, causing a mutation. At this moment, Dark Sparrow could be said to be an extremely high-quality pill or a demonic beast that had the chance to advance to the immemorial Dark Sparrow royal clan. According to Xueqing and Ming Luo, the time for Bright Sparrow to completely transform would be in the next thousands of years. The pill devil was the body of a pill that was concocted from a cauldron. As for a 5th revolution pill, the earth fire used to concoct it was certainly not lower than the 5th grade earth fire. After going through layers upon layers of earth fire, it would take the shape of a pill and transform into a devil. Naturally, little Bright Sparrow wouldn't be afraid of fire. After all, she was born in fire. However, there was a question that concerned Ningfan. Was the birth of little Bright Sparrow the will of heaven or was it man-made? If it was the will of heaven, then forget it. If it was man-made, then the body of Pill Devil was fused with the soul of Dark Sparrow royal family. One day, when little Bright Sparrow's cultivation base improved, the grade of the pill would also improve accordingly. Because of the soul of Dark Sparrow royal family, the grade of the pill would reach a level that could move the heart of a true immortal. If Bright Sparrow was created by a true immortal, then perhaps this true immortal would come back one day to take away this pill of Bright Sparrow. That true immortal was just a guess. He didn't know if the true immortal really existed, but the only thing he was sure of was that if the true immortal really existed, he wouldn't be Xianxia. From Xianxia's Tao enlightenment, Ningfan could see the true immortal's character. This true immortal was a decisive and domineering person. He would never spend countless years on a pill devil. Given Xianxia's character, he would rob whatever pill he wanted. Dark Sparrow's grave. Demon Sinister Forest. Demon Sinister Forest was the forbidden land of Sinister Sparrow sect that was sealed by Xianxia, but it didn't seem to be arranged by him. The one who raised the ghost was someone else. Could it be possible that the one who raised the ghost was raising another pill devil in the Dark Sparrow's grave? Hundreds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but in the end, he shook his head. Everything was just a guess. He couldn't figure out the truth. The priority now was to treat Bright Sparrow's poison. Facing the unconscious Bright Sparrow, Ningfan's face was as calm as an ancient well. He gently undid the buttons on her black skirt and took off her clothes. Immediately, a petite snow-white body was revealed. The body of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was almost the same as a boy. If this could still arouse Ning Fan's evil thoughts, it would be heaven-defying. Without any distractions, Ning Fan took out a jade bowl and ground the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs into medicinal liquid. The medicinal effect of the liquid was less than 1/10 of that of the concocting pill. It was a complete waste. However, Ning Fan didn't have the time to concoct a 5th revolution pill to save Bright Sparrow's life. Although the medicinal liquid was poor, there was a lot of it and it was enough for Bright Sparrow. He dipped his finger into the viscous and milky medicinal liquid, drew a mysterious formation mark, and smeared it on Bright Sparrow's tender body. The unconscious little girl felt Ning Fan's finger touching her body. A trace of shyness emerged in her heart, causing her face to be filled with panic. She wouldn't normally feel shy, but there were some complicated memories in her mind, which made her understand shyness. Gradually, she vaguely felt that it was extremely inappropriate for her body to be touched by Ning Fan like this. "Cookie brother, don't touch here. You can't. I will give birth to a lot of babies." Bright Sparrow's face was blushing and she sounded like she was about to cry. "You are just a little girl. Who taught you these messy things? Could it be Ming Luo?" Ning Fan knitted his brows. There was absolutely no romantic feelings between a 7 or 8-year-old girl. What made him dissatisfied was that Ming Luo, who looked like a decent old man, actually taught Bright Sparrow those messy things between a man and a woman. Otherwise, it was impossible for a little girl to blush just by touching her body. Ning Fan had really wronged Ming Luo. Ming Luo was just a tree spirit. He might not even know about the matters between a man and a woman. How could he have taught Bright Sparrow anything? All of these were the incomplete memories that were inherited from the void poison. As the poison was suppressed, the memories were gradually spread. "No, don't. Cookie brother, I beg you, don't use that thing to poke me. I'm afraid of pain." Bright Sparrow pleaded in a daze. "You are thinking too much. Little girl, don't let your imagination run wild. What poke or not, forget it. I will let you have some peace first." Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. He pointed at Bright Sparrow's forehead, letting her sleep soundly. Originally, he only had less than 70% success rate in detoxifying Bright Sparrow's poison. After being disturbed by Bright Sparrow, the formation mark wasn't perfectly drawn out, making the success rate even lower. The first step was to draw hundreds of formation marks on Bright Sparrow's naked body, imitating the hundreds of immortal veins, drawing out the void poison from the immortal veins and attaching it to the surface of her body. At first, Ning Fan didn't have any distracting thoughts. He didn't even think about the matters between a man and a woman. But after being disturbed by Bright Sparrow, he felt slightly strange. A pill devil who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years and vaguely knew about the matters between a man and a woman, could she still be considered as a little girl? When his finger was drawing the formation mark, it inadvertently brushed past the tender body of the little girl. Immediately, his heart shuddered. "Ning Fan, you can't do things that are not sexual. You are a devil, but not a sexual creature," he muttered to himself in his heart. He suppressed all the stray thoughts and only completed the formation mark after a long time. The unconscious Bright Sparrow's long hair was like a waterfall. A trace of warmth gradually rose on her tender skin. The void poison was being suppressed. However, the unclear memories in the unconscious Bright Sparrow's mind were increasing. "I am the princess of the immemorial Dark Sparrow race. My name is Sitsong." The first step was to draw 100 formation runes on Bright Sparrow's body. The second step was to channel the void poison into the runes of the array, leaving only a little for Bright Sparrow, who was at the Gold Core realm, to devour. The rest was to be sealed. The first step was to outline the formation runes. There was no room for error. With Ning Fan's spirit sense and the Tao of formations, it was not difficult for him to do so. However, the second step involved the separation of the seal and the void poison. Ning Fan didn't have too much confidence in this step. Even after feeding the unconscious Bright Sparrow several kinds of fire attribute 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, his confidence was still less than 70%. The stronger the suppression of the surrounding fire might on the void poison, the greater the chances of sealing it. Ning Fan stood on a piece of burning hot flint and looked at the dark green magma beneath his feet. After pondering for a moment, he carried Ming Ke in his arms with one of his hands and summoned the black demon flame to protect his body with the other hand. Then, he leaped into the magma. It sank. The deeper he went, the stronger the might of the lava became. Ning Fan's magical power was rapidly depleted in the process of resisting the might of the lava. He took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb called Ganoderma lucidum and took a bite. Immediately, magic power filled his body. 10,000 years black Ganoderma. It was a rare 10,000 years old spiritual medicine that could be consumed directly. It couldn't increase one's cultivation base, but it could quickly restore one's magical force. It was extremely expensive, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators might not be able to afford it. This mysterious Ganoderma was provided by Ming Luo, but Ning Fan did not feel distressed at all. At this moment, saving people's lives was the priority. Wasting spirit herbs was not worth mentioning. His magic power was depleted and replenished again and again. Each time, his magic power would become more condensed. At the bottom of the magma, Ning Fan stopped diving. He had already eaten 1/3 of the 10 millennia mysterious Ganoderma. If he dived any deeper, he might not have enough dermic powers to return to the volcano. The might of the fire here was far stronger than Ning Fan had expected. Under the might of the fire, the void poison in Bright Sparrow's body was inevitably suppressed. The success rate of sealing the void poison had increased once again. His eyes turned cold as he shot out a black flame and lifted Bright Sparrow's body up. His divine sense entered Bright Sparrow's body and immediately, it started to freeze. This strange method of freezing one's divine sense was exactly the same as what had happened in the rain pond in the second layer of the Dark Sparrow's grave. It seemed like this was the reason why Ning Fan's spirit sense was frozen at that time. However, this place wasn't the second level of the rain pond, and Ning Fan had devoured the black demon flame, the earth vein demonic flame. A black flame flashed in his eyes, and the frozen divine sense instantly melted. His divine sense carefully traveled along the meridians in Bright Sparrow's body, guiding the void poison into the formation patterns on the surface of her body bit by bit. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, all the way to the 43rd, from the beginning to the end, Ning Fan had been concentrating all of his attention. He did not spare a single trace of his spirit sense for other purposes. The void poison was also slowly guided by him, completing the sealing of the 43rd meridian. However, at this moment, a sense of life and death crisis suddenly came from behind. It was the roar of a beast. It turned out to be the fire spirit that had formed inside the volcano. These fire spirits had dark green flame bodies and each of them was only at the harmonious spirit realm. However, as a sneak attack, each of their magical techniques struck Ning Fan's body. Even with the silver light body refinement realm, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the sealing of the 43rd immortal vein nearly failed. Mere fire spirit, you're courting death. His glabella turned cold. He patted the top of his head and summoned the incarnation of his soul sense. A black-robed figure stepped out from Ning Fan's body. His appearance was exactly the same as Ning Fan's, but there seemed to be a few mysterious patterns on half of his face. His expression was filled with killing intent and anger. His half-step nascent soul chi swept across the sea of fire. Which fire spirit was the one that injured me just now? How dare you stop me from saving people? Courting death. The incarnation of Ning Fan moved like a ghost. Every time he pointed with his finger, vast magical power would spread out, and a few fire spirits would explode and die. After these fire spirits exploded, they would occasionally produce a red spiritual pearl. The incarnation of Ning Fan kept the pearl in his hand with cold eyes. Demon core, only by killing gold core demons can one obtain their demon core. It seems like some of these fire spirits have already reached the edge of breaking through to the gold core realm. Unfortunately, you've offended me. You'll never have the chance to form your gold core in this lifetime. The incarnation of Ning Fan turned his head and said to the human Ning Fan. You saved Bright Sparrow again. I'm going to kill them. Don't worry. The incarnation was a soul that was divided into two people. Neither of them could be considered as Ning Fan. In other words, both of them could only be considered as half of Ning Fan. The left hand and the right hand would never argue. The two of them were the two different parts of Ning Fan. Many cultivators above void fragmentation liked to refine their second incarnation because they were the only person in the world who would never betray them. They cultivated the Tao all their lives and were always cautious. In the end, they only believed in themselves and no one else. The incarnation was the self while the clone was an illusion. It was hard to describe how profound it was. However, after the incarnation of Ning Fan dived deeper into the magma, the blood-curdling screams of slaughter gradually faded away. Far away, the human Ning Fan was still sealing the void poison for little Bright Sparrow without batting an eyelid. Her injuries weren't light, but Ning Fan didn't have the time to heal them. He had to suppress her injuries and save her. "Cookie brother, thank you, you're the best." The unconscious Bright Sparrow opened her blurry eyes and gave Ning Fan a sweet smile. "No need to thank me, does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt." The sealing of the void poison was an extremely painful thing, but Bright Sparrow still showed a casual smile. She was a strong little girl. "Bear with it. It won't take long. After sealing the void poison, I will refine a cookie for you." Ning Fan's tone was like coaxing a child. Bright Sparrow's eyes were filled with expectation. The pain seemed to have disappeared. Of course. 50 seals, 60 seals, 99 seals. Ning Fan couldn't seal the void poison perfectly due to his injuries, but he managed to complete 99 seals. The last seal was to link all the seals together. From then on, 90% of the void poison in Bright Sparrow's body would be sealed in the formation marks on the surface of her body. 10% of the void poison was sealed in her body by Ning Fan, slowly spreading out for her to refine. He only needed the last seal to succeed, but Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn as he found out that he couldn't seal the last seal no matter how hard he tried. He found out that there was a seal hidden in Bright Sparrow's body. It was a pill seal. In order to prevent the pill from being consumed by someone else, the owner of a high-grade pill would plant a pill seal in the pill. If the pill fell into the hands of someone else who didn't know about the pill seal would be activated and the pill would turn into ashes. What they couldn't get, they wouldn't let others get it. This was the style of many experts. Bright Sparrow was a pill devil, and there was a pill seal in her body. This confirmed Ning Fan's bad guess. Bright Sparrow was indeed a pill master created by someone. Moreover, that pill master had planted a pill seal in Bright Sparrow's body. It was this pill seal that stopped Ning Fan from placing the last seal. "Cookie brother, what's wrong?" Bright Sparrow blinked her eyes. Her consciousness was gradually returning to normal after the void poison was almost fully sealed. "It's nothing, it's just a pill seal cast by a mere 9th Revolution pill master." Ning Fan's face sank. A 7th Revolution pill master could already concoct void fragmentation pills. A 9th Revolution pill master must have a great reputation among the true immortals. He was already a 9th Revolution pill master, but he was still setting up a pill devil. What was that pill master trying to do? Was he trying to concoct a pill that surpassed 9th Revolution? He had no enmity with that mysterious pill master, but since he had a slight relationship with Bright Sparrow, he couldn't just watch Bright Sparrow be eaten by that pill master one day. Ning Fan didn't have a 9th Revolution pill concoction technique, but he had a few means to break the 9 Revolution pill seal. His eyes flickered with a cold light, but he immediately retracted it and said to Bright Sparrow with a smile as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry. The 100th seal will be ready soon. From today onwards, you are free." Ning Fan took out bottles and jars and began to grind the medicinal liquid. Half an hour later, the pill seal was broken. The 100th seal was formed. All of a sudden, Bright Sparrow's chi soared. Her petite body floated up and slowly transformed under the magma. Her chi rose abruptly from early gold core realm to mid-gold core realm, late gold core realm and finally peak. There was also a supreme and cold majesty gradually forming in Bright Sparrow's eyes, a majesty that didn't match her body at all. At the same time, in the easternmost land of Rain Immortal World, in the Endless Sea, among the 103,000 islands, on a huge floating island, a goddess statue suddenly shone with black light. At this moment, all the experts on the island were pleasantly surprised. "Goddess, it's the goddess. The goddess didn't abandon us. The goddess has returned." A spirit-severing old priest knelt down in front of the goddess statue while trembling. All the other clansmen also knelt down at this moment. If one took a closer look, one would notice that although these cultivators were humans, their bodies didn't have divine veins or devil veins, they had demon veins. It was an immortal vein that couldn't be formed by humans even in ancient times. Each of them was emitting powerful demon chi. They were dignified spirits severing old monsters, but they were kneeling and kowtowing in front of the statue. All of this was because this statue used to worship the princess of the immemorial Dark Sparrow. After helping her put on her clothes, Ning Fan looked at Ming Kei indifferently and carefully observed her. Pill Devil. A devil raised by a 9th Revolution Pill Master. Ning Fan said these 2 words to comfort Bright Sparrow, but he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. A 9th Revolution Pill Master. He had broken Bright Sparrow's pill seal. Perhaps, he would offend an extremely terrifying and ruthless person in the future. When Bright Sparrow was in a deep sleep, she was no different from a mortal girl. 90% of the void poison was sealed and turned into a mark of intertwining formation marks, branded on her chest. 10% of the void poison was sealed in the demonic vein. Bright Sparrow had already broken through to the peak of Gold Core realm before she could completely refine this poison. If she could refine 10% of the void poison, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the nascent soul realm. In fact, it might even be possible for her to break through to the spirit-severing realm. Bright Sparrow's origin and future would far surpass Ning Fan. She had awakened a trace of dark demon force. This was the unique power of the Dark Sparrow of the royal family, which could intimidate groups of demons. Perhaps even the 9 Revolution Pill Refinement Master who nurtured the devil didn't expect this to happen. The body of a pill demon was impervious to fire and water. The Dark Sparrow of the royal clan, the boundless demon Dao. It wouldn't take too long for her to reach the nascent soul realm and the spirit-severing realm. Once she attained the spirit-severing realm, Bright Sparrow would be able to break the seal on her own and completely refine the void poison. At that time, there might be a new void fragmentation expert in the Rain Immortal world. Compared to ordinary people, Ning Fan's ancient chaos memories was like ascending to the heavens in a single bound. But compared to Bright Sparrow, it was still a far cry. In the 4 heavens immortal world, there were countless descendants of fiend gods like Bright Sparrow who were blessed by the heavens. The sky was divided into 4 seas, which were the 4 celestial realms. The world was divided into 9 worlds. The Rain world was only one of them. Moksha Emperor was merely an expert of the 9 worlds. Ascending to the 4 heavens was nothing to him. Slowly closing his eyes, Ning Fan tried to calm his complicated feelings. No matter what, he would not lose to Moksha Emperor. As for those descendants of the fiend gods of the heaven realm, he might not necessarily lose. Following the sealing of the void poison, the pair of black wings on Bright Sparrow's back gradually disappeared and the mysterious runes on her face also began to disappear. Her breathing gradually became even. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. It seemed like there were no sequelae after the sealing. He had a 70% chance of success. There was no excitement, only a matter of course. If he failed, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could not lose. He did not leave with Bright Sparrow immediately. Instead, he waited above the lava. He was waiting for the incarnation of his thought spirit. The Sense Soul incarnation had entered the magma to chase after the fire spirit. It had been a long time, and even now, it still hadn't come out. Due to the urgency of the matter, Ning Fan couldn't care less about the instability of his incarnation. In order to resist the fire spirit, he forcefully summoned his incarnation. His incarnation had left his body for a few hours. Perhaps it had already exploded? However, Ning Fan did not sense his incarnation exploding. It seemed a little strange. No, from the moment the incarnation appeared, it was extremely strange. This time, not only did the incarnation show no signs of exploding, it was even more balanced with the main body. Moreover, after separating from his incarnation, Ning Fan was no longer wearing white robes and a black cloak. As for his incarnation, he was clad in black robes. That kind of situation was like a black and white intersecting yin and yang fish that was separated, and this separation was not just a simple separation, but a separation of personalities, a complete separation of the body and the sea of consciousness. After the black body left his body, the white-robed Ning Fan gradually realized that his sea of consciousness had disappeared from the top of his head. If an ordinary cultivator's sea of consciousness disappeared, they would die without a doubt. However, even though Ning Fan's sea of consciousness had disappeared, his physical body was still intact and he could exert the power of spirit sense. As for his personality, the moment the black body left his body, it was divided into two halves. The white-robed Ning Fan, who had an easygoing smile, was the sunny side of the true body. As for the black-robed Ning Fan, his appearance was filled with dense killing intent, which was the ruthless and ruthless side of the true body. On the rock, Ning Fan, no, the white-robed Ning Fan, pondered for a moment. The separation of the incarnation this time was different from the past. Why was it like this? All of these changes seemed to have happened after entering Dark Sparrow's grave. Recalling the scene of the incarnation's appearance, the white-robed Ning Fan suddenly recalled something. When the black-robed Ning Fan first appeared, there seemed to be some strange patterns on his face. He didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but after thinking about it carefully, those patterns turned out to be the divine intent of rain. No, not only the divine intent of rain, but also the chi of the yin-yang locket. Could it be that the yin-yang locket had fused with the divine intent of rain, causing the incarnation to undergo a qualitative change? The separation of personalities, the sea of consciousness and the physical body. The white-robed Ning Fan inherited the physical body, yin-yang devil vein, magical treasures and divine abilities, as well as the easygoing and sunny personality. The black-robed Ning Fan inherited the sword sense, the murderous chi of an immortal emperor, and the ruthlessness of killing people like scything flax. From the moment the incarnation was separated, the white-robed Ning Fan on the rock was no longer Ning Fan, but half of him. The black-robed Ning Fan was no longer illusory. It had completely solidified, and it was also half of Ning Fan. When the black and white Ning Fan merged into one, it was the unification of yin and yang, becoming the real Ning Fan. Thinking of this, the white-robed Ning Fan smiled faintly. Along the way, he comprehended the divine intent of rain, fused a trace of Tao heart, condensed a trace of his own divine intent, and imprinted it on the incarnation with the help of the yin-yang locket. When the incarnation was completely solidified, the black-robed Ning Fan would become the black-robed Ning Fan. This meant that he could release his incarnation at any time in the future, and he would have a half-step nascent soul helper. The black-robed Ning Fan's half-step nascent soul cultivation base alone was enough to compete with the old ancestor-level figures of Yu country. This time, he had gained a great harvest in Dark Sparrow's grave. But I wonder if there will be any changes when the incarnation fuses into one. The white-robed Ning Fan stood on the rock with his hands clasped behind his back. After a long time, he opened his eyes and smiled faintly. His heart sensed that the black-robed Ning Fan was coming from the bottom of the magma. Sure enough, after a while, a black light flashed and left the magma. It flew to the rock and looked at the white-robed Ning Fan. This was the incarnation of the black-robed Ning Fan. Is the fire spirit settled? The white-robed Ning Fan asked with a smile. N. The black-robed Ning Fan's expression was cold, as if he never smiled. He flicked his sleeve and hundreds of warm fiery red demon cores were taken out and handed to the white-robed Ning Fan. The white-robed Ning Fan didn't say anything. He kept the demon cores and looked at the black-robed Ning Fan with a strange light in his eyes. From today onwards, I am not Ning Fan and you are not Ning Fan. We are just half Ning Fan. N. The black-robed Ning Fan said coldly. He looked at the white-robed Ning Fan as if he was looking at himself. Immediately, the white-robed and the black-robed Ning Fan took a step forward and merged into one in a burst of brilliance. The brilliance faded and Ning Fan returned to his white robe and black cloak. After a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a playful smile. Interesting. The white-robed Ning Fan and the black-robed Ning Fan were both himself. One yang and one yin, one hot and one cold, one white and one black, one life and one death. The main reason for this was the cultivation of the divine art of chanting. Comprehending the divine intent of rain was a turning point, and the yin-yang locket was the key to triggering the change. This was the divine ability that only void fragmentation old monsters could master. Today, it was completely mastered by Ning Fan. He looked at the sleeping bright sparrow with a smile and hugged her in his arms. Then, he leaped into the air and dashed out of the crater. The white-robed Ning Fan and the black-robed Ning Fan are both Ning Fan. But after the separation, I can no longer call myself Ning Fan. After the separation, the white-robed Ning will change his name to Bai Fan. The black-robed Ning will change his name to Imo Ning. by Fan and Mo Ning. This was the Dao of Yin Yang. In the continuous rain, he landed on a giant tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This tree covered the sky and was as lofty as a giant peak. It was the tree body of old man Ming Luo. After landing on the giant tree, a spirit sense that was even stronger than a fourth layer void fragmentation realm spirit sense immediately scanned across Ning Fan. After sensing that Bright Sparrow was safe and sound, that spirit sense seemed to be slightly relieved. Enter this old man's body. An indifferent voice came from the gigantic tree. Immediately, the tree trunk in front of Ning Fan's cracked open, revealing a gigantic door that was tens of zhang tall. This tree was the Ming Luo tree, the original body of old man Ming Luo. Even the short and small old man who was at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was merely formed by the demonic soul of the Ming Luo tree spirit. His original body was a tree that grew in the dark and gloomy underground. He hated fire, and his original body couldn't leave the ground. The aura force of his true body was extremely strong. It was a piece of cake for him to kill that fourth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old man with snake scales. Since he could not leave the ground, the tree spirit could only leave his body to search for Bright Sparrow. That was why the monsters on the 8th level could take advantage of him. If the demons of the 8th floor dared to behave atrociously in the 9th floor, Ming Luo would turn all of them into his fertilizer. Ning Fan was slightly stunned by Ming Luo's true strength. When he thought about it, Ming Luo seemed to owe him a favor. If he asked Ming Luo to help him kill Moksha Emperor, Ming Luo would most likely not reject it. But unfortunately, Ming Luo's main body couldn't leave the 9th level, and his clone was restricted. Every time he went up a level, his cultivation would drop a little, and he couldn't leave the Dark Sparrow's tomb. Just like what Ming Luo had said, there was only one way for him to leave Dark Sparrow's grave. Burning his demon soul and using his death as the price to break the law of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Ning Fan let out a bitter smile. Asking Ming Luo to kill Moksha Sovereign was somewhat unrealistic. Moreover, Ning Fan was more inclined to take Moksha Sovereign's life with his own hands. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the confidence to kill Moksha Sovereign. Within the giant tree, there were 9 bends and 10 bends, slowly bending towards the world at the heart of the tree. At the heart of the tree, there was a magnificent wooden palace. As soon as a short black-robed old man saw Ning Fan, he immediately came out to welcome him. The void poison has been suppressed? He sounded extremely excited. Looking at Bright Sparrow who was sleeping peacefully in Ning Fan's arms, his eyes were filled with affection. Fortunately, I didn't fail you, Ning Fan said indifferently. All right. Good. Go to Bright Sparrow's room and let her rest for a period of time to recover her demonic essence. He placed Bright Sparrow on the bed in the room and allowed her to rest temporarily. Outside the house, Ning Fan stared at the short old man with a solemn expression. The short old man in front of him was Ming Luo Treant. He was a void fragmentation expert, but Ning Fan felt so tiny in front of his true body in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Ming Luo's true body was much stronger than Moksha Emperor. Ning Fan had fulfilled his request and cured Bright Sparrow. According to this demon's character, he probably wouldn't bite the hand that fed him, but life was unpredictable. Ning Fan had to be extra careful since he was in a dangerous place. He secretly held a wisp of true soul in his sleeve. It was the soul of Ming Luo. His tone was indifferent. I fulfilled Senior's request. Right now, can I make a third request to Senior? There was not a trace of carelessness in Ning Fan's eyes. This was the cautious way of living in the world. Once Ming Luo made any strange move, he would crush his true soul and greatly damage his cultivation. Hee, little friend, you've saved Bright Sparrow. If you have any request, just say it. Don't worry, I'm Ming Luo. I'm an open and aboveboard person. I'll never go back on my words to my friends. Ming Luo's words were neither red nor breathless. Open and aboveboard, he seemed to have forgotten that he had sneak attacked Ning Fan. How was that open and aboveboard? Ning Fan gave Ming Luo a strange look. He didn't expose the past to avoid embarrassment. This Ming Luo seemed to care about his face. In order to save Bright Sparrow, Ning Fan made 3 requests. First, Ming Luo had to hand over a wisp of true soul in exchange. Second, Ming Luo had to use a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb to cure Bright Sparrow's poison. Ning Fan didn't get any benefit from either of the two requests. It seemed like he was suffering a loss, but in fact, he had a third request. Moreover, there was a big mystery in the first request. Perhaps, Ning Fan would have to trick this treant. Since Ming Luo had agreed to Ning Fan's third request, Ning Fan wouldn't be polite anymore. I'm sure Senior can guess my third request. I want the Ming Luo fruit. Sure enough, you want the Ming Luo fruit. Alright, this old man will agree to it. But, how many Ming Luo fruits do you want? I only have 3 with me now. If you want the 4th one, you will have to enter my Ming Luo illusory realm to pluck it. Ming Luo's eyes froze and looked at Ning Fan. Ming Luo illusory realm? That's right. In this illusory realm, there are countless of Ming Luo fruits, but I can't enter this realm myself. Bright Sparrow is unconscious now, so she can't enter either. If you want to enter, I will make an exception and let you enter once. Ming Luo's tone was flat as if he was talking about something casual, but Ning Fan was slightly moved. In the memory of ancient chaos, there seemed to be a mention of the place where the Ming Luo fruit grew, the Ming Luo illusory realm. However, this illusory realm had never allowed any races other than the demon race to enter. Ming Luo's sincerity in opening the illusory realm for him was not small. Moreover, it was said that the illusory power of this illusory realm disregarded one's cultivation base. The number of Ming Luo fruits one could pluck depended entirely on the firmness of one's Tao heart. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation base. Even a void fragmentation cultivator might be bewitched by the illusory realm and return empty-handed without being able to pluck a single Ming Luo fruit. With a trace of Ming Luo's true soul in his hand, Ning Fan wasn't worried that Ming Luo would harm him. Moreover, Ning Fan wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse the opportunity to obtain more Ming Luo fruits. Thank you, Senior, for opening the illusory realm for me. Sure. Seeing that you have saved Bright Sparrow, I will remind you again. Don't be greedy when you enter the illusory realm. As long as you close your eyes and wait for the illusory power to dissipate, you can easily obtain a Ming Luo fruit before the illusory realm closes. Young man, don't be greedy. 4 Ming Luo fruits is already a lot. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Ming Luo. I will keep it in mind. However, I still want to try my best to pluck a Ming Luo fruit without resorting to trickery. Forget it, if you are eroded by the illusory power, I will forcefully take you out. Ming Luo shook his head. He praised Ning Fan's courage, but he didn't think that Ning Fan could obtain half a Ming Luo fruit from the illusory realm without resorting to trickery. The illusory power was directed at the weakest part of the human heart. Devil Dao cultivation techniques would be more susceptible to the illusory power. This young man seemed to be a devil cultivator of the human race, so it would be harder for him to resist the illusory power. Ming Luo firmly believed that Ning Fan would gain nothing in the illusory realm, but he still opened the illusory realm for him as a reward for saving Bright Sparrow. Ming Luo's 10 fingers formed a seal. After a ray of light, a mysterious space appeared outside the tree core palace, faintly emitting an extremely strong illusory power. Ning Fan took a step into it. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn after Ning Fan entered the illusory realm, Ming Luo's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that Ning Fan had broken through the illusory realm and plucked the first Ming Luo fruit. This young man actually plucked a Ming Luo fruit. Ming Luo's expression gradually turned solemn. He seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan. To be able to pluck a Ming Luo fruit meant that Ning Fan must be a person with a heart of stone. As a human devil cultivator, he was able to pluck a Ming Luo fruit. This young man was extraordinary. It's a pity that this young man is destined to not be able to pluck a second Ming Luo fruit. In the Ming Luo illusory realm, the more Ming Luo fruit one plucked, the stronger the illusory power would be. The difficulty of plucking the next fruit would also increase. Since the establishment of my Ming Luo tree clan, countless experts had entered the Ming Luo illusory realm, but there were less than 100 people who could pluck a second Ming Luo fruit at this young man's age. Ming Luo muttered to himself in a low voice, but before he could finish his words, his eyes were filled with surprise. He sensed that Ning Fan had plucked the second Ming Luo fruit in the illusory realm, the second fruit. Even among the human race, those young experts who cultivated the righteous profound cultivation technique would find it hard to resist the illusory power of the second Ming Luo fruit. If he can pluck the third Ming Luo fruit before the age of 20, then he can be considered as a heaven's chosen. Ming Luo's heart was filled with anticipation, anticipating Ning Fan to do something amazing. But to his disappointment, Ning Fan hadn't plucked the third Ming Luo fruit even after half an hour, as if he was trapped by the illusory power. Ming Luo sighed slightly. It seemed like he had overestimated this young man. In the illusory realm, Ning Fan was holding 2 Ming Luo fruits, standing in the boundless seven-colored world. Rivers were flowing in the sky, mountains were hanging upside down in the sky, beasts were walking upside down. This was an illusory realm that subverted common sense. Thousands of seven-colored fruits were floating in the sky, seemingly real and illusory at the same time. Among them, only some were real while the rest were fake. If one plucked a fake fruit, the illusory power would enter his body. As soon as he entered the illusory realm, he activated the first level of yin-yang transformation. An immortal emperor's cultivation technique had a great resistance against the illusory power. As soon as this cultivation technique was activated, Ning Fan immediately found a real Ming Luo fruit and plucked it successfully. But immediately, the surrounding illusory power doubled, making it hard for Ning Fan to identify it again. Fortunately, after pondering for a long time, Ning Fan finally found out the whereabouts of a real Ming Luo fruit from a trace of it and plucked it into his bosom. However, the illusory power in the surroundings immediately doubled. At this point, the first level of yin-yang transformation couldn't identify the real Ming Luo fruit at all. At this moment, Ning Fan had an idea. He might as well take a gamble, but he was wrong. He held the third Ming Luo fruit in his hand, but it was fake. As soon as it touched his hand, it immediately burst into bursts of seven-colored mist, enveloping Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression changed. He knew that his body had been invaded by the illusory power. He immediately revealed a vigilant look and scanned the surroundings, but nothing happened. But after a burst of fragrance, the naked figures of countless women suddenly appeared in front of him. After Ning Fan let out a cold snort, these illusory figures exploded and returned to the seven-colored mist. But immediately, the seven-colored mist condensed into a familiar figure of a woman. The girl in front of him was wearing a fox fur coat and had her hair combed into a maiden's bun. She was looking at Ning Fan pitifully. "Big brother Fan, if you kill Jiha, you can break free from the illusory power. You can even obtain a Ming Luo fruit, but, are you willing to do it?" This Jiha was undoubtedly an illusion formed by the illusory power. Jiha, Ning Fan closed his eyes, a trace of desolation appeared in his eyes. Kill the illusion and obtain the Ming Luo fruit, but if he didn't, he would be trapped by the illusory power. The Jiha in front of him was just an illusion. Ning Fan only needed to summon the separation slayer and he could easily break this illusion, but he couldn't slash this sword, even if it was an illusion. The illusory power went straight to one's heart. How was this illusory power? This was clearly the heart's devil. If I slash this sword, not only will I obtain the Ming Luo fruit, but it will also greatly benefit me in breaking through to the gold core realm and severing my emotions in the future. However, if I slash this sword down, it will be a blasphemy to Jiha. I don't want this Ming Luo fruit anymore. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. At this moment, the last trace of greed for the Ming Luo fruit in his heart had dispersed, leaving only perseverance. The moment the greed dispersed, the Jiha in front of him suddenly exploded into colorful mist, and the clouds of mist vanished rapidly. The illusory power was finally broken, and there was a Ming Luo fruit at the place where the colorful mist exploded. However, there wasn't a trace of joy on Ning Fan's face, there was only a sigh. Severing my emotions, severing my heart's devil, although I didn't slash Jiha, I still managed to escape once. I wonder if I can escape again the next time I form my core, but I finally know the way to take away the Ming Luo fruit. Over there is thoughtless. In the end, I, Ning Fan, can't achieve thoughtless, but even if Ning Fan can't do it, Mo Ning can. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with contemplation. A moment later, he patted the top of his head, immediately transforming into two figures in white and black. The one in white was Bai Fan, and the one in black was Mo Ning. Bai Fan had a smile on his face, but he was immediately bewitched by the illusory power. As for Hei, his heart was as cold as a stone. There was no temptation that could move his heart. Do I want to take away these Mingluo fruits? Humph, it doesn't matter if they are real or fake, I'll just take them away. He waved his hand fiercely and immediately obtained dozens of Mingluo fruits from the countless floating Mingluo fruits. At the same time, a heaven-defying illusory power swept toward the black-robed man, but he was not affected at all. I, thoughtless, how can you bewitch me? Break! The illusory power was shattered by his cold gaze. In the outside world, Ming Luo had been waiting for a long time, but he still couldn't see Ning Fan getting the third Ming Luo fruit, which made him feel slightly regretful. The time for the illusion to close was about to come, but there was still no sign of Ning Fan coming out. What did he actually do inside? Forget it, he must have been trapped by the illusory power after obtaining 2 Ming Luo fruits. Let me save him. Ming Luo shook his head. When he was about to take action and forcefully pull Ning Fan out, his eyes suddenly turned solemn. That solemn expression turned into astonishment at an astonishing speed, and the astonishment became even more intense. He has obtained the third Ming Luo fruit. Wait, he has obtained the fourth, the fifth, this, Ming Luo's eyes were dazed. He realized that for the first time in his life, the Ming Luo illusory realm began to show signs of collapse before it closed. What did that kid actually do in the illusory realm? He actually caused the illusory realm to collapse in advance. With a rumbling sound, 2 rays of black and white light rushed out from the illusory realm, turning into the figure of a young man in white and black cloak. At the next moment, the illusory realm closed with a loud bang. What a pity. Hei is a little too reckless, otherwise, he could have obtained a few more Ming Luo fruits, but he only obtained 10. You obtained 10 Ming Luo fruits in the illusory realm. Ming Luo's zombie-like face twisted into a ball because of disbelief. 10 fruits. In the history of the Ming Luo tree clan, those who could obtain 10 Ming Luo fruits in a trip to the illusory realm were all experts above the nascent soul realm. As for nascent soul experts, no matter how monstrous they would at least be a few hundred years old. Even if they cultivated using the isolated world force like the Lost World Palace, they would still need to go through hundreds of years of tempering in the illusory realm. Without hundreds of years of experience, it was impossible to resist the illusory power of the 10th Ming Luo fruit. But Ning Fan's bone age didn't seem to be 20 years old no matter how Ming Luo looked at him. If Ming Luo knew that Ning Fan's incarnation in the illusory realm could ignore the illusory power, he would certainly be more shocked. I was just lucky. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. It was indeed a bitter smile. When he was invaded by the Heart Devil and faced the interrogation of the Heart Devil that killed Jiha, he avoided it. But could he avoid it the next time he broke through to the Gold Core realm, because his Heart Devil was Jiha? The injuries from the Fire Spirit's attack were healed. The state of mind that was invaded by the chaotic force was calmed. After a long time, Ning Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He waved his palm and took out a fiery red demon core, his eyes sparkling. Fire Spirit Demon Core. Demon Core is something that human cultivators can never consume directly. They can only refine it into a pill and consume it. However, the 5-spirit Demon Core is an exception. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 origin spirits. If they develop intelligence and become demons, their demon cores can be consumed directly by cultivators. However, there's a cultivation base restriction. If a cultivator wants to consume the 5-spirit demon core, his cultivation base must be at least 1 realm higher than the owner of the demon core. Ning Fan fell into silence. The fire spirit demon core in front of him was a type of 5-spirit demon core. It was sought after by countless peak gold core and even nascent soul cultivators. If his true body were to refine it, he would be devoured by the demon core due to his insufficient cultivation base. Moreover, even if his true body could refine the demon core, his magical power had already reached the peak before the core formation realm and couldn't advance any further. Ning Fan let out a sigh and suddenly thought of something. If he couldn't refine it, could his black-clothed incarnation refine it? The black-clothed incarnation's strength was the same as his true body's spirit sense, which was at the half-step nascent soul realm. Plus, it could be separated from his body. If he stayed in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave to refine the fire spirit demon core, he might be able to reach the nascent soul realm in the grave. stay in the grave and break through to the nascent soul realm. Ultimately, the strength of the incarnation came from the power of spirit sense. There were small bottlenecks in the improvement of spirit sense, but not as big as the bottleneck of core formation realm. With the help of so many fire spirit demon cores, 3 months would be enough for his spirit sense to break through to the nascent soul realm. When his spirit sense broke through to the nascent soul realm, his black-clothed incarnation would possess the strength of a nascent soul realm expert and sweep across Yu country. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. If his spirit sense reached the nascent soul realm, even if his cultivation base hadn't reached core formation realm, his black-clothed incarnation would have the strength to fight against a true nascent soul realm expert. But immediately, his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. There were 2 safety issues that he had to consider. First of all, the black-clothed cultivator swallowed the fire spirit demon core in the mouth of the volcano. Under the might of the 4th grade fire spirit, the spiritual chi would be overwhelming and it would definitely increase the chances of him forming his nascent soul. Ming Luo's hostility towards Ning Fan had decreased a lot. However, it was because it was unpredictable. Of Ming Luo's heart. But he couldn't guarantee that Ming Luo would not change his mind and attack. There was a solution to this problem. He still had a trace of his true soul with him. He had Ning. He had with him soul. When he of it. He said that he wanted the true soul, but he did not promise to return the true soul to Ming Luo after he cured Bright Sparrow. He was afraid that Ming Luo would ask for his true soul before leaving the Dark Sparrow's grave. Ning Fan would leisurely stand in the first level of the Dark Sparrow's grave in the teleportation formation, bargaining with Ming Luo's vein-opening clone, exchanging his true soul for some benefits. Ming Luo had launched a sneak attack on Ning Fan and Ning Fan had tricked him once. But later on, Ming Luo activated the Ming Luo illusion realm for Ning Fan. This matter could be considered as offsetting the previous sneak attack. As for Ning Fan, no matter how thick-skinned he would be too embarrassed to threaten Ming Luo at this moment. The last bit of use of this true soul was gone, but if he didn't return it to Ming Luo for the time being, it could be used as a safeguard for his clone in the Dark Sparrow's grave. Then, this true soul would still be of great use. In this way, the problem of the black-clothed incarnation's safety in forming his nascent soul had been solved. However, leaving half of his incarnation in Dark Sparrow's grave and leaving only his white-clothed incarnation, 3 months later, when Extreme Gate attacked Ning City, it would be hard for him to contend against Old Devil Purple Een and the others with just his white-clothed incarnation. The white-clothed incarnation inherited his cultivation base and physical body while the black-clothed incarnation inherited his sea of consciousness and sword sense. If the black-clothed remained in Dark Sparrow's grave, the white-clothed incarnation could still sense him with spirit sense, but he wouldn't be able to use the heaven-defying means of sword sense. If the black-clothed could break through to nascent soul realm before Extreme Gate attacked, he might be able to reverse the situation. But if the black-clothed encountered an accident after breaking through to nascent soul realm, he would have to use his peak harmonious spirit cultivation base to contend against Old Devil Purple Yin's half-step nascent soul strength. Ning Fan's spirit sense swept across the volcano and his eyes wrinkled. The volcano that was burning with the 4th grade spiritual fire had started to extinguish because of Black Robe's massacre of the fire spirits. He didn't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them had been killed, but he only managed to obtain a few hundred demon cores. If he missed this chance to enter seclusion, there wouldn't be such a good place for seclusion anymore. Not every place under the heavens had a 4th grade spirit fire waiting for him. After all, a small 4th grade spirit fire could be sold at a sky-high price in the outside world. The fire of this volcano isn't fire, but demonic energy. It can't be brought out of Dark Sparrow's grave and began to extinguish after the fire spirits were killed. If I miss this chance, it will be extremely difficult for the black-clothed to break through to nascent soul realm. If I let the black-clothed form his nascent soul, the white-clothed will have to face a lot of dangers. Fine, I'll make a compromise. The black-clothed will form his nascent soul here and the white-clothed will leave Dark Sparrow's grave and return to Ning City. If the black-clothed hasn't formed his nascent soul when Ning City is attacked, I'll give up this chance and let the black-clothed return to Ning City. Ning Fan made up his mind and immediately patted the top of his head. With a flash of brilliance, the black-clothed incarnation was separated from the black-clothed incarnation. The black-clothed incarnation and the white-clothed incarnation had a tacit understanding. He took all the demon cores and went straight to the extinguishing volcano with a trace of demonic soul. As for the white-cloaked incarnation, he patted his storage pouch and took out a Minluo fruit, remaining silent. The Minluo fruit was only the size of a lychee. Its surface was rough, similar to the surface of the stars in ancient chaos's memory. However, there were traces of 7 colored veins densely covering it, gleaming with dim light and rippling with the power of illusion. The Minluo fruit, also known as the dream fruit, could allow a cultivator to gain 50 years of mental state. The way to improve mental state was to enter a dream with the help of the Minluo fruit. In a dream, only one night had passed in the outside world, but 50 years had passed in the dream. 50 years of dream wasn't enough to improve one's cultivation base, but it could make one's mental state calm. Ever since I started cultivating the devil path, my cultivation base has been improving rapidly, but my mental state has always been lacking. Mental state can only be accumulated over time and can't be obtained through pills. I'm afraid there's nothing else in this world that can improve mental state except for the Minluo fruit. I'm going to take the first Minluo fruit in Dark Sparrow's grave. The white-cloaked Ning Fan smiled faintly. He put the Minluo fruit in his mouth and bit it. A stream of 7-colored illusion force immediately made his eyelids heavy, sinking him into the dreamland. It was a dream. In the Ning family of Hai Ning, a 3-year-old child with blank eyes was being led into the servants' courtyard of the Ning family. Beside the emerald-green Jade Pond River, countless children in Hai Ning City were also being led into the Ning family with blank eyes. Most of the children were orphans and beggars. They were found by the cultivators of the Ning family from all over Wu country. Their memories were erased and they were accepted into the Ning family as their disciples. Those who had the aptitude for immortal cultivation were called young masters. Those who didn't have the aptitude were reduced to servants or the foster sons of servants. The 3-year-old child was following behind a skinny middle-aged man in a submissive manner. The middle-aged man said coldly with a snobbish expression. From today onwards, you will be called Ning Fan. You're my foster son. Before you, I had another foster son. He's 1 year younger than you. His name is Ning Gu. Oh, the 3-year-old child answered carefully. When he heard the name Ning Fan, he found it extremely familiar. When he heard Ning Gu, he felt a little sad. He didn't understand what this feeling was. He was just a 3-year-old child. While thinking, the child named Ning Fan couldn't help but halt his steps. He stood there foolishly with blank eyes. Why? I want to be called Ning Fan. Can I not be called this? Mother said that my surname is Yun. Hiss. A 3-year-old child's memory has been erased. How could he still remember his previous life? Humph, I'll have to ask the immortal master to erase your memory again. This time, it must be more thorough. Ning Daniu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. This child in front of him was the first to remember his original name after having his memory erased by the immortal master. His eyes moved. Could this child in front of him be a monster? Otherwise, how could it be like this? While he was pondering, a youth in white robe and black cloak gently walked towards him from behind. Although the youth was thin and weak, there wasn't a trace of chi in his footsteps. Obviously, he was a cultivator and not a mortal. Ning. Ning Dania greets Grandpa Immortal Master. All cultivators were immortal masters in Ning Dania's eyes. Ning Daniu knelt down in front of the youth. He was afraid, very afraid. He had seen with his own eyes that an immortal master killed 207 bandits in a mountain. Immortal masters were revered existences in Wu country. Even the patriarch of Ning family treated an immortal master with great respect. He, Ning Daniu, couldn't afford to offend an immortal master. However, the young cultivator didn't even look at Ning Daniu. Instead, his eyes fell on Ning Fan's child with reminiscence. Your name is Ning Fan, right? That's a good name. Did you say your surname is Yun? N. Xiao Tong answered obediently. Unknowingly, Xiao Tong had an instinctive sense of closeness towards the youth in front of him. Ning Fan, perhaps your original name is Yun Fan. Heh, I didn't expect to see this trace of memory from the depths of my memory after refining the Ming Luo fruit, but, so what if you know your original surname? Ning family adopts orphans. You have no parents after all. There's no difference whether your surname is Yun or Ning. The youth sighed. Oh. Ning Fan nodded, although he didn't understand a word of what the uncle in front of him said. After the youth sighed, his eyes suddenly focused and his chi surged violently. Let me ask you, do you have the heart to go against the heaven? I don't understand. Xiao Tong seemed to have recalled something and revealed a look of fear. Forget it. The first Ming Luo fruit. Your heart is still too young. It's not the right time to return to Haining and eliminate your heart devil. The youth sighed and rolled up his sleeves. Under Ning Daniu's shocked gaze, both of them vanished without a trace. The dream was broken. When the dream was restored, a desolate and uninhabited land appeared in front of him. The scenes of the demon sinister forest reappeared. 50 years. You have to watch me kill people. The young man stepped into the demon sinister forest with the boy and started the endless massacre. When Xiao Tong first saw blood and broken bones, he was so scared that he fainted and vomited countless times. However, his young heart was maturing again and again. For 50 years, the youth and Xiao Tong didn't have a single conversation. For 50 years, the youth destroyed countless ghosts with a single slash of his sword. However, each time a ghost died, it would reform. There was no end to the massacre because this was a dream. Loneliness, exhaustion, and numbness to killing. Xiao Tong's eyes gradually revealed a resolute and cold look. I wonder if I have the heart to go against the heaven at this moment. I wonder if I can sever my emotions at this moment. Xiao Tong's voice was young, but his expression was as cold as the god of slaughter. Then, 50 years of massacre, the dream was shattered. In the world of the tree heart in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion and vicissitudes in his eyes. Only one night had passed in the outside world, but in this dream, he had experienced 50 years of loneliness and massacre. He closed his eyes to calm his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes again. The exhaustion and vicissitudes in his eyes were gone, but his eyes were completely different from before he entered the grave. His mental state had been improved. 50 years, however, he didn't feel happy at all, only sighing. It's not enough. I don't have the heart to go against the heaven. If I don't sever my emotions, I can't form my core. But I won't sever my emotions. His mental state had already reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm, which was in line with his cultivation base. One more step and he would reach the gold core realm, where he would have to face the heart devil. As such, the Min Luo fruit could only be eaten when she was truly forming her gold core. Bright Sparrow was still unconscious and undergoing a transformation. However, Ning Fan was unwilling to stay in the Dark Sparrow's grave any longer. After staying in the Dark Sparrow's grave for a few days, perhaps the ancestor of Fire Cloud sect had already collected the elixirs for the nascent solidifying pill and the corpse life pill. It was time for him to return to the sect to refine the elixirs and prepare for the battle. 3 months later, he took one last look at the unconscious Bright Sparrow. She was as pure as a petite princess. This little girl seemed to make him have an instinctive liking for her, but he didn't know why. Just like Ming Luo, the dignified Ming Luo Treant, a supreme figure in Dark Sparrow's grave, treated this little girl like a junior. The power of the dark demon was really a strange power. It made people unable to have the intention to harm it. I'm leaving. He turned around and left with Ming Luo's clone. As he was leaving, Bright Sparrow's eyelashes fluttered. She wanted to open her eyes but she was too tired. Biscuit brother. Profound treasure. Cloud treasure. I will give them all to you. She was talking in her sleep. Ning Fan, who had left, did not hear her words. The short old man Ming Luo wrote an immortal cloud to send Ning Fan out of the Dark Sparrow's grave. Ning Fan told Ming Luo about his incarnation going into seclusion in the volcano. His true soul also said that it would return after 3 months. Ming Luo hesitated for a moment, but he didn't care too much about his true soul. With his cultivation base, the black-robed Ning Fan would not be able to leave the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave without his permission. Thus, he was not worried that the black-robed Ning Fan would escape with his true soul. The one who escorted Ning Fan away was still the body of the short old man, but this time, Ming Luo was much more cautious. He had used almost all of the power of his demon soul and the strength of his clone had reached the 5th layer of the void fragmentation realm. If he encountered the old man in snake scales again, he would not be afraid, in the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, the rain came out of nowhere and the divine will of magic arts. In the 8th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, the heaven-defying rain contained the lofty ambition of defying the heavens and slaying the heavens. It was infused with Xianxia's lifelong defiance. Ning Fan left in the opposite direction and looked at the rain again. Because the time was different, the purpose was different and the state of mind was different, the rain was different too. The rain lingered in his heart for a long time. From the 8th layer of rain, he gained the confidence to slay his inner demons. The only way to reach the core formation stage without severing one's emotions was to have such a state of mind. The heart of defying the heavens. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white, slowly closed his eyes and comprehended in the rain. In the 7th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, the thunderstorm was infused with Xianxia's will to fight. The rain of swords in the 6th level of Dark Sparrow's grave was infused with Xianxia's killing intent. The 5th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, the ice rain, the place where the divine intent of rain was first condensed. The 4th layer, autumn rain. The 3rd layer, the rainless realm. The 2nd layer, summer rain. The 1st layer, spring rain. Standing beside the teleportation formation of the 1st level of Dark Sparrow's grave, Ning Fan was lost in his thoughts. The rain on the 1st floor was exactly the same as the rain on the 9th floor. It was as if all the rain had returned to its original spot after a round. The raindrops might look the same, but one was in rain while the other was the transformation of the divine will. The cultivation of the divine intent of rain was a circle. By fusing it into one's Tao heart and cultivating it back to its original point, one would be able to reach perfection. The current Ning Fan had condensed a trace of his divine intent, but he had yet to complete that circle. This circle could only be completed when he reached the spirit-severing realm and understood the heavenly Tao. It was because that circle contained the original appearance of the heavenly Tao. After 50 years of improvement in his mental state, Ning Fan still looked thin and weak, but he was no longer immature. At the age of 18, he was no longer a teenager, but a smiling white-robed youth. Senior Ming Luo, I have some misunderstandings with you in this grave, but I've gained a lot of benefits from you. Once again, thank you. He cupped his fists at Ming Luo, turned and stepped into the teleportation formation, teleporting away by the void force. Hee, I'll come back to see Bright Sparrow if I have the chance. That little girl seems to like you very much. Ming Luo's impression of Ning Fan had improved a lot after witnessing Ning Fan's means and character several times. The sword sense slashed the soul of the snake-scaled old man. 5th Revolution Pill Concoction Technique. Suppressing the void poison. Ming Luo's illusory realm strangely dissipated. Moreover, the white-robed youth had condensed a black-robed incarnation. The incarnation was completely condensed without a trace of flaw. Even a void fragmentation old monster might not be able to do it, but Ning Fan had done it. This kid is extraordinary and has a good character. He's enough to be a good match for Bright Sparrow. However, it's better to wait for Bright Sparrow to grow up. Ming Luo looked at the direction where Ning Fan left, revealing a rare smile of relief. Bright Sparrow's void poison had been suppressed. His mood was very good. However, that little demon Snake G dared to scheme against me. I have to settle this score with him. A cold light flashed in Ming Luo's eyes. It had been a long time since he got angry. It was time to set off a rain of blood in the 8th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. With a flash of light, Ning Fan appeared in the Earth Primordial Palace. Outside the palace were Jihe and the other girls who had left Dark Sparrow's grave under his order. Jihe was very worried, so was Lan Mei. Even Si Wuxia, who had something wrong with her, was slightly worried. But the moment Ning Fan left the formation light, her brows relaxed a little. Brother Fan, you're out. Are you all right? Eh? You seem to have changed into another person. Jihe looked at Ning Fan's white-robed, smiling and silent expression, feeling slightly strange. In just a few days, Ning Fan's body had undergone too many transformations. Jihe could see some clues. Lan Mei also had a faint feeling, but they couldn't understand it. As for Yan Bai, he could feel a trace of qi that was as steady as a mountain from Ning Fan. Although he didn't say it, he was quite surprised inwardly. Ning Fan's eyes were so steady. In just a few days, his mental state seemed to have improved rapidly in the center of Dark Sparrow's grave. Not only had his mental state improved, but his cultivation base had also reached the half-step gold core realm from the peak of harmonious spirit realm. He had even condensed a false core in his body. This kid isn't far from core formation realm. Yan Bai's old eyes shrank. His dread towards Ning Fan deepened. As for Xue Qing, he could smell a trace of the fragrance of a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb from Ning Fan's body. After the improvement of his concoction technique, Ning Fan's temperament had become even more extraordinary. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but as a third revolution pill master, Xue Qing could vaguely sense it. A 10,000-year-old spiritual herb and the temperament of a grand master alchemist. All of these made Xue Qing's eyes blaze. He guessed that Ning Fan's concoction technique must have improved again. Could it be that there was an opportunity in the lower level of Dark Sparrow's grave that could improve one's concoction technique? I've missed the opportunity. If I knew that I could improve my concoction technique, I would have followed Master down there even if I had to die. Xue Qing regretted. In the end, he didn't speculate whether Ning Fan's concoction technique had broken through to the fifth revolution or not. He was afraid that Ning Fan would tell him about it very soon. As his eyes swept across Jihe, Ning Fan had a vague feeling that things remained the same but the people had changed. Only a few days had passed in the outside world, but he was alone in his dream and had experienced 50 years of slaughter. By the way, Brother Fan, you asked us to leave the Dark Sparrow's grave at that time. What happened? Did you encounter danger? Old Qing had told us about it. Did you go to a very dangerous place? Jihe was still worried. Xue Qing's face turned ugly when he was called Old Qing by Jihe, but he could only smile apologetically. He could only accept whatever his master's wife wanted to call him. There was a little danger, but it's all over now. Ning Fan smiled faintly and lovingly stroked Jihe's beautiful hair. In front of everyone, Jihe's face turned red. She was already 14 years old. Her breasts were already half erect. She was already slim and graceful. Moreover, she had a harmonious spirit cultivation base. She was no longer that silly little girl, but a young lady with bright eyes. Without Jihe, Ning Fan might have died in the all-pleasure sect. Without Jihe, he wouldn't have stepped on the path of evil cultivation. Ever since he met Jihe, his fate had changed again and again. And this time, Jihe had become his heart's devil. Ning Fan didn't tell Jihe about everything. He just smiled. Smiling was an expression that had nothing to do with one's mood. He smiled not because he wasn't worried, but because he didn't want Jihe to worry. It's been a long time since we dual cultivated. He suddenly teased Jihe. This teasing caused Jihe's face to turn as red as a tomato in a split second. As for Lan Mei, her eyes were filled with envy and resentment. As for Xue Qing, he secretly raised his thumb to Ning Fan. He was indeed worthy of being his master. His skin was really thick. He dared to talk about dual cultivation in front of others. He was just like old Monster Han. That night, Ning Fan and Jihe slept on the same pillow in the dual cultivation palace. Sometimes, there was a sensual moan coming from the courtyard. 3 days later, old ancestor Xianxia had finally gathered enough herbs. He possessed Lady Yunhua's body and arrived at Sinister Sparrow Sect. In Sinister Sparrow Sect, the last thing was to refine Nascent Forming Pill, Nascent Fortifying Pill and Corpse Life Pill for Xianxia. The Corpse Life Pill was just a third revolution pill, but the Nascent Formation Pill and Nascent Fortifying Pill were fourth revolution pills. With Ning Fan's fifth revolution pill concoction technique, the time needed to concoct these two pills was even shorter. Half a month was enough for him to concoct 2 fourth revolution dawn. The only thing he needed to be prepared was to set up a formation to isolate the phenomenon of the fourth revolution pill. The phenomenon was too huge. Ning Fan didn't want anyone to know that revered Ning of Sinister Sparrow Sect was a fourth revolution pill master, Black Devil Ning. After the battle with Extreme Gate, there was no way to conceal this matter anymore. But at least at this moment, it was not a good time to reveal this matter. This was to prevent Old Devil Purpleine from knowing about it and increase the number of variables. The nascent realm grand formation of the Dan Palace was arranged by the old ancestor of the Sinister Sparrow Sect in the lower world. After being modified by Ning Fan, the grade of the formation became higher. The parts that were damaged were perfected, and it also had the magical effect of isolating the fourth revolution Danqi. In this way, there would be less trouble from the heavenly tribulation and it would be much easier. Ning Fan specially allowed Xueqing to enter the pill concoction room to observe him concoct pills. This made Xueqing extremely excited. He finally had the chance to observe Ning Fan concoct fourth revolution pills. A fourth revolution pill master was in existence that even nascent soul cultivators would treat with respect. A fifth revolution pill master was a grandmaster that even spirit-severing cultivators would treat with respect. Ning Fan taught the first 4 revolutions of the 9 revolutions river wheel to Xueqing. As soon as he opened the furnace, guided the earth fire and threw the herbs into the furnace, Xueqing was shocked to find that there were 5 round shadows condensed between Ning Fan's fingers. Ning Fan was very familiar with controlling the earth fire and concocting a 4th revolution pill with ease. Master, you have broken through to the 5th revolution pill master. Xueqing was shocked. Although 4th revolution pill masters were rare, there were tens of thousands of them in the 800 cultivation countries of Rain Immortal World. They were only rare and precious in a desolate place like Yu country. However, there were only slightly more than 100 5th revolution pill masters in the entire Rain Immortal World. Each of them was treated as a distinguished guest by the Rain Palace and even received an audience from the Divine Emperor of the Rain Immortal World. This white-robed youth who was smiling calmly in front of him had become a 5th revolution pill master before the age of 20? A 5th revolution pill master who was less than 20 years old. If this matter was spread out, it would certainly cause a sensation in the entire pill concoction world of Rain Immortal World. It wouldn't be a problem for Ning Fan to break through to the 6th revolution pill master in this lifetime. His future in the Tao of Alchemy was unpredictable. Don't make a fuss about nothing. Quickly observe my 9 revolutions pill master, you will also have the chance to reach the 5th revolution realm in the future. Ning Fan shook his head. Xueqing's persistence in the Tao of Alchemy had destined him to have a long-term development under Ning Fan's guidance, but before that, Xueqing must change his startled personality and become more courageous. Corpse Life Pill, a 3rd revolution pill. Its effect was to increase the lifespan of a refined corpse. Originally, it was quite difficult to concoct a 3rd revolution pill. However, after his pill refinement technique had broken through to the 5th revolution, he did not even feel the slightest tiredness other than exhausting his magic power. It was as easy as refining a 2nd revolution Dan when he was at the 4th revolution. Moreover, the quality of the corpse life Dan that he refined was quite high. There were even a few mysterious runes on it. Divine Rain Will. He adjusted his breathing for a moment before continuing to refine the nascent formation pill and the nascent strengthening pill. Beside him, Xueqing's eyes burned with desire. The ease with which Ning Fan concocted a 3rd revolution Dan had made him even more convinced that Ning Fan was indeed a 5th revolution Dan master. Next, when he observed the concoction of the 4th revolution pill, his eyes widened even more as he was afraid that he would miss out on any detail. His eyes were like the bulging eyes of a kind of rain frog in the rain world. Nascent formation pill was a 4th revolution pill. It would take him at least half a month to concoct it. The nascent fortifying pill was a 4th revolution pill. Its grade was slightly lower than the nascent formation pill. Originally, it would take at least 10 days to concoct. However, in just half a month, Ning Fan had already concocted both types of pills. His breakthrough in alchemy allowed his efficiency in refining pills to be even faster. The devouring of the black demon flame merged with the earth fire, causing the power of the fire to skyrocket, greatly increasing the efficiency of refining medicine. Under the influence of the divine will of rain, the 2 pills were branded with the divine will of rain and emitted a dense moist feeling. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with the intent of rain. He opened the lid of the Dan fragmentation cauldron and took out the last nascent formation pill. Under the protection of the modified nascent soul realm grand formation, the 4th revolution pill did not emit any pill aura at all. Thus, it did not attract any unusual phenomenon or heavenly tribulation. The pill was formed. As for refining a 4th revolution pill, the exhaustion in his mind was almost negligible. The divine will of rain. Black demon flame. River wheel 5 revolutions. Almost all of Ning Fan's gains from the trip to the Dark Sparrow's grave had improved his concoction technique. After sealing the 3 pill bottles, Ning Fan kept the pill cauldron and pushed the door open. Behind him, Xueqing's eyes seemed to be in a daze. He was completely immersed in Ning Fan's magnificent pill refinement techniques. Alchemy. Alchemy. Xueqing only had the Tao of alchemy in his heart, and he realized that acknowledging Ning Fan as his master was definitely the wisest decision in his life. If it was any other Fifth Revolution pill master, he would never accept Xueqing as his disciple and impart his concoction techniques to him. As for Ning Fan, he was willing to let Xueqing observe from the side. Many Fourth Revolution pill masters didn't have such magnanimity. Thank you, master, for teaching me pill refinement techniques. Xueqing suddenly regained his senses and bowed deeply to Ning Fan. To this, Ning Fan's smile remained unchanged. His mind, however, was as calm as an ancient well. The state of Yu was a low-ranked cultivation country. His Fourth Revolution pill concoction technique was already enough to drive the old monsters of Yu country crazy. As for Fifth Revolution pill concoction technique, even if he went to a mid-cultivation country, those nascent soul realm cultivators would still be very polite to him. Even if he went to a high-rank cultivation country, those hidden soul formation cultivators would treat him as an equal. However, all of this was on the premise that his strength wouldn't be too much weaker than the other party. Otherwise, no matter how high his concoction technique was, it would only arouse the greed of the other party. Then, the other party would capture him and put him under house arrest, making him their exclusive concoction master. This was the law of survival in the cultivation world. Yu country could no longer accommodate his wings. The spiritual chi in Yu country was sparse. It was hard to find 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs to concoct Fifth Revolution pills. Yu country didn't have the Lost World Palace, so he couldn't shorten his cultivation time. Yu country lacked crisis and experience. There were only a few old ancestor figures in Yu country who could make his hair stand on end. If I stay in Yu country peacefully, I won't have the strength to rival Moksha Emperor after 100 years. After Ning City is done, I will leave Yu country and head to the Endless Sea to form my core. In Ning Fan's eyes, a trace of heaven-defying intent was taking shape, just like the disdainful gaze of Xianxia when he looked at the rain in the past. With this trace of temperament, Ning Fan walked out of the high-grade concoction room and handed the 3 pill bottles to Lady Yunhua. At this moment, Ning Fan's gaze was so sharp that Lady Yunhua didn't dare to look at his eyes even with her harmonious spirit cultivation base. Fortunately, they were in a secret chamber. Old ancestor Xianxia, who possessed Lady Yunhua, flew out and took the pill bottles. Under Ning Fan's gaze, old ancestor Xianxia's heart trembled. He seemed to have seen scenes of heaven-defying rain in Ning Fan's eyes. What kind of technique is this? I'm afraid that even nascent soul-old monsters don't have such a technique. He gently avoided Ning Fan's gaze and swept through the pill bottles with his spirit sense. Immediately, his face was filled with joy. He didn't know how to concoct these 3 pills, but he had heard of them and had the eyesight to distinguish them. The quality of the 3 pills in the pill bottles was much higher than what he expected. Revered Ming's pills are of great use to me. I can't thank you enough. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan gratefully. Ning Fan had given him the hope of revenge and the hope of prolonging his wife's life. You're too polite. In that case, fellow Taoist Xianxia should return to the sect as soon as possible to prepare. 3 months will be up soon. Don't worry. On the day when Ning City is attacked, my Fire Cloud sect will certainly send out all the forces of the sect to help. After a long talk, Xianxia returned to Yunhua and left. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was walking in silence in Sinister Sparrow sect. It took him a long time to calm down the trace of heaven-defying intent. He had comprehended this trace of defying intent from the rain in the 8th level of Dark Sparrow's grave, but it belonged to Xianxia and not Ning Fan. Was this defying intent enough to form the core? After all, if he didn't sever his emotions, he would have to have the defying intent to slay the heavens, the heavenly Tao and the Tao heart. To escape, to resist or to submit, he had to make a decision. As for the destruction of Extreme Gate, it would be better to tell the 2 women first. He returned to the dual cultivation palace and entered the secret chamber. He shook the cauldron ring and summoned Bing Ling and Yu Ling. This time, the timing was better. The 2 women didn't hug each other and seemed to be just having a casual chat, but their faces were blushing. As soon as they saw Ning Fan leaving the cauldron ring, they rose to their feet with bright eyes and saluted. Slave greets master. Slave, this was the first time the two arrogant women considered themselves as slaves and spoke in such a humble manner in front of Ning Fan. Ever since Ning Fan saw through their flirtatious acts, they had become more affectionate towards Ning Fan. They were no longer unwilling to become his cauldrons. So what if they could stay by Ning Fan's side as a slave and a cauldron for the rest of their lives? This place had the safety and warmth of a home. Come out for a breath of fresh air. Don't go back this time. Ning Fan said with a smile. We won't return to the cauldron ring. Master, don't you want us anymore? Yu Ling yelled out with a nervous face. Bing Ling also pursed her lips slightly, feeling extremely unsettled. Ning Fan was slightly startled when he saw this scene. He did have some plans for calling the two women over. Both of them were early gold core experts. To Ning Fan, unless he plucked them clean, dual cultivation alone wouldn't have much effect on increasing the success rate of core formation. But plucking the cultivation base of the two women, it was hard for him to harden his heart after going through all kinds of interactions. Gold core cauldrons. Ning Fan could have as many as he wanted on his way to the endless sea. Moreover, given the strength of his black incarnation and the strangeness of yin-yang transformation, it wasn't impossible for him to capture a nascent soul cauldron. Or, he could spend a huge sum of money to purchase a nascent soul cauldron from the godly void pavilion of other countries to pluck them. Those women were born orphans and were cultivated to be cauldrons for sale. Although plucking wasn't an honorable thing, it wasn't to the extent of being shameful. Ning Fan might not reject it if he could spend a night with the sisters. But if he plucked the two women and let them suffer a great loss of cultivation base to vein opening like the 15 real cauldrons in the cauldron ring, Ning Fan would never do such a thing to the two women. What if I let you go? Ning Fan stopped smiling and sighed slightly. Master, are you really going to let us go? Yu Ling lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed. Master, don't forget that old ancestor Purple Een of Extreme Gate is still looking for us, so, it's better for us to stay here for the time being. Bing Ling gritted her teeth and said. There's one thing I won't hide from you. 3 months later, I will have a battle with Purple Een. If you leave now, Purple Een won't do anything to you, but 3 months later, Extreme Gate will be destroyed. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent, but it wasn't because of the two women. However, the two women's hearts were still trembling, not only because of the killing intent, but also because of Ning Fan's words. That day when they were captured by Ning Fan as a cauldron, the two women's hearts had already turned to ashes. They didn't expect to be able to escape. Now that they had a chance to escape, it was a great thing, but the two women were hesitant and even reluctant. Ever since they entered the Extreme Gate, they had been nurtured into gold core realm human cauldrons for hundreds of years. They had never been truly happy before. However, after being captured by Ning Fan, the scenes that happened in the demon's sinister forest made them taste the joy of living for the first time. That joy might just be catching fish and eating with Ning Fan, or it might just be Ning Fan's anger when Bing Ling was severely injured. The two women sighed. Was there still a man in this world who would kill them out of anger just because they were injured? There wouldn't be. After losing the two women, Purple Een was angry because he had lost his cauldron. Compared to others, Ning Fan had a trace of warmth in his heart. Master, do you really want to annihilate Extreme Gate? Us two sisters don't want to leave. Bing Ling and Yu Ling exchanged a glance, lowered their heads and said in a low voice. Don't want to leave? Don't tell me you two want to be plucked by me? Ning Fan was startled for a moment, then revealed a teasing smile. If it's beneficial to Master, Master can pluck us. Anyway, this cultivation base is just a burden to us two sisters. The two women's sincere expression contained a trace of young girls' feelings. This made Ning Fan stop teasing them and let out a slight sigh. The two women didn't know that the better they treated Ning Fan, the harder it was for Ning Fan to be heartless and do something immoral. Forget it. If you two have nowhere to go, just stay by my side for the time being. Do you have any relatives or friends in Extreme Gate? 3 months later, I will make Extreme Gate barren. Ning Fan turned his head away. In Extreme Gate, apart from the 15 sisters that you have plucked, there are no other acquaintances. Old ancestor Purple Een doesn't allow us to contact anyone. Yu Ling curled her lips. She still remembered that Ning Fan plucked her 15 harmonious spirit subordinates. But after curling their lips, the two women felt a trace of warmth in their hearts. Ning Fan wanted to annihilate Extreme Gate, but he came to ask about their relatives. Perhaps, he didn't want to accidentally kill their relatives and friends when he annihilated Extreme Gate. This trace of concern made the two women happy. Ning Fan rubbed his head, thinking about how to deal with the two women. Originally, he wanted to let them go, but now that they refused to leave, he decided to temporarily put them back into the cauldron ring. You two, return to the cauldron ring first. No, we want to help you deal with old ancestor Purpleine. Bing Ling's eyes were filled with a trace of worry. She knew very well how powerful old ancestor Purpleine was. Alright. I will let you two out after I return to Ning Fan. After a brief conversation with the two women, Ning Fan took them back and left the secret chamber of Dual Cultivation Palace. This time, he kept the two women and the 15 cauldrons in the same space, so that these women could have a good meeting with each other. But as soon as he walked out of the secret chamber, his sleeve was immediately grabbed by Lan Mei, who had been waiting respectfully outside the secret chamber. Women's body fragrance, you are hiding women in the secret chamber? Lan Mei secretly released her spirit sense to look around the empty secret chamber, but found nothing. I have a lot of women. Do you want to be one of them, little Lan? Ning Fan teased. Who allowed you to call me little Lan? Don't call me that. I am here to tell you that father has something to discuss with you. He only said that it will be a matter of life and death in 3 months. A glimmer of hope rose in Lan Mei's heart. She guessed that the meeting between her father and Ning Fan would most likely be about marriage. A matter of life and death. The moment she thought of these words, her heart was filled with sweetness, anticipation, and nervousness. Marriage, she had to become Ning Fan's wife as soon as possible. She couldn't let Ning Fan fool around anymore. And, if there was a chance, she would let Ning Fan cultivate other evil arts. However, Ning Fan's eyes froze when he heard that Sinister Sparrow was looking for him. 3 months, what did Sinister Sparrow know? Sure enough, Sinister Sparrow Sect also had a spy in Extreme Gate. Sinister Sparrow Sect might be talking and laughing on the surface, but he was actually very shrewd. Since Sinister Sparrow Sect and Fire Cloud Sect had spies in Extreme Gate, then Extreme Gate might also have spies in Sinister Sparrow Sect, observing his every move. Almost immediately, Ning Fan understood 2 things. Firstly, Sinister Sparrow must be talking about something related to Extreme Gate. Secondly, it was best not to let the 2 girls show up in Sinister Sparrow Sect, in case Extreme Gate found out about it and caused some unforeseen events. Oh yes, Jihe and Cece were also called by father. Lan Mei was puzzled. Why would father ask Jihe and Cece to be present when discussing about her and Ning Fan's marriage? Could it be that father wanted Ning Fan to drive the 2 girls away? So that she could monopolize Ning Fan? This, although she minded the existence of the 2 girls, with her understanding of Ning Fan, it was impossible for Ning Fan to drive his wife away. Perhaps, Ning Fan would give up on marrying her because of Jihe. What should she do? What should she do? Would father quarrel with Ning Fan or even fight with him? Lan Mei's worry seemed to have deviated a little. Jihe and Cece are both here. Let's go and see my father-in-law, and see what he wants to tell me. Ning Fan smiled faintly and left Dual Cultivation Palace, heading towards Long Inclination Palace. He vaguely guessed that Sinister Sparrow was hesitating whether he should help Ningqing resist Extreme Gate after knowing the conspiracy of Extreme Gate. Sinister Sparrow stood in the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. His Highness was making a paper crane and Xianxia. Jihe held the purple clay teacup in her small hands, tasting the top-grade spirit tea. She acted like she was at home, without any sense of nervousness. On the contrary, Xianxia's gaze was cold. Within that coldness, there was less of her usual innocence, and more of a trace of confusion. Ning Fan, is he the enemy or the master? Who am I? Her memory was awakening, but no one knew about it. At this crucial moment, Ning Fan and Lan Mei entered the Long Inclination Hall. Ning Fan greets Sect Master. Hehe, revered Ning, you don't have to be so polite. Sinister Sparrow looked at Ning Fan deeply, but he didn't address him as Fan Air. As for Ning Fan, his smile vanished and his expression turned serious. Calling him revered Ning was enough. Let's discuss business. Dad, why are you being so polite to Ning Fan? Lan Mei pouted, but was interrupted by Sinister Sparrow with a bitter smile and a wave of his hand. Mayor, sit at the side for a while. I have something to ask revered Ning. Revered Ning, follow me to the secret chamber. In the secret chamber of Long Inclination Palace, Sinister Sparrow stared at Ning Fan for a long time with a serious look. Sect Master has something to say, but please say it out loud. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I can answer them, Ning Fan will answer truthfully. Ning Fan cupped his fists. He could tell that Gui Xiaozi had something to say in his heart. All right. In that case, I have something to ask you. Do you have any ulterior motive for coming to Sinister Sparrow sect? Yes, the purpose is to obtain the Darking Qi and fulfill Master's request. Ning Fan's answer made Sinister Sparrow nod with a satisfied smile and put away his serious expression. Very good. You're very honest. You didn't lie to me. The profounding Qi is in Dark Sparrow's grave. If you're fated, you can go and get it. As for what you want it for, I won't ask. The second question, are you Black Devil Ning? Yes. Ning Fan also has a question. May I ask Sect Master, did you buy my information from the Divine Fortune Teller of Wu Country? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, you're Black Devil Ning. Don't worry. You're the disciple of Old Han. I won't do anything to you, and it's impossible for me to pay such a huge price to plot against you. The reason why I know your identity is because... Is it because of the spy in Extreming Gate? Hee, not bad. That's right, it's true. When he asked the second question, Sinister Sparrow seemed to have gotten a satisfactory answer. His eyes were slightly shocked. Ning Fan was indeed the famous Fourth Revolution Dan Master in Yu Country. Withdrawing his astonished expression, Gui Xiaozi sighed and asked. So, my third question should have an answer. The destruction of Heaven Separation Sect was done by you and Old Man Han, right? You two sure have guts. That's right, how did Sect Master know about this? Silly boy, isn't the sovereign of Heaven Separation Sect, Xianxia, sitting outside? I once fought with Xianxia and was defeated. I can't forget her aura. Xianxia has also become your woman? Her condition seems a little strange. It's a long story, then let's not talk about it. I don't want to ask more about your secret. Evil cultivators should have their own secrets. Transforming into Black Devil Ning. Annihilating Heaven Separation Sect. Capturing Xianxia. Beheading Wang Yao. Ning Fan, I don't care where you come from or what your purpose is in Sinister Sparrow Sect. I only have one request, don't let me air down. Sinister Sparrow's eyes turned unprecedentedly serious. He could tolerate Ning Fan hiding anything, but if Ning Fan let Lan Mei down, he would be angry as her father. As for Ning Fan, he was secretly surprised after listening to Sinister Sparrow's detailed account of his achievements. Annihilating Heaven Separation Sect. No one in Yu Country or Rain Immortal World knew about it, but Sinister Sparrow knew about it. As for killing Wang Yao, Ning Fan had sealed the mouths of Hu Clan's cultivators, but Sinister Sparrow still knew about it. If he didn't search the Hu Clan's cultivators' memories, then Sinister Sparrow was also present that night. Sinister Sparrow knew all of this, but Ning Fan wasn't too worried. Firstly, Sinister Sparrow was Old Monster's best friend, Lan Mei's father and Ning Fan's father-in-law. Secondly, given Ning Fan's strength, even if these things were to be leaked, it wouldn't put his life in danger. In response to Sinister Sparrow's half-warning and half-reminder, Ning Fan solemnly replied. I won't let little Lan down, but now, I can't marry her. I'm preparing to return to Ning City. I think Sect Master already knows the reason. 3 months later, there will be a battle in Ning City. I will annihilate Extreming Gate. After this battle, I will leave Yu Country, perhaps, I won't be able to return for a very, very long time. Extreming Gate, humph. If you don't let me air down, I will help you in this battle. No matter what, you are revered Ning of my Sinister Sparrow Sect. If Extreming Gate dares to touch you, they must first get my permission. As soon as these words came out, killing intent flashed in Sinister Sparrow's eyes. His Ji swept across the room like a gale, surging in the secret room. I will help you publicly because you are a disciple of my sinister sparrow sect. Privately, you are the disciple of my old friend, my son-in-law. It's just that, what are your chances of winning this battle? After the battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I will protect you. You don't have to leave your country. Sect Master has misunderstood. If I have Sect Master's help, I won't lose this battle, and I'm not being forced to leave your country by Extreme Gate. My master and I have an irreconcilable enemy who is very strong. 100 years later, I will definitely have a battle with this person. If I stay in your country, my cultivation base will rise too slowly. My time is too little. Ning Fan's heart warmed. Sinister Sparrow was already very kind to him. He was willing to fight against Extreme Gate for him. Even if he couldn't defeat Purpling Gate, he was still willing to protect him. If there was a choice, Ning Fan would rather not seek immortality. He would rather stay in your country, Sinister Sparrow Sect or 7 Apricot City and live a plain life as an ordinary devil cultivator, but life didn't give him a choice and he couldn't stop his footsteps. Gui Chaozi heaved a long sigh after hearing Ning Fan's difficulties. Gui Chaozi had some understanding of the old monster. When he first met the old monster, he knew that the old monster had a tyrannical enemy and had a great background. But he still accepted the old monster without hesitation and barely suppressed the absolute poison. If that enemy would come again after 100 years, then it would be unwise for Ning Fan to stay in your country. Given Ning Fan's aptitude, cultivating in a low-grade cultivation country like your country was purely a waste of time. He should go to a mid-grade cultivation country or even a high-grade cultivation country to gain more experience. Forget it, little Fan, if you leave your country, my sect will take care of Ning City and 7 Apricot City. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the battle 3 months later. You mustn't underestimate your enemy. I heard that Extreme Gate has invited Heavenly Dao Sect of Wu Country for help. The sect master of Heavenly Dao Sect is a half-step nascent soul cultivator. I also heard that there is a corpse of a nascent soul old monster in the sect, seemingly turned into a refined corpse. Extreme Gate has the help of Heavenly Dao Sect, but my Ning City also has the help of Sinister Sparrow Sect and Fire Cloud Sect. I've met old ancestor Xianxia of Fire Cloud Sect before. Like this, Ning Fan simplified the secret discussion he had with Xianxia to Sinister Sparrow Sect. After hearing it, Sinister Sparrow Sect couldn't help but feel shocked. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Fan had already contacted Fire Cloud Sect to deal with Extreme Gate together. He heard that old ancestor Fire Cloud was hot-tempered and unreasonable, but he was persuaded by Ning Fan to help him. Like this, when the time comes, Sect Master will bring the Eagle Guards to this place. The secret discussion between Ning Fan and Sinister Sparrow gradually became inaudible. As for Sinister Sparrow Sect, he gradually revealed a surprised look towards Ning Fan's plan. Ning Fan had never thought of reconciling with Extreme Gate and Heavenly Dao Sect. He wanted all the invading cultivators to never return. The white-robed Ning Fan wore a smile on his face, but his smile seemed to contain a high degree of confidence in determining the destruction of Extreme Gate. Once this brat has the intention to kill, his means are truly ruthless. Sinister Sparrow Sect took a deep breath. After the secret discussion, Ning Fan and Sinister Sparrow Sect left the secret chamber together. To Lan Mei's disappointment, the two of them didn't mention anything about marriage even after the discussion. There was another unexpected matter. Ning Fan wanted to leave Sinister Sparrow Sect, and he asked for a leave of 100 years. In the history of Sinister Sparrow Sect, only venerated Weeping Ling Giku had requested for such a long leave. And now, Ning Fan was also going to leave. Can you not leave? Lan Mei's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. I will be back. Ning Fan only gave her this answer. He had entrusted the dual cultivation palace to Bai Lu, but she didn't seem to be happy about it. She only agreed with dissatisfaction. Humph. As an elder of the dual cultivation palace, how could you leave for such a long time? I will take good care of the dual cultivation palace while you are away from the sect. He left a jade slip for Xue Qing, which contained the experience of a third revolution pill master breaking through to the fourth revolution. This item was like a priceless treasure to Xue Qing. If Xue Qing broke through to the fourth revolution pill master, Sinister Sparrow Sect would have an inexhaustible supply of high-grade pills. He left Lan Mei a cultivation method, Ice Stone Secret Art. It was a void-grade cultivation method created by an ancient female cultivator, and some pills. Although Lan Mei didn't lack pills, she still left them on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave some dual cultivation methods to Bai Lu and the dual cultivation palace. He only left some pills for Bai Lu, but she didn't accept them, so he left them on the table and left. After settling the matters in Sinister Sparrow sect, Ning Fan brought Nan Wei, Ji He and Si Wuxia back to Ning City. Sinister Sparrow sect was a good place that left him with many beautiful memories, but he couldn't stay here any longer. Ning Fan rode a high-grade 3 marks immortal cloud and left with a trace of melancholy. But as soon as he left Sinister Sparrow sect, Nan Wei, the son of Nangong, immediately reminded him with lingering fear. "Young master, you must be careful on the way ahead, there are many powerful bandits in this place. If it wasn't for young master planting a divine ability in your storage pouch, Nan Wei would have died in the hands of those bandits." Bandits? Within 300 li of Sinister Sparrow sect, there are bandits running amok. In your country, this was a helpless matter. The spiritual qi outside of Sinister Sparrow sect was very dense and the mountains and rivers were hidden, making it a suitable place for cultivation, robbing, killing, hiding and escaping. The bandits gathered here out of helplessness. However, these bandits are getting bolder and bolder recently. How dare they attack the disciples of Sinister Sparrow sect and my people? Cold light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. His spirit sense spread out, covering an area of 500 li. Within this area, he could easily see where the bandits were and who wanted to ambush him. There are really people who don't know the meaning of death. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. 100 li away, in a secluded valley, he found many bandits secretly approaching him. And there seemed to be many small tails following behind him. Forget it, before I leave Sinister Sparrow sect, I'll do a good deed and clean up the bandits for Sinister Sparrow sect. A few bandits set up a spirit-falling formation on the peak of a mountain to ambush Ning Fan's and the others. They found out that the fat sheep who passed by this place last time had come again. Although Nan Wei had killed Xianxia with the sword sense in his storage pouch and shocked the bandits, he was also regarded as a fat sheep by the bandits. The bandits were very afraid of Nan Wei's strange means of killing people for no reason. However, if they set up a formation or trap beforehand, they believed that they could still capture this fat sheep. On this trip, Nan Wei was accompanied by a skinny young man and 2 delicate beauties. The youth had been smiling all the time. He didn't seem to have any cultivation base, so there was nothing to worry about, but the 2 beauties seemed to have high cultivation base. No, it wasn't just high cultivation base, the 2 beauties' appearance could be considered as outstanding beauties. If they could capture these 2 beauties and sell them as human cauldrons, it would be a great fortune for them to be his concubines. This time, I can't let that fat sheep get away. Each of the bandits had the same thought. They didn't know that the god of death was approaching. The few bandit cultivators who were waiting to ambush Nan Wei and hiding their killing intent beside the falling spell formation suddenly looked puzzled. When the immortal cloud of Nan Wei and the others passed by the mountain peak, although it was shaken by the falling formation, it didn't fall down. After a flash of light, the immortal cloud had already traveled 100 meters away. It was a 3 marks immortal cloud. Even the spirit falling formation couldn't work. The few bandits were secretly astonished. They were astonished that Nan Wei was so generous. He was indeed a fat sheep to be able to get his hands on a 3-marked immortal cloud. Ignoring the formation, they rose to the sky and chased after the immortal cloud. But just as they flew up, the white-robed youth who was smiling in front of Nan Wei suddenly stopped smiling and his eyes were filled with cold light. Nan Wei, continue to move forward on the cloud. Slow down. I want to see how many bandits dare to follow me and plot against me. Yes. Nan Wei received the order and immediately took over the immortal cloud. Nan Wei's speed was neither fast nor slow. The bandits could keep up, but they couldn't catch up. The bandits who were lying in ambush cast all kinds of divine abilities, but none of them could shake off the immortal cloud. There was even a gold core old monster who secretly released a high-grade magical treasure to attack the immortal cloud, but when the magical treasure got close to the immortal cloud, it vanished into thin air. Humph. I didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Chase after him. No matter what, this old man will catch up to this fat sheep, kill him and take back the magical treasure. One by one, the bandits joined the pursuit team, dragging a long distance in the night sky. The scene of dozens of traveling lights chasing after an immortal cloud had shocked many cultivators along the way. When the immortal cloud was 100 miles away from Ning City, it suddenly stopped. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his palm and the huge white bone sword was held horizontally in his hand. Then, he displayed the 6 meters body technique. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food, all of you can die now. At this moment, a trace of rain divine intent flickered in the young man's eyes. Almost at the same time, the dozens of cultivators who were chasing after him were infected and assimilated by the strange divine intent. Their magical force became sluggish and melted like the continuous autumn rain. At this moment, the white-robed young man patted his storage pouch. 5 different colored peak high-grade flying swords flew out. In just an instant, a gold core cultivator and 4 peak harmonious spirit cultivators died under the flying swords. The remaining ones were only slightly more than 30 harmonious spirit cultivators, and the strongest one was only a late harmonious spirit cultivator. Mere bandits, how dare you intercept me? Courting death. With the young man's half-step gold core magical force, he could already exert 1/10 of the power of the 5 elements flying swords. 5 peak high-grade flying swords. Even a late gold core cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone an ordinary harmonious spirit cultivator. The divine intent of rain locked the magical power of the bandits, making it so that no harmonious spirit bandits could escape in an instant. While the bandits were still in shock, the 5 sword lights of the 5 elements flying swords took away the lives of 5 more bandits. They couldn't escape or resist the terrifying flying swords. Each and every one of them was horrified and regretful. They regretted provoking a fat sheep and provoking a fiend. Gradually, some of them vaguely recognized the young man's identity from his facial features and became even more terrified. This man isn't someone else. He's the cultivator who defeated revered by of sinister sparrow sect, Revered Ning. After hearing the name Revered Ning, each of the bandits finally realized what kind of ruthless person they were chasing tonight. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. All they could do was to take out their magical treasures, trying to resist the 5 dazzling 5-colored flying swords. However, the best magical treasure of these harmonious spirit cultivators was only a middle-grade magical treasure. As soon as it collided with the 5 elements flying swords, it immediately shattered into pieces. Under the young man's control, the flying swords would take away the lives of 5 bandits in every breath. Finally, some of the bandits broke free from the divine intent of rain and began to flee. However, the sword light of the 5 elements flying swords was too fast. It was almost comparable to the speed of a nascent soul cultivator. Who could escape from the sword light? In just a short span of 10 breaths, dozens of bandits died with hatred in their hearts. The young man kept the 5 elements flying swords. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Return to Ning City. Killing dozens of harmonious spirit experts seemed to be an insignificant matter to him. Tonight was a nightmare for the bandits in the area. When Ning Fan first built the city, it was just rows of wooden houses. But now, there were jade buildings and houses. Cultivators came to Ning Fan in an endless stream within 100 miles radius. Ning Fan descended from the immortal cloud to witness the great changes in Ning City. He sighed in amazement. The 100-mile city wall was made of jade and gold. It was 19 zhang high, enough to defend against a full blow from a harmonious spirit cultivator. Above the city wall, there was a forbidden space formation to prevent enemy cultivators from attacking Ning City from above. Outside Ning City, groups of evil cultivators patrolled. Their chi wasn't weak, all of them were at least 7th level vein opening. Some wore black armor embroidered with 7 apricot flowers, some wore silver armor embroidered with 7 swords, and some wore ice armor embroidered with 7 snow. These 3 types of evil cultivators belonged to the apricot guards, sword guards, and ice guards of the 3 black demon armies. Apart from the 3 black demon armies, there was another type of evil cultivator patrolling the city. This type of evil cultivator wore red armor embroidered with a big Ning character. These evil cultivators looked vaguely familiar. Most of them were the Southern House battle guards that Ning Fan had subdued before. The rest were evil cultivators that came to seek shelter. Under the great reputation of Black Devil Ning, evil cultivators came to Ning City in an endless stream. After the expansion of the Southern House battle guards, there were 600 of them. Their strength wasn't any weaker than the 3 black demon armies. The 4 armies of Ning City had a great reputation in Yu country. For more than half a year, Nangong had led the 3 black demon armies to besiege bandits from all directions. Not only did it hone their combat skills, but it also greatly stabilized Ning City. This was also the reason why Ning Fan only attracted dozens of bandits after a night of slow travel. Heaven's Secret, Nangong and Mad Guest Yuchi. These 2 were extremely famous in Yu country. The latter had advanced by leaps and bounds to late harmonious spirit realm through dual cultivation with the pig. His little pig had also reached intermediate harmonious spirit realm. 1 man and 1 demon could even fight a half-step gold core cultivator if they worked together. As for Nangong, his lightning veins were restored with the help of the pills Ning Fan gave him. He became a dual spirit cultivator that cultivated both ice and lightning. His strength was restored to intermediate gold core realm. He could even fight a late gold core old monster to a draw. Even the old monsters of the first-rate sex were fearful of him. The only one whose reputation disappeared was the commander of the sword guards, Situ. After receiving the broken sword from Ning Fan, he left Ning City. He seemed to be traveling around, but his whereabouts were unknown. Brother Fan, look, Ning City has changed so much because of your pills. Jihe's pure smile was tinged with pride. She was proud of her brother Fan's extraordinary abilities. Pills are one of the reasons. Nangong's wisdom and strategy are the most important. He has also recovered his cultivation base. All that's left is Situ. However, I have a feeling that Situ's return won't be far away. Let's go home. Ning City was Ning Fan's home in Yu country. The rows of patrolling evil cultivators immediately revealed a vigilant look when they saw Ning Fan's group coming, but when they saw Nan Wei and Jihe, they all let down their guard. The eyes of all the evil cultivators fell upon Ning Fan and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their young master had returned. The 3 divine armies only knew of Black Devil Ning of Ning City, but he had never appeared before. But their young Lord Ning Fan's was real, and his current reputation was even more resounding than the old monster. Revered Ning of Sinister Sparrow Sect. The man who defeated an intermediate gold core cultivator at his young age. Welcome back to Ning City, young master. Each of the evil cultivators clasped their fists and greeted with a loud and clear voice. These greetings made the cultivators who stayed in Ning City reveal a look of surprise. What? Revered Ning is back. That's great. I didn't expect to see Revered Ning instead of Master Black Devil. As soon as they returned to the city, Ning Fan immediately summoned Nangong and told him about the decisive battle 3 months later. Nangong was shocked, but there was also a trace of excitement in his shock. Being able to fight against Extreme Gate and Heavenly Dao Sect, and according to young master's plan, the success rate would be very high. He didn't inform the 3 divine armies about this for the time being, in order to avoid unnecessary gossip. After the secret discussion with Nangong, Ning Fan immediately wrapped himself in a black cloak to cover his face and used the false thought art to conceal his cultivation base. With his half-step nascent soul spirit sense and the false thought art, he immediately disguised himself as an old half-step nascent soul old monster. This scene greatly aroused Jihe's interest while Si Wuxia's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. Why does he want to annihilate my sect? She seemed to have remembered something about Heaven's Separation Sect, but it wasn't complete. Then, a sensational news spread across Ning City. Black Devil Ning, who had been in seclusion for a long time after the 100 sects of Ning City came out, he was wearing a black cloak and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Despite walking in Ning City, he exuded a horrifying half-step nascent soul aura that wasn't any weaker than the old ancestor-level figures of Yu country. Some people secretly released their spirit sense to sense the details under Black Devil Ning's cloak, but when they met Black Devil Ning's eyes, their hearts and souls trembled like a rainstorm. This kind of means was simply unheard of in Yu country. Just a glance from him could freeze a cultivator's magical power. This Black Devil Ning was indeed as mysterious and powerful as the rumor said. All those who had their eyes on Ning City secretly withdrew their thoughts. After that, Black Devil Ning summoned the commanders of the 4 armies of Ning City. Nangong, Yuchi, Nanyangzi, and Lu Nanzi. With the help of pills, Lu Nanzi was already a half-step gold core cultivator and wasn't far from core formation realm. As for Nanyangzi, he had successfully broken through to intermediate gold core realm and became a famous figure in Yu country. Their eyes were burning with passion as they stared at Black Devil Ning. They knew that all of this was thanks to the city lord in front of them. Previously, when they were captured, they were almost in despair. But after discovering that Black Devil Ning was a fourth revolution pill master, they found hope amidst their despair. They looked forward to following Black Devil Ning, knowing that they would have a bright future. Then, Black Devil Ning indeed didn't disappoint them. A large amount of pills had greatly improved their cultivation base. They were now convinced that becoming slaves of Black Devil Ning wasn't a sin to them, but an opportunity. It was just that they hadn't seen the city lord for a long time. Now that Black Devil Ning had come out of seclusion, they felt like ants facing the heavens. A half-step nascent soul cultivation base wasn't enough to give them such a feeling. It was as if Black Devil Ning wasn't a human, but a heaven-defying reign that could overturn the heavens and earth. Both of them retracted their gaze in shock, lowered their heads and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, City Lord." N. Black Devil Ning responded with a hoarse voice. "Recently, your country isn't peaceful. The 4 armies of Ning City should intensify their cultivation. All affairs will be temporarily suspended. Later on, I will pass down a new formation." Black Devil Ning's tone was solemn. None of the experts present dared to breathe loudly. Only little He pursed her lips and giggled. "Brother Fan is so methodical. So interesting, Cece, don't you think so?" He asked in a low voice. "I don't know." Wuxia's mind was in a mess. More and more memories emerged in her mind, making it hard for her to make a decision. The conversation in the main hall was a little boring to He. Black Devil Ning only made some adjustments to the formation and cultivation of the 4 armies of Ning City. At the same time, he gave some pointers to the cultivation method of the 4 armies. Even Nangong had gained great enlightenment under Black Devil Ning's guidance. After the discussion, Lu Nanzi suddenly revealed a look of hesitation. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and decided to tell Black Devil Ning about this matter to show his loyalty. "This subordinate has something to report to the city lord. Speak." It has been half a year since the fire vein of Ning City was unblocked. Currently, there are fire maple fruits growing one after another. They can be sold at a high price, but it requires a special secret technique to accelerate the growth of the fruits. Subordinate is willing to plant these fruits for city lord. Lu Nanzi said respectfully. "Fire maple fruit? I've heard of this fruit before. It seems to be expensive, but this doesn't seem to be the right time to plant the fire maple fruit, but let's accelerate the growth of the fruits in the future." Nangong, who was at the side, had some doubts. He had heard of the famous fire maple fruit before. Cultivators could consume it to improve their body refining technique, but the effect wasn't obvious. Although the price wasn't cheap, Ning City wasn't short of money. Nangong had some concerns because he had heard from Ning Fan that there would be a great war in less than 3 months. It could be 2 months or even longer than 3 months. It all depended on the time when the sect master of Heavenly Dao sect would come out of seclusion, but Ning City would be facing a great war soon. It was more important to prepare for the war. Planting the fire maple fruit at this moment seemed to be neglecting the essentials. Nangong's suggestion was extremely pertinent. Upon hearing this, Lu Nanzi's face revealed a look of disappointment. Lu family had once relied on the fire maple fruit to become rich. He felt somewhat regretful that he couldn't accelerate the growth of the fire maple fruit. However, Nangong's authority in Ning City was only lower than Black Devil Ning and Ning Fan. So, he didn't dare to refute. However, his words didn't arouse Nangong's interest, but Black Devil Ning, who was at the side, revealed a look of surprise. "Fire maple fruit? Can you really accelerate the growth of this fruit?" City Lord needs this fruit? If you need it, this season is the best time to accelerate the growth of the fire maple fruit. In 3 days, I will lead the Nanlu guards to cast a secret technique to accelerate the growth of a large number of fire maple fruits. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. I need the fire maple fruit, the more the better. Black Devil Ning, no, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had never thought that Ning City would have an unexpected harvest of the fire maple fruit. In the ancient pill scroll that Xueqing gave him, there was a pill called Yellow Turban Pill. 3rd Revolution Pill, Yellow Turban Pill. This pill was a secret pill used by the Yellow Turban warriors of the ancient heavenly court for body refinement. Even in ancient times, not many people knew about it. The concoction of this pill required several kinds of ancient pill concoction techniques. Even if they had the fire maple fruit, shueqing, and the others wouldn't be able to concoct it. However, Ning Fan knew those pill concoction techniques. Today, he even obtained the fire maple fruit by chance. Outside of Ning City was the place where the fire maple fruit grew. This kind of coincidence wasn't God's will, but fate. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. Cultivators had fate that was ethereal and invisible. Rumor had it that there were fiend gods in ancient times who could change fate. If one's fate was good, one would encounter treasures everywhere. If one's fate was bad, one would encounter misfortune everywhere. The ones with the best fate were naturally the giants in ancient times. The one with the worst fate was the most famous one in ancient times. His name was Shengongbao. What was worth mentioning was the yellow turban pill. The effect of this pill wasn't as good as the jade royal pill, but if he had a large number of fire maple fruits, he could concoct a large number of yellow turban pills to enhance his body refinement realm. His body refinement realm was at the peak of the 6th realm of silver light. He only needed to break through 3 more realms to reach the silver bone realm. The silver light converged into his bones, turning his bones into silver. His fists could shake a nascent soul. If he could consume a large number of yellow turban pills within these 3 months, he would be able to defeat his enemies with the strength of his body even if he was just a white-clothed incarnation. Ning Fan's fate was considered good so far, although there were many people who had better fate than him. Behind him, Bing Ling and Yu Ling were arranging the bedding and washing the food, sneaking glances at Ning Fan from time to time. In 7 days, Lu Nanzi had produced a large number of fire maple fruits. These fruits were enough to concoct 300 yellow turban pills. Could yellow turban pill and jade royal pill be eaten together? Ning Fan pondered for a long time before shaking his head. The pain of the immortal execution sword chi suppressed the pain of the jade royal pill because there were 2 kinds of pain. The former was the pain of the surface of the body while the latter was the pain of the internal organs, meridians, and bones. Different kinds of pain could be suppressed. The yellow turban pill was also a pain that tempered the muscles and bones. He was afraid that it wouldn't suppress the pain of the jade royal pill, instead, it would add to the pain. In order to consume the 4th jade royal pill, he had to endure the same pain from the outside world. For example, the heavenly tribulation of a late nascent soul cultivator. Recollecting his thoughts, he took out the Dan fragmentation cauldron and his eyes flickered. Begin, concoct the pill. A month passed quickly. Outside of Ning City, a large number of flying demonic beasts, eagles, and martens arrived. Every devil cultivator in the 4 guards of Ning City was equipped with a standard magical treasure. A peak low-grade weapon and a peak low-grade spirit shooting crossbow. This crossbow was named Spirit Shooting Crossbow. As the name suggested, even a harmonious spirit old monster's defense could be pierced and killed if they were careless. The spiritual arrows shot by this crossbow were expensive. The cost of 1 arrow was around 10 immortal jades and it couldn't be recycled. But Nangong still spent a huge amount of money to equip each guard with 10 arrows. The 4 guards of Ning City had 2,000 devil cultivators. When they shot at the same time, even a gold core old monster would have to retreat. Even the guards of a mid-grade cultivation country couldn't be compared to such a large sum of money. In the 2nd month, a magnificent 5-colored tribulation cloud appeared above the fire cloud sect. However, it immediately disappeared without a trace. In the 3rd month, a man in a black monk robe and full of blood chi returned to Ning City. He was a half-step gold core cultivator, but in his hand were the heads of the 10 great bandits of Yu country. The 10 great bandits of Yu country were not only distributed in the sinister Sparrow Mountain range, but also in East Yu and North Yu. Each of them was a gold core old monster. Sidhu had killed 10 gold core old monsters. His eyes flickered with a golden glow as a terrifying sword intent surged within his body. Even an intermediate gold core old monster might not be able to withstand this sword chi. This was the path of sword Tao that Sidhu had comprehended from the broken sword. 3 months passed. The smell of gunpowder pervaded the air in Peace City. Nangong finally dismissed all the guests and ordered the entire city to be under martial law. At the same time, many magnificent ships broke through the Yu Kingdom's seal boundary. The World Lock was a formation set up between different cultivation countries. It was an ancient formation that had existed since the formation of the Rain Immortal world. The level of the array was determined according to the density of the spiritual qi in the cultivation country. The realm-locking array of the low-grade cultivation country, Yu country, was at the peak of the Dan grade, which was only half a step away from the nascent grade. The realm-locking formation was guarded by the elders of the righteous and demonic sects. Every 1,000 miles, there was an entrance for people to enter the formation. Cultivators from other countries who entered the state of Yu would generally only be recorded and would not be specially obstructed. No one questioned whether this identity was real or fake. No one questioned whether the cultivators from other countries were committing crimes in Yu country. However, one needed to pay some immortal jades to enter the country. Of course, no one dared to collect the immortal jades if they didn't pay. In the land of East Yu, an intermediate harmonious spirit elder of Purple Light sect was in seclusion inside a 100-zhang tall golden tower. The east of Yu country was bordered by Wu country. It had always been frequented by cultivators. Purple Light sect occupied the entrance of the world lock and sent their elders and disciples to guard it. For countless years, they had collected countless immortal jades. Today, one harmonious spirit and 10 vein opening experts of Purple Light sect were still leisurely guarding the world lock. Occasionally, a few cultivators from Wu country would pass through the world lock formation. They would only collect the money. Sometimes, they didn't even bother to ask for their names. There's still one more month to complete this year's mission. 100 sect contribution points and 50 immortal jades. This time, I can buy a good gift for 7th junior sister of Cloudy Mist Palace. Senior brother Zhang, with your talent and appearance, why do you have a soft spot for 7th junior sister? I feel that 4th senior sister of Cloudy Mist Palace is more suitable for you. You don't understand. 7th junior sister's appearance isn't good, but her technique is really F***king. A few disciples of Purple Light sect were chatting idly. From time to time, they would say some dirty words. 10 li away, the harmonious spirit elder in the golden tower scanned the area with his spirit sense. He was slightly displeased when he heard the dirty words of the disciples. How could a righteous disciple speak dirty words like an evil cultivator? Although the harmonious spirit elder understood that righteous disciples were also humans with 7 emotions and 6 desires, it was only normal for them to say dirty words. Be more serious. If those cultivators from Wu country see this, it will be a disgrace to our sect. The harmonious spirit elder decided to instigate them. The divine sense sound transmission resounded in everyone's ears from 10 li away. The disciples immediately became submissive and didn't dare to say anything else. They didn't dare to refute, but someone else did. Suddenly, the sound of a ship breaking through the air was heard from outside the light of the world lock formation. Amidst the sound of the wind, an eccentric voice sneered and ridiculed. Purple Light sect, a second-rate sect of a low-grade cultivation country, what face do you have? This voice carried the terrifying pressure of a half-step nascent soul cultivator. It resounded in the ears of every disciple of Purple Light sect. Immediately, the sea of consciousness of 10 disciples was shattered and they died. 10 miles away, Elder Ziguang, who was inside the golden tower, immediately felt a chill down his spine. A streak of light flew out of the golden tower and stood on the top of the tower. He looked at the lockdown grand array in the distance with a terrified expression. One by one, the ships broke through the world lock grand formation of Yu country. The dignified Peak Dan realm grand formation couldn't stop these ships from escaping through the air. There were 6 ships in total. On each ship, there were no less than 1,000 evil cultivators, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. These evil cultivators were all wearing white clothes and armor. Their cultivation base was at least level 5 vein opening. Among the 6,000 vein opening evil cultivators, there were 44 harmonious spirit cultivators and 9 gold core cultivators. Among the gold core old monsters, the one with the strongest chi was the one who sneered just now. He was the only cultivator who didn't wear white clothes, but a purple robe. On his purple robe, there were patterns of the sun and moon embroidered. Yin and Yang formed a circle. This person was 8 feet tall. His face was pale and bloodless, like a refined corpse. There was a third eye on his forehead. On his back, there was a huge black jade coffin. What was more strange was that among the 8 gold core old monsters, only 4 of them had the chi of a living person. Among the 44 harmonious spirit cultivators, there was no chi of a living person. Moreover, among the 6,000 vein opening disciples, half of them were dead people. The elder of Purple Light sect was frightened by this horrifying lineup. He was stationed at the border of Wu and Yu country. Naturally, he had heard a lot about some big sects in Wu country. The evil cultivators in front of him were very similar to a sect in the legends. Wu country's evil sect, Heavenly Tao sect. What are these evil cultivators doing in Yu country with such a big lineup? Not good. I have to report this to the sect master. The elder of Purple Light sect gritted his teeth and fled with all his might. From the fact that these evil cultivators killed 10 of his disciples, he could tell that these people were vicious. If he was captured by these people, he would certainly not be able to bear the consequences. However, just as he turned around, 7 harmonious spirit evil cultivators flew up from the ship and chased after him. Each of them revealed a fiery expression, looking at the elder of Purple Light sect as if he was a delicious dish. An intermediate harmonious spirit refined corpse, it belongs to whoever can get it first. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the tallest and burly man among the 7 harmonious spirit evil cultivators carried the corpse of the elder of Purple Light sect back to the ship. Thus, the 6 ships of Heavenly Tao sect invaded Yu country. 5 days later, the ship crossed Yu country from east to west. Its destination was Ning City. However, along the way, dozens of cultivation families and small sects in Yu country were annihilated by this group of evil cultivators. Dozens of righteous and evil old monsters peeped at the ship from afar. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Heavenly Tao sect of Wu country is invading my Yu country? The war between Wu and Yu has been halted for thousands of years. Is it going to start again? The sect master of Purple Light sect's face turned extremely ugly. It doesn't seem like it. I snuck into one of the ships and avoided the detection of the sect master of Heavenly Tao sect, Xianxia. I captured a disciple and searched his soul and memory. Heavenly Tao sect's goal seems to be to deal with Ning City and Black Devil Ning. The old ancestor of body-seizing sect crawled out of the desolate grave and revealed a look of dread towards the group of Heavenly Tao sect. Their target is Ning City? That little guy's home. The old ancestor of Great Void sect, Xianxia's beautiful eyes turned cold. The invasion of Heavenly Tao sect had aroused the attention of all the sects in Yu country. The ones who were panicking were the cultivation families and small sects in the central region of Yu country. Some of them even moved their sects to avoid being annihilated along the way of Heavenly Tao sect. Most of the sects in Yu country needed a nascent soul pill from Black Devil Ning. But now, Black Devil Ning seemed to be in trouble. These sects were hesitating whether they should offend Heavenly Tao sect for Ning City. The name of the sect master of Heavenly Tao sect was Xianxia. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Just as these sects were hesitating, the second devil sect intervened. 4 ships sailed out of Extremine Gate. Their target was Ning City. My Extremine Gate and Heavenly Tao sect intend to wage war against Ning City. I hope fellow Taoists will not stop us. After the war is over, each sect will offer 3 nascent soul pills as tribute. The old ancestor of Extremine Gate, Purple Een, made such a promise. As long as he captured Ning Fan and imprisoned that 4th revolution pill master, he would be the one to decide how many nascent soul pills he wanted to concoct. Although the huge profit of 3 nascent soul pills wasn't enough to bribe the sects in Yu country, it made those sects waver and began to have the thought of becoming neutral. Extremine Gate and Heavenly Tao sect were the 2 sects that wanted to fight Ning City to death. None of the sects thought that Ning City could resist the 2 great sections. None of the sects were willing to stand up for Ning City and fight the 2 great devil sects alone. If it was just for the nascent soul pills, the sects of Yu country might join forces to deal with Purple Een. But now, old devil Purple Een had announced that each sect would offer 3 nascent soul pills as tribute. For example, Great Void sect had more than 1 half-step gold core old monster. 3 nascent soul pills was a huge temptation. Let's wait and see. Each of the sects gave the order to wait and see. Xianxia frowned slightly. Cultivation. At the end of cultivation, regardless of whether one is righteous or evil, all of them are selfish. Her eyes showed hesitation. Then, she stepped on the air and walked towards Ning City. On the 10th day, 10 ships of Extremine Gate and Heavenly Tao sect surrounded the sky of Ning City. Xianxia straightened her body and appeared in the sky above Ning City. She looked stern and angry. Purpleine, no matter what kind of enmity you have with Ning City, colluding with the sects of Wu country to cause trouble in Yu country, isn't that a little too much? Her words made the expressions of the other two old ancestors of Great Void sect change drastically. They immediately rushed out of the sect. If the other party mistakenly thought that it was the intention of Great Void sect, wouldn't it mean that they were stirring up trouble for Great Void sect for no reason? Although Great Void sect had a strong foundation and might not lose to the two great sects, it was impossible for them to win. However, if they really started a war with the two great sects, it was hard to tell who would win, but it was certain that their sect would suffer a great loss. They were afraid that they would have to give up the reputation of being the #1 righteous sect in Yu country. Junior sister Sucio has never been to Ning City and has nothing to do with that black devil Ning. Why is she willing to stand up for Ning City? Troublesome, troublesome, that pointless sense of justice of hers is the worst in the cultivation world. Old ancestor Great Void, Xianxia and Bei Hongzi were struggling. They hoped that junior sister Sucio wouldn't do something too extreme, otherwise, for the future of Great Void sect. In Ning City, inside the stone chamber, a silvery silhouette suddenly opened his eyes, revealing astonishment. She could clearly see what was happening outside with her spirit sense. Sucio Shenzi? Why is she here? I've never thought that this person would come to the muddy water of my Ning City. Pointless sense of justice, but is it really pointless? His eyes suddenly turned cold because of Sucio's words. Sucio had a peak gold core cultivation base in the sky above Ning City. She wasn't afraid of the devil cultivators. She knitted her brows and secretly circulated her profound qi. Her beautiful eyes were filled with awe-inspiring power. Then, a delicate rebuke resounded in the silent sky. The righteous path is the righteous path. If there's no justice to uphold, how can you claim to be righteous? All of you retreat quickly. My two senior brothers will be here soon. Sucio's words made old devil Purple Yin's eyes slightly fearful. Even in Wu country, a mid-ranked cultivation country, he had heard of the Great Void sect's Great Void Gemini. If Xianxia and Bei Hongzi really led the Great Void sect to intervene in today's matter, even if they won the battle, they would suffer a great loss. Xianxia hesitated. The reason why he agreed to Purple Yin's request was not only because of his friendship with Purple Yin, but also because old devil Purple Yin had promised Xianxia a nascent formation pill. For the sake of this pill, he didn't mind exterminating a mere Ning City. But if he were to go against the #1 righteous sect in Yu country, Great Void sect for a pill, the loss would outweigh the gain. It wasn't easy to get a nascent formation pill in Wu country, but there was still a way. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a blood jade compass on his waist vibrated violently. This compass was called the Suspending Corpse Plate. It was a magical treasure used to search for corpses for refinement. Whenever it encountered a high-quality treasure, it would slightly vibrate. But today, this blood jade compass was vibrating so frequently even though it was so close to Ning City. Could it be that there was a high-grade corpse in Ning City? The Suspending Corpse Plate could determine the grade of a corpse when it was alive. The highest grade it could determine was a peak nascent soul corpse, but this time, the needle on the Suspending Corpse Plate was rotating erratically. This clearly indicated that there was a corpse that surpassed the nascent soul realm in Ning City, the corpse of a spirit-severing cultivator? For a split second, Xianxia's eyes revealed a ruthless glint. It wasn't worth offending the Great Void sect for the nascent formation pill. But for the corpse of a spirit-severing cultivator, no matter what, he had to break into Ning City and find that corpse. Xianxia reckoned that with his physique, if he could obtain the corpse of a spirit-severing cultivator, there would be a glimmer of hope for him to break through to the spirit-severing realm in this life. And once he did, he could even unify Wu country. Under the greed, the so-called Great Void sect would no longer be scary. His thoughts were racing. Just at this moment, when old devil Purple Yin was hesitating on how to face the Great Void sect, Xianxia had already leaped out of the ship with a huge coffin on his back. He sneered and rushed towards Sucio Shenzi. He patted his storage pouch and took out a dark gold brick. Hee, this is a matter between our two sects and Ning City. Sucio Shenzi, it's better if you don't intervene. Otherwise, our sect will not show any mercy. On this brick, Xianxia had used 90% of his magic power and 10% of his strength. He only wanted to intimidate the Great Void sect and had no intention of taking Sucho's life. Severely wounding Sucho might make the Great Void sect give up on helping Ningqing out of fear. But if Sucho was killed, the Great Void sect would lose their old ancestor and would certainly be enraged and fight to the death. As soon as the brick appeared, Old Devil Purple Een raised his eyebrows and was slightly surprised. He was surprised that Xianxia, who was an outsider, had made a move before he could make a move. As for Sucho, she frowned slightly. Both of them were old ancestor-level figures, but Sucho's magical power was much weaker than Xianxia's. Moreover, the dark gold brick was a top-grade magical treasure that was only a step away from the supreme grade. Its power was astonishing. However, since Sucho Immortal was determined to help Ning City, she wouldn't be scared off by a magic treasure. In her point of view, even if she couldn't defeat Xianxia, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to defeat her. She only needed to hold on until her two senior brothers arrived. With the three of them working together, there was nothing to fear about a mere Xianxia. The dark gold brick radiated thousands of black lights in the sky and turned into a 1,000 feet small mountain. With a rumbling sound, it pressed down on the top of Sucho's head. On top of the mountain peak, a layer of earth light was emitted. Immediately, the mountain peak that was formed by the magical treasure grew by another 30%. This is the Earth Spirit Divine Ability. Old Devil Purple Een revealed a slightly fearful look. The Earth Spirit Divine Ability was a special divine ability in the Spirit Augmentation Divine Ability. It could enhance the power of an Earth attribute magical treasure. The specific extent of enhancement depended on the Spirit Iron of the Spirit Augmentation Divine Ability. This golden brick was not far from the supreme grade. With the Earth Spirit Divine Ability, its power was increased by another 30%. Perhaps even an ordinary supreme grade magical treasure wouldn't be as powerful as this brick. Witnessing such power, the elders and disciples of Extreme Gate revealed a look of awe. On the other hand, more than half of the disciples of Heavenly Tao sect were not alive. The remaining ones had a strange aura and were not surprised at all. Sucho retreated hastily when the magical power of the falling mountain peak hit her chest. Her blood and chi were in turmoil. She was secretly shocked by the power of this magical treasure. She had a clearer understanding of Xianxia's strength. She was certainly not his opponent. However, she might be able to delay him for a while. Sucho patted her storage pouch and took out pieces of golden immortal talisman. She threw them up high and performed a hand seal. The golden talisman immediately turned into golden light. The golden light split into countless fine golden threads and spread out in all directions, entangling the mountain peak tightly. Then, Sucho shook her shoulder and a pair of purple butterfly wings sprouted out from her shoulder. With a wave of her hand, a crystal bracelet appeared in her palm. With a gust of fragrant wind, it turned into a huge crystal ring. This ring was Sucho Xianxi's natal magical treasure. It was also a weapon, a high-grade magical treasure. Its name was Water-like Ring. With a flap of the purple butterfly wings, a strange spiritual chi rolled Sucho up. Then, her shadow flashed and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, she had crossed thousands of feet and appeared 100 feet behind Xianxia. Then, she took out the water-like ring and struck it down. This divine ability that could cross thousands of feet was obviously something that only a nascent soul cultivator could master. Teleportation. From locking the golden mountain peak to growing the wings on her back and using her magical treasure to attack Xianxia, everything happened in an instant. Sucho Xianxi's rich adaptability was enough to be seen through. Although Sucho Xianxia was a woman, she was worthy of being the old ancestor of Great Void. Her means were amazing. Xianxia was secretly surprised. He knew that he had underestimated Sucho. It seemed that it would be difficult to intimidate this woman with one move. However, Xianxia showed no fear in the face of the attack from the water-like ring and only sneered. Profound Jade Teleportation Spiritual Equipment, High-Grade Magical Treasure. You're not bad as a woman. But since you don't want to take the chance to live, don't blame me for being merciless. When the water-like ring was about to hit his back, the lid of the black jade coffin suddenly moved. A slit was opened and a rotten and stinky arm was stretched out from the slit. It was glowing with a strange blood light and grabbed the water-like ring with its palm. A high-grade magical treasure was easily grabbed by the unknown arm and crushed into pieces. Sucho, who was 100 feet away, was immediately affected by the destruction of the magical treasure. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and stained her gown. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. A high-grade magical treasure was crushed. What exactly was hidden in the black jade coffin? As Xianxia turned around, his vertical eye stared at Suqiu, flickering with a desolate blood light. In an instant, Suqiu felt an extreme sense of danger. She shook her shoulder and flapped her butterfly wings, immediately teleporting thousands of feet away. Xianxia's third vertical eye, what kind of divine ability does it have? If I was one step slower, I would have died. Suqiu's heart was beating rapidly. She felt a faint fear towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia was only a half-step nascent soul cultivator, his means were too unfathomable. Perhaps he could even fight an early nascent soul old monster, not only Suqiu, even old devil Purple Yin's eyes shrunk in fear. Something is wrong with this Xianxia. 10 years ago, he wasn't as powerful as he is now. Forget it, this person is a friend and not an enemy. No matter what, it's more important to take down Ning City first. If this drags on for too long, the two old men of Great Void sect will come. Old devil Purple Yin was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, his face turned gloomy and he raised his head. As for Xianxia, after seeing Suqiu escaping, he didn't have the intention to chase after her. He only sneered from afar, looking at the two escaping lights that were flying towards him. These two old things have come after all, but it doesn't seem like they're here to get in the way. Xianxia sneered. No one knew what method he used, but the vertical eye flashed and the golden threads that bound the dark gold mountain was immediately dissolved into nothingness. Then, with a wave of his hand, the small mountain turned back into a dark gold brick and returned to his hand. The scenes of earth-shattering battle stirred the hearts of the three black demon guards in Ning City. There was fear, but more than that, excitement. In the past, under the leadership of Old Devil, there were countless battles of this level. However, Nangong's order was to stay put and observe the situation quietly. For guards of Ning City, listen to my order. Don't attack until the reinforcements arrive. Nangong's eyes were solemn as he gave the order in a deep voice. Each of the guards looked puzzled. They knew that there would be a great battle, but they didn't know that the enemy would be so strong. Now that they were informed that there would be reinforcements, other than the 7 apricot 4 families, they could only think of Sinister Sparrow Sect. Could it be Sinister Sparrow Sect? However, if Suqiu Xianxia is in danger, should I save her or not? Nangong was slightly hesitant. He knew that Ning Fan had always been merciful. Now that he saw old ancestor Tai Su confronting the two great evil sects for Ning City, he wouldn't believe that it had nothing to do with Ning Fan. In that case, he had no choice but to save her. Suqiu continuously activated the butterfly wings and performed 2 instantaneous movements. She was panting, her face was pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of her lips. This instantaneous movement was just an additional ability of the profound Jade Spirit equipment. Its power was far inferior to the instantaneous movement of a nascent soul cultivator, but the consumption of magical power was extremely shocking. 2 instantaneous movements, one to seal the magical treasure of the mountain peak and the other to attack with the water ring, had consumed more than half of Suqiu's magical power. However, Xianxia was still calm and composed on the opposite side. The gap between them was too shocking. I'm afraid it's hard for me to save Ning City alone. Senior brothers should be here soon. When Suqiu's heart was in a mess, she suddenly sensed something and revealed a relieved smile. Above the sky, 2 auras that weren't any weaker than Suqiu appeared above the sky of Ning City. 2 senior brothers, quickly join hands with me to restrain this devil. Suqiu felt relieved. With the 2 senior brothers, Xianxia might be able to win. However, the words of the 2 old men who rushed over were like a bucket of cold water to Suqiu. Friend from Wu country, this matter is the idea of my junior sister alone. It has nothing to do with Great Void Sect. I hope you can forgive her recklessness. Zhong Xianzi and Bei Hongzi gazed deeply at Xianxia with fear in their eyes. The third vertical eye, the black jade coffin, the broken arm, all these made Zhong Xianzi afraid of someone for the first time in his life. If he didn't guess it wrong, this Xianxia was probably. Suqiu twisted her body slightly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ning Fan, on the other hand, immediately let go of her after he retreated to the city wall of Ning City. Then, he returned to the sky in a flash. Suqiu was slightly startled. This white-robed youth didn't seem to have any intention of molesting her body. That's good. The silk was torn apart by Ning Fan, but the purplish-red color on Sucho's ankle deepened. It seemed like the poison was still there. However, she couldn't care less about the poison as her magical power was depleted. She felt slightly ashamed. She couldn't save Ning City, but it seemed like she was saved by Ning Fan. Sister, eat this pill candy. Brother Fan said that this pill can replenish qi and blood. Little Jiha, who was at the side, handed over an exquisite jade bottle. Inside the bottle, there was a faintly discernible pill fragrance of a third revolution pill as well as a trace of overly sweet fragrance. Sucho's eyes fell on the girl in front of her. She was slightly surprised and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't take the pill candy for a long time. Since this girl addressed Ning Fan as Brother Fan, she must be Ning Fan's wife or concubine. However, this little girl who was only 14 years old actually addressed her as sister. Although she hadn't cultivated for 1,000 years, she had lived for 600 years. Being addressed as sister by a 14-year-old girl really made her dumbfounded. My name is Ji He. This pill candy was concocted by Brother Fan for me. It's not bitter. Ji He smiled brightly and shoved the pill bottle into Sucho's hand. Then, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes as she raised her head to look at the battle in the sky. She couldn't intervene in this battle. She could only hope that Brother Fan would win. Behind Ji He, Si Wuxia's eyes were filled with uneasiness. The bloody scenes seemed to be connecting her fragmented memories. Sucho held the pill bottle in her hand and remained silent. She couldn't refuse the generous gift from the girl in fox fur. She pulled out the bottle's stopper and was slightly surprised by the sweet fragrance of the pill. This is the bitter pill. She seemed to be talking to herself. The bitter pill was concocted from the 1,000-year-old bitter grass. It was a peak third revolution pill. It tasted bitter and hard for cultivators to swallow, but its medicinal effect was extremely outstanding. A single pill could allow a golden core cultivator to recover 10% of their dermic powers in an instant. There were more than 10 dark yellow pills in the pill bottle. These pills were priceless. Even Sucho Xianxia herself couldn't afford such high-grade spirit-recovering pills. She couldn't help but feel surprised. How generous was Ning Fan to his own woman? A bottle of peak third revolution pills was given to him just like that. Recalling Ji He's words, Sucho was shocked. If this pill was concocted by Ning Fan, wouldn't his concoction skill have reached the peak of third revolution? She took out a pill and put it into her mouth. Sucho's face suddenly showed a slight surprise. Then, her bright eyes revealed a complicated and sentimental expression. The bitter pill was the most bitter, but this pill wasn't bitter at all. Instead, it was as sweet as honey. The reason was that an extremely expensive ice bee jelly had been mixed into the medicinal pill. Not only did it cause the medicinal pill to recover magic power more obviously, it also caused the originally bitter medicinal pill to become sweet. It's so sweet, Sucho looked at the pill bottle in her hand. Her eyes flashed with inexplicable emotion. If this pill was really concocted by Ning Fan for Jiha, then he must have taken great pains to integrate the ice bee jelly into the pill so that the little girl wouldn't suffer. No wonder this little girl called this pill a sugar pill. Sugar pill. It was her fortune to be able to marry an alchemist who cared for her so much. Originally, Sucho's impression of Ning Fan was merely that she didn't dislike him. The outside world had a widespread reputation of Ning Fan as a lecher. However, Sucho had once probed Ning Fan in Long Inclination Palace of Sinister Sparrow sect. Although his primordial yang was lacking, he didn't seem to be a promiscuous person. Moreover, he hid it very well. That was why she gave Ning Fan a smile. Now that she was saved by Ning Fan and understood his meticulousness, her impression of Ning Fan had improved. She realized that she couldn't see through Ning Fan despite her 600 years of experience. The only thing she could see was the stubbornness in Ning Fan's heart, which was very similar to her. Why did he choose to cultivate the devil path? Sucho couldn't help but think. Shoot all the spiritual arrows and return to the city immediately. Rows of flaming arrows exploded in the sky, burning like fireworks. The refined corpses of the disciples of Heavenly Tao screamed miserably before turning into ashes. 10 arrows per person. 2,000 devil cultivators meant 20,000 spiritual arrows and 200,000 immortal jades. Old Devil Purple Yin's eyes were filled with shock. He ordered the disciples of Extreme Yin to not rescue Heavenly Dao Sect until the spiritual arrows were used up. The sect master of Heavenly Dao Sect, Xianxia, was sitting calmly on Mount Tai, as if he didn't care about the death of the 6,000 disciples. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with ridicule. After the 10 spiritual arrows were shot, the 4 guards of Ning City rode their demonic beasts and landed in the formation light of Ning City. The formation light contained a great mystery that was enough to cause great casualties to the enemies. Ning Fan wouldn't waste this grand formation. Before the reinforcements of Sinister Sparrow Sect and Fire Cloud Sect arrived, it was unwise to let the 4 guards of Ning City fight the 2 sects alone. The 4 guards of Ning City retreated back to the city like a receding tide. Ning Fan landed on the city wall, but his eyes were filled with puzzlement. Outside the city, there was a thick pile of corpse ashes on the ground. All 6,000 disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect had died in the fire arrows. However, Ning Fan didn't feel the joy of victory. Instead, there was a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. He had 3 questions. The first was whether the disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect were humans or corpses. If they were corpses, half of them still had the chi of a living person. If they were humans, their flesh had decayed. What was the difference between them and refined corpses? The second question was Xianxia's calmness. The death of 6,000 disciples had left behind corpse chi that filled the sky. Not only did the corpse chi not infuriate Xianxia, it made him look happy instead. The third question was the black coffin on Xianxia's back. There was a trace of extremely heavy chi in the coffin that made Ning Fan fearful. The third corpse pupil and the black coffin. This Xianxia wasn't simple. Why wasn't Xianxia angry when his disciples died? Ning Fan's heart had a vague feeling that he might have missed out something crucial. Nangong had the same expression as Ning Fan's. "Young master, should we change the plan a little?" Nangong said hesitantly. "No need. I want to confirm something. Activate the Forbidden Space formation and the defensive formation. When the enemy's attack reaches its peak, activate the counter-shock formation." Ning Fan's eyes flashed. This grand formation of Ning City was personally modified by him. Although it was only a nascent realm grand formation, it was, in fact, composed of 3 grand formations, 2 in the light and 1 in the dark. Putting aside the Forbidden Space formation and the defensive formation, the key was the counter-shock formation. The counter-shock formation was an extremely strange formation that could reflect all the enemy's attack. When the grand formation of Ning City was about to be broken, it would be the moment when the enemy's attack would reach its peak. At that time, if all the attacks were reflected, in the sky, Xianxia returned to the central ship with a flash of traveling light. The vertical eye on his glabella flickered and looked at the formation light of Ning City, as if he had seen through something. However, his expression didn't change. Instead, he transmitted his voice to the direction of Extreme Yin Gate. "Brother Purple Yin, elder brother has used up the spiritual arrows of Ning City at the cost of 6,000 disciples. Should I hand over the task of breaking the grand formation to you?" "Hee, of course. This old man is the one who led the attack on Ning City. Naturally, it's impossible for me to not contribute." Old Devil Purple Yin laughed dryly and looked at Ning City with deep dread. 2,000 devil cultivators and 20,000 spiritual arrows, 10 volleys of arrows had eliminated 6,000 disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect. This made Old Devil Purple Yin hesitate for the first time. Was it a mistake to attack Ning City? He knew that Black Devil Ning was Ning Fan. That was why he dared to attack Ning City, because he thought that he only had to face a harmonious spirit junior whose concoction technique had reached the 4th revolution. However, he didn't expect that old ancestor Suchio of Great Void Sect would intervene. He also didn't expect that Ning Fan didn't treat money as money. 200,000 immortal jades was almost all the wealth of Extreme Yin Gate, but it was used to unleash 10 volleys of arrows. However, it seemed that the spiritual arrows of Ning City had missed their target. Otherwise, he would have shot the disciples of Extreme Yin Gate after killing the disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect. He was afraid that the 4,000 disciples of Extreme Yin Gate would be buried here. Without the spiritual arrows, the task of breaking the grand formation wouldn't be that dangerous. Even if the grand formation was a nascent realm grand formation, there would always be a way to break it. Once the grand formation was broken, killing the devil cultivators of Ning City would be like catching a turtle in a jar. The only thing he had to be wary of was Ning Fan's strange strength. Ning Fan's body refining technique was extremely strong, just like the rumored Silver Bone Realm. No, he can't be at the Silver Bone Realm. Perhaps he has used some secret technique to temporarily reach the Silver Bone Body Refining Realm. It must be so. Old Devil Purpleine wouldn't believe that Ning Fan could cultivate to such a high level of body refining realm at the age of 20. This was impossible, unless the Devil World, Demon World and Heaven Immortal World were the three great immortal worlds that could give birth to a 20-year-old Silver Bone expert, but the Devil World, Demon World and Heaven Immortal World were the top three great worlds among the 9 worlds. The experts of any one of these worlds were enough to wipe out all the experts of the other 6 great immortal worlds combined. He pondered for a moment and immediately gave an order to a few elders of Extreme Gate. Then, led by Old Monster GMO, a few old monsters of Extreme Gate steered 3 ships each and besieged the Grand Formation on 3 sides of Ning City. The disciples of Extreme Gate weren't flying corpses, nor did they have demon mounts. Vein-opening cultivators couldn't fly, so they could only form a formation on the ships to attack. Old Devil Purpleine didn't notice that when he gave the order to attack the Grand Formation of Ning City, Tian Yitzi, the master of Heavenly Tao sect, revealed a strange sneer on his face. From the black coffin on his back, an old voice sneered in a low voice. Soon, the more people die, the better, the more corpse G there is, it's enough for me to complete the second transformation of the Corpse Devil transformation. If I succeed, not only will I regain my nascent soul cultivation base, I will also have an immortal body. Old Monster GMO sat steadily on the ship. He was responsible for attacking the north gate of Ning City. His eyes swept across Ning City indifferently, revealing an extremely disdainful look. Nascent Realm Grand Formation? Unfortunately, it's just a dead formation and doesn't seem to have any offensive force. I would like to see how many times this dead formation of yours can withstand the attacks of 1,000 disciples of my GMO palace. Attack. However, before he could give the order to attack, an orange-yellow formation light immediately rose 100 miles above Ning City. Immediately, all the ships of Heavenly Tao sect, including the ship of Heavenly Tao sect, began to fall. Forbidden flight? Insignificant trick, pass this old man's order. Fire the spiritual artillery cannons and destroy this formation light. The spiritual artillery cannons were more expensive than the spiritual arrows. One shot would cost 2,000 immortal jades. Each ship of Extreme Gate was equipped with 5 cannons. If the 3 ships fired the cannons at the same time, it would cost them 30,000 immortal jades. On the ship that was watching the battle from afar, Old Devil Purpleine revealed a look of heartache. 30,000 immortal jades was a huge figure to him. If it wasn't to capture Ning Fan alive, he would never be willing to fire the spiritual artillery cannons. He wasn't Ning Fan. He wouldn't burn money for fun. However, when he thought that he had only lost 30,000 immortal jades, while Heavenly Tao sect had lost 6,000 disciples, Old Devil Purpleine rejoiced. Before this, he had never thought that he would have to pay such a heavy price to attack a mere Ning City. The 15 cannonballs didn't disperse the forbidden space formation light, but at least it thinned the formation light a little. Although the forbidden space formation light still existed, it was barely enough to stop the ships from falling. However, the ships were swaying in the air, and it was extremely inconvenient for them to move, so it still affected them quite a bit. Old Monster GMO shook his clothes and stared at the second defensive formation light of Ning City with a gloomy look. The Forbidden Flight formation light had blocked the attack. Now, all they needed to do was to break this defensive formation light, pass this old man's order. The 3,000 disciples of GMO Palace, Wuchang Palace and Nether Ghost Palace are to summon the body-protecting Een Pearl and use it to break the formation of Ning City. As soon as the order came out, the 3,000 disciples of the 3 ships revealed a look of heartache. What? We actually have to use the body-protecting Een Pearl that we have refined for many years. The body-protecting Een Pearl was a concealed weapon that matched the cultivation technique of Extreme Gate. It was shaped like an apricot seed and was refined inside the body. Cultivators of the same realm would often be ambushed by the disciples of Extreme Gate. The power of the Een Pearl was extremely strong, but it could only be used for a few attacks. After a few attacks, the magical power would be depleted and the cultivator would need to refine it back into the body. The body-protecting Yin Pearl was usually used as a life-saving measure for the disciples of extreme Yin Gate, but today, Old Monster Gmo had ordered all the disciples to use their life-saving measure to attack a grand formation. There should be a slight chance of breaking the defensive formation light with 3,000 Yin Pearls, but in that case, the hard work of these vein-opening disciples over the years would be wasted. Each of the disciples was dissatisfied, but when Old Monster Gmo glanced at them, no one dared to disobey. They had no choice but to spit out the Yin Pearls one by one, preparing to attack. From afar, Old Devil Purple Yin revealed a gratified smile when he saw Old Monster Gmo being so sensible. He wasn't willing to use the spiritual artillery cannon to break the formation. The formation needed immortal jades to maintain and the cannon fire needed immortal jades. The so-called breaking of the formation was just using immortal jades to smash immortal jades. Whoever had more immortal jades would win. Old Monster Gmo had seen through Old Devil Purple Yin's thoughts. He catered to Old Devil Purple Yin's liking by letting his disciples use the Yin Pearls to break the formation, saving money for Old Devil Purple Yin. In Purple Yin's view, this kind of flattery was extremely useful. If Ning City is breached, Gmo will be given a merit. Old Devil Purple Yin stood on the top of the ship, looking down at Ning City and sneered. In his opinion, the attack of 3,000 Yin Pearls would definitely break Ning City today. On the ship, nearly 3,000 disciples of Extreme Yin Gate opened their mouths and spat out gloomy Yin beads from their dantian. Extreme Yin Gate was a first-rate evil sect after all. Since the disciples of the sect had made up their minds to attack, their expressions immediately turned fierce. Under Gmo's command, 3,000 Yin beads were shot out at the same time. With a sharp sound of ice, they collided with the formation light. This would be known as the death match between devils and Yu in the national ceremony of Yu country in the future. As soon as the battle began, it immediately became white-hot. A single Yin bead couldn't threaten a harmonious spirit expert, but 3,000 Yin beads attacking three sides at the same time. Even the formation light of the nascent realm Grand Formation began to be corroded by the baleful Yin Qi. Fortunately, there were immortal jades in each formation eye to replenish the formation power. So, after one round of attack, the Grand Formation didn't suffer any damage except for a slight weakening of its light. Even so, Old Monster Gmo heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Yin beads of 3,000 disciples were indeed able to break the Grand Formation. He was rather nervous before this. 3,000 disciples and 3,000 Yin beads shouldn't be a problem for them to withstand 5 rounds of attack. He would like to see if 5 rounds of attack could take down Ning City. Continue to attack the city. Under his command, 3,000 Yin beads dragged a long Yin light and collided with the formation light, producing a series of intertwining loud noises. That power was like a magical treasure used to attack a city. It wasn't the small Yin beads, but the cannon fire of a spirit cannon. After the second round of attacks, the Forbidden Space formation was completely shattered, and cracks started to appear on the defensive formation. Ning Fan's expression didn't change at all when he saw the attacks. He was waiting for the enemy to exhaust their strength and launch a full-force attack. At that time, he would activate the anti-shock formation light. A dot of starlight flickered on his glabella. Just as Tian Yitzi expected, this star was one of the great benefits that Ning Fan obtained when he broke through the Silver Bone realm. Each star of a fiend god contained an innate ability. As the number of stars increased, the number of abilities would increase and the power of the individual abilities would also increase. A fiend god of the Silver Bone realm could at most cultivate 1 star. A fiend god of the Golden Body realm could at most cultivate 2 stars. In ancient times, there were fiend gods who refined divine treasures and devil treasures in the stars. The effect was 10 times stronger than the refinement in the dantian. Naturally, only primordial mystical weapons could be placed into the star for refinement. If someone could see through the starlight, they would discover that the shadow of a starlight sword was immersed in countless lightning bolts within the star on Ning Fan's glabella. The immemorial mystical weapon he had absorbed into the first star was called the Separation Slayer, and the innate ability activated by the first star was called Thunder Manipulation. The first star of the Fiend God realm was similar to the vein-opening realm of cultivators. Most of them would determine the attribute of the Fiend God realm, and the attribute of the Fiend God realm that Ning Fan activated was lightning. In ancient times, only a few immortals who were blessed by the heavens could activate the royal thunder star. In the ancient heavenly quartz thunder division, there were even a few thunder gods whose power shook the world. As for devils, they would definitely not be able to activate the star of imperial thunder because thunder was the punishment of heaven and the blessing of God. Without divinity, there would be no thunder. After condensing the star of imperial thunder, Ning Fan was even more convinced that his yin-yang devil vein was a strange devil vein that cultivated both fiend god and divine dual cultivation. In terms of power, this devil vein might not be as overbearing as the sun divine vein, as strange as the desolate cursed devil vein, and as hard to kill as the undead devil vein, but compared to other devil veins, it was obviously more mysterious. Ning Fan faintly felt that the only devil vein that could cultivate both fiend god and divine dual cultivation was the yin-yang devil vein. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor who cultivated both fiend god and divine dual cultivation might not be famous in ancient times, but this yin-yang devil vein contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. As for the dual cultivation of the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan could understand that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor first activated his divinity and used the yin-yang locket's plucking function to experience his desires and temper his devil heart. As for why the yin-yang locket could only restrain women but not men, perhaps the ancient Chaos Great Emperor had his own difficulties and reasons. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. With his star of imperial thunder and his silver bone body refining technique, he could fight against ordinary nascent soul cultivators without losing, but it wouldn't be easy for him to win. His speed couldn't keep up and the gap between his magical power was too huge. The reason why he wasn't defeated was because of his strength. If Xianxia wasn't acting strangely, Ning Fan might have killed him with a punch when he was hugging Suqiu and sent out the 4 guards of Ning City, as well as the experts of Sinister Sparrow Sect and Fire Cloud Sect to help from the dark. However, even though Xianxia's strength was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't injure Xianxia severely. Moreover, Xianxia's 3 corpse pupils and black coffin made Ning Fan feel a sense of danger. All these oddities made Ning Fan come up with a guess, but this guess needed to be verified, otherwise, it would be a variable in this battle. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the Grand Formation, feeling slightly hesitant. The Grand Formation of Ning City was a nascent realm Grand Formation. It had a total of 972 formation eyes, but each of them was only filled with 100 immortal jades. More immortal jades could be placed in the formation eyes to enhance its defensive power, but it wasn't necessary because Ning Fan had never decided to fight against Extreme Gate and Heavenly Dao Sect with a mere nascent realm Grand Formation. This recoil formation was the first strike against Extreme Gate. His original plan was to send out all the experts after the recoil and it would be a life and death battle. But now, all the plans needed to be changed. Young master, do you think it's time to counterattack? If the Grand Formation is broken. Nanyang Zi's old eyes were filled with worry. Wait. It's not the right time yet. I have something that I need to confirm. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. The 3rd round, the 4th round, all the way to the 9th round of attacks, Ning Fan was still calm and collected. At this moment, the immortal jades in the formation eyes were almost depleted. Outside the city walls, the formation light had turned illusory and was covered with cracks, as if it would break at any time. At this moment, Ning Fan ordered. Nangong, get ready to activate the formation. After the 9th round of attacks, the magical power of each of the disciples of Extreme Gate was almost depleted. It wasn't easy for them to use the Yin Pearl to attack with their vein-opening cultivation base, and the power of the Yin Pearl was about to be depleted. There were even a few unlucky ones who died from the backlash of the Yin Pearl due to the lack of magical power. This made each and every disciple of Extreme Gate cautious, fearing that they would follow the footsteps of those unlucky ones. Old Monster GMO didn't pay too much attention to the exhaustion of the magical power of the disciples. His task was to break the Grand Formation of Ning City. As for the rest, he only needed all the experts above Harmonious Spirit Realm to attack. It would be more than enough to annihilate all the cultivators in Ning City. If it was just an ordinary gold core expert, perhaps he would be afraid of being besieged by vein-opening cultivators, but all the gold core old monsters on the scene were experienced in killing. Moreover, there were 2 old ancestor-level experts, Purple Een and Tian Yi. Vein-opening cultivators wouldn't be able to threaten the old ancestor unless they used a joint attack formation. This is the last round of attack. Each and every one of you will use your blood essence to maximize the power of the Yin Pearl and destroy this formation. Jimo's order couldn't be rejected. Each and every disciple of Extreme Yin Gate had a pale complexion. They bit the tip of their tongues and spat out their blood essence onto the Yin Pearl. Immediately, the Yin Pearl that was emitting murderous chi began to rotate rapidly, faintly emitting a strange bloody light. Its power seemed to be a few times stronger than when it was at its peak. Jimo's eyes fell on the grand formation and sneered. This was the last attack. After this attack, the grand formation of Ning City would be broken, and Ning City would be annihilated. GMO even had the idea to not only break the grand formation, but also to use the remaining power of the Yin Pearl to attack the devil cultivators of Ning City. It would be best if they could cause some casualties. Do it. Rays of cold bloody light bombarded on the formation light. Its power wasn't any weaker than the spiritual arrows. The fragmented defensive formation light shattered with a crisp shattering sound. The blood-red light didn't lose any of its momentum as it splashed down towards Ning City, bringing with it a filthy aura, like a huge red cloth, covering Ning City. Under the influence of this filthy chi, many of the devil cultivators in the 4 armies of Ning City began to feel dizzy. The 3 god armies were fine, but among the Southern House battle guards, some of the cultivators who had just joined Ning City had never seen such danger before. Each and every one of them revealed a look of horror. If the bloody light touched their bodies, it would be hard for them to survive. Let's run. A few of the new devil cultivators said in a trembling voice. But immediately, they heard Situ's cold, sword-like voice. Those who flee, die. After being shaken by Situ's sword chi, all the devil cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. How would they dare to flee? They could only hope that the leaders of Ning City had a way to deal with this bloody light. The commotion in Ning City caused GMO to be overjoyed. The grand formation of Ning City had been breached. Ning City was definitely going to be destroyed. It seemed like the people in Ning City were unstable. To them, this was definitely a piece of good news. Old Devil Purple Yin's eyes were smiling as he looked at Old Monster GMO approvingly. Apparently, he was very satisfied with the latter's ability to break the grand formation. 100 miles away, dozens of you country's righteous and devil old monsters were using their spirit sense to sense the situation of the battle. They shook their heads. As for the sect master of Purple Light Sect, he let out a deep sigh. The grand formation has been broken. Ning City is finished. Old Devil Purple Yin is already extremely powerful. Heavenly Dao Sect Master is even more terrifying. Even Suqiu Xianxia of Great Void Sect isn't a match for him. Apart from the 2 of them, there are dozens of gold core old monsters involved in this battle. How can Ning City resist the attack of a group of experts? As for this Black Devil Ning, he hasn't shown himself yet. Could it be that he's afraid of the 2 powerful sects? Ning City will be annihilated. Black Devil Ning is, after all, a 4th Revolution Pill Master. If he had been famous for a long time, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of 2 gold core old ancestors. Even if he's not a match for them, given the network of a 4th Revolution Pill Master, perhaps there will be nascent soul experts from other countries who will be willing to help. However, the fact that Black Devil Ning hasn't shown himself has reminded me of a rumor. I've heard that when Ning City was first built, many people said that Black Devil Ning is revered Ning of Sinister Sparrow Sect, Ning Fan. At that time, no one believed this rumor. Now, I feel that there's a 10% possibility that revered Ning is Black Devil Ning. If that's the case, everything makes sense, but a 4th Revolution Pill Master who isn't even 20 years old, how is this possible? Elder Tong Bian of Corpse Seizing Sect said in contemplation. This person had an extraordinary mind and was good at deduction. His words made many people ponder. The Battle of Ning City had begun, but Black Devil Ning still hadn't shown himself. Could it be that Black Devil Ning was really an 18-years-old youth? Did this mean that the entire Yu country had been deceived by Ning Fan? No, even Elder Tong Bian who came up with this conclusion only had 10% certainty, and this 10% was based on countless facts and inferences. The other 90% of the reason was because Ning Fan was too young. Perhaps? Ning City has a way to deal with the blood light, if you are Black Devil Ning. Tong Bian's eyes stared at Ning Fan secretly with uncertainty. the murderous blood light descended upon the vast sky of Ning City. Its power was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Nanzi revealed a pained expression. Many of the fire maple trees near Ning City had begun to wither because of the tainted blood qi. Young master. He looked at Ning Fan pleadingly. Just a little bit more. Ning Fan's spirit sense was still observing Tian Yizhi. He found that Tian Yizhi's expression was calm all the time. It was as if he would be happy if Ning City was destroyed. It was as if he would benefit from the backlash of the formation and the death of Extreme Gate. Sure enough. Nangong, activate the formation. Ning Fan revealed a look of pity. He could see through Tian Yizhi's trick. If he killed the disciple of Extreme Gate, he was afraid that Tian Yizhi would gain great benefits, but now that the blood light had descended, he had no choice but to counterattack. The arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be released. Yes. Nangong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At this moment, a shocking change made the purple light sect master, who was sighing, choke on his breath and couldn't sigh anymore. His eyes turned cold. In his hand, a formation order compass began to rotate rapidly. Activate the formation. In an instant, a huge formation pattern that stretched for hundreds of miles emerged on the ground outside of Ning City, emitting a vicissitude qi. Rays of glaze-like formation light rose and spread out. In midair, countless starlight vortexes emerged one after another, accompanied by the roar of the ancient giants. The desolate murderous qi shocked all the cultivators in Ning City. No one had expected that there was a third formation hidden in Ning City. Although this formation was only at the nascent realm, it was too shocking. No one could recognize the origin of this grand formation, but no one could remain calm under the roar of the giants. The starlight vortexes reversed the direction of the attacks of the Een Pearls with a strange force of law. At the same time, the whistling blood light turned around and shot back to the ship. Moreover, the power of the attack was increased by 30%. The sudden reversal of the attack had caught the disciples of Extreme Gate, who had exhausted their magical power, by surprise. On the ship, Old Monster GMO and the other elders of Extreme Gate widened their eyes in disbelief. This? What's going on? Why is there a third formation light? At this moment, Old Devil Purple Yin's heart shuddered. He realized that the grand formation in front of him was extremely similar to a terrifying grand formation recorded in the ancient records of his sect. Could it be, the Star Vortex ancient formation? Is it an immortal void grand formation? Not good. GMO, quickly activate the defensive grand formation of the ship. However, Old Devil Purple Yin's words were still a step too late. The counterattack came too fast and too unexpected. Almost in an instant, 2 of the 3 attacking ships had suffered a devastating blow, resulting in a lot of casualties. Under the blood light, the disciples of Extreme Gate who didn't have a strong cultivation base directly turned into a pool of blood and died. Only Old Monster GMO, who was quick-witted and cunning, immediately activated the defensive formation of the ship when he saw that the situation was bad. As for the other 2 ships, they had already suffered a devastating blow before the elders guarding the ships could react. The blood light of the Een Pearl could even shatter a nascent realm grand formation. When its power was increased by 30%, it would be a nightmare for the disciples of Extreme Sect who had exhausted all of their magical power. The disciples on the 2 ships didn't even have the time to scream before they were devoured by the blood light, turning into pus and blood, turning into a foul stench. The ship that was made of metal essence was corroded by the blood light, forming countless holes. The ship was already half destroyed. Among the 13 harmonious spirit elders guarding the ship, 9 of them were killed by the blood light. Only 4 of them escaped with serious injuries. As for the 2 gold core elders guarding the ship, although they escaped from the blood light, they were also in a sorry state and suffered serious injuries. The ship that had lost control fell to the ground, smashing countless stones and soil. Its light dimmed. Those disciples of Extreme Sect who were lucky enough to survive the blood light were also killed by the fall of the ship. It was a tragic sight to behold. At the same time, streams of invisible corpse qi were spreading around Ning City. The sudden reversal of the situation shocked the old monsters of the righteous and evil sects who were watching from afar. They couldn't imagine that there was a grand formation in this world that could reflect attacks. In Ning City, including the 3 black demon armies, there was dead silence. Most of them believed that Ning Fan had a way to deal with the blood light, but they never thought that it would be such a strange method. A huge doubt arose in everyone's mind. What kind of formation was this? How could it have the heaven-defying effect of reflecting attacks? Unfortunately, Ning Fan wouldn't answer their doubts. He looked at the gradually fading formation light and shook his head gently, feeling a little regretful. As Purpline had expected, this formation was an immortal void realm formation. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete formation and only had the power for one attack. Even with Ning Fan's means, he could only arrange a nascent realm formation to borrow a trace of the rebound force. The grades of formations, starting from Spirit Realm, were Core Realm, Nascent Realm, Transformation Realm and Void Realm. A Void Realm Grand Formation was an extremely profound formation. It was further divided into Mortal Void and Immortal Void. A Mortal Void Grand Formation like the Mountain and River Reversal Formation could injure a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. However, that was all it could do. A powerful Void Fragmentation Realm expert might not necessarily be afraid of a Mortal Void Grand Formation. However, the might of an Immortal Void Realm Grand Formation was something that even a 9th Heavenly Layer Void Fragmentation Realm expert or a rogue immortal who had just broken through to the 9th Heavenly Layer and failed to become an immortal would find it hard to resist the might of an Immortal Void Realm Grand Formation. The word immortal was enough to kill all the cultivators in the 7 realms of cultivation. The Star Vortex Ancient Formation was one of the rarest immortal void formations in the ancient times. In Ancient Chaos's memory, it was a very high-grade formation. The trace of Star Vortex power made Ancient Chaos gasp in admiration. Unfortunately, this formation was incomplete. However, it was enough to deal with a mere vein-opening cultivator. The sun is the saint, the moon is the emperor and the star is the fiend god. Ning Fan stared at the dissipating star vortex and stroked the star on his glabella with his finger. Stars are fiend gods. The divine ability of fiend gods is the manifestation of stars? Celestial Emperor implied the word emperor. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor's divine ability was manifested from the moon? As for the saint, what was that? Ancient Chaos's memory didn't mention anything about this. Perhaps Ancient Chaos didn't know about it. Or perhaps he was following Emperor Sun's decree and didn't dare to tell his descendants. Different from Ning Fan's cold thoughts, the tragic death of 2,000 extreme Yin disciples made Old Devil Purple Yin burn with anger and roar. As for Xianxia, the corner of his mouth curved into an evil arc, as if everything was within his expectation. The bloody scene made little Jiha feel like vomiting. Even Suqiu, the famous old ancestor of Yu country, couldn't bear to watch it. However, none of these could touch Ning Fan's heart. His expression was still cold. Since the day he first met the old devil, he had seen all kinds of bloody scenes. His body stood still and his spirit sense swept across Xianxia. Not even a trace of the latter's expression escaped Ning Fan's observation. Xianxia's qi became thicker after absorbing the corpse qi of 2,000 disciples. This wasn't an illusion. And the trace of qi in the black coffin seemed to be even more dangerous. Ning Fan's heart sank. This person must have the immemorial evil vein, a rare kind of evil vein. Corpse evil vein. Sure enough, this Xianxia isn't a human, but a living corpse. At this moment, the master must be hiding in the black coffin. This person had used the corpse transformation technique to turn all the experts of Heavenly Dao sect into corpses, from the sect master to the disciples. To be able to turn a half-step nascent soul realm expert into a living corpse, the master's cultivation base must be at the nascent soul realm. However, there must be a reason why this person didn't show himself or make a move despite having a nascent soul cultivation base. If he wasn't seriously injured, he must be at the critical juncture of corpse devil transformation. Corpse devil transformation: the first transformation is to become a corpse, the second transformation is to become a devil, and the third transformation is to become an immortal. This person must be between the first and second transformation of corpse devil transformation. I can't let him absorb more corpse qi. Otherwise, if he breaks through the second transformation and becomes a corpse devil. At this moment, Ning Fan's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with fear because he was 70% sure that his guess was correct. Thinking of the 2 words corpse devil, Ning Fan couldn't help but think of the female corpse who was still caressing the lid of the coffin in his cauldron ring. There were countless descendants of Fiend God in the heaven and earth, and the nascent soul expert hiding in the black coffin might be the first descendant of a Fiend God that he would have a hard time fighting against. However, so what if he was a Fiend God? So what if he was a nascent soul expert? So what if he was a Bone Sovereign? Wasn't Bone Sovereign's clone also killed by Ning Fan? Ning Fan's eyes flickered with cold light and ordered. Nangong, inform the experts of Sinister Sparrow Sect and Fire Cloud Sect to reinforce them through the fire vein. Those below Harmonious Spirit Realm shouldn't get involved in this battle. The fewer the people, the better. Yes. Nangong hesitated for a moment, then immediately answered and took out a sound-transmitting stone to inform Ning Fan. The original plan was to send countless experts of Fire Cloud Sect and Sinister Sparrow Sect to reinforce them through the fire vein, giving Extreme Gate and Heavenly Tao Sect a fatal blow. But now, it seemed like there was an unforeseen change in the plan, causing the young master to order all cultivators below Harmonious Spirit Realm to stay out of the battle. What made Nangong admire the most was the method that Ning Fan came up with to pass through the fire vein. In order to help Ning City without being noticed, Ning Fan had ordered his men to dig out hundreds of miles of underground fire vein, using the spiritual chi of the earth vein to conceal their chi, allowing them to reinforce the city. Nangong couldn't think of such a method. His experience might be richer than Ning Fan's, but his wisdom seemed to be lacking. Is it the sect master of Sinister Sparrow Sect? Something has changed. Nangong said in a low voice in a soundproof formation. Old Demon Purpleine was enraged. He glared at Old Monster GMO, as if he wanted to devour him whole. 2,000 disciples died in vain because of GMO's carelessness. No, the one who should be blamed was Ning Fan. Good. Ning Fan, if you have the guts, pass down the order of my sect. All elders above Harmonious Spirit Realm are to massacre Ning City at all costs. Purpleine was like an enraged lion. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the city wall. He was in charge of capturing Ning Fan while the other elders were in charge of killing to vent their anger. Many elders of Extreme Gate had blood-red eyes. Some of their juniors were among the disciples who died tragically just now. 42 Harmonious Spirit experts and 7 Gold Core experts rushed towards Ning City in a ray of light, except for Tian Yitzi. All the experts of Heavenly Tao Sect remained motionless like refined corpses. Tian Yitzi, who was about to kill, suddenly halted his steps. His vertical eye flashed with slight surprise as he looked at the underground fire vein. This is... Tian Yitzi's eyes flashed with astonishment, but Purpleine, who was focused on capturing Ning Fan, didn't notice the change underground. The hatred of the 17 concubines being taken away, the hatred of the tragic death of 2,000 disciples, and the future of controlling a 4th Revolution Dan Master to dominate Yu country after capturing Ning Fan. All kinds of thoughts reverberated in Purpleine's heart, turning into a trace of joy from extreme anger. Purpleine took the lead and rushed to 100 zhang away from the city wall. Those devil cultivators who came to protect Ning Fan were swept away by a cold wind with a flick of his sleeve. As for the magical treasures of the devil cultivators, they were all absorbed by Purpleine's purple alms bowl. Die for this old man. He shouted loudly and spurted out a mouthful of Dan Revolution chi from 100 zhang away. His 5 fingers turned into a claw and grasped at Ning Fan from a distance. Immediately, his vigorous magical power turned into a cold wind. A trace of soul power was extracted from the cold wind and turned into an ethereal and vicissitude wind claw that clawed at Ning Fan. Nascent soul magical art, wind soul claw. This claw was a nascent soul magical art. It extracted a trace of wind soul power and evolved it into a claw. It was a piece of cake to capture a gold core cultivator. Except for old ancestor level experts, ordinary gold core old monsters couldn't even touch the edge of the wind soul claw, so how could they resist it? Purpleine believed that Ning Fan couldn't escape from this claw because he wasn't a half-step nascent soul old monster. The only thing that worried Purpleine was that Ning Fan had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he escaped, it would be troublesome. However, out of Purpleine's expectation, Ning Fan didn't have any intention of escaping. An icy rainbow flashed under his feet. Ning Fan didn't dodge or evade, but rushed towards the wind claw. His eyes flashed with cold light and starlight flashed on his glabella. He slapped the wind soul claw with a thunderous sound. Imperial lightning. His 5 fingers grabbed the wind soul claw, causing it to lose its balance and explode. This scene was completely out of Purple Yin's expectation. He didn't expect Ning Fan to have the means to attack the ethereal soul claw. What made him even more shocked was that Ning Fan's palm force could shatter the claw mark formed by a nascent soul magical art. To be able to shatter a nascent soul magical art, is this kid really a silver bone cultivator? Not good. Purple Yin didn't believe in Ning Fan's body refining technique before, but now, he had no choice but to believe it. Because of his carelessness, Ning Fan had forced him to a few meters away from him. Facing the wind from the palm, Purple Yin's expression changed dramatically. Silver bone. It can't be wrong. As the palm approached him, Purple Yin realized that this palm was too terrifying. He couldn't use his body to block it. In a flash, he opened his mouth without hesitation and spat out a bowl-sized coal bead. Then, he shook his sleeve and took out a handful of red sand, rolling it towards Ning Fan. That bead was the Yin bead that Purple Yin had refined for countless years. It was a treasure formed by fusing it with the gold core in his body. The signature cultivation method of Extreme Yin Gate was to refine the Yin bead. After breaking through to the gold core realm, one would fuse the Yin bead with the gold core and cultivate the gold core into the strongest magical treasure. The power of a Yin bead was stronger than ordinary peak high-grade magical treasures. It could even trigger a trace of supreme-grade magical treasure. As for the red sand, it was called consciousness-shattering sand. It contained blood qi and was specialized in attacking a cultivator's sea of consciousness. In Purple Yin's opinion, the Yin bead was enough to resist Ning Fan's attack. As for the consciousness-shattering sand, it wouldn't be a problem for it to shatter Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. After all, no matter how strong Ning Fan's body was, his sea of consciousness was still weak. However, all his means were extremely ridiculous in Ning Fan's eyes. The consciousness-shattering sand was smashed by Ning Fan's palm without any resistance. As for the gold core Yin bead that was comparable to a supreme-grade magical treasure, it was caught by Ning Fan's palm. His eyes turned cold and he clenched it hard. The gold core was shattered. Ah! Old Devil Purple Yin let out a wail. His gold core was shattered. His cultivation base immediately fell to late gold core realm, and there were signs of it continuing to fall. He looked at Ning Fan with extreme fear. He had never expected that Ning Fan's body would be so strong. It seemed to be much stronger than the rumored silver bone realm. Moreover, the consciousness-shattering sand that could shatter a cultivator's sea of consciousness had no effect on Ning Fan at all. Purple Yin didn't know that Ning Fan was just a white-robed incarnation without a sea of consciousness. How could it shatter? Even if Ning Fan had a sea of consciousness, how could it be shattered by the consciousness-shattering sand given the strength of his sword consciousness? As for the method of fusing the Yin bead with the gold core, it was indeed mysterious and could enhance the strength of the gold core, but Purple Yin had neglected the essentials. The founder of Extreme Yin Gate created the method of strengthening the gold core not to let the cultivators use the gold core as a magical treasure, but to enhance the defense of the gold core, to prevent the gold core from being damaged when the gold core cultivators of the sect fought. At the same time, it laid the foundation for the gold core cultivators to form their nascent soul. The stronger the gold core, the higher the chance of forming the nascent soul. This method of fusing the gold core made Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, using the gold core as a magical treasure was perhaps the biggest mistake of Old Devil Purple Yin's life. The gold core shattered. Purple Yin spurted out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully suppressed his rapidly declining cultivation and retreated. Run. He must run. He absolutely couldn't catch Ning Fan today. On the contrary, if he didn't suppress his declining cultivation, his cultivation would fall to intermediate gold core realm in another hour or even further. However, Ning Fan wouldn't let him escape even if he wanted to. Ning Fan turned into an icy rainbow and chased after him. He flicked his sleeve and took out a peak middle-grade long whip, lashing it at Purple Yin. A peak middle-grade magical treasure shouldn't be a threat to Purple Yin, but at this moment, he was suppressing his declining cultivation and driving the immortal cloud to escape at full speed. He didn't care about Ning Fan's sneak attack. After being lashed by Ning Fan's whip, his magical force immediately loosened and his cultivation began to decline again. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his chi was in chaos. Ning Fan. Don't go too far. Purple Yin roared angrily. So what if I'm bullying you? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The second whip came, lashing Purple down from the immortal cloud. A starlight appeared on his glabella. Ning Fan raised his palm and stepped on the icy rainbow, preparing to give Purple a fatal blow. Purple, who was falling from the sky and losing his magical force, revealed a look of fear and confusion. He had come to Ning City once before. That day, he saw the fake Black Devil and Ning Fan, but he didn't pay attention to them. Ning Fan was just a harmonious spirit expert at that time, not worthy of his attention. Today, however, he had witnessed Ning Fan's full strength in Ning City. He couldn't resist. Even if he was cautious, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against Ning Fan. Due to his carelessness, his gold core was destroyed by Ning Fan. The current Purple could only be defeated or even killed by Ning Fan. Ning Fan, don't force me. If you do, I will self-detonate and perish together with you. If you let me go, I am willing to share everything in Extreme Gate with you. Purple Yin's eyes were filled with madness. His dream of dominating Yu country had been shattered. At this moment, he only wanted to protect himself. All these moves happened in a split second. The elders who followed Purple and prepared to massacre Ning City were all dumbfounded by Purple Yin's defeat. They didn't expect that Purple would use a half-threatening and half-begging tone to beg Ning Fan. Each of the elders stopped in the air as if there were nails under their feet. How would they dare to massacre Ning City? All the cultivators who were watching the battle were dumbfounded when they saw Ning Fan, who looked so weak, break his wind claw and gold core, defeating Old Devil Purple. Before this, no one would have thought that Old Devil Purple, who dominated Yu country, would be forced into a corner by a newly advanced revered devil of Sinister Sparrow sect. From today onwards, Ning Fan's status would rise to the level of an old ancestor, or even higher. Old Devil Purple begged for mercy and threatened Ning Fan. But in Ning Fan's eyes, his begging and threats turned into a trace of mockery. How could he let Purple go? Nurturing a tiger would only bring about trouble. Almost at the same time, the underground fire vein of Ning City suddenly burst into flames. Experts from the fire vein flew out one after another. Each of them had a terrifying aura. A loud and clear voice resounded in the sky. Little friend, hand over Purple Yin's life to this old man. All right. Sensing the familiar and vigorous aura of this voice, Ning Fan's eyes became relaxed. He withdrew his palm wind and the traveling light. He didn't care who killed Purple. In short, Purple must die. Letting that person kill Purple was a promise he had made, wasn't it? The leader of this group of experts who suddenly appeared was Sinister Sparrow and old ancestor Xianxia. The one who spoke was undoubtedly Xianxia. As soon as they appeared, Sinister Sparrow immediately led a group of gold core experts to surround the elders of Extreme Gate. As for old ancestor Xianxia, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The regret of his life turned into a palm of lightning, which carried a tyrannical aura comparable to that of a nascent soul realm expert. It heavily hit Purple Yin's back. The lightning roared and pierced through his heart. Lightning palm. It was the lightning palm that contained Xianxia's murderous intent for hundreds of years. Purple, I have waited for the opportunity to kill you for too long, too long. You, die. A palm of lightning shattered Old Devil Purple Yin's body. His soul struggled bitterly in the lightning, but Xianxia didn't have the intention to let his soul enter samsara. Purple Yin's soul couldn't believe that he couldn't see through Xianxia's cultivation base. If he wasn't severely injured, he wouldn't have been killed by Xianxia's lightning palm. But most likely, he wouldn't be Xianxia's opponent anymore. You've broken through. Purple didn't even have time to question him before he was struck by the lightning with all the questions he had. A miserable shriek resounded in the sky. The shriek was like a bucket of cold water splashing on the hearts of every onlooker. Each of their eyes swept past Ning Fan and Xianxia. All of them were filled with dread. But that wasn't the end of old ancestor Xianxia's tyrannical strength. The other elders of Extreme Gate were besieged by the other experts of Sinister Sparrow sect and Fire Cloud sect, revered Black Yan Bai, former revered White Bai Fading, Fire Cloud sect's Buquanfin. Each of them was a gold core old monster who had been famous for a long time. Every time they used their magical treasures, they could take away the lives of several harmonious spirit experts. In just a few breaths, all the harmonious spirit experts of Extreme Gate were dead. As for Xianxia, after killing Purple Yin, the hatred in his eyes didn't diminish at all. With a flash of light, he blocked the path of retreat of 8 gold core experts of Extreme Yin Gate. Then, he waved his palm and threw out a fiery red dagger axe. With the magic power of Nascent Soul Realm, the dagger axe turned into countless fiery lights and engulfed the 8 gold core experts. Apart from Old Monster GMO and the other 4 who paid a huge price to use their life-saving means to escape the flames, the remaining 3 gold core old monsters were burned into ashes by the flames. All the experts who were watching the battle felt their hearts tremble at the same time. Those who were below the gold core realm couldn't resist Xianxia's chi. Those who were above the gold core realm revealed a look of horror. They could feel a trace of nascent soul chi from Xianxia's body. Deep shock appeared on their faces. After exchanging glances, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. They were shocked that the appearance of Sinister Sparrow sect and Fire Cloud sect was too unexpected. They were shocked that both the righteous and evil sects were helping Ning City at the same time. What was even more shocking was that old ancestor Xianxia seemed to have succeeded in forming his nascent soul, becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Xianxia has actually formed his nascent soul. Nascent soul, nascent soul. Even Bei Hongzi, who was 500 miles away, was shocked after hesitating for a while. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. But it couldn't be wrong. Xianxia could easily kill 3 gold core experts and injure 5 others. There was no other explanation other than breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Yu country finally had its first nascent soul cultivator. Was Fire Cloud sect going to unify Yu country? Was it going to replace Great Void sect and become the #1 sect of the righteous path? Bei Hongzi's heart was in a mess. He mocked himself inwardly. If Great Void sect's master, Xianxia, knew about this, he wouldn't feel good. Then, something that made him even more dumbfounded happened. He thought that it was enough to shock him when he saw Ning Fan defeat Old Devil Purple Yin with just a few moves. He thought that Xianxia breaking through to the nascent soul realm was enough to shock him. But none of the shock was as shocking as the scene at this moment. After the awe-inspiring Xianxia killed Purple Yin and the 3 gold core experts, he didn't pursue the remaining evil cultivators. Instead, he stepped on the void and approached Ning Fan. When he was 3 zhang away from Ning Fan, he suddenly knelt down to the ground. I can't express my gratitude with words. From now on, Xianxia's life and death will be in revered Ning's hands. Today, all the cultivators who invaded Ning City, regardless of righteous or evil, will be Xianxia's archenemy and must be killed. A dignified nascent soul expert, an old monster who was going to unify Yu country, actually knelt down in front of Ning Fan? Sinister Sparrow sect's revered Ning killed Purple Yin with a palm strike and made Xianxia, a nascent soul expert, kneel down. Was this person really a youth who wasn't even 20 years old? As for Extreme Yin's ship that had escaped far away, it didn't arouse Ning Fan's attention at all. Nangong and his men were already chasing after it. The only thing that he was afraid of was the person in the black coffin. Formidable enemy? Not only Xianxia and Sinister Sparrow, even the other Gold Core Realm cultivators were surprised. Extreme Yin Gate was destroyed, leaving only Heavenly Dao sect. Although Xianxia and the remaining Heavenly Dao cultivators weren't easy to deal with, they shouldn't be considered as formidable enemies, right? They had underestimated Heavenly Dao sect. As if to prove Ning Fan's words, Xianxia held a compass and looked at Ning Fan's direction with fiery eyes. The closer the compass was to Ning Fan, the more violently it rotated. At this moment, Xianxia faced the sky and laughed. His voice was hoarse and gloomy, which was incompatible with all of this. The ancient corpse is on you. Good. This will save me the trouble of searching everywhere. This corpse is mine now. Hand over the corpse and I will give you a quick death. As for the other cultivators here, they will become my new refined corpses. At this moment, Xianxia kept the compass and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, releasing his aura. This aura was only 30% of his original body's, but it was only a little bit weaker than Xianxia's and much stronger than Sinister Sparrow's. Under this aura, the people around Ning City exclaimed in surprise. Xianxia's aura was indeed extraordinary, but it wasn't as strong as old ancestor Xianxia. How bold of him to say that he would massacre all the cultivators here. Xianxia let out a cold humph and stepped forward. With each step, the aura grew stronger. His magical power had reached nascent soul realm. Although his aura hadn't reached that level yet, it was much stronger than ordinary old ancestors. Xianxia's aura suffocated by fading and the others nearby, but when it reached Xianxia, it was like a gentle breeze that didn't hurt him at all. Xianxia only sneered. If your reliance is this false nascent cultivator, then I regret to announce that he can't save you all. Xianxia's words were full of sarcasm. He performed a hand seal and the 44 harmonious spirit-refined corpses beside him began to decay and burst into blood mist. The corpse chi mist rolled toward Xianxia, and his aura suddenly rose. Gradually, it surpassed Xianxia and reached the level of an early nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in the sky. Its momentum shook the clouds in the sky and caused the 5 elemental spiritual energies to become chaotic. This was the true aura of a nascent soul cultivator. It was enough to cause the world to change. The fighting intent in Buquangfan's eyes faded away and turned into fear. He found that Xianxia's aura had surpassed his ancestors. Under such power, a dignified Jindan stage expert like him actually felt a trace of powerlessness. Hearing Xianxia say that Xianxia was a fake nascent soul cultivator, the old monsters all looked at Xianxia with hesitant expressions. That's right. Due to some reasons, this old man isn't a true nascent soul cultivator. Xianxia's forehead was slightly oozing with cold sweat. He was in the center of Xianxia's chi force. Although it was extremely uncomfortable, it wasn't enough to stop him. However, his words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on the hearts of all the cultivators. It turned out that old ancestor Xianxia whom everyone relied on was merely a false nascent soul cultivator, but Xianxia's chi was even stronger than Xianxia's. Could it be that the so-called first nascent soul cultivator of Yu country hadn't broken through completely? Could it be that this seemingly disadvantaged Xianxia was the true nascent soul cultivator? Each and every cultivator's eyes began to reveal fear towards Xianxia. The strength of a nascent soul cultivator alone was enough to overturn a low-grade cultivation country. Even if they had Xianxia who was a fake nascent soul cultivator, he might not be a match for Xianxia. They were afraid that they would be in danger today. At this juncture, Xianxia sneered unceasingly. Everyone's fear made him despise them. This is 50% of my aura. Next, it's 70% of my aura. Xianxia performed another incantation gesture. The bodies of the 8 gold core elders behind him also decayed and exploded into a mist of blood. After absorbing the blood mist and corpse chi, his chi rose again, almost reaching the peak of early nascent soul realm, under the sweep of 70% of his aura. Even by fading and Yan Bai's chi and magical force were in disorder. Apart from Xianxia, Sinister Sparrow, and Ning Fan, no one in the sky above Ning City could resist this aura. All of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air, their blood and chi surged crazily. As the vertical eye on Xianxia's forehead flashed with blood-red light, the 4 gold core elders of Fire Cloud sect, including Buquangfan, lost their composure and were invaded by the Heart Devil. I'm afraid this aura has already reached the peak of early nascent soul realm. This is only 70% of his aura. If he unleashes all of his aura, wouldn't it reach 100%? Even Xianxia's expression changed drastically for the first time. He began to lose his composure under the pressure of Xianxia. Strange, too strange. Even a nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be able to subdue me with just his aura. Could it be that Xianxia had secretly used an illusion technique when he unleashed his aura? In an instant, Xianxia and Sinister Sparrow exchanged a glance. They could see a trace of speculation in each other's eyes. Both of them nodded and unleashed their magical force at the same time. With a loud shout, their magical force surged, trying to suppress Xianxia's illusion technique. Their combined magical force was so vast that it was comparable to an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. For an illusion technique that they didn't know how to break, the only way to break it was to use a strong magical force to suppress it. Their method was correct, but their combined magical force was still inferior to Xianxia's true body. They couldn't suppress the illusion technique. They could only make traces of red lines appear in the surrounding air, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. Those red lines seemed to be the foundation of the illusion technique. Unfortunately, although they could see the clues of the illusion technique, they still had no way to break it. Instead, because they recklessly used their magical force, a trace of red lines invaded their bodies, immediately causing their minds to be in chaos. Sinister Sparrow and Xianxia's expression changed drastically. They didn't know what kind of filthy power these bloodlines were, but it actually made them lose their composure that they had cultivated for thousands of years. What kind of illusion technique is this? When did he cast the technique? Both of them didn't know Xianxia's method, but Ning Fan did. The brief appearance of the bloodlines just now made Ning Fan understand the secret of this illusion technique. The blood-colored ones were the evil thoughts stimulated by the third corpse pupil. They were extremely filthy and could confuse people's minds. The threads were the power of spirit sense. With the formless spirit sense, it wrapped and hid the evil thoughts. This was the foundation of the third corpse pupil technique, spirit sense, it was spirit sense. Ning Fan had nothing to be afraid of. Enough. The star on his glabella flashed. The separation slayer sword that was originally refined in his glabella immediately turned into a ray of starlight and flew out, slashing left and right, destroying the spirit sense that was hidden in the surroundings. Pupil technique was the eyes, and the spirit was the spirit sense. If it was any other offensive pupil technique, a cultivator's sight would immediately be affected and it would be hard to break it. However, it was an illusion technique, especially a group illusion technique. As long as a clue was discovered, it might not necessarily be broken. After destroying all the spirit sense bloodlines, Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He lifted the separation slayer sword and turned it into an icy rainbow, rushing towards Xianxia. It seemed like no one could break Xianxia's illusion technique except for him. Therefore, only he was qualified to fight Xianxia. The corpse devil vein was indeed worthy of being able to cultivate the rare third corpse pupil. He was afraid that Xianxia could even fight an intermediate nascent soul cultivator when he was at his peak. I'll have to trouble seniors and fellow Taoists to help me protect Ning City. I will fight this man alone. Xianxia, Xiaozi, and the others retreated back to the city wall with lingering fear after hearing Ning Fan's words. The illusion technique just now was too thrilling, making them fear deeply. It seemed like Ning Fan was the only one who could fight Xianxia today. That's a nascent soul-old monster. Can Ning Fan win? Bai Feiting's tone was unpleasant, as if he hadn't forgotten the gap between him and Ning Fan. If he can't win, not only Ning City, I'm afraid the entire Yu country will be annihilated. If I'm not wrong, this Xianxia is just a refined corpse. I'm afraid that his true identity is that person. Xiaozi said solemnly. Which person? Bu Quangfen and the other younger cultivators didn't know about these secrets, but some of the old monsters who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years immediately changed their expression when they heard Xiaozi's words. The corpse devil that single-handedly massacred 7 low-grade cultivation countries 2,000 years ago? At this moment, Bai Feiting couldn't remain calm anymore. The expressions of the cultivators 100 miles away changed dramatically, as if they had heard some unbelievable and horrifying news. Previously, they didn't understand why Zhong Xuanzi, the dignified old ancestor of Great Void Sect, would turn around and leave the moment he saw Xianxia. So it turned out that he had seen through Xianxia's background? Corpse devil 2,000 years ago, there were many ancient books in the first-rate sects that recorded that ruthless person. He was a ruthless person who made many nascent soul-old ancestors of mid-grade cultivation countries suffer a lot. Not only was his body strong enough to break magical treasures, it was also said that he was an expert in refining corpses. He had hundreds and thousands of harmonious spirit-refined corpses. When 10,000 corpses emerge, a cultivation country will be destroyed. This was recorded in most of the ancient books, but those who hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes would never be able to imagine how terrifying it was. Immemorial devil vein. The previous descendant of the corpse devil vein was still alive? Return to the sect at once and inform all the sects in Yu country that the descendant of the corpse devil has entered Yu country. Xianxia's eyes turned solemn. He had unleashed 70% of his aura, but it couldn't disturb Ning Fan's mind. Moreover, the illusion technique that he secretly cast with his 3 corpse pupils was broken by Ning Fan's sword shadow. The trace of immemorial star force in the starlight sword shadow made Xianxia's eyes burn with passion. Immemorial divine weapon? I know that you have the immemorial devil vein, but I didn't know that you have an immemorial divine weapon. However, from today onwards, this immemorial divine weapon belongs to me. Is that so? Let's see if you can carry it or not. Giant sword form. Ning Fan shook his wrist. The starlight flying sword turned into a thick and heavy giant sword that was 7 feet long. When it was waved, faint sounds of thunder could be heard. Ning Fan's physical body grew twice as long as he used the 6-meter body refining technique. As the icy rainbow approached, the huge sword slashed down at Xianxia. He had already witnessed the strength of Xianxia's body. This time, he wouldn't hold back. Hiss. This sword actually has 2 forms. Is this not mentioned in the Corpse Devil record? Xianxia said with fear and excitement. The Corpse Devil record that he mentioned was the method he used to obtain the inheritance of the Corpse Devil. It was different from the memory inheritance of ancient chaos, but it could also be considered as passing down the cultivation method of the sect. Without hesitation, Xianxia put down the black coffin and used the body refining technique. His body grew to a height of 10 feet. His body refining technique was obviously much better than Ning Fan's body. In front of Xianxia, the tall Ning Fan was only as tall as Xianxia's calf. After turning into a giant, Xianxia was bold enough to catch Ning Fan's giant sword with his bare hands. Ning Fan's body had at least 10,000 gene of strength. But when the palm and the sword collided, Ning Fan's blood and qi were in turmoil. His strength was much weaker than Xianxia's. It wasn't because Xianxia's body refining realm was higher than Ning Fan's. It was because Xianxia's body refining technique was much higher than Ning Fan's. As a matter of fact, Xianxia didn't feel good after receiving the sword. Both of his feet sunk into the metal of a ship. His wrist was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to break. This kid's body refining realm is very strong. This old man is only a step away from breaking through to the silver bone realm. But this kid seems to be much stronger than the ordinary silver bone realm. Is it because he has condensed the fiend god star? Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable jealousy. As the descendant of the fiend god star, he rarely felt jealous of anyone. Ning Fan was the first. Fortunately, his body refining technique was extraordinary. It was called Colossal Bone Secret Art. It was a nascent realm low-grade body refining technique that he snatched from a nascent soul-old monster in a mid-rank cultivation country. Transforming into a giant using Colossal Bone Secret Art naturally wasn't as powerful as the giant body of an expert like Bone Sovereign. But compared to Ning Fan's commonplace cultivation technique, Colossal Bone Secret Art, it was much more powerful. Unfortunately, in Ning City, only you can withstand my illusion technique. But you can't even withstand a palm of mine. Xianxia sneered. Is that so? Imperial lightning. At this moment, starlight flashed on Ning Fan's glabella. Above the clear sky, lightning flashed and rumbled incessantly. Lightning flashed on the giant sword. Xianxia was shocked. His palm was cut off by the giant sword. But there was no blood. Xianxia didn't show any sign of pain, but his eyes were hollow for the first time. At the side, the lid of the black coffin suddenly flew up. A vicissitude chi came out from the coffin. Good, very good. You aren't weak to be able to injure this refined corpse, but you aren't my opponent. Not to mention that you are only a harmonious spirit cultivator. Even if you break through to the gold core realm, you still won't be my opponent, unless you are a nascent soul cultivator. A black shadow flashed out from the coffin and slapped the giant sword with his decayed palm. Immediately, an indescribable force came from the giant sword, causing Ning Fan's chest to tremble. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was forced back a few hundred meters in the sky. Only then did he regain his balance. His eyes narrowed. Was this the true body of Xianxia who was at the edge of the second transformation, a half-step corpse devil? Even Ning Fan's silver bone body couldn't withstand the force of his palm. What made Ning Fan's body irresistible was the magical force that came from the giant sword. The magical force that came from the giant sword almost shattered the immortal veins in his arm. How powerful was the real corpse devil in the cauldron ring? Ning Fan's face was as calm as still water. After a moment, he wiped off the bloodstains and his eyes sparkled. He could vaguely feel that in the direction of Sinister Sparrow Sect, from a place far away, there was an imposing aura flying towards him. Such an imposing manner made the ordinary gold core experts feel powerless. As for the appearance of the black corpse, it made Ji He, a young girl who had never experienced the affairs of the world, vomit acid out of her mouth. His dark red intestines were exposed to the air. There were many wounds on his body with milky white maggots wriggling back and forth. His eye frames were hollow and his eyelids were completely rotten. His bloody mouth was wide open and his rotten tongue occasionally flowed out black blood with a trace of black qi, as if it was some kind of deadly poison that could kill gold core experts. It's been a long time since I came out of the coffin. How many years has it been? It should be 2,000 years. Little brat, you stay for the last kill. I'll eat a few gold cores first to fill my stomach. Amidst the rotting stench, the black corpse sneered. With a flash of black light, he casted the instant shift divine ability. In a flash, he traversed the space and appeared 100 miles away, right in front of the onlookers. Among these cultivators, there were some who recognized the black corpse and had already returned to their sects in a hurry. As for the rest, such as the sect master of Purple Light Sect, they were still watching the battle with a neutral attitude. There were 17 of them. The black corpse suddenly casted instant shift and appeared in front of the crowd. All of this made the 17 gold core old monsters shudder. Almost in an instant, the black corpse tore a gold core old monster into pieces with a swipe of his claws. He bathed in corpse chi and devoured the gold core. Then, he sneered and attacked the second person. It doesn't taste good. It seems like there's no Dao fruit. What a pity. The black corpse let out a sigh. The second gold core old monster had been torn into pieces with his bare hands, blood splattering across the sky. Everything happened too fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the black corpse's attack speed as fast as lightning. After killing 2 gold core experts in an instant, the rest of the experts regained their senses. Immediately, they screamed and fled in all directions, like a chicken coop that had been invaded by a weasel. This is instant shift. He's really a nascent soul old monster. Run away quickly. Quick, split up and run. Each and every one of the golden core old monsters who were usually as steady as Mount Tai were in a mess at this moment. Their protective magic treasures and magical arts were all activated. Light, immortal clouds, and even blood essence were spurting out. There was only one word in their minds: escape. But when these old monsters fled, it only turned into a sneer on the face of the black corpse. The black corpse flashed and teleported again. In the clear sky, there were more than 10 rays of light scurrying around. A black dot flickered continuously in the sky and easily caught up to the rays of light. Every time it tore them apart with its bare hands, a scream would be heard. All the cultivators in Ming City who had spirit sense and could sense the shocking change 100 miles away were terrified. The gold core old monster, who was a tyrant in Yu country, couldn't even last one round in the hands of the black corpse. Ning Fan's expression changed drastically when he sensed that the black corpse had abandoned him to chase after the unrelated gold core cultivators. He didn't pity those fence-sitters, but he was worried that the black corpse would complete the second corpse transformation after absorbing too much blood and flesh. Since the black corpse was a refined corpse, logically speaking, it shouldn't have magical force. However, it cultivated the corpse devil vein, a man-made corpse transformation that possessed magical force. The magical force of an early nascent soul cultivator was already very troublesome for Ning Fan. The corpse devil body at the edge of the second transformation coupled with a high-grade body refining technique was already hard for Ning Fan to deal with. If he allowed the black corpse to complete the second transformation and become a true corpse devil, he was afraid that even a second or third realm silver bone body refining cultivator wouldn't be able to contend against him, unless he broke through to the fourth realm of silver bone. We can't let him devour blood and flesh. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, Xianxia, both of you have some teleportation techniques. Please chase after the black corpse and stop him from killing the gold core cultivators. I will use some kind of divine ability to attack this devil from a distance. It should be effective. Xianxia didn't say a word. With a flash of fiery light, he casted the teleportation technique and chased after the black corpse. As for Xianxia, she flapped her butterfly wings and chased after him with teleportation. Ning Fan immediately retreated in the air, distancing himself from Tianyici's corpse. He then patted his storage pouch and took out a jade order that was glowing with silver sword light. Immortal Execution Order. The black corpse was the original body and Tianyitsi was a living corpse that was refined by him. It was a special living corpse that contained the black corpse's magical force and divine ability. The corpse devil couldn't possess magical force. Once it completed the second transformation, the black corpse would lose all magical force. Therefore, he had forged the corpse devil vein in Xianxia's body and infused all of his magical force into the living corpse. The third corpse pupil was also on Xianxia's body. In a sense, Xianxia could be considered as the second incarnation of the black corpse. He could also be considered as a vessel that stored his cultivation base and magical force. The reason why he asked for the nascent formation pill for Xianxia was to completely improve his cultivation base. Xianxia's body was still a gold core after all. He couldn't cast many nascent soul-level divine abilities without attaining nascent soul realm. On the other hand, the black corpse was wholeheartedly cultivating the corpse devil, seeking immortality and unparalleled strength. Suqiu and Jingzhuo wouldn't be affected by the illusion technique when they were chasing after the corpse devil. They would only be able to distract one or two of them. However, this Xianxia seemed to have been given a special order when the black corpse left. As soon as he saw Ning Fan taking out the immortal execution order, he immediately went crazy and chased after Ning Fan with a low growl. His 30 meters giant body stepped on the void and chased after Ning Fan, preventing him from casting the divine ability of the immortal execution order. The immortal execution order was obtained in the demon sinister forest. One of the pieces was used by the great elder of Green Clan to kill Ning Fan, which in turn led to the formation of Ning Fan's sword consciousness. The immortal execution order was obtained in the demon sinister forest. One of the pieces was used by the great elder of Green Clan to kill Ning Fan, which led to the formation of Ning Fan's sword consciousness. When the great elder of Green Clan cast the immortal execution order, he had to set up an altar first. He had to collect Ning Fan's qi and infuse it into the immortal execution order. The reason for setting up the altar was to worship the heaven and earth and borrow the emperor's might to activate the order. However, if Ning Fan cast the order, he wouldn't need to set up another altar with the immortal emperor qi of ancient chaos. As for collecting the black corpse's qi, why would he need to collect it when the sky was filled with the stench of the black corpse? He could just wave his hand. Ning Fan didn't know teleportation, so he couldn't catch up with the black corpse. To deal with the black corpse that was 100 li away, he could only rely on the immortal execution order to attack him from a distance. He had obtained 2 pieces of this order from the great elder of Green Clan. Originally, he planned to absorb the immortal execution sword qi to enhance the strength of his sword consciousness. Therefore, this order was extremely precious. Without this order, it would be hard for Ning Fan to think of other ways to enhance his sword consciousness and sword sense. As for his sword sense, he was afraid that it could only kill an early gold core cultivator. However, the current situation was urgent and Ning Fan couldn't afford to be stingy. Another problem was the 30 meters tall giant that was chasing after him relentlessly, Xianxia. His fists were constantly chasing after Ning Fan while the vertical eye on his glabella occasionally flickered with soul-stirring blood light. Ning Fan's face was as gloomy as still water. Under the pursuit of Xianxia, he couldn't even use the immortal execution order to protect himself. If he was careless and got hit by the third corpse pupil's eye technique, he would be gravely injured even if he didn't die. This time, Xianxia's eye technique was obviously not an illusion technique, but a killing technique. What should I do? As Ning Fan retreated rapidly, his eyes swept across the city wall and found Sinister Sparrow revealing a bitter smile of shame. Sinister Sparrow wanted to help Ning Fan, but he couldn't even see through the illusion technique and stand in front of Xianxia. Little Jiha stamped her feet anxiously. Beside her, Xianxia, who had been struggling with her eyes, suddenly calmed down. With a tap of her toes, she stepped into the void. Her half-step nascent soul qi was released faintly like the holy sunlight. Ning Fan, let me help you, she said, not calling him master. As for Ning Fan, he didn't have the time to think about the mystery behind it. It would be best if he had Xianxia's help. Xianxia was the #1 expert in Yu country that day. Under the enhancement of the Golden Dawn pill, she had recovered her half-step nascent soul strength. She had many means, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to deal with Xianxia's illusion technique. Sure enough, in the face of the spirit sense blood threads hidden in the air, Xianxia just waved her long sleeve. Immediately, the 7-colored light trembled and wiped out the spirit sense blood threads, breaking the illusion attack. Then, she waved her sleeves continuously. The seemingly soft and powerless sleeve struck Tianyitzi's body, producing a loud rumbling sound like a mountain rock. The 30-meter giant was pushed back 100 meters, leaving Ningfan a safe space to perform the ritual. On the city wall of Ning City, Sinister Sparrow smiled helplessly. Those who didn't know Xianxia's background, including a few cultivators of Ning City, revealed a look of horror. How could the stupid girl who followed beside Jiha be so strong? Ningfan's eyes glanced at Xianxia's pure and holy body. He vaguely felt a trace of strangeness, but he didn't think too much about it. He made a hand seal, triggering the immortal sovereign's prestige in the Yin-Yang locket. At this moment, Ningfan stood in the sky. His white robe was like that of a god, but his eyes were indifferent to the common people, just like the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor who looked down upon the entire galaxy billions of years ago. In my name, Ningfan, this command, immortal execution. At this moment, Ningfan's prestige gently shrouded the entire Ning City. This was a kind of ethereal prestige that belonged to the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor, not Ningfan. Therefore, it couldn't be like the Black Corpse, whose prestige was too overwhelming. However, this prestige was as vicissitude as the heaven and earth, as vast as the sun and moon. It made Sinister Sparrow and the other gold core old monsters feel inferior, as if they were facing the heaven and earth. Even Bai Fading couldn't resist Ningfan, who was standing in the sky at this moment. He could only look up to him. What level of prestige is this? Bu Guangfan's expression changed dramatically. Beside him, Yuqi, who was carrying the little pig in his arms, smirked at Bu Guangfan. This is the prestige of my young master. Isn't it awesome? Isn't it awesome? Bu Guangfan, as long as I follow young master wholeheartedly, it will only take a few years for me to surpass you. Let's not talk about the old grudge between the two. Under Ningfan's command, the immortal execution command suddenly emitted a bright sword light. Four extremely terrifying giant sword shadows immediately sealed the vast sky 100 miles away. Scryer shadow. Form. Sword chi covers the sky. I don't want to kill him, I just want to inflict heavy injuries. I just want to delay until the incarnation of the Black Corpse arrives. Ningfan's eyes glinted with cold light. The Black Corpse was still unaware of all these. Under his teleportation ability, 14 of the 17 Gold Core Realm cultivators who were sitting on the fence had already died. The remaining ones, including the Purple Light sect leader, consisted of 2 Middle Realm cultivators and 1 Late Realm cultivator who were still struggling to escape. When the Black Corpse's gaze fell on him, the sect master of Purple Light sect immediately felt his blood run cold and he was out of his wits. The Black Corpse had already hunted down 14 people. The Purple Light sect's leader took advantage of this time to escape with all his might. He was almost 200 miles away from Peace City. However, the Black Corpse easily caught up with them after dozens of instantaneous teleportation. I don't want to die, I don't want to. Terrified, he changed his direction and ran toward a cultivator's family. The Qin family of Western Yu was an intermediate harmonious spirit family. The reason why the sect leader of Purple Light sect had fled to this place was so that the corpse devil would eat the others and not eat him. This was selfishness. It was a choice that people often made in the face of the fear of death. As for the Black Corpse, it seemed that he was rather satisfied with the Purple Light sect master's way of doing things. He followed the Purple Light sect master unhurriedly, annihilating the cultivation clans along the way and devouring countless blood and flesh. Western Yu's Qin family. A purple light pierced through the Qin family's spirit-level formation and escaped. The old ancestor of Qin family was aghast. That purple light must be a gold core old monster. Did a gold core old monster come to Qin family? Such a tyrannical method of breaking the formation, could it be that he was here to denounce me? The Qin clan's patriarch didn't dare to tarry, and immediately came out of seclusion to prepare to welcome them. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that another black beam had entered the Qin clan's territory. With this old man here, all of you will become my food. The Black Corpse laughed coldly and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately, black fog billowed above the Qin family, and black clouds pressed down on the city. Black clouds and black mist filled the sky, and the Qin clan fell into an eerie silence. As for the Qin clan patriarch, his sea of consciousness was tainted, and his eyes were blank. A dull, stupid smile appeared on his face. All of this was just like the expressions of the Tiandao sect disciples. All the cultivators of the Qin clan were refined into living corpses by the black corpse in an instant. Hee, living corpses are good. They can injure people. After the corpses are crushed, they can provide corpse chi to this old man. Following that purple-clothed junior, I can find quite a number of good corpses. If someone saw it, they would notice that there were thousands of harmonious spirit living corpses in a black pouch on the black corpse's waist. With a flash of his conveyance light, he teleported again and chased after the purple light sect leader. The purple light sect leader, who had just escaped more than 10 miles away, did not even have the time to rejoice when a chill ran down his spine. This? So fast. In just a dozen breaths of time, he wiped out the Chen family. He changed his direction several times, passing by the Zhao clan, the Lin clan. Each and every cultivation clan was annihilated after the arrival of the purple light sect leader. After annihilating a few cultivators, the black corpse seemed to be tired. The ancient corpse is more important. There's no point in playing with a junior anymore. You can die now. The black corpse let out a hideous laugh and teleported out. He grabbed the purple light sect leader's arm with one claw and tore it off forcefully. The purple light sect leader cried out in pain. He fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. His body was trembling, and there was no sign of his usual arrogance. With a flash of black light, the black corpse appeared in front of the purple light sect master. He pressed his finger on the purple light sect master's glabella. The purple light sect master could not even resist. He could only tremble and wait for his death. This is the might of a nascent soul, so terrifying. His eyes had completely lost its focus due to fear. But at this moment, the two streaks of light finally caught up. One of them was old ancestor Xianxia. Although he had the magical force of a nascent soul, his realm had yet to be upgraded. Hence, it was a huge burden for him to teleport. As for Xianxia, it was even more difficult for her to teleport with the help of her spiritual equipment. However, little Jiha had given her 2 bottles of pill candy. In that case, her magical force would no longer be a problem. However, she couldn't help but think about how Ning Fan spoiled Jiha. He treated Third Revolution pills as if they were candies. As soon as Xianxia and Suqiu appeared, they immediately attacked. Xianxia had lost her water ring magical treasure. Her other magical treasures were not of a high grade, so it was hard for her to hurt the black corpse. Therefore, she formed a hand seal and shot out a stack of golden talismans. The talismans turned into golden light and produced infinite golden lines, binding the black corpse tightly. Old ancestor Xianxia seized the opportunity and shot out his fiery red short dagger axe. It turned into a fiery light and engulfed the black corpse. Both of them might not be able to hurt the black corpse, but they managed to save the purple light sect master. However, in Suqiu's eyes, the fact that the purple light sect master had dragged down a few cultivators in order to escape had turned into deep disdain. Hurry up and run away. Leave this to us. Suqiu said coldly, unwilling to look at the purple light sect master. Yes. Thank you, Xianxia, for saving me. Thank you, Senior Xianxia, for saving me. The purple light sect master was overjoyed to escape from death. He didn't care about his face anymore. Without even bowing, he immediately rode the cloud and left, fearing that he would be targeted by the black corpse again if he was one step slower. Today's incident had left an indelible shadow in the heart of the insignificant purple light sect master. Under this shadow, he was afraid that he would never be able to break through his realm again. Once he returned to the sect, he would immediately pack up his belongings and run away. There was a nascent soul devil in Yu country. He couldn't stay any longer. The escape of the purple light sect master made the black corpse let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. He clapped both of his palms. The short dagger axe that had killed 3 gold core realm experts and severely injured 5 gold core realm experts was smashed into pieces. This scene caused Xianxia's expression to change drastically. The short dagger axe was a peak high-grade magical treasure. How could it be broken into pieces just like that? Retreat quickly. Xianxia didn't have time to care about the pain. He immediately reminded Suqiu and flew away. In the eyes of the black corpse, there seemed to be a trace of anger. He was angry that a mere ant actually dared to stop him from eating a human. Although your nascent soul is condensed, it seems to be very delicious. The black corpse let out a sinister smile. With a devilish roar, he abandoned Suqiu and chased after Jingzhuo with teleportation. He stretched out his claw. Just the wind generated from the claw was enough to make Jingzhuo's face hurt. He was secretly shocked at how strong the black corpse was. At this critical moment, Jingzhuo didn't dare to hold back anymore. With a ruthless look in his eyes, he opened his mouth and spat out a green flame. When the green flame soared, it vaguely turned into the shape of a green luan. The blazing flame power made the black corpse's expression change. Earth vein demonic flame. Green luan flame? No, it's just a trace of green luan flame that has fused with other flames to form a pseudo-demonic flame. Hee, it really scared me. If it's really the earth vein demonic flame, it would be troublesome. The body of the black corpse was at the critical moment of the second transformation. He couldn't afford to be captured alive. Ordinary flames wouldn't be able to hurt him, but if it was the earth vein demonic flame, it might destroy his transformation. With a sneer, he clenched his black claw and the green luan flame was crushed into pieces. His claw went straight for Jingzhuo's dantian, shattering another protective magical treasure of Jingzhua and his high-grade spirit armor. Its target was the illusory nascent soul in Jingzhuo's dantian, fast, too fast. The speed of the black corpse was too fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his attack was as fast as lightning. Based on Jingzhuo's thinking, he couldn't adapt to this kind of hand-to-hand combat. He had never imagined that his strength would be so much weaker than the black corpse. No wonder the black corpse in front of him had the strength to annihilate the 7 countries. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would find it hard to resist such a crazy devil. When cultivators fought, they would usually keep a distance from each other. No matter how fast the fight was, they would still have time to prepare. However, the black corpse's attack had completely recreated the ferocity of the ancient fiend gods. How could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? But Jingzhuo wouldn't allow the black corpse to invade his dantian and seize his nascent soul. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his blood essence. The heart mirror on his chest turned into a golden light and pierced the black corpse's arm with Buddha chants, causing the arm to hesitate for a moment. Jingzhuo seized the opportunity to withdraw himself and stood beside Suqiu, hoping that the two of them could resist the black corpse's attack with their combined strength. "We can't," Jingzhuo said concisely. Wait for Ning Fan's help." Suqiu's bright eyes flashed with a hint of trust. Ning Fan had said that he would lend a helping hand. He would have the means to cross hundreds of li to help. With Ning Fan's personality, he wouldn't let her die in the mouth of the black corpse in vain. The black corpse was surprised by Jingzhuo's heart mirror of golden light. Buddha treasure? Even though it's only a high-grade Buddha treasure, it's enough to injure me with its ability to restrain evil spirits. You're not bad, a mere false nascent soul cultivator, but you will die for sure. No one will be able to save you. I'll let you see my real trump card. I'll let you understand the meaning of 10,000 corpses exterminating a country. The black corpse licked his lips and patted the black pouch. Countless harmonious spirit and even gold core corpse chi rose from the pouch. Strange howls and anguish came from the black pouch, causing Jingzhuo's face to turn pale. How many refined corpses were in the black pouch on the black corpse's waist? Just the corpse resentment in the black pouch was not something Jingzhuo could withstand. 10,000 corpses. This black corpse had 10,000 corpses. He wanted to massacre the country and make you country the 8th low-grade cultivation country that he would destroy. Suqiu Xianxia, leave quickly. We can't fight against this devil. The only thing we can do now is to return to Ning City and escape from Yu country with fellow Daoist Ning and the others. We'll seek refuge in another country. Yu country will certainly be destroyed. Even Great Void Sect won't be able to interfere in the future. I'll leave it to the Rain Palace to handle. I'm not a match for the Black Corpse. I might not even be a match for Tianyitsi. In addition to the countless refined corpses of the Black Corpse, how could I fight against him? I can't fight against him. Even if I break through to the nascent soul realm, I still won't be able to fight against him. Let's wait a little longer. Ning Fan might have a way, Suqiu said stubbornly. She firmly believed that Ning Fan wouldn't deceive her. No one could convince her otherwise. This? Suqiu Xianxia, I'm sorry to offend you. You have a close relationship with fellow Daoist Ming. I can't just watch you die here. If you insist on not leaving, I'll knock you out and bring you back to Ning City safely. Xianxia sighed. In his opinion, he could only knock Suqiu out and bring her away by force. It might be a reckless move, but he couldn't just watch Suqiu die here. Suqiu's face turned red when she heard Xianxia's words. She and Ning Fan had only met once. How could they have a close relationship? If she was knocked out by Xianxia, her skin would definitely be touched. Suqiu might as well just die. Moreover, Xianxia had thought too highly of this matter. His words made the black corpse laugh. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Corpse G filled the sky. Within 100 li radius, there was no way to teleport. The black corpse flashed with a black light. Both of his claws went straight for the hearts of the two. The attack was too fast. Without teleportation, the two of them would definitely die. In the eyes of the black corpse, he could already imagine the scene after killing the two of them. As for women, he liked stubborn women. He would turn them into a living corpse to retain a trace of consciousness. At that time, he would be delighted to see her struggling, humiliated, afraid and resentful. As for a false nascent soul cultivator, it would be a great tonic. However, when both of his claws were halfway out, the escaping light was abruptly cut off and fell to the ground. For the first time in his life, he revealed a look of fear and retreated without hesitation. However, the black corpse found that he couldn't teleport either. It wasn't because of the black chi, but because of some other means. The sword chi that blotted out the sky locked the vast sky. For huge, heavy, and ancient sword shadows could be vaguely seen through the thick corpse chi. It was as if the sword shadows were so sharp that nothing could stop them. Rays of sure-kill sword chi appeared in front of the black corpse without warning. That tyrannical body that was comparable to a corpse devil's was easily pierced through like tofu under the sword chi, causing black blood to flow profusely. The black corpse let out a muffled groan. It seemed like he was heavily injured by the sword chi. To his horror, he found out that the extremely horrifying sword chi in front of him was recorded in the corpse devil record, the land of 4 swords, slaughter and destruction. The immortal who betrays the heaven shall suffer 10,000 swords. This sword chi can't be wrong. It's immortal execution sword chi. It's the sword of punishment of the ancient heavenly court. Arg! Shrill screams came from his mouth. At this moment, he no longer tried to summon the 10,000 corpses because he was afraid that they would be destroyed by the sword chi. Previously, Ning Fan could only rely on the Jade Royal Pill to reconstruct his body to withstand the sword chi. How could the black corpse's self-healing ability be comparable to the Jade Royal Pill that was hard to come by for immortal emperors? It wasn't surprising for him to be severely injured by the sword chi. The black corpse wasn't afraid of being severely injured. Because he was a corpse, the injuries on his body were extremely easy to heal. He just needed to refine his corpse using magical treasures. But what he couldn't accept the most was that his corpse devil body that was on the verge of breaking through to the second transformation actually began to regress. Waves of sword chi slashed across, each of them extinguishing the corpse chi. That was the corpse chi that he had painstakingly collected for 2,000 years. All for the sake of completing the second transformation of corpse devil after 2,000 years and achieving immortality. The attack of the sword chi gradually weakened, but the killing intent of the black corpse, who was in the middle of it, grew stronger and stronger. Within the immortal execution sword chi, there was a trace of familiar magical chi, which made him roar in anger. That was Ning Fan's chi. This immortal execution order was released by Ning Fan. He had never hated someone so much in his life. Ning Fan was the first one. Ning Fan. This old man must shred you into 1,000 pieces. Arg! His corpse demon realm was still falling, and something that made him even more distressed happened. The corpse of Xianxia that was placed in Ning City to obstruct Ning Fan was destroyed. Xianxia was destroyed. Almost immediately, all the magical power of the black corpse began to dissipate. This was because Xianxia was the black corpse's vessel for storing magical power. Corpses couldn't have magical power, so he could only take a living corpse and leave a slim chance of survival, using a half-corpse body to store his magical power. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely important. The black corpse had painstakingly tempered Xianxia's body with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, almost reaching the Silver Bone realm. In addition to the magical power that was comparable to peak early nascent soul realm, who in Ning City could kill Xianxia? No. My corpse devil realm. My living corpse vassal. My 2,000 years of planning is in vain. Hateful, hateful. In the sky above Ning City, Ning Fan didn't immediately go to see Wuxia's aid after casting the immortal execution order. With Si Wuxia's methods, she was able to fight Tianyi to a standstill for a while. However, after a while, Si Wuxia's magical power gradually weakened, while Tianyi was still expressionless. His magical power was extremely vigorous. Si Wuxia was about to lose, and gradually, Ning Fan saw a flaw in Si Wuxia's actions. Ever since Si Wuxia was refined into a spiritual puppet, she had lost most of her memories and had forgotten how to cast many magical techniques. But at this moment, many of the magical techniques that Si Wuxia cast were the magical techniques that she had learned when she was the sect master of Heaven Separation Sect. Could it be that she had recovered her memories? Ning Fan's eyes flickered, but he was puzzled. If Si Wuxia had really recovered her memories, she would definitely kill him immediately. Why would she help him? Or was it Cece's personality that was causing mischief? Cece, if it's Si Wuxia, then she's dead, but if it's Cece, I can't ignore her safety. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a sigh. Even though Si Wuxia's magical power was depleted and the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the giant was aimed at him, he still didn't move half a step. Because another black-robed figure had arrived in the sky above Ning City, this black-robed figure looked exactly the same as the white-robed Ning Fan. The only difference was his cold eyes and the black lines on half of his face. His black robe fluttered. In a flash, he appeared in front of Si Wuxia. No one could see how he appeared. Even Gui Qiaozi's eyes changed, unable to see through the strangeness of this black-robed figure. The third corpse pupil technique had already been shot out, but the black-robed figure blocked in front of Si Wuxia. He waved his palm and forcefully received the blood-red pupil technique. This pupil technique was used to kill people with evil intent. He wasn't afraid of evil intent because he wasn't a human. He didn't have a heart and no thoughts. He wasn't afraid of the Ming Luo illusory realm, so why would he be afraid of this immature false three corpses' evil intent? Tianyi's dull face revealed horror for the first time. But after a moment of shock, he immediately retracted his expression. His Tenjiang body waved his fist and activated the cold ice force, displaying another nascent realm body refining technique. This fist technique was called ice shattering. One punch could form ice and the other could shatter the ice. No one below the nascent soul realm could withstand it. However, when the cold ice fist was 3 zhang away from the black-robed figure, it was suddenly cut into two by an invisible sharp object. At the same time, a sense of death arose in Tianyi's heart. The black-robed figure spoke for the first time. My name is Mo Ning. You will die if you hurt her. In an instant, the figure of the black-robed man suddenly exploded, turning into tens of thousands of thin black lights. Every black light turned into a black sword light a moment later, spreading out in the clear sky like thick ink, like a black wind, rolling in the air. Within the sword light, there was a trace of ancient and heavy immortal execution aura. Tens of thousands of black light rolled like a long wind. The sturdy body of the Tenjiang giant that was in the middle of the sword wind began to disintegrate. In just a moment, Tianyi, who made Ning Fan act as if he was facing a formidable enemy, turned into ashes. Even if you don't hurt her, you will still die. The black-robed figure added coldly. The nascent soul chi of the black-robed figure swept across, making all the cultivators in Ning City shiver as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Another nascent soul realm cultivator? This black-robed cultivator called himself Mo Ning. Then, he shouldn't be Ning Fan, but why did he look so similar to Ning Fan? Could he be the legendary Black Devil Ning? Yes, that must be it. It turned out that the legendary Black Devil Ning was a nascent soul realm cultivator. Thus, it was understandable that he looked exactly the same as Ning Fan. Ning Fan was the great-grandson of Black Devil Ning. It wasn't strange for grandfather and grandson to look alike, was it? Only he was shaking her head foolishly. She wasn't afraid of this Chi at all and didn't think that this person was Black Devil Ning. She knew that this was Ning Fan. Exactly. Brother Fan, how come there are two of us? Although this brother Fan is cold, he is quite humorous. She smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling like little stars. She was very interested in Ning Fan splitting into two. The strength of the black-robed figure made he feel at ease. As long as Brother Fan was here, no one could destroy Ning City today, she firmly believed that. The black-robed figure looked at the direction where the black corpse left and vanished in a flash. The white-robed figure's eyes were solemn as he chased after the black corpse in an icy rainbow. After the escaping light, both of them casted the false sense art and went into hiding for a moment. When they reappeared, they were a white-robed and black-cloaked young man with a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Next, slay the devil. Is this the sword sense divine ability that my incarnation comprehended after breaking through to the nascent soul realm? From today onwards, this divine ability shall be called the Black Torrent Spirit Dividing Technique. Ning Fan smiled faintly. His cultivation base was still at the peak of harmonious spirit realm, but when he took a step forward, it was teleportation. His chi was fluctuating between the harmonious spirit realm and the nascent soul realm. What was there to fear about the corpse devil? With Ning Fan's current strength, the life and death of Yu country could be decided with just a single thought. As for how the others would misunderstand Black Devil Ning and guess Ning Fan's identity, let them be. After today, no one would dare to have any evil intentions towards Ning City. End of chapter 129. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.